In the Kunlun realm, there exist two treasures. One is the Xuantian Realm, which can foresee events a century ahead, and the other is Wei Qinglan, a young prodigy entrusted with the weighty responsibilities of the sect. Kunlun guards these treasures with utmost vigilance, cherishing them as one with their own eyes. Jiang Lisheng, however, is regarded as an inept cultivator, possessing a smattering of knowledge, yet excelling at none. She is unable to master any particular path. To make matters worse, she is a troublemaker, creating unrest within the sect day and night. Her master, fiercely protective, in an attempt to shield her from the wrath of others who vowed to expel her from the sect, sent her to Kunlun, claiming that the strict regulations that would reform her. Yet, instead of undergoing transformation, Jiang Lisheng inadvertently caused a catastrophe, becoming the target of a manhunt throughout Kunlun. This chaos ensued after she inadvertently damaged the Xuantian Realm and absconded with Wei Qinglan. Thus, a deep-seated enmity was forged between Kunlun and her. Ironically, Jiang Lisheng herself had not anticipated her own capabilities initially. She was genuinely obedient, resolutely avoiding the Xuantian Realm and steering clear of Wei Qinglan. Chapter 1, Prologue. In the realm of cultivation, there are three eminent sects: Kunlun, Qingshu, and Tai. These three sects unite to safeguard the mortal world, banishing demons and maintaining order for millennia, preventing the rampant spread of malevolent spirits. Every decade, the outstanding young disciples of these sects gather to compete, engage in exchanges, and establish the ranking of the immortal sect's honor roll. Those who earn a place on this esteemed list receive the sect's favor and are entrusted with significant responsibilities, reaping both fame and fortune. In this generation, Wei Qinglan, the direct disciple of the Kunlun sect leader, at the tender age of 18, claimed the top position on the honor roll, earning the title of an unparalleled young genius in a millennium. The esteemed disciple of the Tai sect master, Yi Xingzi, finds himself in a subordinate position. Meanwhile, the master of the Qingshu sect, Yu Wuchen, gazes upon his ineffectual apprentice, Jiang Lisheng, lamenting his past folly in believing this girl would one day bear the mantle of responsibility for the Qingshu. At merely 18, she has been nurtured for the same duration as others. Yet while some shine at the pinnacle of the rankings, she languishes at the very bottom, unable to even grasp the tail end of the standings. He recalls with embarrassment how he once boasted to the likes of Kunlun sect Master Qin Feng and Tai sect Master Pei Tan, only to now find himself utterly humiliated. With her lackluster abilities, merely surviving encounters with demons feels like a miracle, and he finds himself fervently praying for her safety. What vexes him further is her propensity for trouble, as leaders from various peaks frequently come to him with grievances, urging him to discipline his disciple. They threaten that if he fails to take action, the 36 peak masters may unite to invoke the ancestral decree to expel her from the sect. How could Yu Wuchen bear to do so? Despite her shortcomings, she is still the child he has painstakingly raised for 18 years. Thus, upon her committing yet another blunder that incites collective ire, he swiftly arranges for her transfer to Kunlun. When the outraged peak masters and hall leaders confront him, Yu Wuchen remains unyielding, asserting, "Esteemed seniors and fellow disciples, calm your tempers. That troublesome child has already been sent to Kunlun. Rest assured, I have instructed them to enforce strict discipline according to their customs. Should she defy their guidance and continue her mischief, she shall be confined to Kunlun's cliff of eternal despair, left to perish in the cold." Upon uttering those words, the leaders of the sect were somewhat appeased, though their expressions remained grim. Nevertheless, they chose to withhold further comments. All of them contemplated the stringent nature of Kunlun's teachings. The Hall of Discipline was not merely a facade. Kunlun was no place where Jiang Lisheng could act recklessly. If she could indeed be reformed, they would endure the pain of their sect leader's heartache, for she was the sole disciple of such significance. Expelling her would mean a permanent loss. Thus, the matter was swept under the rug. At this moment, no one, not even Yu Wuchen himself, could foresee that Jiang Lisheng, this wretched creature, would create greater chausi in Kunlun than she had in her previous 18 years. Had he known, he would have taken measures to cleanse the ranks beforehand. Chapter 2. Kunlun. Wei Qinglan. At the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, Jiang Lisheng cast down the teleportation scroll. The echoes of jubilant cheers still buzzed in her ears, exclaiming that junior sister Jiang had finally been expelled. It was impossible to discern who among the crowd had shouted the loudest. There were simply too many voices. Yet, it was palpable that her banishment from Qingshu had delighted countless onlookers. A wave of indignation washed over Jiang Lisheng. Who had she offended? Her master refused to heed her explanations and even resorted to utilizing the sect's treasured teleportation artifact to send her away to Kunlun. The wretched scroll had jostled her mercilessly during the journey, and it seemed to have intentionally dropped her unceremoniously upon arrival, leaving her in a most undignified state. She had inadvertently stumbled upon her senior brother from Zhaoyang Peak, who was carrying his fiancée while courting a junior sister from Spirit Beast Peak. Without a second thought, those two had colluded to ruin her medicinal field. Before she could even comprehend the situation, they had the audacity to apologize, expressing their regrets for her misfortune, while simultaneously fleeing the scene and vociferously blaming her for the destruction of the field. Staring at their outrageous antics, she was left speechless. 100 curses lodged in her throat. In short, she found herself utterly defenseless. Moreover, no one allowed her the opportunity to argue. The medicinal field, which had housed over 1,000 spiritual plants, had suffered catastrophic damage. Upon hearing the news, the leaders of the various peaks surged toward her master at the main peak. Wangyue Peak, seething with anger and intent on expelling her from the sect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her master acted decisively, employing the sect's treasured artifact, the Shanhua Scroll, to swiftly transport her to Kunlun, beseeching them to shelter her for a time and provide rigorous instruction. The Shanhua Scroll could traverse thousands of miles in a single day, and once activated, it was impossible to catch up. Her master had indeed made a bold move. Jiang Li sighed, realizing she had rushed here without bringing anything along. All she possessed was a low-tier storage bag, filled solely with her usual snacks. Prior to the incident, she had been soaking in the spiritual spring, enjoying the leisure of snacking while bathing, thus neglecting to remove the bag. Otherwise, she would truly be left with nothing. Resigned to her fate, she cast a cleansing spell to rid her face and body of the dust and grime from her fall, and began her ascent of the mountain. Kunlun Peak towered high above, and she had not brought her sword, talismans, teleportation symbols, or even the Qinshu brush, nor the Bagua plate. She could only rely on her own 2 feet to climb. No, to scramble upward. After climbing for the better part of the day, she had yet to encounter a single Kunlun disciple. Gazing up at the distant, towering summit, she belatedly realized that her master must have communicated with Kunlun to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, the river and mountain scroll would have delivered her to the mountain gate rather than the foot of the mountain. With so many disciples in Kunlun, it was inconceivable that not a single figure wielding a sword could be seen along the mountain path after such a long time. Wasn't this obvious? Frustrated, she sat down on the steps, refusing to move any further. Meanwhile, the Kunlun sect leader, Qin Fengxing, observed the young girl sitting on the steps at the foot of Kunlun Mountain through the spirit water mirror. For 3 days, she had remained immobile, showing no intention of ascending. Each day, she consumed a few snacks, drank from the mountain spring, and then took a nap, appearing to be in a state of waiting for someone to fetch her before she would consider climbing. This sight amused him greatly. He instructed a named disciple, Yunduan, "Go and bring that girl up the mountain." Yunduan glanced at the mirror and replied, "Yes, sect leader." He turned to head towards the entrance. But just as he was about to step outside, Qin Fengxing suddenly called out, "Wait, there's no need to go just yet." The sole direct disciple of the Kunlun sect leader, a prodigious talent of this generation. At this moment, Jiang Lisheng also caught sight of Wei Qinglan, and her gaze froze instantaneously. What extraordinary beauty, she mused. Wei Qinglan, in turn, noticed Jiang Lisheng, who appeared slender and petite, lazily seated on the jade steps in a rather unrefined manner, curled up with a half-eaten snack in hand, the nature of which was indiscernible, yet it seemed delectable. Her fair and unblemished visage bore cheeks that were pleasantly rounded, and upon seeing him, she appeared momentarily startled, her eyes widening, and the act of chewing momentarily halted, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Apart from the snack in her hand and a low-grade storage bag at her waist, she possessed nothing else. Her attire, a modest dark azure without any distinguishing insignia, appeared neither new nor old, lacking any particularity that would indicate her affiliation with a sect. She was certainly not a disciple of Kunlun. This person she dared not approach. Kunlun disciples were uniformly garbed in white robes adorned with black patterns. Yet one individual stood apart, the young genius Wei Qinglan, who was uniquely bestowed with a crimson robe crafted by the sect leader to distinguish him from all others. His striking appearance and attire were unmistakable, marking him as a treasured gem of Kunlun, destined for significant responsibilities in the future. She must keep her distance and refrain from initiating conversation. Otherwise, Kunlun would likely not tolerate her presence, thus undermining her master's painstaking efforts to protect her. Alas, if it were up to her, she would prefer to be expelled from the sect than to endure such suffocating circumstances. She sighed quietly, dismissing the matter, and returned to her snack. Qin Fengxing, observing through the spirit-scrying mirror, chuckled and nodded, recognizing that this little girl possessed a degree of self-awareness. Yunduan, go and fetch her. Upon welcoming the individual into the mountain gates, arrangements were made for her to reside in the discipline hall, allowing her to diligently study the precepts and rules under the guidance of the hall master. Yunduan observed the scene with intrigue. Indeed, the sect master. Chapter 3. The Clear Void and Jiang Lisheng. When Yunduan arrived, Jiang Lisheng had just finished her snacks and was preparing to retire for the night after enjoying some spring water. Noticing someone descending from the mountain, she squinted and glanced over, refraining from speaking prematurely. Yunduan stood respectfully before Jiang Lisheng, offering a courteous salute. Greetings, junior sister Jiang. I am Yunduan from Kunlun's Jiuhua Peak, sent by the sect master to escort you. Jiang Lisheng blinked and promptly rose from the ground, obediently returning the greeting. Hello, senior brother Yun. Thank you. Yunduan was taken aback by Jiang Lisheng's compliance and curiously inquired, why did you not ascend the mountain on your sword? His confusion was understandable. It was indeed peculiar. After spending 3 days on the mountain path, she did not seem to exhibit the demeanor of someone waiting for an invitation. Yet she remained resolutely down below without any escort. I came in haste and did not bring my sword. Jiang Lisheng sheepishly scratched her head, her embarrassment evident despite her usual boldness. Yunduan was astonished. Jiang Lisheng awkwardly clarified, I had set my sword aside while soaking in the spiritual spring and did not have the opportunity to retrieve it afterward. Yunduan fell silent. He had long heard of the sect master's only direct disciple, who was rumored to possess a wide array of skills: swordsmanship, talismans, divination, formations, weapon forging, alchemy, and more, yet she was not particularly adept in any single area. Otherwise, she would not be ranked so low on the prestigious list, having not even made it to the tail end of the standings. Although she is currently in the foundational stage and still quite young, she has already surpassed many others. However, it is rumored that her progress is largely attributed to the countless treasures and elixirs provided by Master Yu, casting doubt on the authenticity of her achievements. It is rather unexpected that a cultivator would abandon their swords so carelessly. He, with a kind demeanor, interjected, Shall I take Sister Jiang on my sword? Thank you, Brother Yun. Yunduan gracefully mounted his sword and gestured for Jiang Lisheng to stand behind him. Jiang Lisheng assessed the height of the sword and, with a touch of embarrassment, remarked, Brother Yun, your sword is too high. Could it be lowered a bit? Yunduan was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Lisheng, with a charmingly obedient tone, explained, I can't get up there. Promptly, Yunduan lowered the sword by half, asking, How about now? Jiang Lisheng leaped onto the sword, affirming, This works. Silently, Yunduan propelled the sword towards Kunlun Mountain, being considerate not to accelerate too quickly, mindful of her previous struggle to mount the sword. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kunlun Mountain, Yunduan retracted the sword, allowing Jiang Lisheng to disembark, whereupon she expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, Brother Yun. Yunduan shook his head. No need for thanks. He sheathed his sword and continued, The sect leader has instructed me to escort you to the discipline hall. From today onwards, you will study the Kunlun regulations under Hall Master Zhou. Jiang Lisheng blinked her eyes and replied, All right. Yunduan guided her to the registration desk at the mountain entrance, where they acquired the mountain decree. The senior brother in charge of the registration glanced at Jiang Lisheng's name and regarded her with admiration, exclaiming, So you are the esteemed junior sister Jiang from Qingshu? I have long admired your reputation. Jiang Lisheng felt a flush of embarrassment, responding, This brother is too kind. My name does not carry a good reputation. The registered senior brother laughed heartily, saying, Junior sister Jiang, there is no need for modesty. Your name resonates throughout the 3 sects. I am Lu Shaoling from Yezhufeng. and today I am guarding the mountain gate on behalf of a friend. I have heard that you possess the art of alchemy. I shall seek your guidance on a future occasion." Jiang Lisheng felt a flush of embarrassment and replied, "I dare not claim to offer guidance. I merely have a slight familiarity with it." Lu Shaoling chuckled again. "Dear junior sister, please do not be modest. Among the 3 sects, you are indeed a polymath." Jiang Lisheng's face turned crimson. Yundan nodded. Having observed this and conveyed the message to the sect leader, Wei Qinglan had gone to meet the leader. "No wonder he left in such haste," Lu Shaoling murmured. "Wei Qinglan has been away for 3 months, which is longer than usual. It seems he has made considerable progress. Has he already reached the later stage of the Golden Core? At just 18, to attain such a level is quite extraordinary." He sighed, alas. "No one can compare to Wei Qinglan's talent. We lack such fortune." Yundan smiled. "Indeed, Wei Qinglan is exceptionally gifted, and his fortune is remarkable. It is not surprising for him to make progress every 3 months. That may be true, but this time it appears he has made a leap of 2 stages. Which is indeed impressive," Lu Shaoling remarked enviously. "I have been stuck at the mid-foundation stage for half a year without any movement. Every cultivator has their own destiny. There is no need for haste. In a month's time, the Qishan secret realm will open, and perhaps you can try your luck there," Yundan advised. Lu Shaoling expressed astonishment. "Isn't the Qishan secret realm supposed to open only once every 100 years? How is it opening now, merely 80 years later?" Yundan shook his head, uncertain. The 3 sects jointly speculated that the opening would occur in a month, allowing those at the foundation establishment stage and below to attend. This time, all 3 major sects would send representatives, and Lu Qinglan, being at the foundation establishment stage, was eligible to participate. Lu Shaoling expressed his sincere gratitude, thanking Yun Shixiang for the guidance. Yun Duan replied courteously, dismissing the thanks, and led Jiang Lisheng through the mountain gate. From the foot of Kunlun mountain, one could see the clouds and mist swirling around, the peaks towering majestically, shrouded in an air of mystery and grandeur, seemingly unattainable. Once inside the mountain gate, magnificent halls came into view, resplendent and imposing. Further in, it unfolded like a series of paintings. There were places blanketed in white snow, expanses of misty waves, winding paths adorned with floral splendor, and towering cliffs that reached for the heavens. It was truly deserving of being the foremost among the 3 sects, surpassing Qingshu in its grandeur. As disciples of Kunlun passed by, each stood tall and straight, exuding an exceptional demeanor, with no signs of unruliness. Jiang Lisheng silently reminded herself to be well-behaved, to conform to local customs, and to avoid causing trouble. Her master had already lost too much face over the years due to her antics. She could not afford to lose more, especially not in Kunlun. As Yundan led her through various areas, he provided simple introductions. Noticing that Jiang Shimi was rather reticent and exceptionally obedient, he found it peculiar. How could such a well-behaved young lady have garnered such a notorious reputation? Surely, the rumors could not be mistaken? He refrained from probing further and ultimately brought her to the Hall of Discipline. The hall's master, Zhou Xinyan, had received word from the sect leader and was aware that a direct disciple of the Qingshu sect would be visiting the Hall of Discipline that day. Since it was a personal directive from the sect leader, he naturally prepared to extend his utmost hospitality and had been waiting at the entrance well in advance. Upon encountering Zhou Xinyan, Yundan respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Zhou, this is Jiang Lisheng from Qingshu. Starting today, she will be studying in your discipline hall." Jiang Lisheng mirrored the gesture, greeting, "Master Zhou, good day." Zhou Xinyan, having heard of Jiang Lisheng's esteemed reputation, was pleasantly surprised to find her a delicate and well-mannered young lady. He smiled warmly. "Ah, you must be my esteemed disciple, Jiang. Very well, from today onwards. You shall remain in the discipline hall." He gestured dismissively to Yundan. "You may attend to your own matters." Jiang Lisheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, which did not go unnoticed by Zhou Xinyan. Observing that she possessed only a low-tier storage bag, which could barely contain her belongings, and lacking even a sword, he nodded. Still understanding. "I see. I shall ensure that according to the customary practices for new disciples, I will take her to receive her provisions shortly." Yundan nodded in agreement, finally reassured, and departed. Jiang Lisheng privately reflected on Yundan, deeming him an exceptionally considerate individual. Chapter 4. The tranquility of Yushu Peak. Zhou Xinyan personally escorted Jiang Lisheng to collect her provisions as a new disciple. She received the Kunlun disciple's attire, a sword, 5 mid-grade spirit stones, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a vial of qi-nourishing pills, a vial of dietary restriction pills, a communication jade tablet, and a low-tier storage bag. This allocation was indeed quite generous for a newcomer in the realm of immortality, surpassing what many smaller sects could offer. After completing the provision collection, Zhou Xinyan personally guided Jiang Lisheng to her quarters, a modest, independent courtyard far smaller than her previous accommodations in Qingxiu, smaller by several magnitudes. Zhou Xinyan observed Jiang Lisheng's expression and remarked, "The new disciples are assigned to residences of 8 individuals each, with evaluations conducted every 3 months. Only after passing through rigorous assessments will a peak master admit them into the inner sect, allowing for such an independent courtyard. However, for outer sect disciples, accommodations are shared among 3 or 4 individuals, which can be quite inconvenient." His words were intended to inform Jiang Lisheng that, due to her status, she was receiving exceptional attention. "Thank you for your consideration, Hall Master Zhou. I am not particular," Jiang Lisheng replied obediently. Zhou Xinyan nodded. "Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, there will be an early class. First, study our Kunlun's regulations and rules thoroughly, and we shall arrange further matters thereafter." Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement. Zhou Xinyan imparted a few additional instructions. Noticing her compliance, he felt a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. How could such a well-behaved young girl be associated with the rumors surrounding her? Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further and departed after completing his instructions. Once he left, Jiang Lisheng turned and lay down on her bed, rolling over twice in distress. The Hall of Regulations. It seemed the heavens conspired against her. Little did they know that within Qingxiu, a plethora of rules existed, which she had treated as mere trifles. After all, she had been taken under the sect master's wing as a direct disciple since her infancy. The regulations of Qingxiu were as insignificant as air to her, the sole direct disciple who had grown up under the sect master's care. Yet, here in Kunlun, she was regarded as a new disciple, and all matters of Qingxiu were temporarily irrelevant to her. Oh, how she longed for the day she could leave Kunlun and confront those 2 treacherous individuals who had wronged her. Not only had they engaged in an illicit affair without shame, but they had also conspired against their fellow disciples. They were truly a malignant tumor upon Qingxiu. How infuriating! Perhaps the bed was excessively comfortable, especially since she had not rested in one for several days. After lying down for a while, she soon fell asleep, until she vaguely heard someone calling, "New junior sister, new junior sister." Jiang Lisheng, in a daze, was awakened and opened the door, only to find someone perched on the wall to her left, their head peeking over. With strikingly handsome features, they appeared quite lively. Upon seeing her, the person grinned and said, "New junior sister, you've been here for half a day without a sound, so I thought I would call for you." Since entering Kunlun, Jiang Lisheng had encountered mostly stern and serious cultivators, with the exception of the cheerful Lu Shaoling she met at the mountain gate. This was the first individual who was so vivacious and took the initiative to speak with her. She inquired, "May I ask who you are, senior brother?" "And Ruxu," he replied with curiosity. "What is your name, junior sister?" "Jiang Lisheng," she answered. You are the one, oh dear." Before Ruxu could finish his sentence, he lost his balance and fell from the wall with a loud thud, indicating it was quite a fall. Jiang Lisheng approached the wall a few steps and asked, "Senior brethren, are you all right?" "Ouch, that hurts." "No, I'm fine. I'm tough-skinned and strong," he replied, clutching his backside as he got back up, brushing off the dirt. He climbed back onto the wall, looking at Jiang Lisheng with wide-eyed amazement. "So, junior sister Jiang, why have you come to Kunlun instead of staying at Qingxiu?" Jiang Lisheng gazed up at the figure on the wall and tenderly suggested, "Brethren, perhaps you could come into my courtyard to speak?" She feared he might stumble again later. All right," and Ruxu replied, leaping down from the wall and entering Jiang Lisheng's courtyard. She invited him into her room, but Ruxu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "A girl's room? How could I enter so casually? Let us converse here on the steps." With that, he unceremoniously seated himself on the steps, and Ruxu's curiosity was piqued. What grave mistake could warrant a summons to Kunlun? The medicinal fields have been ruined, half of the precious herbs destroyed. And Ruxu gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What prompted you to devastate the medicinal fields?" "A moment of folly," Jiang Lisheng replied. And Ruxu was at a loss for words. "Sister, what led you to such folly? Is there some hidden ailment?" "Brethren, why are you stuttering?" "I am not stuttering, nor do I have any hidden ailment. I simply lost control in that moment." And Ruxu suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. Is it akin to the tales of you attempting alchemy, where not only did you fail to produce the elixir, but also blew up your master's dwelling? Jiang Lisheng replied, something like that. Are all those rumors about you true? And Ruxu found it hard to fathom how such an amiable junior sister could become a notorious calamity of Qingxiu, infamous across the 3 sections. Jiang Lisheng nodded. Most of them, indeed, are true. The rumors circulating outside are not unfounded. Aside from the significant misfortune of being wrongfully accused, the rest of the claims hold truth. Thus, her master, unwilling to listen to her justifications, was infuriated and promptly sent her to Kunlun without further inquiry. And Ruxu sighed, Junior sister, you truly are something. Jiang Lisheng blushed, and Ruxu rose, brushing off her garments. I too have been summoned to the discipline hall today. Tomorrow, we shall attend the morning lecture together. Will you be able to rise on time? If so, please call for me. Jiang Lisheng was uncertain and scratched her head, candidly admitting, I do enjoy my sleep. And Ruxu chuckled, so do I. They exchanged glances, and Ruxu sighed deeply. We are indeed kindred spirits in hardship. However, as a man, I ought to look after my junior sister. I shall set a small bell to ensure I wake you on time. Jiang Lisheng felt relieved. Having a companion is quite comforting. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother in Chapter 5. Chief He Jintang the following day. And Ruxu indeed called for Jiang Lisheng at the appointed time to attend the morning lecture. Jiang Lisheng, yawning, stepped out of her room to meet Ruxu, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Good morning, senior brother. Both appeared as if they had not fully awakened, a common sight. Typically, cultivators require little sleep, or may even forego it altogether, yet these two clearly needed their rest. And Ruxu drew forth his sword, taking to the skies, instructing, Junior sister Jiang, I shall lead the way, just follow my lead. Jiang Lisheng retrieved the sword she had borrowed the previous day and nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, and Ruxu soared into the air. As Jiang Lisheng unsheathed her sword and raised her head, she found that the figure had already vanished. Silently, she traced the sword aura and pursued. The two silhouettes were distanced from each other, and Ruxu arrived at the entrance of the academy and waited for quite some time before seeing Jiang Lisheng arrive on her sword. He was puzzled. Junior sister Jiang, your swordsmanship. Jiang Lisheng's face flushed. She had indulged in play and neglected her studies. And Ruxu was taken aback. So, your foundational cultivation. My master assisted me in advancing, Jiang Lisheng replied. And Ruxu responded, truly deserving of the title among the 3,000 of the Fengyun ranking. You couldn't even manage a tale. Even the swordsmanship of Qi refinement disciples surpasses yours. You must have indulged in play excessively. If you were to encounter a demon, you would likely flee slower than it. No wonder he had heard that the leader of the Qingxiu Yuzong doted on her disciples, allowing them to cultivate without venturing down the mountain for practical experience. At this level, she was indeed ill-equipped for such trials. With a complicated mood, he led Jiang Lisheng into the classroom. Upon their arrival, over 100 students were already seated, and the instructor had commenced his lesson. Upon noticing the two latecomers, his expression darkened. You too are late. Each of you shall endure 10 strikes from me. And Ruxu's countenance changed. He had calculated the time precisely, but was unprepared for Jiang Lisheng's sluggish swordplay, causing their tardiness. He turned to Jiang Lisheng and whispered, He Jintang, the chief guest instructor of the discipline hall, hails from the Tianjian Peak, is in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and is known for his cold demeanor and unwavering fairness. We are finished. It is likely we will be rendered incapacitated within those 10 strikes. Jiang Lisheng's expression shifted in response to his words. He Jintang barely exchanged words with the two. Suddenly drawing his sword, a beam of golden light surged forth, enveloping them both in a torrent of sword energy. Jiang Lisheng attempted to parry with her broken sword, but with a resounding snap, it shattered upon contact. She was then sent hurtling backwards, colliding violently with the wall, leaving her dizzy and on the brink of losing consciousness. On the other hand, Ruxu, who was also at the initial stage of foundation establishment, fared significantly better, managing to withstand 5 strikes from He Jintang before being thrown against the wall, resulting in a spray of blood. He Jintang sheathed his sword with a disdainful sneer, dismissing the two as worthless. Without a glance in their direction, he settled into his seat, warning that should they arrive late again tomorrow, the same punishment would await them. And Ruxu felt his blood surge with indignation. And after a considerable time, he regained his composure, trembling as he retrieved a bottle of medicinal pills. After swallowing 2, he painstakingly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to see Jiang Lisheng sitting upright, appearing unaffected by the ordeal. He asked in astonishment, Jiang Shimi, aren't you going to take medicine? Or has Mr. He been lenient with you? Jiang Lisheng replied softly, I've endured worse. And Xixiang, focus on the lesson. Be careful or you may find yourself punished again. And Ru Su promptly silenced himself, forcing himself to sit straight. Though his internal organs and mind buzzed from the impact of the sword energy, causing him considerable discomfort. In the classroom, He Jiantang had already commenced his lecture on the Kunlun Code of Conduct. The sheer volume of rules, numbering in the thousands, made Jiang Lisheng's head spin, and she inwardly lamented her plight. She thought to herself, it's over. Even if I don't arrive late tomorrow, will the teacher require us to recite the codes? Can I possibly memorize them all? Answer correctly, take a seat. He Jiantang surveyed the room with a keen eye, cautioning everyone present. Listen well, all of you. Diligently study the Kunlun precepts. Do not find yourselves in dire straits, imprisoned in the abyss of eternal despair. And do not emulate Jiang Lisheng from Qingsu, for her egregious mistakes would have long since landed her in confinement within Kunlun. Jiang Lisheng interjected, Excuse me, sir. Is this truly the appropriate manner of addressing me while I am seated right here? And Ru Su turned to Jiang Lisheng and whispered, Junior sister, does He Jiantang not strike you as particularly cold-hearted? He is fully aware of your presence, yet continues with such remarks after having just chastised you. Suddenly, and Ru Su raised his hand high, proclaiming loudly, Sir, the Jiang Lisheng you reference is sitting right here. Jiang Lisheng, her face flushed with embarrassment, stood up, feeling she had never experienced such humiliation. I thank you and your entire family. In that instant, not only did He Jiantang turn his gaze, but also the hundreds of Kunlun disciples in the classroom looked on. Jiang Lisheng, blushing, stammered, Greetings, Mr. He, and esteemed colleagues. He Jiantang regarded her. Jiang Lisheng, what brings you to Kunlun? With a sense of shame, she replied, By the orders of my master, I have come for reform. Indeed, it is rare for the Yuzong master to possess such awareness. However, you are late today, let this be the last time. Engage earnestly in your transformation, and do not behave as you did in Qingsu, for Kunlun is not a place for you to run amok. Do you understand? Jiang Lisheng nodded, I understand. He Jiantang, satisfied, succinctly instructed, Very well, take your seat. Jiang Lisheng complied and sat down. He Jiantang turned to her side, his expression cold. And Ru Su, the trouble you have caused is not trivial. Do you think the Ling beast peaks Ling, who can be captured and roasted for your enjoyment? You are here to learn alongside the new disciples, not merely to make excuses for your tardiness. Do you understand? Your mischievous behavior necessitates proper instruction. And Ru Su immediately rose and replied loudly, I understand, sir. Let it be a lesson, sit down. He Jiantang gestured. And Ru Su complied and took her seat. After class, the instructor departed, and Jiang Lisheng turned to Ru Su, apologizing, I am sorry, Signorin. My sword control was too slow, which caused your late arrival and subsequent punishment. And Ru Su waved her hand dismissively, It is also my fault. I was solely focused on my own sword control and failed to consider yours. I underestimated the time required. I do not blame you. Shaking her head, she added somewhat feebly, Sir, he is quite harsh. I fear I may not be able to continue. Jiang Shimei, are you all right? Can you wield a sword while carrying someone? I am afraid I must visit the medical hall. My injuries are somewhat severe. Jiang Lisheng nodded, I can, but it will be quite slow. And Ru Su sighed with relief. Then I must rely on you, Jiang Shimei. However, I no longer have a sword. Jiang Lisheng glanced at the shattered sword on the ground. It cannot be repaired, and I have no materials. And Ru Su, stunned by the sight of her sword in such a state, yet relieved that she herself was unharmed, inquired, How did your sword succumb to a single blow? Jiang Lisheng responded helplessly, It was a sword issued to me from the new disciples. It must not have been sturdy. And Ru Su nodded and unfastened her own sword, offering it to her. Use my sword for now. Let us first head to the medical hall, and afterward, I will accompany you to the sword hall to purchase a new one. Jiang Lisheng nodded, accepting the sword from Enruksu. She leaped onto the blade first, gesturing for Enruksu to stand behind her. Enruksu gazed at the sword, which was positioned quite low, and after a moment of contemplation, stepped up onto it. Chapter 6. Renowned among the three sects, Jiang Lisheng's notion of slowness was indeed slow. Enruksu felt that it was perhaps only a slight bit faster than walking on foot, merely a fraction. However, as a severely injured individual, he had no grounds to complain, nor did he dare to voice any grievances. He could only endure the pace that was slower than a snail. which made him feel increasingly uncomfortable and intensified his headache. The journey from the discipline hall to the medical hall required traversing 3 mountains. Jiang Lisheng wiped the sweat from her brow, pondering the distance, lamenting how far it truly was. The layout of the medical hall seemed ill-conceived. Shouldn't it be adjacent to the discipline hall? After all, which disciple punished at the discipline hall wouldn't sustain injuries? Was it intentional? Take someone like Senior Brotherin, who had been grievously wounded and could no longer wield his sword, yet still had to painstakingly crawl over 3 mountains to reach the medical hall for treatment. Or was he meant to simply endure? Contemplating this, it became clear that Kunlun was ever vigilant with its disciples. No wonder it had established itself as the foremost among the immortal sects, with such cunning strategies. Noticing her wiping sweat multiple times, Enruxu quietly suggested, "Junior Sister Jiang, perhaps we should take a moment to rest before continuing?" Jiang Lisheng shook her head. "Senior Brotherin, there is no need for a break. I am not fatigued. But from where I stand, you appear quite exhausted." "I am not tired. I merely sweat easily." "Very well then." At that moment, Jiang Lisheng tilted the sword, which promptly slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Enruxu gasped and followed suit, losing his balance. Reacting quickly, Jiang Lisheng reached out to pull him back, and together they stumbled a few steps before managing to regain their footing. She immediately released her grip and apologized, expressing her regret to Senior Brotherin. Enruxu shook his head, reassuring her, "It's all right, let's take a break." "Oh, Junior Brother Wei?" Wei Qinglan glanced at the two, his gaze resting on Jiang Lisheng for a moment before nodding at Enruxu, his voice clear and melodious. "Senior Brotherin." Enruxu exclaimed in surprise, "Junior Brother Wei, have you advanced 2 more levels?" Wei Qinglan nodded. Enruxu looked at him with envy. "Junior Brother Wei, you are truly remarkable." Wei Qinglan remained noncommittal. "Is Senior Brother injured?" He extended his hand to him. "May I take a look at your injury?" Enruxu was taken aback and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Junior Brother Wei." He stepped forward, not noticing that Jiang Lisheng quietly retreated 2 steps, hiding behind him. Enruxu quickly added, "I naturally trust Junior Brother Wei, but I don't have any Tianxiang Dan on me. I must go to the medical hall to purchase some." "I have some," Wei Qinglan replied. Enruxu hastily said, "Then I will exchange a Tongshan Dan with you." The Tongshan Dan was more precious than the Tianxiang Dan, only usable by those who had reached the golden core stage, which he had not yet attained, and thus he dared not use it. Wei Qinglan shook his head. "There is no need." However, Enruxu had already pulled out the Tongshan Dan from his storage ring and handed it to Wei Qinglan, insisting, "Junior Brother Wei, encountering you has saved me a trip to the medical hall, conserving both spirit stones and effort. If you refuse this, then I will not ask for your help." Hearing this, Wei Qinglan nodded and accepted the exchange, waving his hand to envelop Enruxu in a golden light. In an instant, Enruxu felt a lightness envelop him, and all his pain vanished. Enruxu accepted the offering, swallowing it with a sense of gratitude and admiration. "Wei Shidi, you possess medical skills?" "No." Wei Qinglan shook her head. "I am not adept in medicine. It is merely that your injury coincidentally mirrors the wound inflicted by Master He. I have experienced his strikes before, hence I can tend to his sword injuries." "Ah, is that so?" Enruxu was taken aback. "Have you also faced punishment?" Upon uttering these words, he realized his mistake. Wei Qinglan was never one to transgress, making it impossible for her to be punished. He quickly rephrased. "Have you sparred with him?" "Yes." "When was this?" 10 years ago." Enruxu fell silent. She had only been 8 years old a decade prior, yet she had the capability to spar with He Jintang. Meanwhile, he, at the age of 22, had only exchanged 5 moves with He Jintang and had sustained such grave injuries. It was enough to make one weep. He added, "Qingshu Jiang Lisheng, like you, is renowned among the 3 sections." Jiang Lisheng interjected, "Listen to me, Senior Brotherin. I must express my gratitude to your entire family. She is celebrated among the 3 sects as a youthful prodigy, while I am merely a wastrel of Qingshu. Can such reputations truly be compared?" Perhaps her quiet demeanor made the disparity too palpable. After Enruxu's introduction, he belatedly sensed the inappropriateness of the comparison and hastily rectified. "Junior Sister Jiang is exceptionally well behaved." Wei Qinglan nodded, her voice clear and gentle. "Junior Sister Jiang." Her tone bore no hint of emotion, light and serene as snow, much like her own nature. Jiang Lisheng kept her head down, obedient and silent. "Senior Brother Wei." Not a word was mentioned about their encounter the previous day. Wei Qinglan, too, chose not to elaborate, continuing on her path without further discourse. After Enruksu had distanced himself, he apologized to Jiang Lisheng, saying, "Junior sister Jiang, I misspoke earlier. I am truly sorry." Practitioners are often acutely attuned to the emotions of others, much like how he sensed the momentary resistance in Jiang Lisheng's demeanor. He also noticed her reluctance to engage with Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng shook her head and smiled at Enruksu. "Senior brethren, there is no need for an apology. I am not upset." She fidgeted with the tips of her toes, sighed softly, and explained, "I simply do not dare to approach that senior brother Wei. I fear that my presence might disrupt him. After all, he is a treasure of Kunlun. I must keep my distance to avoid causing trouble, lest Kunlun no longer accepts me." And Enruksu realized, so that is the reason. Jiang Lisheng nodded. "Junior sister Jiang, you are quite honest." He suddenly smiled, his gaze becoming more sincere. "Come, I shall take you to the sword hall on my sword. Moreover, I must honestly tell you, your sword control skills need improvement. You are far too slow." As Enruksu stood on the sword, he carefully lowered it. After Jiang Lisheng had jumped onto the sword, he remarked, "Otherwise, a month from now, when we venture into the secret realm, will you be the one chasing the demons, or will they be chasing you?" Jiang Lisheng, uncertain, asked, "Are we both really going to the secret realm?" Indeed, every peak must send representatives, and the discipline hall needs participants as well. Currently, among us, we are the only ones at the foundation establishment stage. Everyone else is a new disciple, so it is certain that we will be included. Chapter 7. Trespassing into forbidden grounds throughout the journey, and Enruksu soared swiftly on his sword, as if being pursued by a wolf. He firmly believed that he had never deliberately provoked any young woman. If others approached him, he would reciprocate, never taking advantage of anyone. Yet, he could not deny the possibility that his past actions might have been inappropriate. He had assumed that as fellow disciples, it was acceptable to assist one another, but perhaps he had unwittingly stirred trouble. He felt on the verge of tears. Jiang Lisheng had truly lost her way. All around her was a vast expanse of fog, obscuring any sign of buildings or shelter. Where had she ended up? She sheathed her sword and stood in a daze. Who dares to intrude upon this forbidden ground? A gruff old voice bellowed, "Come forth." Jiang Lisheng was startled. Had she trespassed into Kunlun's sacred territory? Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. Perhaps the other party perceived her intentions as nefarious, for a beam of golden light suddenly shot towards her. Startled, Jiang Lisheng spun around, brandishing her sword to counter the attack. However, this newly acquired blade shattered into fragments with a resounding crack, and she was sent sprawling several paces backward, crashing against a tree trunk. Her heart raced, the bile rising in her throat, yet she managed to suppress it. Before she could regain her composure, another sword slashed through the air towards her, wielding a force akin to a landslide. If it struck her, it would be the end. Jiang Lisheng rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the deadly blow. Quite skilled, I see. No wonder you dare to invade this realm," the elderly voice remarked with cold ire, launching another strike. This sword attack, like an intricate net, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that ensnared her, rendering any attempt to escape futile. Exhausted and resigned, she collapsed onto the ground, deciding to cease her evasion. If death were to come, so be it. Her master would surely gather her soul. As the sword energy threatened to pierce her with a myriad of holes, suddenly, a sword flew in from the side. As gentle as a breeze and as delicate as snowflakes falling from the sky, swiftly dissolving the overwhelming sword aura. Jiang Lisheng widened her eyes in astonishment. Who was this charming savior who had come to her rescue? She felt an overwhelming urge to express her gratitude. Seizing the moment, she scrambled to her feet and found herself before a figure descending gracefully. A person clad in a crimson robe, adorned with intricate patterns, standing tall and elegant, exuding an air of refined grace. Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng felt tears welling up. How could she ever repay this life-saving kindness? Should she express her thanks personally, or should her master do so? She felt utterly at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Had she inadvertently landed herself in another predicament? With a quick glance upwards, she looked at him, then lowered her head, murmuring, "I got lost." "How could you possibly get lost?" "Such nonsense!" An elderly voice thundered, full of indignation. "Did you not see the towering warning monument outside?" Jiang Lisheng felt utterly frustrated. She truly had not seen it. "Search her soul." An elderly man with graying hair emerged, his expression stern as he scrutinized Jiang Lisheng, accusing her of weaving lies at such a tender age. "Do you understand the consequences of trespassing?" "Uncle Master Qi. She is a new disciple of Kunlun. Perhaps she genuinely lost her way, Wei Qinglan interjected, bowing respectfully to the elder. Qi Baiqing, however, was resolute in his denial. Impossible. New disciples cannot withstand even a single blow from me. Yet she has endured too and stands here unscathed. Jiang Lisheng glanced at the elder, feeling helpless, for she was. Qi Baiqing gazed at Wei Qinglan, puzzled. What is your relationship with her? Wei Qinglan shook her head, reassuringly stating that it was of no consequence, as she was merely a new disciple who had only joined the Kunlun sect yesterday and had yet to fully grasp its rules. If it was indeed unintentional, it ought to be forgiven. Qi Baiqing let out a cold snort, eyeing Jiang Lisheng's novice attire and low-tier storage pouch, his expression darkening as he said, "Very well. You shall perform the soul search, but do not shield her." Wei Qinglan acquiesced, affirming that she would not. Turning to face Jiang Lisheng, he inquired, "Are you amenable to my searching your soul? I shall only delve into this matter." Jiang Lisheng nodded, obediently standing still. "Please, Senior Wei." Seeing her compliance, Wei Qinglan placed his hand atop her head, channeling his spiritual energy into her consciousness. Having never undergone a soul search before, Jiang Lisheng found it rather novel and bore no inclination to resist. She sensed that although his aura was as frigid as snow, the spiritual energy entering her mind was exceptionally gentle, reminiscent of the sensation she experienced when he wielded his sword, like a gentle breeze brushing against snow. It was not at all discomforting. She understood that a high-level soul-searching technique would not damage a person's consciousness or brain, and Wei Qinglan's approach was indeed painless, clearly illustrating that this young genius of Kunlun was as formidable as his reputation suggested. Within the cotton-like circle of light, Jiang Lisheng emerged from the sword hall, her focus solely on maneuvering her sword. She flew swiftly, nearly tumbling off several times, and eventually decided to concentrate solely on the sword itself. Unbeknownst to her, she inadvertently trespassed into a forbidden area and soon realized she was lost, her bewildered expression vividly apparent. Qi Baiqing was left speechless. After all, it was merely swordplay. Yet she appeared as foolish as an ox. "Begone!" he exclaimed. Noticing his lack of punishment, Jiang Lisheng swiftly turned and departed, eager to leave, fearing that if she lingered, she might be told to vacate Kunlun altogether. Wei Qinglan raised his hand to stop her, saying, "I shall escort you out." Jiang Lisheng halted her steps, feeling reluctant for him to accompany her. Wei Qinglan seemed to discern her thoughts, his expression calm. "The exit is a bit far. I would not want you to lose your way again and wander into places you should not." Jiang Lisheng responded with a soft acknowledgement, quietly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Wei." Chapter 8. The earthworm Wei Qinglan walked ahead, while Jiang Lisheng trailed 3 paces behind. She was exceedingly quiet, her breathing nearly imperceptible. Were it not for Wei Qinglan's keen senses, one might think only the air followed him. They reached the exit, and indeed, as Qi Baiqing had said, there stood a towering warning stone, prominent and imposing. Jiang Lisheng gazed at the stone, feeling quite foolish for not having noticed such a significant marker. Wei Qinglan paused and turned to face her. Jiang Lisheng expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you, Brother Wei. You need not accompany me further." Wei Qinglan's gaze was cool. "We are of the same generation." Jiang Lisheng hesitated. "Thus, one of the same generation cannot say you?" Meeting his eyes, she quickly amended her words. "Brother Wei, you need not accompany me any longer. I appreciate your escort." She then added sincerely, "And thank you for saving my life." However, at present, she was utterly impoverished and had no means to repay him, so she chose to remain silent on that matter. She felt a swell of tears, and Ru Su searched for Jiang Lisheng in vain, perspiring profusely without finding her. He touched his communication token, realizing he had not exchanged messages with junior sister Jiang the previous day, and thus had no means to reach her. Where could she have gone while riding her sword? Jiang Lisheng measured a mountain with her feet, and after exhausting herself, she felt too weary to continue. She retrieved some snacks from her storage bag and sought refuge from the wind, settling upon a stone to nibble on her treats. Just as she took a couple of bites, something suddenly emerged from nowhere, lunging at her with a gaping maw. Startled, she rolled away from the spot, narrowly escaping its grasp. Undeterred, it pursued her relentlessly. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the creature had 4 legs and bore the appearance of a goat. A ferocious specimen known as the Tu-Lu, a notorious product of Kunlun Mountain. The Tu-Lu was known to devour humans. How had it escaped? Was it not meant to be contained at the Spirit Beast Peak? Hastily, she took to her heels, but there was no chance of outrunning the Tu-Lu. This creature thrived in the rugged terrain of Kunlun, adept at navigating its steep slopes and deep ravines with ease. Lacking a sword for defense, her feet were no match for its speed. In desperation, she resorted to using her snacks as makeshift weapons, hurling them at the creature. To her surprise, it worked. The creature opened its mouth and devoured the offerings. However, once it finished, it continued its pursuit with renewed fervor, its mouth agape. Jiang Lisheng, disregarding everything else, frantically tossed snacks from her storage bag while sprinting in frantic circles. Yet, despite exhausting all her snacks, she could not shake off the creature. Nor did she encounter a single soul to come to her aid. Frustrated, she kicked a stone toward the two Lu in a fit of anger. Mistaking it for more food, the creature caught it in its mouth, only to realize the deception and spit it out in fury, baring its teeth as it charged at her. In a last-ditch effort, Jiang Lisheng lifted a large rock and threw it at the creature, but it nimbly evaded the projectile. The stone crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. The cacophony finally alerted the onlookers, and a white silk thread flew forth, ensnaring the creature's antlers and rendering it immobile, reduced to frantically kicking its legs. Jiang Lisheng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, her entire being soaked. A figure descended gracefully, surveying the loathsome creature, then casting a disapproving glance at the utterly disheveled Jiang Lisheng. Their expression darkened. To be pursued so pitifully by a mere beast had brought disgrace upon the esteemed master of Jade. How could one of foundational cultivation be reduced to such a state? Jiang Lisheng touched her nose, rising from the ground, meekly accepting the reprimand. For he was chastising her for her inadequacies as a disciple. As his words concluded, he severed the communication talisman, fixing a frosty glare upon Jiang Lisheng, a vision of embarrassment. She dared not utter a word. Despite her foundational cultivation, she would not dare to slay this loathsome creature. A spiritual beast had once emerged, but the unfortunate fate of the unfortunate who was roasted and consumed by senior brethren, had led to severe punishment in the discipline hall. As someone already studying there, should she slay this creature? Where could she possibly be penalized next? Perhaps to the hopeless cliff of eternity? It seemed that He Jintang perceived her thoughts. Even if you do not kill it, you need not be bullied to the point of helplessness. Jiang Lisheng trembled, her low-tier storage pouch nearly bringing her to tears. All I possess are snacks, which I have already fed to it. I have nothing else to subdue it. He Jintang frowned. What of your sword? It may attack indiscriminately, but cannot be killed. Injuring it is permissible. Jiang Lisheng lowered her head. You shattered it. He Jintang paused, seemingly recalling how, in today's class, he had effortlessly shattered her sword. Remarkably, she had emerged unscathed, yet she was still being pursued by a brute. After all, she was the direct disciple of the clear void Jade sect's master. How could she rely on nothing but a mere ordinary broken sword? Jiang Li whispered softly, I came in haste, and my sword was left behind. That ordinary blade was merely obtained from the new disciples. Before He Jintang could inquire further, she continued in an even quieter tone, I left everything at clear void. I possess nothing that could restrain it. I am utterly destitute. He Jintang appeared taken aback by her words. Any cultivator who had reached the foundation establishment stage would never find themselves in such a state of complete impoverishment, regardless of their backgrounds. Even the newly accepted disciples of Kunlun, aside from those few exceptionally impoverished children with spiritual roots who were specifically welcomed into the sect, were predominantly chosen from noble or prominent families. Upon entering the mountain gate, they were usually well endowed, possessing ample treasures, spirit stones, and even high-grade magical artifacts. Yet here stood this young girl, genuinely devoid of any possessions, save for a tattered low-tier storage pouch filled with snacks. He Jintang found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. The Jade sect master certainly had little regard for her safety, sending her here, so unprepared, seemingly unconcerned that she might inadvertently perish within Kunlun. After all, the immortal sect was far from a tranquil place, despite its strict regulations. It was fraught with peril at every turn. Jiang Lisheng defended her master, asserting that it was out of desperation that she had inadvertently dropped her sword and storage ring, and that her master was likely still unaware of her unarmed state. After all, given the urgency of the situation, her master was genuinely apprehensive about being collectively punished by the sect's leaders and elders for her absence. If she had departed, her master could have shielded her from the repercussions. He Jintang, however, was at a loss for words, remarking upon her carelessness and foolishness. Chapter 9. Apology. The peak master of the spirit beast peak, Jin Wanqiu, arrived promptly following He Xuantang's message. This female peak master, whose cultivation fell short of He Xuantang's, was unable to retort after being harshly admonished due to her culpability. Upon her arrival, she wore a smile and said, "Apologies. He Xixiao. My two disciples were momentarily negligent, allowing this beast to escape. I appreciate your efforts in disciplining it." He Xuantang was somewhat satisfied, casting a glance at Jiang Lisheng, who stood quietly as if invisible. He then inquired, "This beast has harmed others and nearly injured a new disciple. What do you have to say?" As a peak master, she had no interest in learning the name of a new disciple, believing that her compensation was already substantial. "Had I not intervened, this beast would have devoured her," He Xuantang stated directly. 100 high-grade spirit stones. You, a distinguished peak master. Offering merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones would be a source of ridicule, He Xuantang continued. Jin Wanqiu was reluctant, perceiving He Xuantang's demand as exorbitant. 1 high-grade spirit stone equated to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Why should such a trivial new disciple warrant such a hefty compensation? Jin Wanqiu regarded He Xuantang with confusion. He Xuantang, with an expressionless demeanor, added, "Qing Su Jiang Lisheng, the sole disciple of the esteemed Jade Sect Master. Do you believe her life is not worth 100 superior grade spiritual stones?" Jin Wanqiu's eyes widened in astonishment as she abruptly turned to gaze at Jiang Lisheng. This time, she meticulously scrutinized Jiang Lisheng from head to toe, utterly shocked. The direct disciple of the Jade Sect Master? What brings you to Kunlun? Only then did Jiang Lisheng properly pay her respects. "Greetings, sect leader Jin. I have come to Kunlun to study. My master mentioned that the customs here are commendable, urging me to learn diligently." Jin Wanqiu remained astounded. "You are here to learn the rules? Where are you studying now? Under Brother He?" Jiang Lisheng shook her head. "In the Hall of Discipline," Jin Wanqiu remarked. "Isn't that still under Brother He's tutelage? He teaches there." Jiang Lisheng pondered this. Jin Wanqiu continued, "Have you caused trouble again in Qingsu? Otherwise, why would the Jade Sect Master personally send you to Kunlun for discipline?" Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement. "What have you done this time?" Jin Wanqiu inquired with curiosity. Jiang Lisheng remained silent. How could she confess to having ruined the medicinal fields? Over 10,000 spiritual plants had been devastated. While this could be shared privately within Rusu, it was unfit to disclose to the peak master of Kunlun. If revealed, would Kunlun still dare to shelter her? Her master had suppressed the news. It was wiser to remain silent. After a moment, she took out a token of apology from her storage ring and presented it to Jiang Lisheng. "Junior sister Jiang, you won't find this lacking, will you?" Jiang Lisheng hastily accepted it. "Not at all, thank you, Master Uncle Jin." Addressing her as Master Uncle, she felt compelled to reciprocate as Master Niece. Gratitude filled her heart for encountering this benefactor, especially as she had been troubled by a lack of funds to purchase a sword. The utterance of Master Uncle seemingly delighted Jin Wanqiu, for as the direct disciple of the Jade Sovereign, even if she were deemed unremarkable, her esteemed master elevated her status beyond the ordinary. It was not every day that one could address her as Master Uncle. In a generous gesture, she produced another magical artifact and presented it to her. This was the Qiankuan bracelet. Should you encounter disobedient beasts in the future, simply employ it to restrain them and send them to the Spirit Beast Peak. For the sake of that respectful title, Jin Wanqiu bestowed a mid-tier artifact. Jiang Lisheng obediently accepted it, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle Jin." He Xuantang nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you, Junior Sister Jin." Casually, he stowed away the white silk and released the earthworm. Jin Wanqiu seized the earthworm by its horn. Earlier, it had been quite ferocious. Yet now it meekly followed her lead, casting a longing glance at Jiang Lisheng as if it were reluctant to part. Jiang Lisheng shot the creature a fierce glare. Was it still hungry for snacks, or did it regret not having devoured her? After Jin Wanqiu departed, Jiang Lisheng sincerely thanked He Xuantang. "Thank you, Mr. He," as she offered her token of gratitude. "Your assistance saved my life." Her life was worth that much, was it not? Presenting it was certainly justified. Having spoken, he vanished as swiftly as he had arrived. After his departure, Jiang Lisheng clutched the spirit stones in her hands, elated. 100 superior spirit stones equated to 10,000 mid-tier spirit stones. With her 5 mid-tier spirit stones and 1,000 inferior ones, along with a vial of qi-nourishing pills and a vial of dietary-suppressing pills, she had exchanged them for an ordinary sword. Now, with He Xuantang's refusal, She could trade for 100 ordinary swords and indulge in their destruction, with plenty left to spare. The joy of wealth is truly delightful. It seems she has forgotten her past, for such a trifling sum of money is hardly worth her consideration as the sole disciple of the esteemed Qingshu sect. After securing the spirit stones, a sudden realization struck her. Even though she could purchase 100 ordinary swords, she currently possessed none and would need to venture to the sword hall. Her expression fell instantly. Senior brethren? Jiang Lisheng's eyes brightened. Unruxu dismounted from her sword, gazing at her in astonishment. Jiang Jr. sister, what has happened to you? You are covered in dirt, and your clothes are torn. Jiang Lisheng explained. I encountered a soil burrower. It attempted to consume me, and I had to evade it. A soil burrower? How did such a spirit beast emerge from its lair? You are in quite the predicament, Unruxu remarked. The soil burrower is far more ferocious than the gentle Yunhu. It cannot be consumed, yet it can certainly devour you. Are you unharmed? Not injured, but my sword is destroyed, and I need to purchase another. Jiang Lisheng inquired. Senior brethren, were you searching for me? Indeed, I searched for half of Kunlun. How did you end up here? Were you pursued by the soil burrow? Unruxu mused on her unfortunate luck. It had been ages since a soil burrower had appeared, and yet she crossed paths with one, resulting in her newly acquired sword's destruction. And where is that creature now? It was taken away by the Lord of the Spirit Beast Peak, Jiang Lisheng replied, shaking her pouch. It compensated me with 100 high-grade spirit stones, a vial of heavenly fragrance pills, and a medium-grade magical artifact. Unruxu exclaimed in surprise. Such fortunate circumstances. Why was I not afforded such luck? Is the Lord of the Golden Peak truly so generous? It was widely known that raising spirit beasts could be costly, and as far as Unruxu was aware, the Lord of the Golden Peak was not known for his lavishness. However, the spirit beast Peak was indeed quite affluent. He lamented for a long while, and, regretting his tardiness, said, Sister Jiang, you should employ a cleansing spell. Your appearance is quite disheveled. Jiang Lisheng had long grown accustomed to her often dusty visage and was not particularly concerned. However, being in Kunlun, she understood the importance of maintaining an image. Hearing Unruxu's words, she nodded and cast a cleansing spell upon herself. Jiang Lisheng leaped onto her sword, standing behind him, saying, No, I cannot waste my sword. I must conserve my spirit stones. I shall simply purchase a few ordinary swords instead. Unruxu responded, How can a sword cultivator forego a fine sword? Do you wish to be unable to withstand even a single strike, forever shattering your swords? Jiang Lisheng softly replied, I am not a sword cultivator. She felt a twinge of shame, realizing she had not mastered the formations either. Unruxu remarked, Oh, I nearly forgot. Among the 3,000 on the Xuantian ranking, she has not even made it onto the list, while he at least occupies a few hundred spots. The fact that she has survived thus far, without being struck down by the Lord of Jade, could it be that her charm conquers all? The two then arrived at the sword hall. Jiang Lisheng, with a clear purpose, promptly purchased 20 swords, filling her low-grade storage pouch to the brim. Unruxu's mouth twitched. Sister Jiang, you truly have a knack for this. Upon exiting the sword hall, Unruxu advised Jiang Lisheng, Sister Jiang, you go ahead. I shall follow closely behind you. I fear you may lose your way again. He had no desire to search for anyone once more. Jiang Lisheng nodded, summoned her sword, and soared away with a whoosh. Unruxu was taken aback by her swiftness. He hastily summoned his sword to pursue her, yet could only catch a distant glimpse of Jiang Lisheng's silhouette. With great effort, he managed to catch up to her just in time. She poured a heavenly fragrance pill from the bottle. A token of gratitude for accompanying me to purchase a sword today. He resolutely refused, instead expressing astonishment as he inquired, How is it that your sword mastery has progressed so swiftly? I could barely keep pace. Yet, the consequence of immersing oneself in sword practice to overcome psychological barriers nearly led to disaster, almost costing him his life in the forbidden grounds. Surely not. You are a cultivator. Do you have a fear of heights? Unruxu found herself at a loss for words. But your progress is astonishingly rapid. If all cultivators advanced at your pace, where would you stand among the 3,000? He recalled today's class, pondering whether Jiang Lisheng possessed a more substantial spiritual power than the average person. Despite being at the same foundational stage, he felt that Jiang Lisheng was remarkably resilient. When she wielded her sword, her spiritual energy seemed abundant, and when she accelerated, her energy flow was evidently swifter than his own. Jiang Lisheng scratched her head. I truly did not practice much before. During my time in Qingshu, I merely allowed Qinglan to take me around every day. My spiritual energy has been nourished by pills, consumed since childhood. And Ruxu exclaimed, jealous. No wonder you are the sole direct disciple of the Jade sect master, treating pills as sustenance. Jiang Lisheng sighed. I can no longer allow senior brethren to accompany me and face penalties for my tardiness daily, nor do I wish to rise early. I must overcome this swiftly, especially since I nearly lost my life practicing sword mastery. And Ruxu understood. She had narrowly escaped being devoured by the earthworm. He admired her, junior sister Jiang. Qinglan is indeed the mount of the Jade sect master. I assenti it. You are truly remarkable, gallivanting about on your master's steed without even practicing swordplay. He wearily waved his hand. Let us proceed inside. Tomorrow shall commence at the same hour as today, and I shall call for you. Jiang Lisheng nodded. The two parted ways and entered their respective courtyards. She soon drifted off to sleep, while Ruxu remained awake. Despite the day's considerable exertion, he felt a sense of responsibility in the discipline hall, where he was free from his master's oversight. He did not dare to be overly lax, particularly with the secret realm set to open in a month. He certainly did not wish to be stranded within it. Thus, he practiced swordplay in the courtyard. Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin had been punished and sent to the discipline hall, where they resided in the two neighboring courtyards adjacent to Jiang Lisheng. These courtyards were designated for newly selected inner disciples of Kunlun or those who had been punished. Typically, they remained unoccupied, as the strict regulations of Kunlun discouraged most from deliberately breaking the rules. Individuals like Ruxu, who eagerly anticipated tasting the delicacies of spiritual beasts, were indeed a rarity. The two girls received a harsh reprimand from Jin Wangchou, leaving them somewhat dispirited. However, upon discovering that Ruxu lived in the courtyard next door, their spirits visibly lifted. Zhao Curson immediately urged Zhu Wenin to seek out Ruxu. Senior brethren. Ruxu, having sheathed his sword, looked at them in surprise. What brings you here? He thought to himself, incredulous that they had sought him out. How could he avoid them now, when he had intended to keep his distance? Zhao Curson replied joyfully. We were punished by our master and sent to the discipline hall. It was quite extraordinary for someone to be so cheerful even after receiving punishment. Ruxu's mind raced, as he realized it was due to their oversight with the earth insects. Indeed, Zhao Curson confirmed, it was our negligence. Ruxu pondered to himself how fortuitous it was, yet lamented the unkindness of fate towards him. Observing Zhao Curson's joyous countenance, he sighed inwardly and advised, next time, do not be negligent. Fortunately, the earthworm encountered junior sister Jiang. Had it been me, such a creature would have met its demise at my hands. Zhao Curson, elated, willingly acquiesced to Ruxu's words. What of junior sister Jiang? Is she faring well? I heard from my master that she was beset by the earthworm and found herself in quite a predicament. After all, it's merely an earthworm. Even if it is somewhat ferocious, we disciples of Kunlun are not easily intimidated. Yet, she seems rather inept. Chapter 11. A close call on Ruxu peered next door, noting the stillness that enveloped both the courtyard and the house. Junior sister Jiang is likely fatigued and has fallen asleep, he remarked. Zhao Curson curled her lip, pondering that it was no wonder she was so ineffectual. The bounteous time she had was squandered, not having seen Jiang Lisheng for a while. She soon turned her face up with delight, asking Ruxu, senior brethren, may I join you and senior sister for sword practice? Though Ruxu was somewhat reluctant to agree, he considered that the disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak, having extensive interactions with spirit beasts, possessed certain skills. They would encounter demonic beasts during their trials in the secret realm. Both spirit and demonic beasts share similarities. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to glean insights from the two junior sisters. He nodded in assent. Very well. Thus, the three convened in Ruxu's courtyard, showcasing their abilities as they engaged in practice. Meanwhile, the ruckus next door was deafening, while she slept soundly and deeply. The following day, Ruxu promptly called Jiang Lisheng to attend the morning class. Jiang Lisheng, well-rested and invigorated, seized her sword and rushed to the door, resolute in her intention not to be late today. Ruxu, yawning and feeling drowsy, questioned whether his senior brother had not rested well after a midnight duel with two junior sisters from the Spirit Beast Peak. He drew his sword and urged, let us go, junior sister Jiang. At that moment, the adjoining courtyard doors swung open, revealing Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin, who greeted Ruxu with a cheerful good morning. Senior brother. Ruxu politely returned their greeting, good morning, junior sisters. Zhao Curson then turned to Jiang Lisheng, inquiring, junior sister Jiang, is your sword sturdy? I hope it doesn't break mid-flight. After a brief exchange, the four of them soared through the skies on their swords toward the academy. However, midway through their journey, Jiang Lisheng's sword unexpectedly shattered, and she found herself plummeting. And Ruxu, alarmed, darted forward to catch her, exclaiming, "Junior sister Jiang." Just before her fall, Jiang Lisheng, with quick reflexes, harnessed her spiritual energy to steady herself and landed gracefully on the ground. And Ruxu, approaching in concern, remarked, "Junior sister Jiang. It seems Zhao Junior sister's words were prophetic. Your sword is indeed quite fragile." Jiang Lisheng glanced at the halted Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin. Feeling a sigh well up within her, it was evident that matters concerning women were beyond the realm of men. And Ruxu, oblivious to her predicament, continued, "We must hurry. I cannot afford to be late and face punishment." Jiang Lisheng, unwilling to delay further, retrieved another sword, assuring him, "It's fine. I have plenty of swords. Let us proceed swiftly, senior brother, for I dread the consequences of tardiness." And Ruxu, relieved that she was unharmed, nodded vigorously and resumed their flight. "Let us hasten." As Ruxu entered the room, Zhu Wenin followed closely behind. Zhao Curson turned to the last seat, whispering to Jiang Lisheng, "Jiang Shimi, it would be wise to keep your distance from Xiao. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in a precarious situation." She was astute enough to realize that her subtle maneuver had not gone unnoticed by Jiang Lisheng. Otherwise, she would not have glanced her way upon landing. Jiang Lisheng reiterated her heartfelt advice. "Zhao Shiji, I sincerely urge you to refrain from exerting your efforts on women. It is utterly futile." Zhao Curson's expression darkened in an instant. "If you seek trouble, I shall not be restrained. Just wait and see." Jiang Lisheng remained speechless. The four entered the classroom, and shortly after, He Jintang arrived as well. Jiang Lisheng observed He Jintang's face, reflecting on how narrowly she had escaped tardiness. Lost in thought, she was suddenly called by He Jintang, "Jiang Lisheng." Promptly, Jiang Lisheng stood up, exhibiting utmost obedience. "Yes, sir. Recite the Kunlun precepts, the first scripture, all 100 passages." Jiang Lisheng hesitated, unable to recite them. He Jintang, noticing her pallor, remarked without ceremony, "Then bring your battered sword over here." Startled, Jiang Lisheng quickly responded, "Sir, I can recite them." With trepidation, she stumbled through the recitation under He Jintang's watchful gaze. Fortunately, despite her faltering words, He Jintang chose not to interrupt her until she completed her arduous task. Only then did He Jintang comment, "Your recitation is utterly incoherent." Jiang Lisheng lowered her head in shame. "Have a seat. Considering you managed to recite them, albeit poorly, you are not beyond redemption. I shall spare you today." He Jintang waved dismissively. Jiang Lisheng exhaled in relief and promptly took her seat. And Ruxu gazed at Jiang Lisheng with admiration, exclaiming, "Junior sister Jiang, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to memorize it all." He, however, found himself at a loss, still struggling to commit it to memory. And Ruxu, "Stand up and recite the second scripture." 100 verses, came the command. And Ruxu felt a wave of despair wash over him. "But, sir, I have yet to memorize it," he stammered. "Then come here." He Jintang replied with a cold gaze, brandishing his sword. Reluctantly, and Ruxu approached. He had endured 5 strikes from He Jintang the previous day, but it was evident that mercy had not been afforded to him then. Today, however, there was no leniency at all. As soon as he stood before him, he was struck head-on. A flash of sword light descended upon him like a torrential downpour, and Ruxu hastily raised his sword in defense. Yet, he failed to withstand the blow. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, feeling as though his very insides had been shattered. And he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Senior brethren." Zhao Curson rushed to his side, and Zhu Wenin immediately followed suit, both extending their hands to support him, their faces etched with concern. Jiang Lisheng noted the scene with clarity, reflecting on the usually reticent Zhu Wenin, who harbored deep feelings for Ruxu. The 2 direct disciples of the Golden Peak Master were both captivated by him. Indeed, men could prove to be troublesome. Observing Ruxu's inability to rise, she silently breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she had memorized the material in class yesterday. Otherwise, it might have been her in his predicament. Realizing that he had supporters, she refrained from stepping forward, instead resolutely reminding herself to study diligently, if only to avoid punishment. Here in Kunlun, no one would shield her from the consequences of failure. Zhao Curson hurriedly retrieved a pill and placed it into Ruxu's mouth. "Senior, Please eat this. She urged softly. My master provided each of us with a vial of Tianxiang Dan yesterday, specifically to counter Master He's punishment. Only the Tianxiang Dan can heal your sword wound. And Ruxu nodded, supported by the two as he rose to his feet, regaining his composure amidst the chaotic flow of spiritual energy. Zhao Curson inquired once more, Seniorin, does it work? Should we go to the medical hall? And Ruxu shook his head, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Junior Zhao. It is effective. There is no need to visit the medical hall. As they helped him take a seat, and Ruxu pulled out a handkerchief to dab at the corner of his mouth, casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Lisheng. He had initially presumed her to be an underachiever, yet it was he who found himself lacking. The bond forged between the brother and sister in such a short time seemed to shatter. As they had managed to avoid punishment together today, Jiang Lisheng touched her nose, surprised as well. She hadn't anticipated his inability to memorize even a single line. Her sole concern had been the possibility of an examination that day, fearing expulsion from Kunlun, which compelled her to study diligently. She hadn't expected to evade the impending consequence. Chapter 12. A beautiful sword seeing in Ruxu and Jiang Lisheng exchanging silent accusations. Zhao Curson felt a surge of indignation and silently noted Jiang Lisheng for future reference. He Zhentang stood at the podium, coldly observing and Ruxu with disdain. What utter nonsense are you learning? Such shameful display. After his scornful remark, he declared sternly, today, instead of studying the rules and discipline, everyone will practice the technique I just demonstrated. Tomorrow, during the assessment outside the hall, those who cannot withstand it will face the same fate as in Ruxa today. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, and Ruxa gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. He thought to himself that he had been mistaken. The Hall of Regulations was indeed a hellish place, and he had naively believed each day would unfold as easily as the first. What a fallacy that notion was. No wonder no one dares to break the precepts. Mr. He is nothing short of a demon. He wishes to expel the devouring pain within him and is reluctant to remain in the Hall of Precepts. Is there still time? Clearly, there is none. And Ruxu can only circulate her inner energy to soothe her trembling spirit and grit her teeth, fixating her gaze upon He Zhentang. Before her, He Zhentang produced a mirror, which reflected no one but a sword, dancing gracefully, shimmering with a chilling light. With a single strike, it could level mountains and seas. With another, it could obscure the sun and moon. Such a sword transformed the once sunlit sky into a tempest of snowflakes in mere moments. The sword's shadow quickened, initially visible, but soon obscured by swirling snow and howling winds, rendering the blade nearly invisible. Yet, one could witness vast flurries of snowflakes being cleaved into fine shards, drifting down gently. Such a sword. Such a sword. And Ruxu felt her breath nearly cease. Some new disciples, unable to withstand the tumult of the spirit realm, fainted in the hall. Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin's faces gradually paled, as if they were gritting their teeth in endurance. Only Jiang Lisheng, from the elevated platform, observed He Zhentang with a dazed and wooden expression. Had it not been for her unwavering gaze upon the mirroring realm, one might suspect her spirit had wandered off elsewhere. Suddenly, and Ruxu coughed up blood, collapsing towards the ground. At that moment, Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin, too affected by the sword within the mirroring realm, could not rise to assist him. Jiang Lisheng swiftly reached out, her eyes never straying from the mirroring realm, as she seized in Ruxu, cradling him in one arm while extracting 2 precious Tianxiang pills from her bosom, unhesitatingly placing them into his mouth as an apology. In the realm of shadows, with the final move executed, the snow ceased to fall and the wind hushed. A solitary sword stood silently poised. He Zhentang inquired of Jiang Lisheng, "What do you think?" He Zhentang. He nearly laughed in exasperation. "Is that all you perceive, the sword's beauty?" Jiang Lisheng replied, somewhat timidly. "The snow is also quite beautiful." He Zhentang inhaled deeply. "And what else?" "Furthermore," Jiang Lisheng pondered, scratching her head, "such a splendid sword. Why is there not an equally exquisite tassel adorning it?" He Zhentang nearly drew his sword in irritation, gritting his teeth. "Jiang Lisheng, I ask you, how do you find this swordplay?" Jiang Lisheng instinctively recoiled, wisely responding, "The swordsmanship is exquisite, the technique unparalleled. I wonder whose hand wields the sword, capable of invoking such transformations in the heavens and altering the very passage of time." He Zhentang, frustrated, retorted, "Someone of your own age." Jiang Lisheng paused momentarily. He Zhentang, in an irritable tone, continued, "You are of the same age as Wei Qinglan, both disciples of the sect leader. Look at him. Then look at yourself. Do you truly think you measure up? Jiang Lisheng lowered her head, murmuring, not at all. He Jiantang scoffed, dismissing the numerous students who had fainted and bled in the classroom, and after reprimanding Jiang Lisheng, turned to leave. Jiang Lisheng sighed in relief. She genuinely believed the sword was remarkably beautiful. It was, after all, Wei Qinglan's sword. He had drawn it to save her in the Forbidden Grounds yesterday, and she had not noticed its exquisite craftsmanship. She glanced at all her classmates before her gaze settled on Enrusu. Seniorin, are you well? Enrusu was administered medicine by Jiang Lisheng in a timely manner, yet he still felt considerably wounded. The turmoil within his spiritual realm was overwhelming. Even after consuming the medicine, he could only suppress the discomfort with great difficulty. After a considerable pause, he managed to voice his concern, inquiring, Jiang Shimi, why are you unscathed? Jiang Lisheng scratched her head, responding, perhaps I am rather dull, unable to grasp deeper insights and merely perceiving the surface, which is why my spiritual realm remains undisturbed. And Ruxu regarded her with skepticism, pondering if this could truly be the case. Is that so? My master once employed countless methods to stimulate my spiritual realm, yet they yielded little effect. Jiang Lisheng candidly replied, eventually, my master gave up, declaring that I was a rotting wood unworthy of carving. And Ruxu found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by such an eccentric Jiang Shimi, whose indifference was rather enviable. While he was in excruciating pain, he bluntly requested, please give me another Tianxiang pill. Jiang Lisheng could only hand him another one. Nodding, she observed Zhao Kursin and Zhu Wenin, who had also consumed 2 Tianxiang pills and were recovering. They wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and approached Enruxu, asking, and Shixiang, are you all right? We still have more Tianxiang pills here. Zhao Kursin cast a glance at Jiang Lisheng, feeling vexed, and remarked, there's no need, and Shixiang, it's just a Tianxiang pill. I have plenty. I must insist. And Ruxu asserted earnestly, a good senior brother should not take advantage of his junior sister. He then looked at the crowd in the hall, feeling troubled. What should we do? With so many people, should we take them to the medical hall? Although the heavenly fragrance pill is effective, it cannot be administered to everyone. For those who have fainted, a single pill is unlikely to suffice. Zhu Wenin suggested summoning a physician from the medical hall. She then turned to Jiang Lisheng, saying, Junior sister Jiang, among us, you are the only one unscathed. Could you please take your sword and fetch a physician? Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement. However, Enruxu expressed her concern, Junior sister Jiang, do not get lost. I will accompany you. Zhao Kursin pulled her back, exclaiming, Senior brotherin, your injuries are not yet healed. It would be wiser for junior sister Jiang to go alone. Can she not manage such a trivial task? If she were to get lost in Kunlun, how would she fare in a secret realm during our training? Jiang Lisheng, ever agreeable, reassured, Senior brotherin, do not worry. I can find my way. Yet Enruxu resolutely shook off Zhao Kursin's grip, asserting, I still need to purchase the heavenly fragrance pill. I will accompany junior sister Jiang. Then he addressed Zhao Kursin and Zhu Wenin, saying, thank you both for looking after these younger disciples. With that, he firmly grasped Jiang Lisheng's arm, stating, Junior sister Jiang, take me with you on your sword. Let us go. Jiang Lisheng replied, Senior brotherin, are you not intentionally making me the target of resentment? Chapter 13. Doubt and misidentification. Ultimately, Jiang Lisheng said nothing further and complied with Enruxu, using her sword to depart the classroom. Zhao Kursin, fuming, stomped her foot in frustration, calling her a vixen. Zhu Wenin furrowed her brow and lowered her voice. Junior sister, do not be angry. She is merely in the early stages of foundation building. There will always be moments when she finds herself alone. Zhao Kursin seethed with resentment as she awaited her fate. Jiang Lisheng speculated that she must have endured the scorn of the two individuals, for upon her departure, a chilling breeze had swept past her, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Seniorin, you cannot use me as a shield. It is unwise to make me the target of their disdain. If those two senior sisters seek trouble with me and escalate the situation, I shall find myself unable to remain in Kunlun. What then? Am I to wander aimlessly? And Ruxu patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy, Junior Jiang. Should such a scenario arise, I will stand as your witness, affirming that they are the ones who have wronged you. Jiang Lisheng muttered softly, today, in my haste to attend the morning class. That broken sword of mine was indeed a gift from Senior Zhao. Did you not notice? And Ruxu, having overheard, replied promptly, I did notice. Jiang Lisheng paused, astonished. Is that so? She regarded Enruxu with newfound respect, surprised that this senior was not as foolish as she had presumed. She continued, and as for that senior Zhu, her evident anxiety towards you today suggests she may harbor feelings for you. She is far more perceptive than the openly emotional senior Zhao. Enruxu, feeling exasperated, ran a hand through his hair. While she has not openly taken action against you, her intentions towards me are rather ambiguous, which leaves me in a precarious position. Alas, after a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. I have an idea. It would be best to let Junior Zhao discover that Senior Zhu has her eyes on me as well. Ideally, this would incite a rivalry between the two, leaving them too preoccupied to bother with you or to dwell on me. Jiang Lisheng, impressed, remarked, Seniorin, you are truly remarkable. When a man possesses cunning, it seems to render women inconsequential. The two continued their conversation as they made their way to the medical hall. Within the medical hall, the master, Zhongyu, was present, accompanied by another individual clad in a crimson robe, reclining casually on the long couch. His posture bore a hint of nonchalance. One hand lightly propped against the small table beside him, while one leg was slightly bent. His expression exuded an air of indifference, starkly contrasting with Jiang Lisheng's previous encounters with his serene and icy demeanor. She found herself questioning her recognition, blinking several times before confirming that this person was indeed Wei Qinglan. Was this truly how Wei Qinglan appeared? Such an unassuming and languid posture led her to believe he could be mistaken for a young nobleman idling away his days in a lavish estate down the mountain. Had she not witnessed his composed and elegant swordsmanship? Enruxu leapt down from her sword and, noticing Jiang Lisheng standing in a daze, inquired with curiosity, Jiang Shimi, why do you not enter? Jiang Lisheng stammered. Enruxu glanced past her and then spotted Wei Qinglan within the hall, exclaiming in surprise, Wei Shidi, you are injured too? Upon uttering these words, he quickly reconsidered, adding, I misspoke. How could Wei Shidi possibly be injured? Wei Qinglan gradually straightened his posture and looked towards the entrance. Speaking in an ordinary tone, and Shixiang, Jiang Shimi, he brushed his sleeve gently. I am indeed injured and have come to seek treatment from Master Ing. Enruxu gasped. Wei Shidi, you truly are injured? Who harmed you? The last time I saw you, you seemed perfectly fine. Wei Qinglan dismissed the concern lightly, just some minor injuries. Enruxu was unconvinced, pondering that if they were merely trivial wounds, he would not be present in the medical hall. Jiang Lisheng suddenly recalled that yesterday, when she encountered Wei Qinglan with Enruxu, he had actually approached from the direction of the medical hall, presumably on his way to seek treatment. Now, he was once again at the medical hall. If he was injured, it must be serious. However, like Enruxu, she had failed to notice anything amiss, especially since he had treated Enruxu's wounds yesterday and had even wielded his sword to save her in the forbidden area. A minor injury? Zhongyu scoffed, dismissively stating, the spiritual abode has been nearly destroyed. Is that a minor injury? Enruxu gasped in astonishment. Who could possibly have inflicted such damage upon Wei Qinglan's spiritual abode? This was indeed no trivial matter. Jiang Lisheng glanced at the speaker, a man donning the disciple's attire of Kunlun, yet his collar and cuffs were adorned with intricate patterns, signifying his status as a hall master. This hall master appeared to be in his 30s, remarkably youthful, and she could not discern his cultivation level. What brings you here? Zhongyu inquired, scanning the two of them, his gaze resting on Enruxu, who bore significant injuries. However, having consumed 4 tianxiang pills, she had no need to return to the medical hall. Enruxu hurriedly replied, Greetings, hall mastering. We have come concerning the disciples of the discipline hall. Mr. He has activated the illusory realm in the hall, and the swordsmanship inscribed within it, left by junior brother Wei, is exceedingly formidable, causing most of the disciples to faint, while those who remain conscious are continuously spitting blood. We specifically came to request the hall master to send someone for treatment. Otherwise, we fear there may be casualties among the new disciples. Zhongyu grasped the situation. How could that swordsmanship in the illusory realm be used for the new disciples to observe? They had barely been initiated for less than half a year. It was astonishing they could withstand it at all. He immediately declared, I shall go personally. He immediately stepped outside, and just as he was about to cross the threshold, he suddenly turned to gaze at Jiang Lisheng. You are also a new disciple. Were you present at that time? How come you are unscathed? Zhongyu chuckled, letting out a hearty laugh, and turned to Wei Qinglan. Listen to this refreshing remark, Wei Qinglan. You yourself mentioned that your swordsmanship is infused with enchanting shadows. Yet this young lady only beheld the beauty of your sword and was not bewitched by your technique. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant." After finishing his words, he turned back to Jiang Lisheng. "No, you are not a new disciple. Your cultivation is at the initial stage of foundation establishment. A new disciple would not advance to this stage so swiftly." Jiang Lisheng could only muster the courage to reply, "Mastering, I am a disciple of Qingxiu, here to receive instruction in Kunlun." Mastering exclaimed in realization, "Oh, so you are Jiang Lisheng from Qingxiu. Has the sect master finally allowed you to come out?" Jiang Lisheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After he spoke, he turned and left at an astonishing speed, vanishing almost instantaneously. Chapter 14. Do not bewitch me. Jiang Lisheng pondered whether Wei Qinglan was unable to leave and had to remain in this sword hall. And Rusu was genuinely curious about how Wei Qinglan's spirit abode had been largely destroyed, so he tentatively inquired, "Wei, how did your spirit abode come to be so severely damaged? Is it something you can share?" And Rusu gasped at the thought of a late-stage golden core slaying a late-stage nascent soul, especially two of them. Surviving such an encounter was indeed a testament to Wei Qinglan's capabilities. The destruction of a significant portion of his spirit abode was hardly surprising. He plopped down, exclaiming, "Wei, you are truly impressive." Wei Qinglan smiled softly. Jiang Lisheng was taken aback. Wei Qinglan was actually smiling. Perhaps her expression was so astonished that Wei Qinglan glanced over, prompting her to immediately stand upright. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lisheng softly spoke, "Wei Xixiao, I have yet to repay the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. If I am given the opportunity, I wish to express my gratitude for your kindness." She was determined not to owe anything to Wei Qinglan. Such a debt was far beyond her means. Suddenly, Wei Qinglan chuckled lightly. "Since you put it that way, very well." Jiang Lisheng's gaze shot up, and she beheld a gentle smile, as warm as a spring breeze, as graceful as willows swaying, reminiscent of the blossoms of early spring peaches and the vibrant competition of apricots and plums. It was a sight of exquisite beauty. She inhaled sharply and quickly lowered her head again. Next to her, and Ruxu was equally stunned, forgetting to inquire about the life-saving grace. Wei Shitty, your smile. Do not lead me astray." Wei Qinglan paused, regaining his composure, and turned to Enruxu. "And Xixiang, have you come to purchase Tianxiang Dan?" And Ruxa nodded, "Indeed. I am here to buy Tianxiang Dan." Wei Qinglan reached into the inner cabinet and retrieved a vial, presenting it to him. 50 top-grade spirit stones. "Would you like to buy a vial, and Xixiang?" And Ruxu nodded slowly, "Yes." He hurriedly produced 50 spirit stones, and then suddenly recalled something, turning to Jiang Lisheng. "Jiang Shimi, I shall return 3 Tianxiang Dan to you, and in addition, I will give you 1 more as compensation for your sword. This way, we needn't trouble ourselves further with the sword hall." 1 Tianxiang Dan in exchange for his promise of 2 ordinary swords was indeed a gain for Jiang Lisheng. She readily agreed, "Very well, thank you," and Xixiang. Thus, Enruxu entrusted the spirit stones to Wei Qinglan, observing as he placed them into the cabinet from which he had just procured the Tianxiang Dan. Afterward, she took the vial containing the precious elixirs, totaling 10, and poured 4 of them into Jiang Lisheng's container. Jiang Lisheng retrieved her own vial to store them, and Ruxa felt a pang of regret. Alas, today she had incurred a loss of 5 Tianxiang Dan. Tomorrow, Mr. He intended to administer a test, and if she were to sustain further injuries, what would remain for her to consume? She recognized that this pattern of excessive expenditure was unsustainable. She was perpetually wounded and perpetually reliant on medicine, which was a financial burden. Unlike her, who could endure a beating, at worst, she would shatter another sword the following day. After expressing this thought, she turned to Wei Qinglan and inquired, "Wei Shitty, do you mind if I stay here?" "Not at all," Wei Qinglan replied, alleviating her concerns. She found a suitable spot, took a seat, and began to meditate with her eyes closed. Jiang Lisheng had initially contemplated descending the mountain to procure some talisman paper and brushes, but now, with the situation as it stood, that plan was rendered futile. Suddenly, Wei Qinglan posed a question. "Do you have any matters to attend to today?" Jiang Lisheng promptly shook her head, responding in the negative, as if the inclination to engage in other pursuits had not been hers mere moments ago. Wei Qinglan regarded her with a knowing glance. "Jiang Shimi, has anyone ever mentioned to you that your thoughts are easily discerned, clearly displayed upon your countenance?" Jiang Lisheng offered an awkward smile. "Is that so?" "Do as you wish," Wei Qinglan waved dismissively. Jiang Lisheng shook her head, paused in contemplation, and eventually spoke softly. I merely wish to descend the mountain to purchase some talisman paper, brushes, and materials for weapon forging. As I departed in haste and did not bring these items with me. Do you wish to descend the mountain? Or is it the acquisition of these items that you seek? Wei Qinglan inquired. Jiang Lisheng was taken aback, realizing that she needed to descend the mountain to procure these items. There exists such a regulation? Rubbing her head, she acknowledged that she had only memorized a fraction of Kunlun's over 1,000 rules and was unaware of this particular stipulation. Indeed, she could not venture down. She had nearly breached the rules. Wei Qinglan nodded, suggesting, "Shall I have Brother Yun bring them for you?" "Yes," Jiang Lisheng replied promptly, retrieving 50 superior spirit stones. "My demands are not extravagant. I require merely the most ordinary talismans, pins, and materials for refining." After a moment's contemplation, she added 10 more superior spirit stones, saying, additionally, "A bagua plate, that should also be ordinary, right?" Alas, she lamented her impoverishment. 100 superior spirit stones seemed to vanish all too swiftly, leaving her with little. Wei Qinglan nodded, accepting the 60 superior spirit stones. "Very well, I shall convey your request to Brother Yun." Jiang Lisheng expressed her gratitude softly. "Thank you, Brother Wei." Wei Qinglan remained silent, lowering his head to send a message to Yun Duan using a communication talisman. Watching his fingers tap delicately, with the talisman flashing intermittently, Jiang Lisheng felt a surge of excitement, and, feeling a bit shy, hesitantly spoke up. Could Brother Yun also procure some snacks for me?" Specifically, she desired the kind of treats crafted by the common folk below the mountain: dried fruits, nuts, rice sticks, and jerky. As she spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I have no snacks left. During my recent excursion from the forbidden area, I encountered a land insect that was quite ferocious and devoured all my provisions." Pouting, she lamented, "I have nothing to eat. Not a morsel remains." Wei Qinglan paused for a moment, turned to glance at her, then averted his gaze and nodded slowly. "All right." Jiang Lisheng let out a long sigh of relief, hastily producing 10 high-grade spirit stones and pushing them towards Wei Qinglan, adding, "And a storage bag, please." Her current low-grade storage bag was insufficient as it could no longer accommodate her growing collection. She needed to purchase another. Wei Qinglan accepted it casually. "Very well." After a brief interlude of tapping, he set down the communication talisman. Moments later, the talisman flickered to life. Wei Qinglan cast a fleeting glance at it, his expression momentarily stiffening before he dismissed it from his mind. On the other end of the talisman, Yun Duan was taken aback. What did junior brother Wei want him to convey? Upon examining the items, he found a disparate collection of odds and ends. But what truly astounded him was the considerable quantity of snacks at the end. He suspected there might be a malfunction with his communication talisman. Could this truly be the request of junior brother Wei? Chapter 15. Asleep despite his shock and confusion, Yun Duan complied with Wei Qinglan's instructions, using the 70 high-grade spirit stones as a prepayment to gather the items Jiang Lisheng desired. As he procured them, he reflected that this was indeed a first. Disciples of Kunlun, regardless of gender, rarely dared to trouble Wei Qinglan, even for trivial matters. He was the most gifted young disciple, incomparable to his peers, who all looked up to him with admiration. Even he, as an inner sect senior brother, found himself unable to measure up. The messages he typically received on his communication talisman concerned formidable beasts or villagers plagued by malevolent spirits. All were matters of great significance within the sect. Today, amidst a cacophony of trivial matters, the situation struck Yun Duan as utterly baffling. Jiang Lisheng, oblivious to the perplexity her mundane concerns had imparted upon Brother Yun at the other end of Wei Qinglan's communication device, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Yet, relieved by the resolution of a significant issue weighing on her heart, she found herself enveloped in a newfound lightness. This ease was palpable. She immediately slipped into a state of relaxation, which inevitably led to drowsiness. Aware that this was not a suitable place for slumber, she struggled to keep her eyes open. Wei Qinglan handed her a scroll, saying, "Take a look at this." Jiang Lisheng accepted it with intrigue and, upon glancing inside, discovered it to be a manual on swordsmanship. Her gaze inquired after Wei Qinglan's intentions. He replied, "If you wish to meet the challenges posed by Master He, you must master this sword manual, otherwise, you shall not be permitted to leave the discipline hall." "Have you come to Kunlun solely to linger in the discipline hall?" Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Lisheng noticed that Wei Qinglan also held a scroll, its contents concealed from her view. Reluctantly, She began to peruse the sword manual. Her master had mastered both sword formations and dual cultivation, yet she had failed to inherit this legacy effectively, primarily due to her scattered thoughts and myriad interests, which led to her inability to excel in any one area. As her eyelids grew heavy, she ultimately succumbed to fatigue, her head tilting as she cradled the sword manual and drifted off to sleep atop the table. Wei Qinglan, sensing her slumber, turned to observe her. Noting her deep sleep, he allowed a faint smile to surface, yet his thoughts drifted back to that day of soul-searching when her spiritual realm had been shrouded in darkness, causing him to retract his smile. His spiritual abode was largely destroyed, reduced to deep chasms and steep cliffs, endlessly collapsing. Yet her spiritual realm was shrouded in darkness, unfathomably deep. And Ruxu, having regained his composure, awoke to find the medical hall enveloped in tranquility. Wei Shidi remained in his previous posture, engrossed in the sword manual. And Jiang Lisheng, was she asleep? He called softly, Wei Shidi. Wei Qinglan turned his head, and Shi Xiao. And Ruxu scratched his head, Wei Shidi. Your injuries are serious. Let us wait a while longer. No need. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Wei Qinglan turned aside, his jade-like fingers lightly tapping the table. Jiang Lisheng jolted awake, lifting her head to behold a vision clad in crimson, a countenance of exceptional grace. Jiang Lisheng stared blankly. Wei Qinglan produced a communication talisman. Placing it before her, it is getting late. After your lessons tomorrow, send me a message. Jiang Lisheng, momentarily stunned, turned her gaze outside, realizing that the hour had indeed grown late. Nodding in a daze, she retrieved her own talisman and tapped it against Wei Qinglan's. A golden light emanating as they established communication. Wei Qinglan stowed the talisman and exited the medical hall. Jiang Lisheng, still somewhat dazed, carefully put away her talisman, pondering how she had fallen asleep. Glancing down, she saw the sword manual still there. Wei Qinglan had not taken it. She swiftly grabbed the manual and rushed outside, only to find he had already departed. And Ruxu widened his eyes, calling out, Jiang Lisheng, there is still someone here. Do you see only Wei Shidi? All right, I was merely jesting with you. And Ruxu smiled and waved her hand, stretching lazily as she took out her communication talisman, signaling Jiang Lisheng. Junior sister Jiang, we have yet to exchange messages. Jiang Lisheng promptly tapped her talisman against Ruxu's. Within the discipline hall, Ingzonyu had just finished a long day's work, toiling for the better part of the day. He was currently congratulating the hall master, Zhou Zhenyan, on He Jintang's situation. With a bemused expression, he pondered. Had He Jintang lost his mind? These newly initiated disciples had only been in training for a mere 6 months. The most gifted among them had barely reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation. How could he possibly demonstrate Wei Qinglan's shadowy sword techniques to them? The swordsmanship displayed in the mirror of reflection would be overwhelming even for those at the foundation establishment stage. How could you allow this? Ingzonyu sighed in exasperation, attributing He Jintang's actions to madness. Zhou Zhenyan gently advised, Senior brother Ing, temper your anger. Tomorrow, I shall remind he to exercise caution. Ingzonyu corrected him. It is not a reminder, it is a warning he requires. Zhou Zhenyan nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall issue him a warning. Thank you for your efforts. Senior brother Ing. Dissatisfied, Ingzonyu replied, Very well, then. Bring out your communication talisman tomorrow. After your lessons, I shall send you a message. Jiang Lisheng obediently presented her talisman. Ingzonyu tapped it lightly, then, without further ado, departed decisively. Chapter 16. Not in the mood for conversation after bidding farewell to Ingzonyu, Zhou Zhenyan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Among his peers in Kunlun, 2 individuals were particularly formidable, He Jintang from the Heavenly Sword Peak and Ingzonyu from the Medical Hall. Ironically, he found himself in the Discipline Hall, frequently entangled with both of them. He turned to Jiang Lisheng and inquired, What did the hall master ask you to do? Jiang Lisheng obediently revealed the details. Zhou Zhenyan, seemingly deep in thought, asked, Can you assist Wei Qinglan in healing the injuries to her spirit mansion? Jiang Lisheng honestly shook her head, admitting, I'm uncertain if I can be of help. The hall master mentioned I should study the matter further. Zhou Zhenyan chuckled, You are rather accommodating. He gazed at Jiang Lisheng and continued, You managed to view the illusory realm today without sustaining any injuries? Jiang Lisheng nodded. Zhou Zhenyan looked at her with curiosity, realizing that the rumors were indeed unreliable. She must be either the direct disciple of the Clear Void Jade sect master or exceptionally skilled. Jiang Lisheng felt a tinge of embarrassment and softly remarked, The only reason I was not affected by the illusory realm is likely that I merely observed the surface. Lacking in comprehension. What do you mean? Zhou Zhenyan probed. Jiang Lisheng lowered her head and sincerely confessed, Wei Qinglan's sword is exceedingly beautiful. Zhou Zhenyan was taken aback, and after a moment, burst into laughter, returning to simplicity. That sword is indeed not merely beautiful. You are not wrong. His mood seemed to brighten significantly, musing. What else could one focus on if not the sword? With the added enchantment of the sword techniques. Those entranced do not see the sword itself, but rather enter an illusory realm. However, since it fundamentally concerns swordsmanship, to return to essence, one must observe the sword. To remain unenchanted is indeed your skill. Jiang Lisheng lifted her head, feeling a spark of joy at such praise for the first time. Her eyes brightening as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Home Master Zhou. She wished he would continue to shower her with compliments. Not feeling disheartened, Jiang Lisheng nodded and turned her gaze towards Enruscu. Enruscu, let us depart, she called, soaring on her sword. Jiang Lisheng pretended not to hear and directly slipped into her own courtyard. Enruscu was a step behind, silently chiding herself for not being as astute as Jiang Lisheng. She could only turn to greet the two. Sister Zhao, Sister Zhu, we have delayed a bit at the medical hall. Zhao Xuantian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lisheng's courtyard, thinking how swiftly she had slipped away. She turned to Enruscu and asked, Brethren, you merely visited the medical hall. Why has it taken so long? It's been half a day. Did something happen? You are the one who sought the Tianxiang Dan, not Jiang's sister. Why was she waiting for you? Such kindness, indeed. Enruscu felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back. It was true. Jiang's sister was kind-hearted and could not simply abandon her. Zhao Xuantian, feeling vexed, was about to speak again when Zhu Wenyin tugged at her sleeve, stifling her words. She then interjected, Brethren, today we practice swordsmanship in the realm of reflection. Tomorrow, Mr. He intends to test us. How much have you comprehended? Shouldn't we seize the moment to practice diligently? Otherwise, we may find ourselves injured again tomorrow. Enruscu nodded. I've grasped only half of it. I too have understood about half, and sister may be in a similar situation, Zhu Wenyin remarked. Shall we practice together? Perhaps the three of us can gain insights collectively. Enruscu was somewhat reluctant to join them. Her gaze drifted towards Jiang Lisheng's courtyard, where the gate was firmly shut. Using her spiritual sense, she scanned and noted that the door to the house was also tightly closed. It was yet another day where Jiang's sister did not emerge to practice her swordplay. She might not mind, as she was not afraid of being struck, but Enruscu had concerns. Practicing alone was certainly not as effective as when three minds collaborated. With a resigned nod, he acquiesced. Very well, let us practice together then. Let me first overcome this challenge, and then distance myself from them. She must observe, for how else will she prevail tomorrow? She harbors deep doubts that Mr. He will certainly test her first, just as he did yesterday with the precepts. She cannot afford to engage in battle unprepared. Thus, she stifles her drowsiness and continues to study the sword manual she had previously perused in the medical hall. Were her master present, he would surely be astonished by her earnest dedication to learning. In the past, merely glancing at a sword manual would have lulled her to sleep, and practicing the sword would lead her to forget everything she had learned, resulting in aimless flailing with the weapon. However, that is no longer an option. Jiang Lisheng perseveres until midnight, finally managing to keep her eyelids open long enough to finish the entire manual, diligently committing each technique to memory, fearful of forgetting. She even rehearses the movements 3 times in her mind before reluctantly setting down the manual and drifting off to sleep. The following day, Enruscu calls Jiang Lisheng at the usual time. Jiang Lisheng, still groggy and yawning, steps out of her courtyard and greets him. Good morning, senior brethren. Didn't you retire early last night? Why do you appear so unrest? Enruscu inquires, bemused. Jiang Lisheng glances at Zhao Curson, her eyes heavy with sleep, and chooses to ignore her. Zhao Curson, incensed, retorts, Jiang Junior sister, I am addressing you. Jiang Lisheng, mounting her sword, replies, Zhao Senior sister, I have no desire to converse with you. Zhao Curson's expression shifts dramatically. You carry quite the attitude. In an instant, Jiang Lisheng soars away. Fueled by frustration, Zhao Curson retaliates, unleashing a stream of energy silently directed at Jiang Lisheng. Zhao Curson smiled at her. Jiang Shimi, this is the consequence of your impoliteness. Look, your sword cannot even keep up. Jiang Lisheng remained silent. Zhao Curson summoned her sword, beckoning Enruksu and Zhu Wenin, senior brother and senior sister. We shall take our leave. She mounted her sword and, emulating Jiang Lisheng, soared into the air with a swift whoosh. Jiang Lisheng too unleashed a stream of energy, silently propelling herself towards Zhu Wenin's sword. As she had not concealed her intentions, Zhao Curson naturally sensed the approach, yet she underestimated Jiang Lisheng's capabilities. With her skill and the excellence of her sword, she believed it impervious to destruction, unlike that ordinary broken sword. However, her judgment faltered, a sharp crack echoed, and her sword shattered in an instant. Caught off guard, she let out a piercing scream as she fell from her sword. In an instant, Zhu Wenin rushed to her aid, but alas, she was too late to catch her. Zhao Curson landed face first on the ground, disfiguring her visage. In agony, she reached to cover her face, only to find it smeared with blood, which sent her into a state of sheer terror. Ah, my face. Zhu Wenin, aghast at the sight of her bloodied features, turned to glare at Jiang Lisheng. Unfazed, Jiang Lisheng maintained her stoic demeanor and reminded them. Sister Zhao's face requires immediate attention at the medical hall, otherwise, it may be too late for her to preserve her looks. Jiang Lisheng nodded. Very well. I shall await your arrival. The one who first struck was not her, and Enruksu could serve as a witness. Zhu Wenin, filled with resentment, turned to Enruksu and requested, Please, senior brethren, inform the master that we need to take leave. Enruksu nodded with a sigh. Zhu Wenin supported Zhao Curson as they hastened to the medical hall on their swords. Jiang Lisheng retrieved another sword from his storage bag and took flight, simultaneously reminding Enruksu, who stood still, Brethren, if you do not depart soon, you shall be late. Enruksu, roused from his reverie, quickly mounted his sword and urged, Let us go. The two arrived at the disciplinary hall just in time. Upon his arrival, Xintang glanced around and furrowed his brow, questioning, Why is there only half the number of people present? Zhou Zhenyan, fearing further mishaps today, took the initiative to oversee the hall personally. He sighed in response to Xintang's concern. Brother He, your use of that projection realm yesterday harmed too many disciples. Consequently, half of them are still recuperating and cannot attend class today. This batch of new disciples is truly worthless, Xintang remarked. Zhou Zhenyan, at a loss for words, countered. Brother He, do not be so harsh. It was your projection realm that caused this incident, which has not occurred in previous cohorts. How can we blame the disciples? This new group possesses great potential. Of course, those lacking potential would not have been admitted to Kunlun. He reminded Xintang. That was Wei Qinglan's sword technique enhanced by illusion. How could you carelessly utilize it, especially on the new disciples? Yesterday, Brother Ing from the medical hall personally came to tend to them. With his medical expertise, he spent half a day treating them and repeatedly cautioned me to remind you. There must not be a next time. You must exercise discretion. Xintang scoffed. I can exercise discretion, but can the demon beasts? Zhou Zhenyan regarded him intently. Xintang, maintaining a stern demeanor, stated, Can this new batch of disciples compare to those of past years? The Qishan secret realm has not been opened for previous cohorts. Are you suggesting that the disciplinary hall will not permit this group of new disciples to enter the Qishan secret realm? After all, such opportunities are rare in a century. Even those at the foundational level can venture forth and test their luck. Zhou Zhenyan had no words to offer, yet even so, one must proceed with caution and gradual progress. Just a mere month, are you certain? Xintang cast a glance at the new disciples. Or perhaps you should inquire with them. Would they prefer to endure my rigorous training for a month, summoning the courage to enter the mysterious Qishan realm? Or would they rather spend a leisurely month, only to find themselves devoid of the courage to even attempt it, or worse still, possessing the audacity to enter but lacking the ability to survive? Zhou Zhenyan fell utterly silent. Xintang was right, Zhou Zhenyan conceded. He felt a throbbing headache and thought to himself, it would spell disaster if the medical hall were to be disturbed again today. Perhaps it would be wise to keep his distance from his senior brother, so as to avoid the ire from both sides. Xintang pointed toward Jiang Lisheng, instructing, You, to the training ground outside, step forward. Jiang Lisheng hesitated, realizing she was the first called upon, and could only obediently follow him. Enruksu felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Shimi, who was always the first summoned. She had not practiced yesterday and wondered if she could endure. All gathered at the training ground. Xintang, observing the ordinary sword in Jiang Lisheng's hand, couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. You still wield that broken sword? Jiang Lisheng replied softly, I have no better sword. Xintang let out a scoff, casually producing a sword and tossing it to her. Take this. Deflect one of my strikes, and you shall pass. Jiang Lisheng hastily reached out to catch it, uncertainly asking, Sir, what if this sword? If it breaks? You need not compensate. He Xuantian seemed to understand her concern. Instantly reassured, Jiang Lisheng stowed away her own sword. All right. He Xuantian observed her steady grip on the sword and chose not to greet her, instead launching an assault. A beam of light from the sword approached, seemingly unremarkable, yet it transformed mid-flight into countless shimmering sword images, enveloping Jiang Lisheng in an instant. The sound was deafening, resonating painfully within one's very core. And Rusu immediately dashed forward, calling out, Junior Sister Jiang. It was truly terrifying. Such a fine sword, yet it shattered so easily. Jiang Lisheng, dazed from the impact, felt genuine pain but did not cough up blood. Before Rusu could reach her, she had already steadied herself against the wall. Her mind racing with dread. Had she truly broken the master's sword? She wondered if the master was the type to renege on his word. Just then, a sudden beam of light sliced through the air, aimed directly at the crown of her head. Startled, she instinctively dodged, but the sword light relentlessly pursued her. Slashing and cutting. She narrowly evaded twice, but on the third attempt, she could not escape. She could only roll on the ground, evading the sword's wind. Her movements were swift, yet not swift enough to outpace the blade. Another strike came, and she was compelled to draw her sword from her storage pouch to defend herself. With a sharp crack, yet another sword shattered, but she managed to avoid the blow. Before she could catch her breath, the sword's tip relentlessly pursued her once more. Despite being hurled through the air and sustaining injuries, the sword relentlessly pursued Jiang Lisheng, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Jiang Lisheng, in a state of distress, withdrew one sword after another from her storage pouch, only to shatter them one by one in sorrow. When she was left with but a single sword, she gritted her teeth and resolved to abandon it entirely. Instead, she picked up a branch, infusing it with spiritual energy, and watched in despair as it was gradually whittled down. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, she hurled the remaining piece of the branch at He Xuantian. He Xuantian, taken aback, could only laugh in disbelief, exclaiming, What on earth is this? Chapter 18. Clever He Xuantian glared at Jiang Lisheng. After a brief pause, he sneered. What utter nonsense in your swordsmanship. You didn't even utilize the phantom sword technique from the Shadow Stone. What did you learn in class yesterday? Were you merely captivated by the sword's appearance? Jiang Lisheng remained silent, feeling like a chicken. No, I studied diligently. Wei Qinglan provided me with a sword manual. But as soon as I attempted to wield it, everything slipped from my mind, completely. Xuantian laughed heartily. Brother He, do not be so harsh. In my view, it is quite commendable. Jiang Shixi was not deceived by the phantom sword. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand so many of your attacks. Unlike Rusu, who clearly took his studies seriously, yet could only fend off 3 of your strikes. It is inherently unfair to pit their newly learned phantom sword techniques against your mastery of the ever-changing phantom sword. After speaking, he curiously beckoned Jiang Lisheng, Jiang Shixi. Come here. Jiang Lisheng promptly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and first went to assist Rusu. Rusu was gasping for breath, racked with pain, and upon seeing Jiang Lisheng unscathed, he nearly wept. Junior Sister Jiang, had I known, I would not have taken such unnecessary risks. His skills are rather limited, far inferior to those of Sister Jiang. What assistance can he possibly provide? Jiang Lisheng produced a heavenly fragrance pill, generously placing 3 of them into his mouth, offering consolation. Brethren, consider this. The teacher has tested me. Next, it shall be your turn. For now, you are spared. Rusu responded. Is that so? Jiang Lisheng, feeling a twinge of shame, admitted, I was thrown off the stage with a single move. Xuantian inquired in surprise. Why is that? Is it because your sword shatters upon contact? Jiang Lisheng rubbed his nose. No, my sword is exquisite, specially sought by my master over several years. It shatters against no one. The fault lies with me. I simply failed to parry the attack. Xuantian, puzzled, asked. That shouldn't be the case. Who was your opponent back then? Jiang Lisheng pondered for a moment. It was Tai Yexingxi. Xuantian burst into laughter. You are quite fortunate. Second on the Fengyan ranking, just behind Kunlun's Wei Qinglan, Tai Yexingxi trails by only 1 position. Jiang Lisheng lowered his head. All right. Xuantian continued. In my opinion, you have done remarkably well. Not everyone can match the talents of Qinglan and Yexingxi. If they strike without holding back, indeed, it is challenging to withstand even a single blow. With a smile, Zhou Zhenyan sought to bolster Jiang Lisheng's confidence. Why do you carry so many swords? Is it to prevent them from breaking? It is quite peculiar, for your ordinary swords could not withstand Brother He's phantom sword. Yet that sword given to you by Brother He, being of decent quality, still shattered in your hands? Jiang Lisheng swiftly lifted her gaze to He Zhentong, and, seeing that he was not displeased, quietly elucidated, my spiritual energy is rather unique. Any sword I wield, unless it is of celestial quality, will shatter. Consequently, after countless swords were broken during my training, my master painstakingly sought a celestial sword for me, which has since remained intact. However, I did not bring that sword to Kunlun. Zhou Zhenyan, intrigued, remarked, let me observe your spiritual energy. He Zhentong interjected with a wave of his hand. If you are so idle, you might as well assess the new disciples. Oh, Brother Zhou, I am merely curious. Since Jiang Shiji has already been evaluated by you, she is of no concern now. I wish to study her further. Zhou Zhenyan beckoned to Jiang Lisheng. Jiang Shiji, do you consent? Jiang Lisheng nodded, voicing no objections, and obediently approached. After all, in Qingxiu, countless individuals, from her master to her uncles, had scrutinized her without yielding any significant findings. Upon her agreement, Zhou Zhenyan promptly said, show me your spiritual energy. Jiang Lisheng's fingertips stirred, and an icy blue light emanated from them. Zhou Zhenyan observed for a moment, but discerned no apparent differences. He then retrieved a sword from his storage ring and handed it to her, saying, here, strike me. Jiang Lisheng examined the sword briefly before swinging it at him. Zhou Zhenyan raised his sword to parry, exerting minimal force and even moderating some of his spiritual energy. Yet, with a resounding crack, the sword in Jiang Lisheng's hand shattered. He gazed at her in astonishment, exclaiming, ah, your spiritual energy seems undistinguished, yet it is indeed quite peculiar. Is it possible that only celestial swords can withstand it? Such a refined spiritual power, unworthy of an ordinary sword? Jiang Lisheng remained silent. Ah, let me examine your spiritual vein, Zhou Zhenyan inquired. Is that acceptable? Jiang Lisheng nodded. With a sigh, she remarked, my master says I am a decayed wood, incapable of being carved. Zhou Zhenyan, taken aback, gently coughed. No, I meant regarding your spiritual power. However, your spiritual energy just now was indeed of the heavenly spiritual root. The ice blue energy appeared remarkably pure. Zhou Zhenyan prided himself on his keen eyesight. Believing he had discerned it correctly, Jiang Lisheng shook her head. You have not observed closely. She released her spiritual energy once more, this time lingering a bit longer, nearly brushing against Zhou Zhenyan's eyelids. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing intently for a while, and was astonished to discover that beneath the ice blue energy, there indeed lay a spectrum of colors. How intricate! Without a meticulous examination, one would hardly perceive it. Zhou Zhenyan felt a swirl of emotions. Your master must have it quite difficult. To deceive the Lord of Yuzhong speaks to the cunning nature of this spiritual power. Jiang Lisheng concurred. Her master had devoted many years to nurturing her, which was no small feat because of her. He had endured countless sleepless nights, to the point where he no longer wished to take on another disciple, regardless of her pleas or anyone else's. Observing the little girl sighing obediently, Zhou Zhenyan felt a chuckle rising within him. Do you still possess a sword? Jiang Lisheng turned to look at He Zhentong, who had ceased to pay her any mind, and began instructing the other disciples to join in. She softly replied, I have kept one. Zhou Zhenyan clicked his tongue in admiration. Clever. Chapter 19. Unhealable. When Zhu Wenin accompanied Zhao Curson to the medical hall, Ingzongyu was engrossed in ancient medical texts, his brow furrowed in concentration. Besides Ingzongyu, a disciple named Si Xiao was also present. Upon seeing the two, he clasped his hands in greeting. Addressing them as two senior sisters, Zhao Curson covered her face, her eyes swollen and red, her voice trembling as she implored, please, take a look at my face. Enough of the commotion. Quiet down, Ingzongyu admonished without lifting his gaze, his annoyance palpable. Instantly, Zhao Curson fell silent. Zhu Wenin, adhering to etiquette, respectfully greeted, greetings, Hall Master. However, Ingzongyu paid her no mind. Si Xiao, noticing Zhao Curson's bloodied visage, gestured for them to follow him, indicating they should not disturb the Hall Master. The two nodded and followed Si Xiao into the innermost chamber. Only then did Si Xiao speak. Though the injuries on your face, Zhao Shiji, are indeed serious, they are not insurmountable. A single beauty pill should suffice for healing. I presume you are not lacking in these pills. Why have you not taken one? Have you run out? No, I have taken one, Zhao Curson replied, her heart racing with anxiety, for the beauty pill had proven ineffective. Initially, she had been so startled by her bloodied appearance that she had forgotten. Jiang Lisheng had instructed her to come to the medical hall, and her elder sister, equally alarmed, had hurried her here. It was only after they had walked a short distance that they remembered to consume a beauty pill. Logically, the effects of the pill should be instantaneous. Yet her face remained unchanged, rendering her utterly frantic. Oh, Si Xiao remarked with curiosity, let me take a look. He examined Zhao Curson's face with great care and presented her with a beauty elixir. However, upon consumption, her face continued to bleed, showing no signs of improvement. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he attempted to heal her, but astonishingly, his powers yielded no effect on her visage. Si Xiao was equally taken aback. This was unexpected. He inquired about the peculiar injury on Zhao Curson's face, asking how it had come to be. Naturally, Zhao Curson was reluctant to disclose that she had been outmaneuvered by Jiang Lisheng and had fallen while wielding her sword. Yet the significance of her appearance compelled her to reveal the truth. Gritting her teeth, she confessed. Si Xiao was alarmed. He recalled that Zhao Curson's sword was a high-grade treasure, and it had shattered? Indeed, Zhao Curson nodded furiously. After a moment of contemplation, Si Xiao produced a high-grade celestial spirit pill and handed it to her. However, after consumption, there was still no discernible change. Si Xiao found himself at a loss. As a healer, his spiritual energy was capable of remedying both internal and external wounds. Yet, it was ineffective on Zhao Curson's face. A high-grade celestial spirit pill could mend even shattered bones, let alone a mere facial injury, yet it proved futile. Consequently, he resolved to seek guidance from Ying Zhongyu. Ying Zhongyu was currently preoccupied with the challenge of repairing Wei Qinglan's spirit residence, having exhausted every method with little success. Until the residence was restored, Wei Qinglan's cultivation could not progress, making this a matter of great importance. Si Xiao bowed respectfully, addressing his master. Master, I am unable to heal Zhao Curson's face. I must implore your assistance. Ying Zhongyu set aside his medical texts and looked up, his expression unamused as he remarked, such a trivial injury. How could you possibly be incapable of treating it? Although it is a minor injury, the disciple has attempted various remedies, yet the beauty elixir proved ineffective. And neither could the disciple's spiritual techniques mend the wound. Even after consuming a superior-grade heavenly spirit pill, there was no discernible improvement. Si Xiao had never encountered such an affliction before. The disciple, feeling rather dim-witted, humbly requested the master to take a look. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhongyu beckoned to Zhao Curson and said, "Come here." Zhao Curson promptly stepped forward. Ying Zhongyu waved his hand, enveloping Zhao Curson's face with his robust healing spiritual energy. After a brief moment, he lowered his hand, only to find that Zhao Curson's visage remained unchanged, leaving him astonished. "What has happened to your face? What caused this injury?" he inquired. Zhao Curson gritted her teeth and reiterated the cause. "Oh," Ying Zhongyu responded. "Are you referring to Jiang Lisheng?" Zhao Curson nodded. Intrigued, Ying Zhongyu asked, "Why did she attack you?" Zhao Curson replied immediately, "She has feelings for senior brother and Ruxu of Yushu Peak and took a disliking to me." At that moment, Wei Qinglan happened to enter the medical hall and glanced towards Zhao Curson, following the sound. Ying Zhongyu recalled that Jiang Lisheng had visited the medical hall with Ruxu the day before, suggesting a close bond. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "She is at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while you are at the mid-stage, and yet she managed to mar your face? Did you not inflict any injury upon her?" With a click of his tongue, he turned to the newly arrived Wei Qinglan and said, "You have arrived just in time. Come and witness this. It appears that my spiritual power has encountered an unusual failure, as I am unable to heal her face." Wei Qinglan had observed, yet did not approach. Instead, she seated herself on a nearby chair. Her voice was calm as she remarked that Jiang Shimi's spiritual power was unique, and it was not surprising that she had been harmed by it. The effectiveness of elixirs and healing energies was rendered moot, suggesting that a different method of healing should be sought. Zhao Curson, upon hearing Wei Qinglan address Jiang Lisheng as Jiang Shimi, noted the familiarity in her tone, causing her expression to shift, though the blood streaming down her face rendered the change unnoticed. However, Zhu Wenin's countenance nearly faltered, her hands clenched within her sleeves. Wei Qinglan, a prodigious talent from Kunlun, was revered by all his fellow disciples, yet opportunities for conversation with him were scarce. He loomed above them, leaving them far behind, and encounters with him were few. What merit did Jiang Lisheng possess to be addressed as Jiang Shimi by him? Even to call out Wei Shidi seemed to be an affront to his stature. Indeed, her spiritual power appeared to be quite extraordinary. Zhongyu, a healer, possessed a keen sensitivity to the spiritual energies of cultivators and had discerned Jiang Lisheng's uniqueness the previous day. He produced a communication talisman, intending to summon her forth. Wei Qinglan cast a nonchalant glance at Zhao Curson, pondering the cause of the matter. How could mastering hastily conclude based solely on one side of the narrative? Zhongyu turned to him, while Wei Qinglan unfurled a scroll, engrossed in its contents, remaining silent. He was not one to act without reason. Zhao Curson trembled under his gaze, resolutely convinced that Jiang Lisheng harbored feelings for Enruxu. Otherwise, why would she refuse to distance herself from him? Her teeth chattered, and she bit her lip, muttering that the disciples were lacking. He once again produced the communication tablet, urging Jiang Lisheng to hurry. In Chapter 20, reluctant to heal her, the tablet vibrated twice, prompting Jiang Lisheng to glance down. She hesitated momentarily before requesting leave from Zhou Zhenyan. Master Zhou, mastering has summoned me to the medical hall. May I depart now? After all, the class had not yet concluded, and one could not simply leave it well. Zhou Zhenyan recalled her mention the previous day regarding Zhongyu's inquiry into whether she could assist Wei Qinglan with the injuries to her spirit realm. This was a matter of great significance to Kunlun. He nodded. You may go. I shall accompany you. Jiang Lisheng acknowledged him with a nod. At that moment, Enruxu, standing nearby, interjected, Master Zhou, I have run out of my heavenly fragrance pills and must purchase more at the medical hall. I shall join you. Zhou Zhenyan cast a glance at him, noting his pale complexion, indicative of serious injuries, and nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them took to their swords, heading towards the medical hall. Enruxu, having recently sustained injuries, was unable to fly on his sword for the time being and naturally leaned on Jiang Lisheng's sword instead. Upon their arrival at the medical hall, they found several individuals either standing or milling about, with Wei Qinglan being the most conspicuous among them. Zhou Zhenyan sheathed his sword. Intrigued, why are there so many people at the medical hall today? You arrived just in time. Fellow disciples are engaged in a brawl. As the head of the discipline hall, should you not intervene? Zhongyu's gaze briefly flicked past Zhou Zhenyan to Jiang Lisheng behind him. This injury is beyond even my healing abilities. That in itself is a skill. At this remark, Zhou Zhenyan turned to Jiang Lisheng. You are injured? Jiang Lisheng nodded earnestly. It was senior sister Zhao who struck first, shattering my sword and causing me to fall. I merely returned the favor, allowing her to experience a taste of her own medicine. She concluded her statement and added that senior brother and had witnessed the event firsthand and could testify that it was junior sister Zhao who initiated the conflict. Enruxu cast a glance at Zhao Curson, surprised that the injury on her face was beyond even the healing abilities of the Hall Master. He nodded affirmatively, stating, Yes. Hall Master Zhou, I can attest that it was indeed junior sister Zhao who first attacked junior sister Jiang. Zhao Curson, with tears welling in her eyes, looked at Enruxu with a face full of grievance. Senior brethren, you have truly been bewitched by her, assisting her in such a manner. Enruxu pondered the meaning of being bewitched and, feeling helpless, replied, Junior sister Zhao, the facts stand as they are. You were the one who struck first. Had you not acted against junior sister Jiang, her sword would not have shattered. I witnessed it myself, and there is a recording stone as evidence. Thus it cannot be disputed. Zhao Curson, exasperated, retorted, the reason I struck her was due to. Jiang Li interjected, when confronted with someone detestable. What need is there for decorum? She looked at the two in silence, asserting, Although I have yet to memorize all the precepts of Kunlun, I doubt any dictate states that I should be deemed guilty for refusing to engage with you. She had refrained from displaying her temper since coming to Kunlun, fearing repercussions. Yet she was not a pushover to be easily manipulated without resistance. Zhu Wenin was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, Zhongyu comprehended the situation and, feeling irritated, remarked, Did you not just claim that you disliked her because of your affection for Enruxu? How is it that you were the one to strike first? Zhao Curson retorted, claiming that she was aloof and harbored feelings for senior brethren, which made her disfavoring of others. Jiang Lisheng widened her eyes in astonishment at Zhao Curson's assertion. When had she ever expressed affection for senior brethren? Such a fabrication was outrageous. Thus, she seldom employed her spiritual energy. even enduring a harrowing chase by the earth insects that nearly incapacitated her legs, refraining from retaliating as it would require her to expend energy for healing afterward. However, this morning, Zhao Kursen's incessant annoyance compelled her to act against her better judgment. Given this situation, why do you still allow us to come to the medical hall? Zhu Wenin exclaimed in anger, lamenting their absence from Mr. He's instructional class. Jiang Lisheng regarded her calmly, replying, because I have no desire to treat her. You. Zhu Wenin was momentarily speechless. Jiang Lisheng turned her face away, her voice steady. Those I detest are akin to flies, incessantly buzzing around me daily. She instigated this. I merely responded, as I have no inclination to provide her with treatment. In a fit of rage, Zhao Kursen drew her sword against Jiang Lisheng. Standing her ground, Jiang Lisheng remained unperturbed, confident that in the presence of so many witnesses, Zhao Kursen would not dare to strike. Zhu Wenin grasped her arm, urging, Junior sister, cease this folly. Is this a place where you can unsheath your sword? At last, Zhou Zhenyan, unable to bear the scene any longer, reprimanded her. You initiated the conflict, yet your skills are lacking. Now, you seek treatment while daring to brandish your sword before me? Perhaps the regulations of the discipline hall are too lenient. You should have been punished more severely. Startled, Zhao Kursen quickly sheathed her sword, acknowledging her error. With gritted teeth, she replied, I understand. She waited for a moment, but when she did not hear him impose any punishment on Jiang Lisheng, she reluctantly raised her head. Master Zhou, she has marred my face while remaining unscathed. My injuries are grievous. You must take responsibility for me. Zhou Zhenyan turned his gaze towards Jiang Lisheng, who, with evident reluctance, replied, I am uninjured. That is merely due to my quick reflexes. You cannot hold me accountable for her injuries. Zhou Zhenyan found this reasoning sound, yet he pressed, so, how do you intend to remedy her wounds? Jiang Lisheng muttered softly, I am unwilling to treat her. Zhou Zhenyan chuckled in exasperation, do not speak in anger. A girl's injury to her face is a matter of her dignity. Moreover, as disciples of Kunlun, we cannot harm our own kind. Since you are part of Kunlun, you must abide by our rules. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng could only concede, my spiritual energy is quite precious. It is something I have cultivated painstakingly, consuming countless elixirs throughout my life. My master has nearly emptied his private treasury to nurture my abilities. Healing her face would deplete much of my energy, and I do not wish to squander it in vain. Zhou Zhenyan understood and inquired, what conditions do you have? Jiang Lisheng's demeanor shifted to one of innocence as she continued, recently, a soil insect from the spirit beast peak nearly harmed me, but I fortuitously encountered Mr. He, who communicated with Master Jean. Master Jean compensated me with 100 high-quality spirit stones, a vial of heavenly fragrance elixir, and a mid-tier magical artifact. That day I was, in truth, unharmed. I was merely greatly startled. Zhou Zhenyan, taken aback by this revelation, was astonished by Jin Wangchou's generosity. He glanced at Zhao Kursen, who immediately cast a furious glare at Jiang Lisheng. You must be out of your mind. Do you intend to take advantage of this situation to rob us? Jiang Lisheng maintained an impassive demeanor. Indeed, who could blame her for Zhao Shiji's self-proclaimed wealth? Upon their first encounter, Zhao sought to distance her from brother and by offering a fine sword, which she declined, thus incurring Zhao's resentment. Given this, why should she feel obliged to be courteous? And Ruxu felt the weight of several gazes suddenly directed at him, causing a prickling sensation at the back of his head and an overwhelming urge to flee. What had he done to deserve this? This entanglement of romantic debts was truly unbearable. Chapter 21. Do not wrong me. Zhao Kursen was beside herself with fury. The words she had confided to Jiang Lisheng in private had unexpectedly been voiced in public. Consumed by rage, she thought to herself that if there were not so many people around, she would have liked nothing more than to strike her down with a sword or unleash her spirit beast upon her. Jiang Lisheng remained stoic. If Zhao Shiji wished to remedy her predicament, she ought to demonstrate some sincerity, otherwise, her face would remain tarnished. In any case, she would not squander her spiritual energy on a frivolous endeavor. Zhao Kursen, feeling cornered by Jiang Lisheng's firm stance, experienced a tumult of emotions. Boiling with indignation, yet powerless to retaliate. Zhu Wenin had not anticipated Jiang Lisheng's tenacity. She was indeed a tough nut to crack, having underestimated her. One should never judge by appearances. Though Jiang appeared soft and pliable, she could turn resolute when provoked, displaying a fierceness that rivaled anyone. Before the two heads of the sect, Jiang Lisheng dared to assert herself with such boldness. Zhu contemplated her own master, who was not a particularly generous soul. Despite the absence of any real harm, he had compensated Jiang Lisheng handsomely. And this was solely due to her status as the direct disciple of the esteemed lord of the Clear Void Jade sect. A seemingly worthless individual was afforded a different level of regard simply because of her affiliation. She tugged at Zhao Cursin's sleeve, urging her, "Sister, your reputation is at stake." Zhao Cursin, filled with indignation, glared at Jiang Lisheng. "I shall provide you with 100 top-grade spirit stones, a vial of heavenly fragrance pills, and a mid-tier magical artifact. Will that suffice?" Jiang Lisheng shook her head, stating, "The last time my Master Jean compensated me, I emerged unscathed, merely startled. Now, as you require treatment for your visage, it necessitates the use of my spiritual energy." Fuming, Zhao Cursin retorted, "Then what precisely do you desire?" Jiang Lisheng, with a calm demeanor, proposed a sum exceeding her initial offer: 500 top-grade spirit stones, 2 vials of heavenly fragrance pills, and 2 mid-tier magical artifacts. "You truly are unreasonable," Zhao Cursin exclaimed in disdain. "Your demands are akin to highway robbery." Jiang Lisheng defended herself. "Given the rarity of my spiritual energy, should you choose not to undergo treatment, I too would prefer not to expend it." Zhao Cursin, her fists clenched and blood surging, ground her teeth in frustration. "I shall comply." Jiang Lisheng extended her hand. In a fit of anger, Zhao Cursin retrieved 500 top-grade spirit stones and 2 mid-tier magical artifacts from her storage ring, then turned to Si Xiao, saying, "Junior brother Si, procure 2 vials of heavenly fragrance pills from the medical hall." Si Xiao, taken aback, quickly turned to the medicine cabinet and retrieved the requested items. Zhao Cursin thrust the items towards Jiang Lisheng. "Is this satisfactory?" Jiang Lisheng accepted the spirit stones and pills, inquiring, "How do I utilize these 2 magical artifacts?" "You must erase your imprint from them," Zhao Cursin advised through gritted teeth, demonstrating the process and subsequently removing her own mark. Jiang Lisheng, now satisfied, secured the artifacts and summoned her spiritual energy, enveloping the injured areas upon Zhao Cursin's face. Rose and leaned closer to observe. He beheld Jiang Lisheng's spiritual energy, a pure ice blue hue, which bore no apparent difference from his own. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned a faint, rainbow-like undertone beneath the ice blue. And it was these distinct colors that gradually healed the wounds on Zhao Cursin's face. The healing process was not swift. It took a full tease time before Jiang Lisheng, visibly exhausted, withdrew her hand, signaling completion. Zhao Cursin promptly seized a mirror to inspect her reflection and was pleased to find her face restored, smooth as ever. Noticing Jiang Lisheng's pallor, she mocked, "Such a trivial injury has rendered you so weak, truly useless." Jiang Lisheng, disinterested, turned away to find a place to sit. She retrieved the spiritual stones she had just acquired, counted out 20, and handed them to Si Xiao, her senior brother, requesting, "Please purchase 2 bottles of healing elixirs." Each bottle of elixir cost 10 superior spiritual stones, a sum Jiang Lisheng previously deemed insignificant, yet now felt a pang of reluctance to part with. Fortunately, she had recently acquired 500 superior spiritual stones, rendering the expense manageable. Si Xiao promptly handed her 2 bottles of the elixirs and introduced himself, "Junior sister Jiang. I am Si Xiao. You may call me senior brother Si." Jiang Lisheng nodded, acknowledging senior brother Si. Si Xiao was taken aback as he watched her pour the entire contents of both bottles, 20 elixirs, into her mouth all at once. It was the first time he had witnessed someone consume healing elixirs in such a manner, and he gasped in astonishment. After swallowing the 2 bottles, Jiang Lisheng's complexion visibly improved. At that moment, remarked, "Your spiritual energy is indeed remarkable. In the realm of cultivation, individuals with overly mixed spiritual roots find themselves at a disadvantage in their pursuit of the Tao, rendering them incapable of achieving greatness. Consequently, the 3 sects primarily accept disciples possessing singular heavenly spiritual roots or pure dual spiritual roots. Even those with triple spiritual roots are unwelcome, and those with quintuple roots are regarded as utterly useless, unable to even enter the gates." However, Jiang Lisheng's 7-colored spiritual energy could be considered akin to 7 spiritual roots, a phenomenon that is exceedingly rare and has never before been heard of. Jiang Lisheng nodded in acknowledgement. Ing Zhongyu refrained from further comment and turned to Zhou Zhenyan, inquiring, "Do you have something to discuss?" Zhou Zhenyan blinked, explaining, I saw you were sending a message to junior disciple Jiang, so I accompanied her to have a look. Zhongyu, visibly displeased, retorted, Are you so idle? What is there to see? How can you be of any assistance? Be on your way. I do not entertain idle guests here. Having not yet quelled his irritation from the troubles caused by the discipline hall the previous day, he naturally harbored little goodwill towards Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan rubbed his nose, stating, Senior brother Ing, I do not require your hospitality. Quickly leave, quickly leave. What business do you have here? Zhongyu waved his hand to dismiss him and then turned to Zhao Curson, urging, Your face has been healed. Why do you still linger? Zhao Curson promptly took her leave, saying, The disciple shall depart at once. Si Xiao quietly reminded her, Sister Zhao, for the beauty-nourishing pill and the heavenly spiritual pill you consumed, even though they proved ineffective, you must settle the account. The total is 500 high-grade spiritual stones. The exorbitant cost of the heavenly spiritual pill was particularly burdensome. Zhao Curson recalled this and quickly retrieved 500 high-grade spiritual stones from her storage ring. Despite her wealth, the sudden expenditure of over 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones left her countenance rather grim, primarily due to the perceived wastefulness. And Ru Su wished to sever ties with her and hastily declared, I, like Master Zhou, am merely accompanying junior sister Jiang. Zhao Kexian's eyes immediately brimmed with tears as she retorted, Senior brethren, are you not benefiting greatly? He is merely a pawn. It is junior sister Jiang who leaves him utterly astounded. Biting her lip, Zhao Kexian could only exit the medical hall with Zhu Wenyin. After their departure, and Ru Su promptly retrieved some spirit stones and purchased 2 bottles of heavenly fragrance pills from Si Xiao, then turned her gaze towards Jiang Lisheng. Zhongyu is dismissing people. You two should leave as well. She will remain here. And Ru Su could only glance at Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan, feeling helpless, recognized that Zhongyu was still irked from yesterday and preferred him to be out of sight. Since she was intent on driving him away, he would not linger any longer. He could only tell Ru Su, All right, let us depart. Zhou Xinyan agreed. Let us not delay any further. Jiang Lisheng nodded. Very well. The two ascended their swords and departed the medical hall. The once crowded space became significantly quieter. Zhongyu raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lisheng. What is this? Just arriving at Kunlun and already experiencing the stirrings of affection? Have you truly taken a liking to that lad in Ru Su? Does your master know? Jiang Lisheng stammered. No, I haven't. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Chapter 22. Averse to constant encounters, Jiang Lisheng felt exhausted. Zhao Kexian's incessant chatter was indeed a source of trouble. She loudly replied to Zhongyu. Not at all. Zhongyu remained skeptical, having seen her soar in on her sword alongside Ru Su, who had repeatedly cautioned her upon departure. Exhibiting a rather clingy demeanor, it was hard to believe that nothing was amiss. Jiang Lisheng wearily dispelled the rumors, stating that both senior sisters from the Spirit Beast Peak were infatuated with Brotherin. Upon my arrival at Kunlun, I received considerable guidance from Brotherin. Adhering to the principle that one should not forsake a worthy ally for mere personal gain, I unceremoniously returned the gift from Sister Zhao, which was intended to dissuade me from Brotherin's company. Little did I anticipate that this action would provoke Sister Zhao, embroiling me further in Brotherin's romantic turmoil. I found myself in a predicament, having inadvertently offended her. I muttered to myself, it's hardly my fault. After all, Sister Zhao's affections are her own. Why must she exert her influence on Brotherin and exclude others? Brotherin harbored no feelings for them. He merely wished for me to distance myself from their advances. And he expressed his apologies, even offering me compensation for the trouble. Zhongyu sighed deeply, pondering the chaos of this generation of Kunlun disciples, who seemed more preoccupied with trivial matters than with their cultivation. In my view, the discipline hall should impose stricter regulations. The current hall master, Zhou Xinyan, is utterly inadequate for the role, having imposed far too lenient penalties. Jiang Lisheng fell silent. Being presently within the discipline hall, she had little appetite for severe punishments, dreading the repercussions of any misstep. At that moment, Wei Qinglan, who had been absorbed in her reading and had thus far remained uninvolved, set down her scroll, raised her gaze, and gently reminded Zhongyu, Uncle Ing, let us not squander our time. Instantly recalling the matter at hand, Zhongyu composed himself and inquired of Jiang Lisheng, I noticed that you treated Zhao's facial injury using medical techniques. Do you also practice the healing arts? Jiang Lisheng nodded, admitting that her knowledge was but superficial. Zhongyu was uncertain about the extent of her injuries, and similarly, I too could not discern the peculiar nature of your spiritual energy. Since you possess knowledge of medicine, why not examine the wounds in his spiritual abode and see if you can offer any insights? Jiang Lisheng glanced at Wei Qinglan, feeling hesitant to take action. The individual before her was far too precious, and she feared that a moment's carelessness might lead to unintended harm. She timidly murmured, I don't think I can do this. Just proceed without hesitation. He is not as fragile as you might think. Despite the fact that half of his spiritual abode is in ruins, even 10 of you standing before him would pose no threat, Zhongyu remarked bluntly, having seen through Jiang Lisheng's thoughts, which were all too evident on her face. It is indeed not a favorable trait for a cultivator to be so easily understood. No wonder the esteemed Master Qingshu was reluctant to allow her to venture into the world. The martial realm is fraught with peril, and the schemes of demons and monsters are manifold. One might fear that she would express gratitude even while being devoured. Jiang Lisheng could only turn to Wei Qinglan and said, Senior Brother Wei, my knowledge of medicine is rather limited. Wei Qinglan dismissed her concerns. Just give it a try. There is no need to feel pressured. If it works, good. If not, then so be it. With that, Jiang Lisheng rose to her feet, inching closer to Wei Qinglan, yet wary of being too near, fearing his disapproval. With considerable trepidation, she summoned her spiritual energy and cautiously entered Wei Qinglan's spiritual abode. As he showed no sign of resistance, her entry was remarkably smooth. As the spiritual abode connected with her own, she was immediately struck by the severity of the damage. It was alarming to behold. A vast chasm loomed, crumbling continuously, and had Zhongyu not mentioned that much of his spiritual abode had been destroyed, one would not have perceived it merely by observing his exterior. His profound cultivation allowed him to remain remarkably steady, even after the devastation of his spiritual abode. Whereas an ordinary individual would have succumbed to incapacitation, he sat here, seemingly unfazed. Truly, he was a prodigious talent of Kunlun, living up to his illustrious reputation. She momentarily contemplated, suppressing any distractions, hesitating to employ her spiritual energy to touch the areas that had collapsed. Instead, she cautiously observed, and after a brief moment, like a mouse stealthily seeking oil, she tentatively extended her claw, channeling a mere wisp of spiritual energy towards him, attempting to mend the damage as she had done when healing Zhao Kursin. Upon discovering that her efforts bore fruit, she felt a surge of joy and summoned greater courage, gradually infusing more spiritual energy into him. Wei Qinglan immediately sensed the shift. His expression paused as his gaze fell upon Jiang Lisheng's face, noticing that her complexion paled visibly within moments. Despite having consumed 2 bottles of restorative elixirs in vain, he pressed his lips together, preparing to sever her connection to the spiritual energy. Jiang Lisheng, with a tremor in her hand, urgently implored, do not move. Wei Qinglan halted instantly, gritting her teeth. Jiang Lisheng continuously channeled her spiritual energy into his spiritual abode, reflecting on the adage that there are no free lunches in this world. Having been rescued by him in the forbidden area, she was determined to exhaust her energy in gratitude today. Zhongyu also perceived the urgency and instructed Si Shao, quickly, bring forth the restorative elixirs in abundance. Si Shao hurried away and soon returned, cradling a box filled with dozens of bottles of elixirs. Zhongyu uncorked one and poured an entire bottle into Jiang Lisheng's mouth. Jiang Lisheng, fearing that the numerous spirit-replenishing pills might overwhelm her, withdrew one hand, crushed a pill, and directly absorbed its spiritual essence. Amidst the astonishment of Zhongyu and Si Shao, she consumed dozens of vials of the pills. Her spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. As soon as the pills entered her body, they were swiftly exhausted, leaving her with none. Si Shao, both alarmed and anxious, exclaimed, Master, there are none left. All the spirit-replenishing pills from the medical hall are here. Gritting his teeth, Zhongyu channeled his own spiritual energy into Jiang Lisheng, only to soon realize that his energy seemed ineffective. Her spiritual essence continued to dwindle. Si Shao also discerned this, stating, Master, it's futile. Your energy cannot be transformed for Jiang Shimi's use. It's less effective than the pills. Jiang Lisheng shook her head, determined to repay this life-saving grace today, unwilling to see him frequently, as it could lead to complications. Wei Qinglan, observing her increasingly pale, nearly translucent visage, decisively severed the flow of energy she had been channeling. Jiang Lisheng, jolted by the abrupt interruption, glared at Wei Qinglan in irritation, demanding, What are you doing? Wei Qinglan, equally exasperated, retorted, I should be asking you the same. Do you wish to exhaust your spiritual energy, render yourself incapable, and fall into a coma? Weak and unsteady, Jiang Lisheng stubbornly replied, I won't lose my abilities. I'll merely fall into a deep sleep for half a month. In truth, it would be a month. Nevertheless, for her, repaying his life-saving kindness was still worthwhile. Wei Qinglan stepped forward, gently grasping her arm, softening her tone. Go rest aside. I do not require you to exhaust your spiritual energy to restore my spiritual abode out of gratitude for saving my life. I am not so impatient. Releasing her hand, Wei Qinglan observed her puffy cheeks and spoke with increased gentleness. Do not be upset. Not everything necessitates immediate fruition. This matter cannot be approached thus. Should you deplete your spiritual energy, you would miss the rare opportunity to explore the mystic mountain secret realm. Jiang Lisheng did not regard this as significant. I am not particularly eager to visit the secret realm. Wei Qinglan found herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Zhongyu interjected with a reprimand. How can a cultivator avoid trials? Your master cherishes you and is hesitant to let you venture out for practical experience. Each year, when the secret realm opens, he is reluctant for you to explore. This is unacceptable. Since you have come to Kunlun, you must adhere to its customs. This year, you must certainly visit the mystic mountain secret realm. Jiang Lisheng turned to Zhongyu. What are you looking at? Zhongyu retorted with irritation. It is foolish to harm oneself while repaying others' kindness. Being overly eager for success shows a lack of understanding of steady progress. How can one expect to achieve anything being both foolish and reckless? Jiang Lisheng was taken aback by Zhongyu's scolding, staring at him wide-eyed. Zhongyu huffed disdainfully. Do you even realize that the restoration pills are of no use to you? Is this truly a fortunate circumstance? Do you know where the mystic mountain secret realm lies? 30 miles east of Minchan stands a grand mountain, within which grows an extraordinary herb resembling yarrow, covered in downy fuzz, blooming with azure flowers and bearing white fruits. Known as the immortal herb. Consuming a single herb can bestow longevity, granting a century of cultivation. What do you lack? Is it not merely spiritual power and cultivation? Why not pursue it? Jiang Lisheng thought. Such a renowned herb of immortality, she doubted how many would be frantically vying for it. Could she seize it through her own prowess? It was not that she looked down upon herself. Rather, she deemed herself utterly inadequate. Chapter 23. Scalding anxiety. Jiang Lisheng's inner thoughts were filled with disdain, and her emotions naturally manifested on her countenance. She quietly protested, yet found herself with nothing but a blank slate. She did not believe one must conceal their feelings. How exhausting! If her strength was insufficient, must she rely on cunning? If the path to greatness eluded her, what good was mere cunning? Her master had advised her that she lacked divine favor and should simply go with the flow. Thus, she had arrived at this moment. Zhongyu was at a loss for words. In what way was she not a blank slate? Would she like him to hold up a mirror? Her foolish expression was such that even the beasts of the spirit beast peak, any one of them, would appear more astute. Jiang Lisheng. Such words were quite insulting. Surely, she was a tad superior to those beasts? She shot a defiant glance at Zhongyu. After being relentlessly pursued by the earthbound insects to the point of near demise, how was she not stronger? Zhongyu spoke without reservation. Wei Qinglan observed her, perplexed. Jiang Lisheng sighed, lamenting her snacks. Seeing her spiritual energy nearly depleted, her complexion pale and frail. Wei Qinglan noted her preoccupation with snacks rather than focusing on restoring her spiritual power. After a moment of silence, he said, it will not exceed 3 to 5 days. Endure for now. Wei Qinglan nodded, refraining from further comments, unsheathing his sword and signaling Jiang Lisheng to follow him. Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Are you certain you can wield the sword? Jiang Lisheng mustered a brave facade and replied, I can. However, he soon fell silent, obediently following her out of the medical hall. The two balanced upon the same sword, one standing on the tip and the other on the hilt. With ample space between them, walking steadily and confidently, Zhongyu observed their departure, a sound of mild exasperation escaping his lips as he remarked, the sect leader may have sealed himself away too soon. He ought to have awaited the arrival of this young lady before retreating. Si Shao, puzzled, inquired softly, Master, what do you mean by that? Kunlun was affluent, with thousands of bottles at Zhongyu's disposal akin to mere handfuls. However, the strict regulations of Kunlun forbade disciples from consuming large quantities of spirit-replenishing elixirs to prevent them from taking shortcuts and thereby compromising their foundational cultivation. Consequently, the medical hall and storeroom held only a limited supply, merely a few dozen bottles, designated for emergencies and seldom utilized. Today, however, Jiang Lisheng had consumed them all in one go. Qingshu had no such restrictions, and given Jiang Lisheng's innate ineptitude, she was blissfully unaware of these customs, treating the spirit elixirs as if they were mere sustenance. Si Xiao remarked quietly, "Master, can it be that Jiang Jr.'s sister possesses the ability to absorb the essence from the elixirs with her hands?" There were myriad paths in the world, each unique in its own right. Her peculiar spiritual energy rendered this phenomenon unsurprising. Ing Zhongyu waved his hand dismissively. Si Xiao pondered this, and, despite his understanding, found himself irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic Jiang Jr.'s sister, filled with an insatiable curiosity to uncover her secrets. Wei Qinglan swiftly escorted Jiang Lisheng to her quarters. Upon touching the ground, Jiang Lisheng expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wei." Wei Qinglan took out a box from her storage ring and handed it to her. "I do not possess any spirit-replenishing elixirs to expedite your recovery. But here is a box of jia fruit for you to enjoy as a snack." Jiang Lisheng was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking her head. "Jia fruit is precious. How can it be treated as mere fodder?" "No, absolutely not. Take it," Wei Qinglan insisted. "If you do not wish to eat it, simply discard it." Having uttered these words, he mounted his sword and departed. Jiang Lisheng stood there, clutching the box he had thrust into her hands. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from her sight, leaving her with an indescribable turmoil. This was jia fruit, after all, cultivated on Mount Buzhou. How could she dare to disregard it? Fearing divine retribution? Legend has it that Mount Buzhou gazes upon the myriad peaks of Zhubi, and at its base lies a marshy expanse where a type of fruit tree flourishes, its leaves reminiscent of jujube, adorned with yellow blossoms and red sepals. The fruits, resembling peaches, are known as jia fruit. Consuming one during a contest or a battle against demonic beasts grants the consumer an unyielding stamina. To offer her a box of jia fruit as a mere snack seemed exceedingly extravagant and wasteful. Yet, she indeed felt utterly fatigued. She opened the box to find it contained 6 fruits. Picking one up, she took a bite. The flavor was sweet and luscious, bursting with juice, truly delectable. Jiang Lisheng nodded in approval, and Ru Su emerged, concern etched on her face, inquiring, "What has transpired? Why do you appear so weak and pallid? Is Senior Brother Wei well?" "It is merely the expenditure of some spirit energy. My essence is sufficient to aid Senior Brother Wei, so there is no cause for alarm." Jiang Lisheng shook her head. "My spirit energy is still lacking. It shall take some time before Senior Brother Wei is fully recovered. I have exhausted what I possessed." Every time Jiang Lisheng exhausts her spiritual energy, she feels an overwhelming hunger. However, after consuming a single jehua fruit, she feels significantly better. Brother Wei gifted her a box of these fruits, and after just one, her fatigue dissipated. She expressed her gratitude to Brother and for his concern. What? He actually ventured to the unworldly mountain? Jiang Lisheng was taken aback. She had believed that Wei Qinglan had acquired these jehua fruits through some fortuitous encounter, remnants left by predecessors. It turns out he personally collected them from the unworldly mountain. It is rumored that the unworldly mountain is a divine realm that connects to the celestial realm. He is merely at the golden core stage, yet dares to seek wisdom in such a sacred domain. He mentioned he had collected 6 fruits, but he intended to hand them over to the sect leader, who advised him to keep them for himself. At that moment, Jiang Lisheng felt the box in her hands grow warm. She hesitated, saying she could not accept such a gift. It turns out that Wei Qinglan had only this single box and had given it all to her. Suddenly, she felt the heat of the fruit she had just consumed intensifying within her. In Chapter 24, entitled Biting Words, Enruksu felt a mix of emotions. "Junior Sister Jiang, you have struck gold," he remarked. He firmly believed that Jiang Lisheng was exceptionally fortunate. Arriving in Kunlun with nothing, she now possessed everything. If this jehua fruit were to be sold, each would be worth a fortune, yet she had an entire box. Brother Wei is indeed generous. If it were him, he would find it hard to part with even a single one, let alone an entire box. Jiang Lisheng stood speechless. She had expressed her reluctance to accept, yet he insisted on giving it. And Ruxu looked at her and said, "Junior Sister Jiang, could you please open the box so I may take a glance? I have yet to witness the jehua fruits from the unworldly mountain. Only Brother Wei would dare to venture into the divine realm at the golden core stage." Jiang Lisheng nodded and opened the box, revealing 6 beautifully arranged jia fruits, one of which she had just devoured, leaving a conspicuous void. However, the remaining fruits were so resplendent and plump, exuding an irresistible allure, that they continued to look exquisite within the box. And Ruxu cast but a fleeting glance before decisively closing the lid with a snap, swallowing hard as he implored, "Jiang Shimi, you ought to put that away quickly." He dared not linger, fearful of succumbing to temptation. Suddenly, Jiang Lisheng recalled that this was the very person who had indulged in a Nianhu. With renewed determination, she reopened the box, boldly extracted a jia fruit, and graciously offered it to him, declaring, "And Xixiang, I present you with this fruit." And Ruxu recoiled a step, vehemently shaking his head and gesturing in refusal. He turned to leave, exclaiming, "Jiang Shimi, this jia fruit not only alleviates fatigue, but also possesses invigorating properties, revitalizing the spirit, dispelling sorrows, slowing the aging process, and prolonging life. It could be immensely beneficial for you at this moment." Jiang Lisheng, holding the jia fruit, was taken aback by his swift retreat. Had the Nianhu that had once dashed from the spirit beast peak displayed such agility, he would not have endured the daily torment at the hands of Mr. He in the disciplinary hall. As she turned, Jiang Lisheng noticed Zhao Curson standing not far off, having emerged from the courtyard, likely after overhearing and Ruxu's conversation. Upon encountering him, she resembled a cat catching a whiff of fish, her senses heightened. Jiang Lisheng's expression cooled, stating that while she could accept it, involving Qingshu would escalate the risks significantly. She scoffed coldly, "Zhao Shiji, why not inquire with the leader of Kunlun, Qin, about the beguiling sorcery that Qingshu has mastered, which allows it to stand among the 3 great sects of the present age? Or perhaps consult your master, Uncle Jin, regarding the disciples she has trained, who incessantly claim that Qingshu has perfected some enchanting devilry. What exactly is this sorcery? How is it that you, with your loose tongue, have not been ensnared by it?" Zhao Curson stammered, "You." Jiang Lisheng, increasingly irritated, retorted with venom, "If one is not blessed with beauty, one ought not to incessantly seek attention. Are you a dog, perpetually fixating on me and snapping? If you fancy Signorin, pursue him directly rather than harassing me. Is it forbidden for others to speak with men you fancy? We are merely fellow disciples. You are no one special to him. So why this domineering attitude? No wonder Senior inconsistently avoids you. With your fierce demeanor, it would be surprising if he found you appealing. I have already advised you to channel your efforts towards men, yet you stubbornly persist in your relentless pursuit of me, like a rabid dog." Jiang Lisheng, thoroughly exasperated, added without courtesy, "Zhao Shiji, do you not realize? I'm not one to tolerate nonsense. It would be prudent for you to refrain from provoking me further. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. What audacity do you possess, being someone who caused a great calamity in Qingshu and was dispatched to Kunlun? Today, I shall demonstrate what repercussions arise from provoking me." Zhao Curson had never been so brazenly insulted before. In a fit of rage, she drew her sword and advanced. Jiang Lisheng unsheathed her sword to parry, and in the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges. Zhao Curson had attained a mid-stage foundation, while Jiang Lisheng was merely at the initial stage, a difference of 1 tier that rendered her acutely aware of the pressure emanating from the higher level. Nevertheless, Jiang Lisheng remained unfazed. Her greatest asset lay in her unyielding spirit during combat, surpassing any haphazard sword techniques she had learned. "Zhao Shimi, Jiang Shimi, cease your altercation." And Ruxu interjected, stepping forward and firmly placing himself between the two. Zhao Curson, having exerted considerable force, was unable to retract her sword in time and inadvertently pierced in Ruxu's shoulder. Meanwhile, Jiang Lisheng found her spiritual energy severely depleted. Even a precious fruit could not restore her strength instantaneously, as her energy was exceptionally unique. Just at that critical moment, and Ruxu had shielded her from the thrust, taking the blow himself. "And Xixiang," Zhao Curson gasped, her face paling upon realizing she had harmed in Ruxu. Jiang Lisheng remained silent, uncertain of how to address the situation concerning the unfortunate soul who had taken the hit for her. She felt entirely unjustly entangled in this chaotic affair. And Ruxu, clutching his wound, looked at Zhao Curson with a resigned expression and said through gritted teeth, "Zhao Shimi, I truly do not harbor any fondness for you. Please refrain from troubling Jiang Shimi any further." With tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Curson pressed, "Doesn't Xixiang have feelings for her? She is widely regarded as a cultivation failure." "No, I have only known Jiang Shimi for a few days, and Ruxu countered. My lack of affection for you has nothing to do with her. Jiang Shimi is now considered a disciple of Kunlun, and as fellow disciples, I have always treated my brothers and sisters with sincerity. I hope Xiao Shimi will dedicate herself more earnestly to her cultivation and refrain from becoming entangled in romantic distractions. And Shi Xiao, I do not believe you. You treat her differently from others. Zhao Curson shed tears, expressing, from the very first day I entered, I have cherished you. Although you have always treated your fellow brothers and sisters with sincerity, among the disciples of Kunlun, your interactions with your peers are indistinguishable. Yet, your gaze towards Jiang Lisheng is different. Sister Zhao. And Ruxu's expression hardened. Do not indulge in reckless words. If you continue to entangle yourself with such nonsense, it will disrupt my path of cultivation. I shall summon Uncle Zhou from the discipline hall to adjudicate this matter, invoking the sect's regulations, and only you shall be questioned. Zhao Curson fell silent, trembling after a moment. All right. Brethren, you accuse me of speaking frivolously, yet I shall observe you and her, to discern whether it is I who disrupts your cultivation, or if you are merely hypocritical. Chapter 25. Adjudicating Justice. Jiang Lisheng truly felt a stroke of misfortune, for whether in Qingshu or upon arriving at Kunlun, she had equally offended many, becoming the target of hostility. What a wretched situation this is. She turned to Ruxu and observed his pallid complexion, having been pierced by a sword, blood flowing profusely from front to back. Were he an ordinary person, he would have succumbed by now. However, as a cultivator, he swiftly employed spiritual energy to staunch his bleeding. Nonetheless, such an injury would not heal swiftly unless one was willing to expend high-grade spiritual medicine, costing tens of thousands of spirit stones for rapid recovery. Otherwise, he would likely remain bedridden for several days. It was evident that Zhao Curson had indeed struck with lethal intent, while her spiritual energy could heal him. It was regrettably depleted due to her previous efforts to mend Wei Qinglan's injuries. After a moment of contemplation, she sought his counsel. Brethren, shall we summon Master Zhou to adjudicate this matter? One cannot simply allow Zhao Curson to depart after having struck you with a blade. Were it not for your intervention, I would have been slain by her. She has repeatedly assaulted me. Although the injury was inflicted upon you, she must not be permitted to evade consequences. Otherwise, she may well strike again, and she cannot escape retribution. The laws of Kunlun are stringent. I wonder how Master Jin instructs his disciples, who, in their affection for a man, choose to target women instead, adhering to the philosophy that those who comply shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. What logic is this? She does not subscribe to such notions. And Ruxu observed Jiang Lisheng's pallid visage and fell silent for a moment, then clenched his jaw and nodded in agreement. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly, for Zhao Curson truly attempted to take Jiang's life. Though her actions were provoked by harsh words from Jiang, words that were indeed quite scathing, it was also due to Zhao Curson's own incessant taunts regarding the Qingshu demon arts. Who could endure such indignity? While one may tolerate insults directed at oneself, disparagement of one's sect is intolerable. Had someone denigrated Kunlun, he would not have stood idly by. He firmly believed that the blame for this incident did not rest with Jiang Lisheng. Jiang Lisheng promptly struck her communication talisman, sending a message to Zhou Xinyan, requesting him to dispatch someone to address the situation, informing him that Zhao Curson had nearly taken her life and that Ruxu had shielded her from the blade. After sending the message, she inquired, "And Shi Xiang, can you endure? Shall I escort you to the healing hall?" And Ruxu shook his head. "You yourself may struggle to wield your sword. Never mind, I shall bear it for a while longer. We shall await the arrival of Master Zhou. He will send someone to take me to the healing hall." Jiang Lisheng nodded. Very well. She watched as Ruxu retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage ring, poured out 2 pills, and swallowed them. He then moved a few steps, leaned against the wall, and breathed heavily while awaiting assistance. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering her unable to assist, and all she could do was remain by his side, waiting. Upon receiving a message, Zhou Xinyan learned that Ruxu had been injured and could not ignore it. He swiftly arrived in person. Ruxu presented a recording stone to Zhou Xinyan, weakly stating, "Please view it for yourself, Master Zhou." Zhou Xinyan took the recording stone, which vividly displayed the sequence of events. After watching, his expression darkened. It was utterly unacceptable. Jiang Lisheng briefly explained that healing Brother Wei had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Zhou Xinyan realized that it was likely more than just a trivial amount, and he acknowledged, "It is impressive that your spiritual prowess could heal Qinglan from a wound that even Brother Ing found insurmountable." Jiang Lisheng insisted, "You cannot let her off lightly. You just witnessed it. Zhao Kursan's insults towards me are one thing, but she insulted the entire Qingshu sect. This is tantamount to fracturing the amicable relationship between our two major sections. She even intended to harm her fellow disciples with lethal intent. A severe punishment is mandatory." He muttered, "If she truly kills me, my master will not let her go unpunished." Zhou Xinyan retorted, "But then you would be dead. Even if your master were to avenge you 100 times over, it would be of no consequence." Jiang Lisheng fell silent. Zhou Xinyan, exasperated, remarked on how someone so inept could still be so sensitive to grievances, pondering how such traits were instilled in him and how Master Yu managed to endure. If he were his disciple, he would surely be driven to frustration. The fact that Master Yu had not yet succumbed to exasperation spoke volumes about his exceptional composure. Taking a deep breath, he gestured dismissively, "Since you did not instigate the conflict, I shall refrain from punishing you this time. She, however, will certainly face consequences. I shall seek out the esteemed Master Jin Feng of Spirit Beast Peak to deliberate upon the appropriate punishment." He added, "Rest assured, her verbal affronts against Qing Su and her violent actions towards her fellow disciples will not go unpunished." Jiang Lisheng expressed his satisfaction with a nod, and Ruxu felt wronged. "Uncle Zhou, I truly do not wish to visit the infirmary." He lamented his misfortune, realizing he had not intentionally provoked the young lady. How had it come to this? He was at a loss for words. Fortunately, he had intervened in time, sustaining the injury himself. Had it been Jiang Shimi who was harmed, the repercussions would have been far more severe for him. Had Zhao Kursan truly inflicted harm upon Jiang Shimi, the consequences stemming from his actions would have led to his own demise as an act of atonement. He pressed his wound with a sigh, expressing his gratitude to Uncle Zhou. Zhou Xinyan, in a rather irritable manner, pulled Ruxu onto his sword, taking him to the infirmary personally, while simultaneously sending word to both Master Jin Wangchou of Spirit Beast Peak and Master Mo Rian of the Discipline Hall, requesting their presence in the Discipline Hall within half an hour to discuss the punishment for Zhao Kursan. Chapter 26. Severe punishment. The energy bestowed by the fruit that had entered her body was entirely expended during her confrontation with Zhao Kursan. After several arduous steps, she was drenched in perspiration, and upon entering her chamber, she collapsed onto her bed, instantly succumbing to slumber. She fell into a deep sleep, unaware that Zhao Kursan's attack on Ruxu had stirred a commotion throughout Kunlun. Given the strict regulations of Kunlun, such incidents of disciples harming one another are exceedingly rare throughout the year. Therefore, Zhao Kursan's assault on Jiang Lisheng, which resulted in severe injury to Ruxu, is an occurrence that is unequivocally intolerable and will warrant stringent punishment. Zhao Kursan's eyes were swollen from weeping, yet the evidence provided by the reflective stone of Ruxu stood undeniable, leaving her with no room for argument. The specifics of the incident were vividly captured in the imagery within the stone. With the sect leader Qin Fengxing in seclusion and Wei Qinglan being his only direct disciple, recognized by all elders as the future helmsman of Kunlun, it was only natural for him to assume the responsibilities of the sect in Qin Fengxing's absence. This circumstance elucidated why, when Jiang Lisheng inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden area, Wei Qinglan merely dismissed the matter with a casual remark, allowing Qi Baiqing to let Jiang Lisheng go unharmed. Such a grave occurrence as a fellow disciple's assault necessitated his awareness. Consequently, after an exhaustive debate among Zhou Xinyan, Mo Rian, and Jin Wangchou, which yielded no resolution, Zhou Xinyan decided to bring the matter before Wei Qinglan. Upon reviewing the reflective stone, Wei Qinglan's gaze settled upon Jin Wangchou. What does Master Jin have to say? Jin Wangchou, naturally inclined to defend her disciple, promptly replied, Zhao Kursan indeed committed an offense, but the punishment proposed by junior brother Zhou, that she should receive 100 lashes, seems excessively harsh. Zhou Xinyan immediately countered, excessive? Master Jin, Zhao Kursan has harmed Ruxu, with senior brother Gu currently away from the sect. If he were present and learned that his disciple had been injured by a sword thrust, nearly piercing her heart's meridian, how do you think he would react? Surely, he would retaliate with a sword of his own, would he not? You are aware that Ruxu has been coddled to the point of audacity, a trait fostered by senior brother Gu, who is no less protective than the leader of the Qingshu Yuzong. Given his absence now, do you still deem this punishment to be severe? Jin Wancho was momentarily rendered speechless. Zhou Zhenyan remarked, moreover, you should be grateful that she harmed Enruxu rather than Jiang Lisheng. As you have witnessed, Jiang Lisheng is not to blame. She instigated the conflict, accusing others of practicing demonic arts in Qingxiu, who would not be incensed if this matter were to reach the ears of the esteemed master of Qingxiu Yuzong. Do you believe he would let it pass lightly? Our Kunlun has maintained a cordial relationship with Qingxiu for over 10 millennia. Master Yu sent his disciples to Kunlun for instruction, not to be bullied. Jin Wancho found herself at a loss for words, but still sought to advocate for her disciples' clemency. However, 100 lashes seemed excessively harsh. Zhao Curson would not withstand such punishment. Furthermore, the Qishan secret realm would soon open, and in half a month, those at the foundation establishment stage and below would embark on a journey to seek their fortune there. If she were to endure the punishment, she would miss the opportunity. Zhou Zhenyan remained unconvinced, acknowledging that while she might indeed be bettered from the lashes, with a master like you and her family as a support system, abundant elixirs and remedies would allow her to recuperate in no more than half a month, enabling her to join the expedition to the Qishan secret realm. Otherwise, if we do not impose a severe punishment upon her as a deterrent, how can we prevent others from following in her footsteps? Such reckless behavior, driven by trivial romance and misguided notions, harming the harmony between the two esteemed sects of Kunlun and Qingxiu, while blatantly disregarding sect regulations and exhibiting brutality towards fellow disciples. If such malevolence is not dealt with severely, how can we maintain order within our ranks? Jin Wancho fell silent. Wei Qinglan, noticing Jin Wancho rendered speechless by Zhou Zhenyan's rebuttal, turned to the previously silent Mo Rian and inquired, what is your opinion, Master Mo? Mo Rian and Jin Wancho are distinct in nature. Although they are both women, Mo Rian exudes a far colder and more austere demeanor compared to the ever-smiling Jin Wancho. As the head of the service hall, she embodies impartiality and justice. She stated unequivocally, I concur with Brother Zhou's assertion. Although the punishment of 100 lashes is severe, Zhao Curson's malevolent actions warrant such a penalty. Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement and turned to Jin Wancho, saying, Master Jin, let it be so. With Zhou's endorsement and the unanimous agreement of the three, Jin Wancho found herself unable to continue her defense of Zhao Curson. She could only acquiesce, yielding to Qinglan's decision. Zhou Zhenyan then proclaimed, Zhao Curson's wicked behavior shall be made known throughout the entire sect, serving as a cautionary tale for all disciples. He added, let Jiang Lisheng and Qingxiu also bear witness. In our Kunlun, the rules are stringent. Disciples who err must face punishment. Regulations and laws must never be treated as trifles. Wei Qinglan nodded, agreeing to follow Zhou's counsel, and Mo Rian stood up, prepared to execute the sect's regulations. As she began to walk away, Mo Rian paused, recalling something important. She turned to Zhou Zhenyan and Jin Wancho, saying, you may go ahead. I wish to speak privately with Qinglan for a moment. Zhou Zhenyan immediately retorted, I shall not leave, Sister Mo. I too have matters to discuss with Qinglan. Then you may step outside and wait. I shall speak first. Mo Rian gestured dismissively. Zhou Zhenyan, momentarily taken aback, complied and exited the room. Once the door was closed, Mo Rian erected a barrier to ensure their conversation remained unheard before she addressed Wei Qinglan. Qinglan, there has been considerable upheaval in the Xuantian Realm these past few days. The sect master is in seclusion. Do you know the reason behind it? As I divined the omens, I found myself unable to discern their significance, leaving my heart in turmoil. Upon hearing my words, Mo Rian exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing the situation was as such, which brought her comfort. She withdrew her protective barrier and stepped outside. Chapter 27. The Waste of Heaven's Bounty. Zhou Zhenyan, upon seeing Mo Rian emerge, immediately sought out Wei Qinglan. Like Mo Rian, he had established a barrier and inquired of Wei Qinglan, Qinglan, did you bestow the 6 precious fruits acquired from the divine domain of Wuzhou upon Jiang Lisheng? Although he had not witnessed the transaction through Enruxu's recording stone, it was precisely this matter that had led Zhao Curson to deride Jiang Lisheng, resulting in a conflict that had unraveled into chaos. He sought to verify the truth. Wei Qinglan nodded, indeed, Uncle Zhou. Upon receiving his confirmation, Zhou Zhenyan exclaimed in dismay. What a pity. The precious fruits are exceptional ingredients for alchemy. Why would you give them to her? That young girl has a tendency to squander fine things. Wei Qinglan responded plainly, I gave them to her as snacks. Zhou Zhenyan was taken aback. Such a waste of heavenly bounty. Wei Qinglan remained unperturbed. Uncle Zhou. Though the fruits are splendid, junior sister Jiang exhausted nearly all her spiritual energy to mend the injuries to my spirit abode. As you know, her spiritual energy is unique and her cultivation arduous. Zhou Zhenyan nearly erupted in frustration. Her cultivation is arduous? Who informed you of this? Are you unaware that her spiritual energy is bolstered by the elixirs provided by her esteemed master, Master Yuzong? With sufficient elixirs, her spiritual energy can indeed flourish. No one in this world finds cultivation as effortless as she does. Wei Qinglan fell silent for a moment. The spiritual energy derived from the medicinal pills could only elevate her to the foundation level, and any further advancement would prove exceedingly arduous. Zhou Zhenyan gazed at her, remarking that she could not simply indulge jiagua as a mere snack. He rubbed his forehead, lamenting that although Kunlun was renowned for its swordsmanship, it was not devoid of elders proficient in alchemy. At the very least, he should have consulted Master Yu, who would certainly recognize the value of his disciple's efforts in expending her spiritual energy to heal you. Such actions would surely invoke discontent. And while 6 jiagua may be deemed a reasonable compensation, allowing Jiang Lisheng, that little girl, to consume them as snacks was utterly unwarranted. Did she not appreciate their worth? Has she already devoured the jiagua? Wei Qinglan shrugged lightly, stating that she had eaten them, regardless, as they were intended for her. She had given it little thought. Zhou Zhenyan felt a pang of distress, pacing back and forth in frustration. Alas, it was done. They had already found their way into her stomach. Oh, you cannot fathom the extent to which she has squandered precious treasures since childhood, an uncountable number, indeed. In short, you must refrain from presenting her with such fine items in the future, especially not to be consumed as mere snacks. It is a lamentable waste. He muttered about the master, who, upon receiving such offerings initially, ought to have accepted them with gratitude. How naive, how oblivious. Wei Qinglan touched her nose, absorbing the lesson, assuring him that she understood and would not repeat the mistake. Zhou Zhenyan nodded, sorrow etched on his face as he departed. The discipline hall and the executor hall operated with remarkable efficiency. Jin Wangqiu had just administered a rejuvenating pill to the tearful Zhao Curson when personnel from both halls arrived to escort her away. Zhu Wenin fell silent, and her master felt reassured. She nodded in agreement. Furthermore, after this incident, she should be able to let go of that boy and Ruxu. Henceforth, you must encourage her to dedicate herself to her cultivation. Zhu Wenin stood to the side, both astonished by the strictness of the disciplinary hall, where 100 lashes seemed devoid of any leniency, and troubled by the thought that if she were the one at fault, her master would not treat her with the same kindness he afforded her junior sister. He was willing to expend several thousand spirit stones on a rejuvenating pill and personally tended to her injuries after her punishment. She was merely a few months older than her junior sister, yet from a young age, her master had urged her to take care of her. Thus, while her junior sister dared to act willfully, she did not have that luxury. Not only did she refrain from such behavior, but she also felt compelled to counsel her. No one knew the extent of her envy towards her junior sister, who enjoyed a favorable family background, received the care of a good master, and seemed to possess everything. Her greatest disappointment was perhaps that Enruxu did not harbor feelings for her. Chapter 28. Sharing blessings and bearing hardships together. Jiang Li slept deeply, utterly unaware, until someone began to strike her window with beads, causing a resonant hum that vibrated through the frame. It appeared that the assailant would not cease until she was roused. Finally, she opened her eyes. "Who is it?" she croaked, still groggy from her extended slumber. "It is I, junior sister Jiang. At last, you have awakened." Enrux's voice came from outside, filled with a mix of concern and exasperation. "You have been asleep for 7 days. I was genuinely worried. Yet I could not force my way into your room to wake you. Thus, I resorted to throwing beads at your window to see if I could rouse you." It seems this method proved quite effective. Every day, he would call out twice, but unable to hear any movement from within and hindered by his injuries. He could not use his spiritual power to investigate, were it not for Master Zhou's visit, who, using his spiritual energy, confirmed that she was in a deep slumber. He would not have resorted to throwing beads at her window today. Jiang Lisheng learned that she had been asleep for 7 days. Rising from her bed, she tidied her clothes and stepped out of her room, where she saw Enruxu perched on the wall, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brethren. Had you not called me, I fear I might have slept for 2 more days without waking." Each time her spiritual energy was excessively depleted, she would succumb to a deep sleep, a habit she had grown accustomed to since childhood, though those from Kunlun were unaware of this. No need for thanks, junior sister Jiang. You have slept for far too long. It is not my fault you were awakened. And Ruxu, noticing Jiang Lisheng's still drowsy demeanor, felt a touch of embarrassment. Jiang Lisheng shook her head, observing that Ruxu still appeared somewhat pale, and inquired, Brotherin, how is your injury? Has it not healed yet? Jiang Lisheng nodded, thinking that if given the choice, she too would prefer to lie idle for half a month. However, she still asked, Zhao Curson inflicted that wound upon you. She should be responsible for the medical expenses, should she not? He looked at Jiang Lisheng with a sense of nostalgia. Junior sister Jiang, should such fortunate events arise again, I shall shield you from the sword. At that moment, he completely forgot that the troublesome romantic entanglements were of his own making. Jiang Lisheng seemed to share in his forgetfulness, her eyes wide with regret. Brotherin, why did you suddenly rush out to block the sword for me? I could have managed on my own. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones could purchase a multitude of fine items. And Ruxu scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty about the fortune that had unexpectedly come his way. He promptly declared, I shall share half with you. Jiang Lisheng coughed lightly, suggesting, perhaps another time. Should someone wish to harm me again, do not intercede on my behalf. And Ruxu readily agreed, very well. Wei Qinglan, upon hearing that Jiang Lisheng had remained unconscious for 7 days, felt a twinge of concern, knowing it was, in part, due to him. He decided to pay a visit. As he gracefully soared into the courtyard on his sword, he fortuitously overheard the exchange between the two. He paused momentarily, sheathing his sword with a faint sound. And Ruxu turned his head, his eyes brightening at the sight of Wei Shidi. Jiang Lisheng looked at Wei Qinglan in surprise, and also offered a greeting, Wei Shixiao. Wei Qinglan nodded and stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Lisheng. Noticing her still evident weariness, he turned to Ruxu and inquired, Is your injury fully healed, and Shixiao? Given that he was in Jiang Lisheng's courtyard, it was clear he had not come seeking him. I heard that Jiang Shimi has yet to awaken, so I came to check on her. Wei Qinglan furrowed his brow, aware that in 7 days, the expedition to the Qishan's secret realm would commence, and in Shixiao needed to recover swiftly. It would be best to avoid any activities detrimental to your healing. He nearly voiced the suggestion outright that climbing walls was not conducive to recovery. And Ruxu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I too was worried about Jiang Shimi. It was only after 7 days of her slumber that I climbed the wall and threw pebbles at her window to rouse her. The notion of waking a girl by throwing pebbles at her window certainly sounded rather inappropriate. Wei Qinglan is a golden core, and the Qishan's secret realm only permits those at the foundation establishment stage or below to enter. For those with higher cultivation levels wishing to access the secret realm, they must suppress their power to the foundation establishment stage. Although the Qishan's secret realm is enticing, it holds little allure for Wei Qinglan, who has already traversed the unzowed divine domain. Thus, it should pose no temptation for him. He shook his head, indicating he would likely refrain from going. And Ruxu then inquired, what about junior sister Jiang? Jiang's spiritual energy has been depleted, and her body has yet to recover. After 7 days of slumber, she seems still not fully rested. I forcibly awakened her by throwing beads at the window, given her current state. He wondered if Wei Qinglan could assist Jiang Lisheng in restoring her spiritual energy, allowing her to join in the journey to the Qishan's secret realm after 7 days. And Ruxu considered this as well. Given Jiang Lisheng's present condition, even if she were to regain her spiritual energy, she would still need to heal Wei Qinglan's spirit repository injury. Whether she could go remains to be seen. He sighed and turned to Jiang Lisheng, speaking earnestly. Junior sister Jiang, we share both fortune and adversity. If you are unable to venture into the Qishan's secret realm, then I shall not go either. Jiang Lisheng quickly responded. Brotherin, I am not particularly eager to visit the Qishan's secret realm either. Focus on your recovery. Do not worry about me. Jiang Lisheng truly did not wish to go to the Qishan's secret realm, as she certainly preferred not to be pursued and devoured by demonic beasts. Chapter 29. Dare not. Jiang Lisheng's reluctance to visit the Qishan's secret realm was evident on her face. Wei Qinglan observed her and unconsciously smirked. However, upon noticing her expression, he quickly composed himself and stated with a light gaze, the medical hall has procured over 1,000 bottles of spiritual recovery pills, all of which will be administered to you. According to Uncle Shi's estimation, this should not hinder your ability to join the Qishan's secret realm in 7 days. Jiang Lisheng gasped in astonishment. Such a grand gesture was truly remarkable. Even her master would not bestow upon her such a generous quantity of spiritual replenishing elixirs all at once. However, she quickly deduced that this was due to the injury sustained by the individual before her, rendering her spiritual energy insufficient to heal him promptly. Moreover, she had slept for a full 7 days, and in another 7 days, she was due to embark on a journey to the Qishan's secret realm. Both the leader Zhou and the leader Ying had insisted that she must venture into the Qishan's secret realm, likely urging her to expedite the healing of Wei Qinglan's spiritual injuries within this limited time frame, hence the ample supply of elixirs to facilitate her efforts without delay. With a sigh, she pondered, must I truly go to the Qishan's secret realm? I am genuinely terrified that the beasts within will tear me apart. It was said that not only were the beasts in the secret realm exceedingly ferocious, but even practitioners from various sects would resort to mutual slaughter over the coveted spiritual herbs and opportunities. Surely, someone of my caliber would be slaughtered without hesitation. Wouldn't I? Wei Qinglan interjected. You have already evaded 2 strikes from Master Qi, so ordinary individuals cannot harm you. But you mentioned ordinary individuals. What about extraordinary ones? Jiang Lisheng lamented, attempting to negotiate. Wei Xixiao, could you perhaps speak to Leader Zhou on my behalf and request that I be excused? My master has always forbidden me from such endeavors. Wei Qinglan firmly declined. 3 days prior, Kunlun received a message from the esteemed lord of the Qingshu Jade sect, indicating that you are required to participate in this Qishan's secret realm expedition. The lord stated that as long as you are in Kunlun, you are a disciple of Kunlun and must adhere to its directives. Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Has my master truly ceased to intervene on my behalf? Wei Qinglan coughed lightly. Not at all. However, the Lord believes it is time for you to venture forth and gain experience. You cannot remain on the mountain for eternity. Jiang Lisheng murmured that spending a lifetime atop the mountain was not without its merits. Although she felt she had not yet lived enough, she was remarkably cautious about her life, believing that if she could avoid losing this precious existence, she would prefer not to part with it. Wei Qinglan regarded her with amusement and said, all right, come with me to the medical hall. Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement. Zhu Wenin emerged from the neighboring courtyard and spotted the departing duo. Dressed in vibrant red, Wei Qinglan was unmistakable to her, and the figure of Jiang Lisheng, being carried on his sword, was equally recognizable. Upon reaching Spirit Beast Peak and entering the main peak, they arrived at Zhao Kursan's residence. Zhu Wenin pushed the door open and found Zhao Kursan awake. Approaching the bedside, she inquired, Junior sister, how do you feel today? Are you better? Senior sister, Zhao Kursan replied, her complexion pale and her voice weak. I feel somewhat better, but still quite unwell. Zhu Wenin looked at her with concern. Enduring 100 lashes was not something a common person could withstand, naturally leading to her discomfort. Master has gone to fetch medicine for you again. Do not worry. It will not delay your journey to the secret realm of Qishan. Zhao Kursan nodded appreciatively. Zhu Wenin took a seat by the bed, using her spiritual energy to soothe Zhao Kursan's muscles and bones, while saying, just as I was leaving today, I saw Wei Shidi flying on his sword with Jiang Lisheng. Zhao Kursan's heart burned with resentment toward Jiang Lisheng upon hearing this, and she exclaimed in surprise, Wei Shidi took her with him? Did he go to her residence to find her? Why? Indeed, Zhao Kursan shook her head. I do not know either. Jiang Lisheng has been in a deep slumber for 7 days. She was still unconscious last night, so she must have just awakened and been taken away by him. Frustration welled up within Zhao Kursan as she thought about Jiang Lisheng's audacity to entice Wei Shidi, that vixen. Junior sister, mind your words. Zhu Wenin reminded her that such words must not be uttered again, lest she forget the reason for her punishment. I heard from the master that Wei Shidi, having slain 2 serpents that escaped from the demon suppression tower, was injured in the Lingfu. Jiang Lisheng, possessing unique spiritual power, was permitted by the head of the medical hall to assist Wei Shidi in his recovery. Perhaps due to this, she was taken away by him as soon as she regained consciousness. Zhao Kursan's eyes were red. Senior sister, why does she have such good fortune? Why doesn't Shi Xiang shield her from the sword? He even said he does not like me. Zhu Wenin paused for a moment, producing a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Junior sister, if Shi Xiang does not favor you, then find someone else to admire. He is not worth your affection. I will not change. I like him. Zhao Kursan's tears soaked the handkerchief. Zhu Wenin remained silent for a moment, then said, then devise a way to win his heart. How can I do that? I fear I won't even be able to approach him anymore. You do not know. The day he looked at me, his words were sharp. and his expression was one of disdain. I cannot forget it to this day. Zhu Wenin tightened her grip on the handkerchief. If you truly care for him, strive diligently in your cultivation. Opportunities will arise. Even if you harbor resentment towards Jiang Lisheng, do not act recklessly. And Shi Xiang is kind-hearted. If he perceives your malice, he will naturally be put off. She paused, lowering her voice. There exists a spirit beast on Qingqiu Mountain, resembling a fox with 9 tails, whose cries are akin to that of an infant. It excels in the arts of enchantment and seduction. Should you procure its blood and imbibe it, one will surely be captivated, rendering even celestial beings powerless to unravel the spell. If you truly cannot relinquish your feelings for Shi Xiang, you might capture one and give it a try. Then he shall be at your mercy. Afterward, he will be yours. Zhao Cursin's sobbing ceased as she reached out to pull the handkerchief from Zhu Wenin's eyes. Zhu Wenin firmly restrained her expression, ensuring that her emotions remained concealed. Her voice was exceedingly gentle. Junior sister, ascending Qingqiu Mountain is a daunting task, and capturing a 9-tailed fox is no simple feat. My words were merely spoken in jest. It would be wise for you to disregard them. Although brother N possesses admirable qualities, there are countless men in this world, and surely there exists one superior to him, such as Brother Wei. Sister Zhao Cursin trembled in astonishment, her voice trembling with fear. I cannot entertain thoughts of Brother Wei. My heart belongs solely to brother. And Zhu Wenin's lips curled into a subtle smile, her voice softening further. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against fate. If one lacks the courage to rebel against the heavens, how can one hope to achieve greatness? To ponder the unthinkable is to shy away from the unattainable. Sister, do you have feelings for Brother Wei? Zhao Cursin seemed utterly taken aback. Who would dare to harbor such affections for Brother Wei? Zhu Wenin regained her composure and removed the handkerchief that obscured her gaze. Junior sister, the sect master has declared that Brother Wei was born for the Wei. Anyone who disrupts his path shall face the wrath of the entire Kunlun. I certainly would not dare. She offered a fleeting smile that quickly vanished, her tone turning icy. If Jiang Li dares to act, she shall meet her end, for even with the backing of Qingqiu, she will find no salvation. Chapter 30. Strategizing before action. Zhao Cursin gazed at Zhu Wenin, momentarily struck by the unfamiliarity of her childhood companion. A buzzing filled her mind as she pondered. Is it truly possible? Can one capture a 9-tailed fox, procure its blood, and attain Enruksu? The thought was too daunting to pursue further. Zhu Wenin unfolded the handkerchief, her tone remaining steady. Junior sister, observe how your tears have dampened the fabric in such a brief span. The tears of a daughter are precious. They ought to be shed in the right place. Now, your tears are wasted on me. They hold little value. If you must cry, let it be before senior brethren, for he is the kindest of souls. If you silently weep and apologize to him, he will surely feel too bashful to respond with harsh words or a cold demeanor. Zhao Cursin focused her gaze. Sister, Zhu Wenin put away her handkerchief. Junior sister, we are bound by the closest ties. I genuinely wish for your well-being. I understand, sister. If only you had been there during my quarrel with Jiang Lisheng, you would have stopped me from inadvertently harming senior brethren. Although Zhao Cursin harbored resentment towards Jiang Lisheng, she deeply regretted injuring Enruksu. She looked at Zhu Wenin. Sister, you just mentioned that if Jiang Lisheng dared to confront Wei Qinglan, then she would be finished. If she were to confront Wei Qinglan, would she truly face her end? Indeed, Zhu Wenin affirmed. Who is Wei Qinglan? He is the young genius of our Kunlun sect, entrusted with the weighty responsibilities of our lineage, and must not falter. The sect master will not allow personal affections to jeopardize Wei Qinglan's path. Suddenly, Zhao Cursin sat upright. I will make Jiang Lisheng pay. She seemed to disregard her pain, tightly grasping Zhu Wenin's wrist, her heart racing as she declared, Sister, I will strive to cultivate diligently. Go to Qingqiu Mountain, capture the 9-tailed fox, and obtain its blood. Even if it is not for senior brethren, it must be for. Her hands trembled, yet she managed to complete her thought, daring to voice what she had feared. I want Jiang Lisheng to perish. Junior sister, do not act impulsively. Zhu Wenin grasped her hand firmly, reminding her that in 7 days, we shall embark on a journey to the mysterious Qishan. Your foremost task is to apologize to Brother N and mend your relationship. As for Jiang Lisheng, you must also seek her forgiveness and reconcile. She lowered her voice, articulating each word carefully, as if planning her next move. Zhao Cursin nodded, her emotions tumultuous and hard to quell. After a while, she finally released Zhu Wenin's hand. Sister, will we be putting Brother Wei in jeopardy? Absolutely not. What sort of person is Brother Wei? He is favored by fortune, shielded by the celestial will. He shall remain unharmed, Zhu Wenin reassured her hastily. Now lie down quickly. I will use my spiritual energy to soothe you further. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lisheng, Zhu Wenin had spent the past 7 days contemplating matters concerning her, Zhao Curson, and Ruxu, and Wei Qinglan. Upon awakening, her mind still clouded, she stood behind Wei Qinglan, nearly stumbling twice under the weight of her sword, only to be caught in time by Wei Qinglan, who then pulled her by the collar and brought her to the forefront. Jiang Lisheng gasped, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. Brother Wei, I apologize. I am still groggy from sleep. Jiang Lisheng steadied herself, determined not to succumb to her drowsiness again, straining to keep her eyelids open. Though Wei Qinglan wielded the sword swiftly, Jiang Lisheng found the experience somewhat arduous. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the medical hall. As the sword came to a halt, she exhaled deeply, leaping off the sword eagerly. However, in her haste, her weakened body faltered, and she nearly lost her balance due to her flowing skirt, stumbling unexpectedly. Wei Qinglan reached out to steady her, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Why the rush? Jiang Lisheng pulled her hand away from Wei Qinglan and quickly took a step back, not out of fear, but simply because she was unsteady. Wei Qinglan fixed his gaze upon her, questioning her lack of fear. Deep down, she knew the truth. Jiang Lisheng lowered her head, nervously rubbing her toes. Acutely aware of the oppressive force looming over her, a pressure emanating from the golden core, undeniably formidable. She found it difficult to breathe under its weight, and, after a moment of silent endurance, mustered the courage to speak. Senior Brother Wei, you. Taking a deep breath, she hastily finished her sentence. Once I heal the wounds in your spiritual abode, I shall have repaid the debt of gratitude you owe me for saving me from confinement. It would be best for us to limit our interactions moving forward. Wei Qinglan's expression turned cold. Why? Jiang Lisheng, unable to meet his gaze, summoned her courage to respond. You are a precious asset of Kunlun. I fear that being too close to you might lead me to make a grave mistake, endangering you and inviting calamity, resulting in my imprisonment for an eternity. Wei Qinglan scoffed lightly, sheathing his sword as he stepped toward the medical hall, his voice cool and detached. Do not overestimate yourself. Your abilities are scarcely noteworthy. Before me, you shall not incite any catastrophe. With that, he entered the medical hall, leaving Jiang Lisheng standing there, her heart brimming with indignation, muttering to herself about his disdain. Her worth had been a source of frustration in Qingxiu, where people wished to cast her out of the sect, yet here in Kunlun, she found herself belittled. Alas, it was Wei Qinglan who underestimated her, and he certainly possessed the arrogance to do so. Chapter 31. The lesser which meets the greater which inside the medical hall. Ingzonyu had just dismissed Jin Wangchou and was now admonishing Si Shao. Si Shao acknowledged the lesson, yet whispered, in terms of indulgence towards disciples, the esteemed master of Qingxiu, the venerable Gu from Yushu Peak, surpasses even Uncle Jin. Ingzonyu cast a glance at him. How could Jin Wangchou possibly compare to the master of Yushu? The leader of Qingxiu, possessing extraordinary insight, has had Zhang Li in her ranks for numerous years. Had it not been for the catastrophic fire that ravaged the spiritual fields and obliterated countless spiritual plants, she would not have been under the protective care of the master of Yushu, sent to Kunlun for further education. You must have seen that when the young lady arrived at Kunlun, she bore no injuries, having been delivered by the swift currents of the mountains and rivers. As for you, Master Gu, while you may not rival the master of Yushu, Gu Qingzhou's swordsmanship ranks first among the 32 peak masters of Kunlun, known for its lethal techniques that instill fear in all, and Ruxu has yet to grasp even a fragment of its essence. These two individuals protect their disciples because they possess the capability to do so, whereas Jin Wangchou, aside from her advantageous background and her adeptness at tact, what can she possibly compare to these two? Among the 32 peak masters of Kunlun, she may not be the very last. Yet she relies on her wealth to remedy her disciples' shortcomings. What merit is there in such indulgence? Si Shao comprehended and clasped his hands. I am grateful for the lesson. Master, being still young, he hesitantly inquired, did Jiang Shimi truly set fire to the spiritual fields of Qingxiu, destroying countless spiritual plants? Ingzonyu snorted. Though the master of Yushu has concealed the news, the calamity is too great. Qingxiu is in an uproar, and inevitably, someone will leak a hint of their grievances. I have heard this from the head of Qingxiu's medical hall, thus it must be true. The matter of spiritual plants directly pertains to the crafting of superior medicines. And naturally, the greatest resentment lies with the Qingshu Medical Hall. Si Xiao sighed. The master of Yushu is indeed overly indulgent towards her disciples. In comparison to Master Jin, he truly appears as a mere novice. Wei Qinglan approached the doorway, eavesdropping for a moment, hesitating briefly before stepping into the medical hall. Jiang Lisheng followed closely behind, also catching snippets of conversation. Over the years, she had caused countless troubles in Qingshu, yet this particular predicament was not of her own making. Rather, she bore the blame for another, a situation so unjust that it left her utterly speechless. Just moments ago, she had confided in Wei Qinglan about her propensity for trouble and her concern that it might implicate him. Now, it was fortuitous that he could overhear. She spoke no falsehoods. Indeed, it was prudent not to be too closely associated with her. Taken Ruxu, for instance, he now lay in bed recovering from injuries. Although the misfortune stemmed from his actions, had it not been for her confrontation with Zhao Curson, he would not have suffered such grievous wounds. Perilously close to a fatal blow to his heart. Upon their arrival, the master and disciple ceased their conversation, and Ning Zhongyu exhibited no embarrassment at being overheard. Glancing at Jiang Lisheng with a raised eyebrow, inquiring, "Awake? I thought you would sleep for another couple of days." Jiang Lisheng respectfully acknowledged him, "Hall master. Right here." She resolved firmly, "I shall utilize it now. Once my spiritual energy is restored, I can immediately tend to Brother Wei's injuries." The numerous spiritual recovery pills were sufficient for healing Brother Wei's spiritual injuries. "Very well," Ning Zhongyu replied with eagerness, "then proceed without delay." The box was already open, revealing a neat array of spiritual recovery pills. After 7 days of slumber, Jiang Lisheng's stomach felt entirely empty. She grasped a vial, uncorked it, and poured its contents into her palm, consuming the pills one by one. In no time, she had finished an entire vial, reaching for another to continue her replenishment. The spirit-replenishing elixir, in her hands, was as commonplace as a meal. In the blink of an eye, she consumed 5 vials. Si Xiao gazed in astonishment, while Wei Qinglan maintained an expressionless demeanor. Ning Zhongyu could not help but remark, "Fortunately, your spiritual energy is exceptional. Otherwise, a typical person consuming such a quantity of elixir would meet a tragic end." Jiang Lisheng nodded. Having grown weary of this substance since childhood, if not for necessity, she would have been disinclined to partake. 5 vials had filled her stomach, and the remainder she crushed, drawing spiritual energy directly from her fingertips. Her motions were swift, one vial after another, and soon a heap of bottles lay discarded on the ground, while her countenance visibly brightened with each vial consumed, shedding the weariness that had clung to her. After consuming dozens of vials of the elixir, Jiang Lisheng halted and addressed Ning Zhongyu. "We may commence. I can now heal Brother Wei's spiritual injuries. You and Brother C shall assist me, as we did that day, when my spiritual energy wanes. Simply crush the elixirs to replenish my strength." Ning Zhongyu nodded in agreement. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he could scarcely have imagined that after consuming so many vials, she would revive like a wilted flower quenching its thirst, her entire demeanor transformed. No wonder rumors had circulated for years that her foundation was painstakingly built by the master of Jade's sect through the use of elixirs, with her unique spiritual energy. If not for the elixirs, the master would have truly been at a loss. He turned to Wei Qinglan, sealed the doors of the medical hall, and said, "Let us begin." Though Jiang Lisheng yearned to swiftly heal Wei Qinglan's wounds, the task of mending the spiritual abode required meticulous care. Despite her anxiousness, she remained acutely aware, refraining from hasty actions and patiently repairing it inch by inch. Wei Qinglan could discern her cautiousness and painstaking endurance. He stood silently, his gaze resting upon Jiang Lisheng's face, which had glowed with vitality after replenishing her spiritual energy, but now visibly paled. The energy restored by the spiritual elixirs was depleting before their eyes. Yang Zhongyu and Si Xiao, who stood guard for the two, hesitated to let Jiang Lisheng exhaust herself as before. Instead, upon noticing her waning complexion, they swiftly pressed more elixirs into her hands. In the hushed stillness, the sound of the elixirs being crushed reverberated softly. Chapter 32. Counter-replenishment. Half a day later, Jiang Lisheng had consumed over 800 bottles of spiritual elixirs, successfully restoring Wei Qinglan's spiritual abode. As she prepared to withdraw her hands upon healing the final wound, an immense surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from within Wei Qinglan's abode, gripping her tightly. Startled, Jiang Lisheng opened her eyes wide, looking at Wei Qinglan, who had his eyes closed, his lips moving slightly as he uttered in a chilling tone, "Do not move." Jiang Lisheng felt compelled to remain still. Indeed, once his spiritual abode was repaired, a formidable pressure enveloped her, as though mountains and seas were tilting towards her. He forbade her to move, and she was utterly immobilized. Moments later, she sensed the vast energy that clutched her, threading delicately along her meridians, releasing a fine strand of spiritual power, akin to a gentle spring, exploring and probing into her spiritual abode just as she had when first entering his. She suddenly shivered, intent on raising her defenses to expel him. Yet, he was far too formidable. Her consciousness was ensnared, akin to losing control, rendering her immobile as that delicate stream penetrated her spirit realm, which lay open due to their connection forged through his healing. Unlike Ingzongyu's spiritual energy that was resisted and unreceived, this energy merged seamlessly. Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Wei Qinglan. What was he doing? Bestowing her with spiritual energy? Wei Qinglan remained with his eyes closed. After a successful initial attempt, he ceased his tentative explorations, unhesitatingly channeling his spiritual essence into Jiang Lisheng's spirit realm. Instantly, it shattered into luminous particles, dispersing and merging. In mere moments, the low reservoir within Jiang Lisheng was filled, yet he seemed unsatisfied and sought to further expand her spirit realm. "No," Jiang Lisheng managed to utter, her voice strained in protest. "Qinglan, what are you doing?" Ingzongyu was equally taken aback, although unaware of the unfolding events. He could see Jiang Lisheng in a state of panic, trembling incessantly, while he felt the immense pressure of Wei Qinglan's spiritual energy enveloping her. Senior brother Wei Xiao, unable to withstand the oppressive spiritual force, turned pale and took a step back. Ignoring him, Wei Qinglan's energy surged within Jiang Lisheng's spirit realm, leaving her powerless to resist. Remarkably, his intention to expand her spirit realm proved effective. Shortly after, ripples danced through her reservoir as it widened under the influence of his potent energy. Jiang Lisheng felt a mix of shock and indignation. At last, she comprehended his intent. This man. He was indeed using his own spiritual energy to fill the void in her spirit realm and intended to assist in its expansion. For many years, her master had failed to accomplish what he had achieved. Yet, she did not desire it. She remained perplexed as to why her spiritual energy could merge with Wei Qinglan's. Perhaps it was due to her efforts in repairing his spiritual abode. Regardless, she adamantly refused to accept his replenishment. After all, she had just repaid a life-saving favor. And as long as he remained inactive, their debts would be settled. But what was he doing? Her resistance was so fervent that her face turned pale with pain. After successfully resisting, Jiang Lisheng glared furiously at Wei Qinglan, demanding to know his intentions. "I said no." Her face flushed with anger, and due to the intensity of her emotions, coupled with prolonged standing, she nearly collapsed to the ground. Wei Qinglan stepped forward, extending a hand to steady her. In a fit of rage, Jiang Lisheng pushed him away, her breath coming in heavy gasps, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Wei Qinglan, before abruptly turning to leave. Xiao was left astonished. Throughout Kunlun, not a single person, including the sect leader, dared to confront Wei Shidi in such a manner or unleash such a torrent of anger upon him. Ingzongyu seemed to comprehend the situation. He understood Wei Qinglan's temperament. Having requested Jiang Lisheng to assist in healing his severely injured spiritual abode, it was implausible for Wei Qinglan to remain inactive, even if he felt a sense of indebtedness towards Jiang Lisheng. Therefore, it was not surprising that he could perform such an act of spiritual replenishment. What astonished him was that Wei Qinglan's spiritual energy could indeed merge with Jiang Lisheng's. The energy he bestowed upon her was not rejected by her spiritual sea. Furthermore, he had not anticipated such a vehement resistance from Jiang Lisheng, who disregarded her own injuries to forcibly sever Wei Qinglan's energy infusion and express her outrage towards him. In an instant, the entire medical hall fell into a profound silence. Wei Qinglan stood motionless, his expression serene, devoid of regret or anger despite Jiang Lisheng's outburst, leaving others perplexed about his thoughts. Ingzongyu, with his extensive experience, cleared his throat, shattering the stillness. "This young girl possesses quite a temper." Xiao, breathing cautiously, remarked. Master, Wei Shidi, Jiang Shimi has left in anger. Shouldn't someone go after her to check?" "Go ahead," Ingzongyu gestured dismissively. adding that she should take the remaining healing elixirs with her, instructing her to say they were all for Jiang. Xiao glanced at Wei Qinglan, saw his silence, and nodded, hastily gathering the remaining elixirs before rushing out. Zhongyu then conjured a barrier and turned to Wei Qinglan, stating, "Regardless of your life-saving grace towards her or the exquisite fruits you brought back from Mount Wuzhou, it is more than sufficient to compensate for the injuries she treated in your spiritual abode. There is no need for any further actions." Wei Qinglan remained noncommittal. Zhongyu spoke candidly. "Throughout your life, you have disliked others encroaching upon your personal space, yet you show no such aversion towards Jiang Lisheng. You have repeatedly lent her a helping hand. Do not tell me you have developed feelings for her." Wei Qinglan lifted his eyelids, meeting Zhongyu's gaze with a frosty demeanor. "What does Uncle Ing wish to convey? Aside from master, you often make physical contact with me as well." Zhongyu clicked his tongue, clarifying, "I was referring to women." He scrutinized Wei Qinglan's eyes, his tone unapologetic. "I am not the sect leader, so I cannot dictate your actions. With the sect leader in seclusion, I have no desire to admonish you, but I believe, in today's matter, Jiang Lisheng is not at fault. She possesses a profound self-awareness, unwilling to remain entangled in your reciprocal favors, as such connections yield no benefit to either of you. Do not allow yourself to be misguided." Upon concluding his words, he lowered the barrier and waved for her to leave. "Go on, make haste. Your injuries have burdened me for far too long, depriving me of a restful slumber. Now that you have recovered, I too can finally indulge in a good night's sleep." Chapter 33. No progress. As Jiang Lisheng emerged from the medical hall, the brisk wind invigorated her thoughts. Realizing her delayed reaction, she found herself venting her frustration at Wei Qinglan once more. Yet, his irksome nature left her utterly unrepentant. When will the cycle of gratitude and retribution cease? Such entanglements invariably lead to significant troubles, and she harbored no desire to inadvertently draw calamity upon him, risking his fate being sealed in the eternal abyss. By then, her master's attempts to reconcile with the Lord of Kunlun would likely prove futile. Upon her arrival, her master had sternly cautioned her to adhere to propriety. Should she provoke a disaster in Kunlun, he would be unable to rescue her. She wielded her sword with remarkable speed, and Xiao, only a step behind, pursued her to her residence. Just as she was about to close the door, Xiao urgently called out, "Jiang Shimi, please wait." Xiao sheathed his sword. Noticing Jiang Lisheng's face was pale from the cold, her new disciple robes from Kunlun coated in a layer of frost. He immediately inquired, "Jiang Shimi, why did you not use your spiritual power to perform a cleansing technique? You are completely soaked, and in Kunlun's chill, you risk succumbing to a fever. After all, though we are cultivators, we remain but half mortal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng stiffened her hand and performed a cleansing spell. Feeling warmth envelop her as the frost melted away, she then remarked, "I had forgotten. Had it not been for Senior Brother C's reminder, I would still be oblivious." Jiang Lisheng's heart leaped with joy. "Is this a gift for me?" "Indeed, Master has instructed to give it to you." Jiang Lisheng reached out to accept it, placing it into her storage pouch, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Hall Master Ing, and my gratitude to Senior Brother C for making this arduous journey." "Very well, Senior Brother C. Take care." Jiang Lisheng nodded. Xiao departed on his sword, and as Jiang Lisheng turned with the remaining spirit-replenishing elixirs, much of her earlier frustration dissipated. And Ruxu, astonished, inquired, "Is it truly healed?" "Yes," came the affirmative response. After digesting this information, and Ruxu, seeing Jiang Lisheng's unwavering confidence, raised his thumb in admiration. "You managed to heal a wound that even Uncle Ing from the medical hall could not mend, Jiang Shimi. Your spiritual power is truly remarkable." This was the first time Jiang Lisheng had received such praise for her abilities. Her spiritual prowess had long been a source of exasperation for her master, as progress seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. She gazed earnestly at Enruxu and said, "Senior Brotherin, your compliments are delightful. Please bestow a few more." Enruxu, delighted, replied, "Indeed, you are exceptional, unmatched by anyone else. In all the world, you are a singular presence. With such divine favor, you must be blessed by fortune. If you truly achieve great mastery, who knows, you may not only transcend to immortality, but possibly ascend to divinity." Jiang Lisheng. Such extravagant praise. She looked up at him with a broad smile, and though his words seemed far-fetched, she felt a surge of joy. "Thank you, Senior Brotherin." Upon returning to her quarters, Jiang Li did not, as was her custom, collapse into slumber. Instead, she settled cross-legged, delving into the depths of her spiritual realm. It was not merely a figment of her imagination. The small reservoir within her spiritual domain had indeed expanded. Wei Qinglan's spiritual energy had, astonishingly, managed to stir her once stagnant realm. For years, her master had endeavored through various means to awaken her dormant spirit. Yet it was a serendipitous twist of fate that allowed Wei Qinglan to achieve what her master could not. No cultivator can resist the allure of anything beneficial to their spiritual domain, and she was no exception. However, it was particularly vexing that this benefactor was not her master, but rather Wei Qinglan, the very person she must not provoke. She summoned her spiritual energy, attempting to replicate Wei Qinglan's method to further expand her realm, yet found herself drenched in sweat and nearly fainting from pain, with not a ripple disturbing the surface of her reservoir. Defeated, she relinquished her efforts, cursing herself for her frustrations. Meanwhile, Wei Qinglan exited the medical hall, eschewing his sword, and proceeded step by step. "Brother Yun," he greeted respectfully. Yun Duan scrutinized him with surprise. "Junior Brother Wei, has your spiritual domain fully healed?" "Yes," Wei Qinglan replied. "Congratulations." Yun Duan expressed his delight. "Your spiritual injury had greatly troubled Uncle Ing at the medical hall. I did not expect him to find a remedy so swiftly." He produced a new storage bag, inquiring, "This is what you asked me to procure for junior sister Jiang. I have gathered everything. Shall I deliver it to her, or would you prefer to do so yourself?" Wei Qinglan accepted the bag with gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yun. I shall deliver it myself." Yun Duan gazed at him. "You and Sister Jiang." Wei Qinglan's expression was pale. "The injuries to my spirit abode were healed by her." Yun Duan was taken aback. "Indeed, while I was at the foot of the mountain, I fortuitously stumbled upon a medicinal pill. I could not discern its nature, but I sensed it was something valuable. So I took it to the medical hall for Eldering to examine." Wei Qinglan nodded. "You may go, Brother Yun." He felt relieved and proceeded to the medical hall. Wei Qinglan arrived at Jiang Lisheng's residence and knocked on her door. Not too many, nor too few, just 3 knocks, sufficient for the occupant inside to hear, even if she were asleep. Chapter 34. Urgent Matters. Jiang Lisheng was indeed asleep. After having expanded her spirit abode, she had spent half the day studying it, only to conclude that there was little difference. It merely allowed for the storage of additional spiritual energy. She remained at the initial stage of foundation establishment. After a spell of frustration and anger, she decided to simply lie down and sleep. Upon hearing the knock, she groggily rose and opened the door, only to find Wei Qinglan standing outside. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she scowled and said, "What do you want?" She truly had little regard for him at that moment. With a swift motion, she slammed the door shut. He had barely finished speaking when he turned to leave. Jiang Lisheng exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten this?" She promptly opened the door and hurried after him, grasping his sleeve, her anger dissipating. "I want it." Wei Qinglan shook off her hand, ignoring her, and continued walking forward. Jiang Lisheng, in a flurry, hurried a few steps after him, struggling to keep pace with his long strides. Out of breath, she reached out once more, seizing his arm. "I told you I want it." Wei Qinglan was compelled to halt his steps, observing her claws. Was it not permissible for them to make contact? What were they currently doing? Did they possess their own consciousness, ungoverned by her? Jiang Lisheng murmured. She was on the verge of tears, gazing at Wei Qinglan with a distressed expression, recalling how he had once reached out to assist her, only to have her angrily push him away. Now, the tides had turned, and retribution had arrived swiftly. She shamelessly admitted, yes, it is my claws, and they have a mind of their own." Wei Qinglan let out a soft scoff. Jiang Lisheng thought it remarkable that he could even scoff in response. She wore a conciliatory smile and sweetly apologized. "Senior Brother Wei, I am truly sorry. I should not have been so ungrateful. I was in the wrong. Please forgive me." Wei Qinglan regarded her, pondering whether her remorse was genuine or merely a ploy for her snacks. He nodded, inquiring whether there would be another opportunity. "No, there won't be another," she replied swiftly. Observing her sincerity in admitting her fault, Wei Qinglan retrieved a storage bag and handed it to her. Jiang Lisheng eagerly accepted it, opening it to find it brimming with her desired items, with her snacks prominently displayed. Her face lit up with joy, dispelling any remnants of anger. "Thank you, Senior Brother Wei." Wei Qinglan turned his face away, replying, "No need for thanks." He added, "In 7 days, we embark on our journey to Qishan. Do not forget." Jiang Lisheng promptly extracted a pack of snacks and placed it into his hand, assuring him, "I won't forget." She secured the storage bag around her waist and, unable to contain her excitement, opened her own pack of snacks. "Ah, I haven't eaten in many days." The practitioners engage in fasting and consume elixirs, yet she, since childhood, has taken these elixirs as casually as one would partake in a meal. Whenever she felt nauseous from her intake, her master would indulge her with an assortment of snacks to coax her into eating, resulting in a long-standing habit. Now, she finds herself unable to thrive without earthly sustenance, feeling utterly depleted in its absence. Fortunately, her needs have been met once more. Satisfied with her meal, she feels inclined to converse earnestly with Wei Qinglan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Wei. You have accomplished what my master could not. You are truly remarkable." Emulating in Ruxu's earnest tone, she sincerely praises him. "In the future, not only will you ascend to immortality, but you are destined to become a deity." After uttering these words, he turned and departed. A gentle breeze rustled his garments. With that smile, it felt as if the spring breeze caressed her face, and even the perennial snows of Kunlun mountain began to melt. "What is that delightful aroma?" And Ruxu climbed back onto the wall, inhaling deeply. "Sister Jiang, what are you eating?" Jiang Lisheng turned, gazing at Ruxu with a hint of exasperation. "Senior Brotherin, this method of recovery is not advisable. Do you indulge in snacks?" And Ruxu chuckled. "It is precisely because I am recuperating that I find it unbearable to lie still. What snack smells so enticing? I must have some." By nature, he was a foodie. On Kunlun Mountain, anything edible was a temptation for him to honor his appetite. However, he typically indulged in the finer fare, be it spiritual herbs, ethereal beasts, or divine elixirs, never stooping to partake in mundane grains. The common folk consume these light snacks. Jiang Lisheng approached him. "But you are currently recovering and should refrain from such indulgences, correct? For those who practice cultivation, consuming grains and cereals is deemed detrimental to the body, as it may generate impurities. Most practitioners prefer abstaining from such nourishment, unless one is like her, who finds that regardless of whether she consumes grains, her spiritual energy remains unaffected and stagnant." As for Wei Qinglan, having reached the golden core stage, while eating grains may not confer any benefits, it also poses no harm. However, Ruxu appears to be in a different predicament. He is still in the foundation establishment stage and currently recuperating from injuries. "I wish to eat," Ruxu remarked, observing Jiang Lisheng relishing her meal, the enticing aroma provoking his appetite. Jiang Lisheng could only offer him a small portion, saying, "You may have a few bites." "Very well, thank you, Junior Sister Jiang." Ruxu replied, struggling to reach down from the wall, finally grasping a snack. He popped one into his mouth, savoring it with palpable delight. "How many years has it been since my master brought me to Kunlun? I have not tasted earthly grains since." He took another bite, reminiscing. "I've forgotten what they taste like. They are truly delectable." Jiang Lisheng observed him with a hint of concern. "Just don't become addicted. After all, you are quite different from me. Indulging occasionally is acceptable, but one must not consume this daily." He sighed. "I often wonder what our cultivation is for. Avoiding this and that, toiling day in and day out, it feels rather dreary." Jiang Lisheng, however, found it rather intriguing. "If you were not a cultivator, you would be unable to consume these. Doing so could be fatal." "Indeed," Ruxu conceded, feeling somewhat reassured. "Junior Sister Jiang, you are truly kind-hearted." She longed for companionship, fearing that if she ventured too far alone, she might fall prey to demonic beasts. "Very well, if I cannot resist the urge to seek you out in converse, please ignore me," Ruxu said as he slid down from the wall. Jiang Lisheng let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 35, A Medley of Delights. She had acquired the talisman paper, writing implements, materials for refining tools, as well as a bagua plate and an abundance of snacks. With these items in her possession, the monotony of her days would no longer weigh heavily upon her. Thus, for the next 7 days, she secluded herself within her room, meticulously working with her newfound treasures. When Jiang Lisheng emerged from her quarters, her appearance disheveled and covered in dust, and Xixiang quickly inquired, "Jiang Shimi, what has happened? Is there a problem? Has your house collapsed?" Jiang Lisheng wiped her face with her sleeve and brushed off the dirt from her clothes, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "I apologize for the disturbance, and Xixiang. I mismanaged the fire while refining tools, and unfortunately, it caused some damage to the house. I'm truly sorry for alarming you." And Ruxu, taken aback, gazed at the collapsed roof and remarked, I heard that during your time at Qingshu, you were adept in various skills. But I never anticipated you could create such a ruckus. So, it was due to your mismanagement of the fire that resulted in this outcome? Jiang Lisheng shook her head and affirmed, no, I succeeded in the refinement. And Ruxu was astonished that she had managed to achieve this despite the chaos, and promptly asked, what did you refine? May I see it? A bracelet, Jiang Lisheng replied. And Ruxu examined the rather unappealing object and struggled to find words of praise, muttering, is this a toy bracelet? Jiang Lisheng earnestly corrected him, saying, it is not a bracelet, it is a hidden arrow. And Ruxu could only stare in disbelief. For he had never seen a hidden arrow so ungraceful that it bore no resemblance whatsoever to one. It was merely a circular bracelet. Jiang Lisheng fitted a sleeve arrow onto his hand, pressing a particular protrusion, and with a swift whoosh, 3 remarkably sharp little arrows shot forth, embedding themselves into a nearby pine tree. Wow! And Ruxu exclaimed, utterly astonished. Jiang Lisheng, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, noted that he had only these 3 arrows. And Ruxu had expected him to unleash 100 or more. She quickly offered her support, asserting that even that was quite impressive. He admitted that he was not skilled in crafting weapons, but expressed his keen interest by asking, Jiang Shimi, if you had sufficient materials, how many could you forge? Jiang Lisheng candidly replied, I am unsure. It depends on my proficiency. If I fail, I might not produce even 1, but if successful, crafting 8 or 10 would be no trouble at all. And Ruxu nodded vigorously, seeking to commend him further, remarking that such talent was indeed commendable. As weapon crafting was no simple feat. Observing her collapsed dwelling, he hesitated before stating, given the state of your house, it is uninhabitable. And since it belongs to the discipline hall, compensation is necessary. Without delay, Jiang Lisheng declared, I will repair the roof. I shall do it right away. Thus, and Ruxu watched in astonishment as Jiang Lisheng skillfully mended the roof, leaving no trace of the damage behind. The task of repairing the roof was indeed laborious. She ventured into the forest to gather timber, stripped the bark to create a waterproof covering, and applied mud to level it out, working diligently for nearly half a day. When the representatives from the discipline hall arrived and glanced at the repaired roof, they had no objections, and thus, no compensation was required. Zhou Xinyan deliberately cast a glance, and upon observing Jiang Lisheng's adept techniques, he realized she was quite experienced in this craft. He had not anticipated that this young lady possessed such remarkable skills. If she were to descend to a humble farmer's life in the valley, her exceptional talent as a mud and tile artisan would ensure her survival. He praised Jiang Lisheng, inquiring if she had spent many years repairing rooftops. Blushing, she nodded in affirmation. Zhou Xinyan chuckled, stating that as long as she was capable of repairing it herself, she was free to pursue her endeavors. The paths of cultivation are myriad. There are no strictures dictating that one must adhere to a singular path. Nor is it ordained that an individual can only cultivate one discipline. Any pursuit of cultivation is, in essence, a defiance against the heavens. Mending a roof is hardly a transgression, as long as one does not cleave Mount Kunlun in twain. With Zhou Xinyan's endorsement, Jiang Lisheng felt empowered to freely experiment within the confines of her abode. The lessons at the discipline hall had ceased, and Zhou Xinyan instructed the disciples to prepare for their imminent journey to the Qishan secret realm. She had 7 days to utilize the materials that the guardian Qinglan had procured from Yunduan in preparation for their expedition. And Ru Su was left in awe. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a girl who immersed herself in cultivation quite like Jiang Shimi, who seemed to revel in it, utterly captivated. As 7 days swiftly elapsed, the day of departure for the Qishan secret realm arrived. Chapter 36, The Departure. The opening of the Qishan secret realm was a rare event, occurring but once in a century, prompting various sects to dispatch their teams to partake. Not only that, but several solitary cultivators, upon receiving the news, also set forth. Disciples from all peaks and halls of Kunlun Mountain were present, resulting in an immense contingent. Kunlun had even arranged a flying vessel to transport the disciples on their journey. To Jiang Lisheng's surprise, she recognized the leaders of the expedition. He Jintang from the Sword Peak, Jin Wancho from the Spirit Beast Peak, and Ding Zhongyu from the Medical Hall. And Ruxu and Jiang Lisheng greeted the 3 individuals. He Jintang cast a fleeting glance at the 2 and inquired of Jiang Lisheng, will you be able to survive? Jiang Lisheng hesitated, finding the question difficult to answer. Yet she replied, I will do my utmost. Zhongyu chuckled, just be sure not to be devoured by any demonic beasts. If you sense danger, flee swiftly. Do not confront them head-on. You have encountered many splendid things throughout your life. Even if there are treasures in the mysterious mountains, your master possesses the skill to procure better ones for you. Your journey there is primarily for training and to broaden your horizons, as well as to ensure your safety. Do you understand? I understand. She treasured her life dearly. Initially, she held little expectation for entering the mysterious mountains. Unlike others, she could have chosen not to go. However, having arrived in Kunlun, she felt compelled to adhere to its customs. Jean Wangchou remained silent. In recent days, she had nearly exhausted half of her savings to aid Zhao Kursen's recovery. Fortunately, Zhao's injuries had healed sufficiently for her to accompany them to the mysterious mountains. Jean Wangchou found it challenging to extend a warm demeanor to the two. Although the situation had primarily arisen from Zhao Kursen's actions, Jean Wangchou, as her mentor, could not afford to be magnanimous towards them. Merely refraining from reprimanding them was a testament to her restraint and grace. Conversely, Zhu Wenin took the initiative to greet Enruxu, "Senior Brotherin, has your injury healed?" Enruxu nodded, "It has healed." Jiang Lisheng turned her head to look and noticed that Zhao Kursen had lost considerable weight. Her once round face had now become slender like a melon seed, clearly indicating the hardships she had endured. In contrast, Zhu Wenin appeared unchanged, just as before. When she caught Jiang Lisheng's gaze, she smiled and said, "Junior sister Jiang, many from Qingshu will also attend the Qishan secret realm. Having been away from Qingshu for so long, I presume you miss them?" Despite her reluctance towards her fellow disciples, Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhu's words. As the group boarded the flying vessel, Enruxu and Jiang Lisheng found a place to sit and fortuitously spotted Lu Shaoling. Jiang Lisheng greeted him, "Senior brother Lu." "Oh, junior sister Jiang," Lu Shaoling exclaimed, noticing a delicate young girl with fair skin and bright eyes. He recognized her face, but it took him a moment to remember her. Upon hearing Jiang Lisheng's greeting, he recalled her and smiled. "You're wearing our Kunlun's new disciple robe. I didn't recognize you at first. It seems everything has been well since you've been in Kunlun for so long." Each peak and hall has its own cultivation tasks, and only those disciples who commit infractions visit the discipline hall. Naturally, he hadn't seen Jiang Lisheng since she entered the mountain gates. Jiang Lisheng smiled and nodded, affirming that all was well. Lu Shaoling recognized Enruxu and, seeing him alongside Jiang Lisheng, clapped him on the shoulder. "Junior brotherin, come, sit with me and junior sister Jiang. I heard you were injured. How could you sustain injuries here in Kunlun? Did you venture to the demon suppression tower to battle the demon beasts on your own?" Enruxu settled down beside him. "Brother Lu, you overestimate me. What level are the beasts in the demon suppression tower? The lowest are at the golden core stage, and even a solitary one could devour me whole. I could never confront such beasts." "Then how were you injured?" Lu Shaoling inquired. Enruxu regarded him. "Brother Lu, you are not feigning ignorance, are you?" "Not at all," Lu Shaoling clarified. "I have been in seclusion and only just emerged. Only to hear that you were injured and was unaware of the details." Enruxu had little to conceal, especially considering the uproar caused by Zhao Kursen's incident, which many were aware of. With a hint of reluctance, he admitted, "I was trying to mediate a dispute and was pierced by a sword." "How did that come to pass?" Lu Shaoling asked, intrigued. Jiang Lisheng cleared her throat and interjected, "I had a quarrel with someone, and when Brotherin intervened to assist me, he was stabbed. The one who fought with me has faced consequences," she added. Lu Shaoling nodded. "Our Kunlun sect maintains strict discipline, unlike Qingshu. Sister Jiang has only just arrived and may not yet be accustomed to our ways. In the future, if you intend to remain here, it would be wise to prioritize harmony." "Brother Lu speaks wisely," Jiang Lisheng agreed. Enruxu felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his close association with Jiang Lisheng, the calamity would not have befallen her. Rubbing the back of his head, he mused that Jiang Lisheng had behaved admirably, and the fault lay not with her, but with him. Jiang Lisheng murmured, "It is not entirely Brotherin's fault. It was others who lacked reason and deserved what they received." After all, they were not alone in the cabin. At a distance sat Zhao Kursen and Zhu Wenin. Though their voices were subdued, it was impossible to guarantee that they remained unheard. He is not one to speak ill of others, whether in person or behind their backs, unless pushed to the edge. Zhao Kursen and Zhu Wenin were already attentive to their surroundings. As practitioners, their senses were keen and, without barriers, they could easily overhear. Zhao Kursen's expression darkened further, unable to suppress the urge to stand and speak out, but Zhu Wenin pressed down her hand, softly reminding her, "Junior sister, do not stir trouble. Have you forgotten what I told you?" Naturally, Zhao Curson had not forgotten. She stifled her anger, turned her face away, thinking of Jiang Lisheng, knowing there would surely come a time when he would be alone. Entering the secret realm was easy, but exiting was another matter. Lu Shaolin glanced at Jiang Lisheng, then at Enruscu, contemplating the bond these two had formed in such a short time. He shifted the conversation. Junior brother and junior sister Jiang. Are you two traveling together? Would you care to join us? Who are you? Enruscu had not noticed anyone else. Lu Shaolin replied. We are the junior disciples from Yuzhu Peak. They enjoy revelry and have gone to the inner chamber for a drinking game. I decided to sit it out after having one too many. However, once we entered the secret realm, we are together, as I am their senior brother. That sounds good. Here, it's just me and junior sister Jiang. If you and the junior disciples from Yuzhu Peak do not mind us slowing you down, we can join. Enruscu was aware of her own limitations, although Jiang Lisheng's prowess could protect her from harm at critical moments. It could not guarantee she would not be devoured by a beast. Thus, their future appeared rather precarious. It was indeed advantageous to be in a larger group. Without any reluctance, it was settled. I have no objections. My junior brothers and sisters are all quite amiable, devoid of any discrimination or dissent. Lu Shaolin declared with finality. Enruscu was filled with joy as he glanced at Jiang Lisheng, who also nodded in agreement, equally pleased. Chapter 37. Convergence. After 3 days of travel aboard the flying vessel, they arrived at the mystical mountains. Within this span, Enruscu's injuries had nearly healed, and upon disembarking, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. The mystical mountains had yet to open. A considerable crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Jiang Lisheng surveyed the assembly but did not spot any members from Qingxiu, likely indicating their absence. She was not well acquainted with the other sects present, for even during the grand competition a decade ago, no one had shown interest in engaging her, given her notorious reputation for being rather inept. The defeat had been utterly devastating. Among the 3,000 on the Fengyan rankings, she had not even managed to secure a position at the tail end. Aside from having a commendable master, she offered little incentive for others to seek her companionship. The mortal realm possesses its own hierarchy, and the realm of immortals mirrors this stratification. Within the immortal sect, Jiang Lisheng found herself at the very bottom tier, even with a distinguished mentor. Her social standing remained unchanged. While she languished in solitude, Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin garnered much affection and swiftly reunited with familiar faces, engaging in lively conversations. Enruscu, too, had an acquaintance among the disciples of the Tai sect. Upon seeing Enruscu, the young man greeted him with palpable delight, and Xixiao, Chen Shidi, Enruscu responded, equally elated to encounter a familiar face. After exchanging pleasantries, the young man inquired, and Xixiao, I heard you faced severe punishment for consuming a rare hu beast. I thought you might not be able to leave the sect this time. Unexpectedly, you two have arrived in the mystical realm. He lamented. You cannot fathom the hardships of the discipline hall. I endured merely over a month and sustained numerous injuries, frequently being bested by my master, unable to rise. I can scarcely afford the healing elixirs. Observing your current demeanor, one cannot help but be astonished at your resilience. Such a remarkable feat, daring to consume the forbidden delicacies. I was astounded upon hearing of it. You are truly formidable. Among the various celestial sects, unless information is deliberately concealed, secrets are seldom maintained. Exchanges and sparring between the sects often facilitate mutual communication. Enruscu coughed. I was merely tempted. The Inquisitor asked, is the forbidden delicacy palatable? Not particularly. This is Jiang Lisheng, junior sister Jiang. Enruscu introduced, recalling Jiang Lisheng standing nearby. And this is Chen Liuan, junior brother Chen from Tai. Chen Liuan regarded Jiang Lisheng, finding her name oddly familiar. Jiang Lisheng, feeling somewhat shy, added, I am Qingxiu's Jiang Lisheng, currently receiving instruction at Kunlun. Ah, Chen Liuan exclaimed. You are the junior sister of Qingxiu. I recently heard of your predicament, rumored to have caused quite a stir. However, the specifics remain a mystery. Jiang Lisheng touched her nose. Master has sealed the information, so naturally, it is not easy for you to inquire further, senior brother Chen. Jiang Lisheng blinked. The senior brother Yi you mentioned is Yi Xingzi. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Jiang Lisheng pondered. Does he think I am too foolish, having failed to last even a single exchange under his guidance? Jiang Lisheng smiled, revealing 2 charming dimples. I concede, Master Yi is truly formidable. I cannot withstand his swordsmanship. Chen Lu felt a sense of calm as he observed Jiang Shimi's delicate features, her eyes exuding a serene beauty that was further illuminated by her smile. Just as he was about to commend Master Ye's extraordinary skills, the vessel from Qingshu arrived, prompting him to alter his words. Qingshu has come. Jiang Lisheng turned her gaze and indeed saw the vessel from Qingshu come to a halt, from which descended a large contingent of individuals, led by the three peak masters, followed closely by disciples of the foundation establishment stage and below. She recognized each of them, for throughout her upbringing, she had caused her fair share of mischief within Qingshu, leaving each one with a memory of her antics. Thus, on the day of her departure, she had been met with a chorus of jubilant cheers. Jiang Lisheng stepped forward to greet the newcomers, her demeanor effusive as she inquired, "Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, Uncle Chu, have you missed me?" The trio, 2 men and 1 woman, comprised the peak masters of Qingshu, Li Shuming of Tianyun Peak, Wang Yuqing of Danling Peak, and Chu Liqing of Yaofeng. Upon seeing her, their expressions soured in unison. Notably, Chu Liqing of Yaofeng was particularly incensed, having lost half of his thousands of acres of spiritual plants. He was still tormented by the memory, contemplating expelling Jiang Lisheng from the sect. On that fateful day, he had nearly coughed up blood in his fury, and had he not arrived just a moment too late, he would have insisted on her expulsion with his life on the line. Although he was a strikingly handsome individual, the sight of Jiang Lisheng, coupled with the recollection of the ravaged spiritual plants, turned his face a shade of green with rage. He glared at her, his eyes aflame with indignation. "You wretched girl, how dare you show your face to me?" Jiang Lisheng, taken aback by his terrifying visage, lost all semblance of a smile. "Uncle Chu, please do not be angry. There are underlying circumstances to this matter. That spiritual herb, senior sister Jiang, you destroyed the spiritual herb. An act witnessed by both myself and senior brother Xuantian of Zhaoyang Peak. You cannot feign ignorance." A young woman stepped forward from the back of the group, her voice crisp and clear. This was Ji Fuling, the very disciple from Qingshu Spirit Beast Peak who had been secretly meeting Xuantian, only to be caught by the latter's betrothed. Fearing that she would divulge their secret, they conspired to frame her, leaving her with no recourse to defend herself. On that day, they could still offer her an insincere apology, but now, the blame was firmly placed upon her. Jiang Lisheng couldn't help but laugh in anger, realizing she was being skillfully manipulated. With a cold smile directed at Ji Fuling, she remarked, "Junior sister Ji, at that time, my master was eager to send me away, not allowing me the chance to defend myself. Do you truly believe this matter is as settled as you think? Shall we stand here and allow Uncle Chu to probe our souls, to determine whether it was I who ruined the spiritual herb of Yaofeng, or if you and senior brother Cheng conspired to frame a fellow disciple?" Ji Fuling's face turned pale in an instant. Jiang Lisheng scoffed, "Shameless, you wretched pair." Flustered and her complexion alternating between red and white, Ji Fuling stammered, You speak nonsense. It was you who did it." Jiang Lisheng, dismissive of her protests, asserted, "The truth will be revealed through soul probing. Do you think that the absence of a recording stone means there is no evidence? Each of us, yourself, myself, and senior brother Cheng, serves as evidence in this matter. Are you but a child of 3, so naive as to believe that just because you have harmed me, I would be rendered defenseless?" She scornfully berated, lacking any sense of shame, oblivious to her own foolishness, engaging in theft and debauchery, utterly shameless, framing her peers. A thief crying stop thief. Such individuals are unworthy of remaining in the realm of Qingshu. Chapter 38. Proving her innocence, Jiang Lisheng had long yearned to unleash her wrath. Yet her master had previously denied her the opportunity, anxious that she might be taken advantage of, hastily sending her away. She had harbored this grievance until now, and upon encountering Ji Fuling, who had carelessly presented herself, Jiang Lisheng unleashed a torrent of invective. Her vehement tirade rendered everyone speechless, including the 3 peak masters. From childhood, the leaders and elders of Qingshu were well aware of Jiang Lisheng's demeanor, typically obedient and demure, and when in trouble, she would exhibit guilt and charm. They had never witnessed her unleash such a barrage of insults, nor could they fathom where she had acquired such language. They could hardly admit to having learned it in Qingshu, as her words encompassed everything from theft to licentiousness. Jiang Lisheng. Chu Liqing's face darkened. Once Jiang Lisheng had finished her outburst, she turned to see Chu Liqing's grim expression and immediately felt a pang of injustice. "Uncle Chu, I have never denied my actions throughout my life. If I have not committed a deed, no one should place such a label upon me. It is she." She pointed directly at Ji Fuling and Cheng Qian. "You speak nonsense. You are babbling. Ji Fuling interrupted her with a loud shout. Jiang Lisheng disregarded her outcry and continued smoothly. They secretly rendezvoused behind people's backs, and when I stumbled upon them, fearing my revelation, they framed me. The two of them, a hideous man and a shameless woman, make for a perfect pair of scoundrels. In a bid to frame me, they recklessly destroyed thousands of acres of precious spiritual flora, and now they brazenly appear before me, clamoring loudly as if to ensure that everyone is aware of their disgraceful deeds. Ji Fuling suddenly unsheathed her sword, aiming a fierce strike at Jiang Lisheng. You lie? Jiang Lisheng neither dodged nor avoided, her small face cold and resolute. If you have the courage, kill me in front of the three masters. Let us see how my master punishes you two wretched beings, flaying your skin and tossing you into the depths of hell. Enough. Chu Liqing intervened, halting Ji Fuling's sword with a wave of his hand. He regarded Ji Fuling, whose face was as pale as paper, trembling in fear, with a cold gaze. What was there left to misunderstand? His expression turned a furious shade of indigo. No, it's not me, it's her. She is the one who is wrong. Ji Fuling retreated in terror, nearly losing her balance, overwhelmed with dread. Soul searching. Jiang Lisheng insisted firmly. Master Chu, you should search my soul first, then hers. I refuse to believe that there is no justice left in this world, were it not for her intrusion into the forbidden area. Having been subjected to a soul search by Wei Qinglan, she would never have thought she could prove her innocence in such a manner. Now, she stood with righteous indignation, unwilling to bear the unjust blame cast upon her by these two vile individuals. She would not accept this silent humiliation. If they were unashamed enough to publicly accuse her, why should she fear the repercussions on the sect's reputation by allowing them to conceal the truth? Li Shuming frowned, rebuking Jiang Lisheng. This is absurd. The Qishan secret realm is about to open. How can we conduct a soul search now? I can opt out of entering the Qishan secret realm. After all, she does not have to go in either. Jiang Lisheng was obstinate. She pondered the implications of the two treacherous individuals. What if they conspired against her within the secret realm? She conceded to enter the hidden domain, but insisted that she and Xuantian should not be allowed to enter together. Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing were momentarily taken aback. Chu Liqing's expression darkened. Xuantian had, just days prior, achieved the Golden Core stage, yet he was absent. The number of Golden Core cultivators among the younger generation had always been a focal point of rivalry among the three great sections. Now, with Xuantian breaking through before the age of 30, he was indeed a rare talent. After all, not everyone was as prodigious as Wei Qinglan or Yi Xingzi, who had reached the Golden Core before turning 20. Jiang Lisheng's face also fell as she recalled this. No wonder she hadn't seen Xuantian. She had assumed he was hiding at the back. But it turned out he had broken through to the Golden Core and was not present. She seethed, questioning, what if he is a Golden Core cultivator? There are countless talented youths across the realm. Even if he has achieved this stage, the matter is far from resolved. We shall first extract his soul. Regardless, if I am to enter the secret realm, this pair of treacherous lovers must not follow. Chu Liqing inquired, are you truly intent on soul extraction? Indeed, she affirmed. Very well, he replied, extending his hand towards her. Come here, I shall first examine your soul. I refuse, Ji Fuling retorted, her face pale. I cannot heed her. Wang Yuqing glared fiercely, declaring, then let us extract your soul first. Ji Fuling fell silent, her pallor deepening. Wang Yuqing scolded, such a guilty conscience. It seems the truth is inescapable. What further justification do you have? The secret realm has opened. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd turned to see a vast black void at the entrance of the secret realm. At the very moment it opened, several individuals rushed in, and Ruxu approached, glancing at the people of Qingshu and then at Jiang Lisheng. Junior sister Jiang, it is time for us to enter. He had initially intended to intervene upon seeing the ongoing dispute, but noticing that Jiang Lisheng seemed unharmed, he refrained from meddling in the internal affairs of Qingshu and chose to observe from a distance. Now that the secret realm had opened and everyone was moving, yet Jiang Lisheng remained still, he felt compelled to call out to her. Jiang Lisheng turned to Ruxu, apologizing, I'm sorry, senior brethren, but I will not enter the secret realm. You should join senior brother Chun and the others. My absence will not matter much. That, and Ruxu responded, a hint of urgency in his tone. This secret realm opens only once in 100 years. You are, after all, considered half a disciple of Kunlun now, child. What are you hesitating for? The secret realm is open. Hurry and go. If you delay, It will close, Calding Zhongyu, frowning at Jiang Lisheng. At that moment, Chu Liqing, visibly irked, glowered, "You go," while she remains behind. Jiang Lisheng, infuriated, shouted, "Uncle Chu." She had long wished to kick him. In Qingshu, she feared nothing but Chu Liqing. Otherwise, if it weren't for the destruction of his medicinal fields, her master, being the sect leader, would not have sent her away from Kunlun without allowing her a chance to explain. It was, after all, fear of Chu Liqing's wrath that compelled him to act so decisively. Chapter 39. Soul-searching humans are foolish and unaware of their folly. Jiang Lisheng believed this to be true of Ji Fuling, both foolish and venomous, yet devoid of reason. She was itching to deliver another kick when Wang Yuqing seized her arm. Exasperated, "Enough. Quickly enter the secret realm. It will close soon. Do not delay, and keep yourself safe. We can discuss everything once you are out." Jiang Lisheng, filled with concern, inquired of Master Wang, "You will not allow her to escape, will you?" "No, you must leave quickly," Wang Yuqing urged her. Jiang Lisheng remained rooted to the spot, demanding, "You must assure me." Chu Liqing, his expression darkened, insisted, "Just hurry up and go." Jiang Lisheng stamped her foot, reiterating, "You must guarantee it." With a swift motion, Chu Liqing dispatched her to the entrance of the secret realm, evidently unwilling to exchange further words. Jiang Lisheng cried out twice, disregarding everything else, "Brethren!" and Ruxu hurried over and seized her, simultaneously shouting, "Lu Shaoling!" Lu Shaoling, taken aback, rushed forward to grasp Ruxu's hand, shouting, "Junior brothers and sisters, quickly!" The members of Tai awakened and, one after another, pulled each other along like a string of beads, hastening into the secret realm. The disciples of Qingshu stood in stunned silence, completely unprepared for Jiang Lisheng's newfound popularity after her arrival at Kunlun, especially mingling with those from Tai. It was well known that during her time in Qingshu, she was regarded as a nuisance, shunned by all, with no connections whatsoever. "Why are you still lagging behind?" Li Shuming called out sternly. "What are you standing around for? The secret realm is about to close." The Qingshu disciples snapped back to reality, rushing into the secret realm in haste. As the last wave of individuals entered, the entrance to the secret realm sealed shut, leaving behind the various sect leaders and elders who had accompanied their disciples, each of whom possessed at least the cultivation of the nascent soul and did not enter the realm themselves. Besides them, there lay Ji Fuling, who had been knocked unconscious by a kick from Jiang Lisheng. With the closure of the secret realm, silence enveloped the entrance. Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing did not intervene, for the destruction of over 10,000 acres of medicinal fields left Chu Liqing seething with rage. Had he not been unable to capture Jiang Lisheng, he would have torn her apart long ago. The sect leader, digging into his own pockets, offered all his savings as compensation for the ruined fields. Yet it failed to appease Chu Liqing, who remained utterly displeased and showed no gratitude. Furthermore, he demanded that the sect leader personally tend to the restoration of the devastated fields daily, subjecting the leader to unbearable torment, driving him to the brink of seclusion. Who could have imagined that Jiang Lisheng was not the perpetrator of this incident, but rather a victim of a malicious plot? If the sect leader were to learn of the truth, he would surely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Cheng Qian, despite his youth, had broken through to the Golden Core stage and was known for his diligence and non-confrontational nature. Ji Fuling, too, bore an honest expression and adhered strictly to the rules. No one would have predicted that they could conspire in such a manner. None of them considered the possibility of wronging Jiang Lisheng. After all, she had dabbled in various pursuits since childhood, frequently embroiling herself in mischief. They assumed she had merely ventured into the medicinal fields to gather spirit herbs for alchemy, mismanaging the flames and causing the catastrophic fire. Little did they know that she was ensnared in a conspiracy. As the truth unraveled before Chu Liqing during the soul search, his countenance darkened ominously, nearly resembling the bottom of a blackened pot. Ji Fuling awakened, writhing in pain from the soul search. Yet how could she withstand the oppressive aura of Chu Liqing? Her face contorted in agony, drenched in cold sweat, she was utterly soaked. Upon uncovering the truth inscribed within Ji Fuling's soul, a surge of rage welled up within Chu Liqing. He forcefully extracted a vivid scene and presented it before Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing, declaring, "Behold, these two wretches are indeed the culprits. Shameless and deceitful, they conspired behind her back, and when the truth was revealed, they resorted to framing her." Almost all of them had been deceived. Although Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing witnessed Jiang Lisheng vehemently cursing, with a conviction that made Ji Fuling pale and flustered. they still lacked the certainty that comes from witnessing the truth firsthand. Observing the harrowing scenes uncovered during the soul-searching, their anger was palpable. Their unforgivable offense was not merely the secretive betrayal of morals, but their fear of Jiang Lisheng revealing the truth, prompting them to destroy the medicinal fields and frame her instead. One must consider the magnitude of the loss. Over 10,000 acres of spiritual herbs. The medicinal fields were vital to the entire Qingshu sect, whether for alchemy, artifact crafting, or individual cultivation, they were indispensable. Chu Liqing nodded, extracting Ji Fuling's memories and subsequently using a magical artifact to contain the individuals involved before departing. As the three peak masters from Qingshu resolved the matter, the Kunlun and Tai representatives, who had been unable to intervene, approached only after observing that Chu Liqing had left and the situation had concluded. The three sects had always maintained a cordial relationship, with millennia of camaraderie, and the masters, hall leaders, and elders were largely acquainted. Ing Zhongyu candidly inquired, Li Shixiao, Wang Shiji, is it possible that Jiang Lisheng is being wrongfully accused? Li Shuming nodded in agreement. Wang Yuqing sighed. It is disgraceful for the younger generation of our sect to have caused such an embarrassment to junior brother Ing. Jiang Lisheng's raised voice while cursing Ji Fuling had been quite pronounced, and Chu Liqing's soul-searching had been unrestrained. Thus, they could not simply deny the truth or feign ignorance. I rather like that girl, Jiang Lisheng. Had it not been for this incident, how could she have been sent to Kunlun? Ing Zhongyu primarily contemplated that. Were it not for Jiang Lisheng, he would likely still be troubled by the injuries inflicted upon Wei Qinglan at Lingfu, hindering both recovery and cultivation. While delays may be tolerable for others, they are unacceptable for Wei Qinglan. Wang Yuqing smiled, finding it rare that someone took a liking to her. It seemed she had not caused any trouble in Kunlun. Indeed, she had behaved well, being both obedient and rule-abiding, without any transgressions. Ing Zhongyu felt that the dispute between Jiang Lisheng and Zhao Curson was trivial and undeserving of mention, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. He remarked with a smile, "No rush. We shall discuss it further upon her return." Chapter 40. The mountain bomb. The secret realm resembled a black hole, once one stepped inside. It felt as though one was treading upon the void, entirely enveloped. Jiang Lisheng had never ventured into a secret realm before, letting out a cry of alarm. "Ah!" And Shixiao, "Hold on to me." And Ruxu clutched Jiang Lisheng's arm tightly, also shouting, "Do not worry, Jiang Shimi." Their voices, amplified by fear, echoed in tandem. Initially, they plummeted without restraint, but soon the world around them began to spin, and a fierce wind surged. Despite Ruxu exerting all her strength, she could not withstand the tempest within the secret realm. Her grip on Jiang Lisheng's arm slipped uncontrollably, ultimately breaking free. Jiang Lisheng thought despairingly, "This is the end." And Ruxu shared the same sentiment. Surely, they would not meet their demise in such a manner. A continuous stream of individuals behind them also lost their grips, becoming isolated entities, twisting and falling, obscured from sight. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a sudden thud echoed through the air, and Jiang Lisheng found herself unceremoniously hurled to the ground, her senses in disarray. She had always been fragile, unaccustomed to falls or blows, and her mind raced with the realization that she was in a secret realm, fraught with peril, where recklessness could lead to disaster. Swiftly, she rose to her feet, surveying her surroundings. Before her lay a dense thicket, and she had landed between two decayed trees. Fortunately, she had not fallen upon the branches, for those brittle limbs might have pierced her. The ground, generously carpeted with years of fallen leaves, cushioned her fall, sparing her from losing consciousness. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the rustle of leaves. As Jiang Lisheng scanned her surroundings, it became apparent that not a single living tree stood in sight. These giants appeared to have succumbed to death long ago, perhaps many years past. Yet, curiously, the leaves had not decomposed into soil. She remained rooted in place, waiting for what felt like an eternity, yet no one had followed her descent into this place. She dared not call out, fearing the attention of lurking dangers. She was aware of this basic instinct for self-preservation. Tentatively, she retrieved her communication talisman and began to tap fervently on Ruxu's symbol. However, after an extended period of fruitless attempts, the talisman emitted no light, nor did it respond in any way. It dawned on her that communication was impossible here. Her master had spoken of secret realms, each unique in its own right. Along the journey to the strange mountain secret realm, she had overheard Ruxu and Lu Shaoling discussing their findings and preparations. They had mentioned the presence of iron, jade, and other precious materials, along with the fabled immortal grass, said to grant longevity. Yet, they had never alluded to an endless expanse of desolate forest. Who could have imagined that upon entering the secret realm, she and Enruxu would be forcibly separated? It was evident that this withered forest posed some kind of labyrinthine challenge. However, she was at a loss for what to do. All she could do was tread carefully forward, her feet crunching on the withered branches beneath her. After walking for a while, without encountering any apparent danger, her courage began to swell. It was only logical. When she had fallen into this place, the uproar she had caused did not disturb anything, indicating that this area might be devoid of peril. Thus emboldened, she called out loudly, "Brethren!" And Ruxu, drawing her sword, she resolved to ascend using her weapon. Fortunately, although her communication talisman was malfunctioning, her spiritual power remained intact. She cleverly planned to soar to a higher vantage point, intending to escape this vast, seemingly endless forest of dead trees. To her astonishment, however, as she attempted to rise, the surrounding desiccated trunks also stretched higher. For every inch she ascended, the withered wood mirrored her ascent. For every foot she gained, the trees ascended in tandem. After much effort, she found herself unable to break free from the forest, ultimately having to descend. As she fell, the forest descended with her, returning to its original state the moment she touched the ground. Breathing in sharply, Jiang Lisheng thought, "Are you deliberately opposing me?" After much struggle, she was at a loss for how to exit. Yet, she soon had an epiphany. Entering this secret realm did not require her to seek the elusive immortality herb or seize any opportunities. Her only priority was to avoid being devoured by the beasts lurking within. The desolate forest appeared to pose little threat, so why continue to fret? Perhaps it would be best to simply remain here until the time for the secret realm to conclude, at which point she could merely leap out. With that thought in mind, she found a suitable spot to sit down. Opening her storage pouch, a delightful aroma wafted out from numerous packages of snacks, each variety tantalizing her senses. She selected a bag and began to munch contentedly. As she relished her snack, a sudden furry paw reached out from behind her, swiftly snatching the treat from her grasp. Jiang Lisheng was startled, leaping to her feet and turning around with wide eyes. There, in the very spot she had just occupied, stood a beast resembling a pig, its fur ablaze with a fiery hue. Upon seeing her jump away, it bared its teeth and spoke in a human tongue. "You wretched creature, why flee?" Jiang Lisheng was taken aback. This creature had the audacity to curse at her. She regarded it warily. Not only had it stolen her food, but it also insulted her. The beast glared at her menacingly, demanding, "Hand it over, or I shall not let you eat." Jiang Lisheng had no intention of complying. She planned to remain in this secret realm for an extended period, and if she gave it her snacks, what would she have left for herself? Having learned from her previous encounter with the soil insect that had pilfered her food, she astutely realized that a beast is insatiable. No matter how much you offer, it will always crave more. It was better to deny it entirely, even if it came to blows over the matter. But what was this creature called? Did her master-esque compendium of monsters contain a description of such a being? Seeing that Jiang Lisheng refused to yield, the creature became enraged, opening its mouth wide to charge at her. It moved with astonishing speed, resembling a fireball, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon her. Jiang Lisheng, caught off guard, swiftly swung her sword, aiming for its mouth. With a sharp crack, her blade shattered against the creature's teeth. Shattered. Jiang Lisheng, gripping the hilt in disbelief, realized the peril she was in. She then swung the hilt toward its eyes in a desperate attempt to fend it off, and immediately turned to flee. Naturally, the beast would not allow her to escape so easily. It deftly evaded her strike and, with a growl, spat out the broken shards of her sword, pursuing her relentlessly. The desolate forest echoed with the sound of Jiang Lisheng's frantic escape, the crackling of withered branches underfoot, intertwined with the relentless stream of curses hurled by Shang-O, who pursued her from behind. She was derided as stingy, called a wretched creature, and insulted as a wretched offspring of a dog, threatened with being torn apart should she continue to flee. Fortunately, her storage pouch contained a spare sword. Otherwise, her first day within the secret realm would have culminated in her demise. Chapter 41. A Canine Salvation. Jiang Lisheng ran for an hour, then 2, then 3. Half a day, a full day, and a night. 2 days, 3 days. Shang-O relentlessly pursued her, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape the desolate woods. With every ounce of strength, She could not shake off the relentless creature behind her, even if she flew swiftly on her sword. It matched her pace, its eyes ablaze with determination, though the stream of insults never ceased. It seemed to possess an inexhaustible repertoire of curses, each more inventive than the last, leaving Jiang Lisheng numb to the barrage. Yet, despite its vitriol, Shang-O was undeterred in its pursuit. The tenacity was terrifying. Jiang Lisheng wished to seek a truce, attempting to negotiate as she ran, proposing a single package of provisions, insisting that it was all she could offer. "You have pursued me for 8 days, and this is the most I can spare. Take it, you wretched creature. You're the wretched one. That's impossible." Shang-O bared its teeth, its eyes aflame with genuine fire, the flames burning fiercely. "I'll burn you to ashes." After issuing this threat, it unleashed a torrent of fire directly at her. Feeling the heat singeing her back, Jiang Lisheng swiftly produced a newly forged protective shield, enveloping her head and safeguarding her entire being. The hidden darts need not be elaborated upon. Their essence lies in the element of surprise, as 3 arrows ensure the demise of any entity intent on her harm. Although the protective shield is rather ordinary, her unique spiritual energy imbues it with extraordinary capabilities, resisting fire, rain, and lightning, safeguarding her from the edges of blades. However, this shield, impervious to swords, has already cost her 1 blade, and thus she dares not employ the hidden darts again and must flee instead. Now, wielding this protective barrier, she believes that as long as it does not catch up to her, its fiery onslaught will be of no consequence. Yet, she cannot afford to halt. She fears that this creature might shatter her shield with its formidable jaws. After all, its mouth is vast enough to swallow a person whole. Cursed beast, foul creature, wretched fiend, what a pitiful entity, a devilish apparition, capable of withstanding even my flames. Seeing that its fire proves ineffective, the beast unleashes a torrent of curses, seemingly so agitated it could leap from the ground. "Ah," it bellows, "I shall devour you, tear you apart." Pursued for 3 days, despite her overwhelming fear, she finds herself taunting the creature. After all, who among them lacks a voice? A cacophony of insults and retorts fills the air, rousing the attention of another lost soul wandering through the desolate woods. This individual is none other than Kunlun, seated on the ground, polishing his sword. Upon hearing the profane exchange, he feels as though his ears are sullied, yet one voice stands out as strikingly familiar. Rising promptly, he peers into the distance. To his astonishment, the figure enveloped in a luminous aura before him appears to be none other than his esteemed junior sister, Jiang. Behind her, a fiery creature pursued, resembling some malevolent beast unknown to him. Yet, this did not hinder his keen eyesight from perceiving its terrifying form, engulfed in flames and exuding a fierce demeanor. It could articulate human speech, unleashing a torrent of profanities that flowed from its mouth without restraint, every utterance laced with filth and threats of devouring alive. Fear gripped him, yet he resolutely brandished his sword, intent on offering assistance. "Sister Jiang." "Ah, Chen Shixiao." Jiang Li's voice, upon catching sight of Kunlun, almost brought forth tears of nostalgia, akin to encountering a long-lost kin, her eyes brimming with emotion. "Chen Shixiao, this creature devours swords. It can crush them to dust. Please be cautious." She managed to utter this warning just as she reached Kunlun's side. Kunlun heard her clearly. He initially aimed to intercept the creature with his sword, attempting to thrust it into its gaping maw. However, midway, his blade veered and struck its head instead. Instantly, a wave of heat enveloped him, and he felt as though his sword had collided with unyielding iron. Not only did it fail to pierce the beast's skin, but his sleeve was also ignited by the flames it exhaled. He promptly withdrew his sword, leaping 3 feet high to swiftly extinguish the flames on his sleeve, and shouted, "Sister Jiang, what is the name of this creature? What are we to fear?" Kunlun was a direct disciple of the master of Tai Tianxufeng, his mentor being a close kin to the Tai sect leader. Hence, he had grown up alongside Yi Xingzi of Tai, sharing the rigors of their training. Among the renowned 3,000 of the Fengyan list, he too held a prominent title. Even if his sword could not vanquish this creature, surely he possessed magical artifacts? Jiang Lisheng felt that she was unlike him. She moved hastily, lacking any formidable magical artifacts at her side. The 3 senior uncles she encountered at the entrance of the secret realm had not provided her with anything. With only a meager supply of materials, she dared not utilize the elixirs, treasures, or talismans she possessed, fearing that should she employ them, She might not survive until the day the secret realm opened again. She had to conserve her resources, only resorting to them in dire circumstances. However, Chen Luran was different. He undoubtedly had valuable items and was likely quite affluent. Indeed, her intuition proved correct, as Chen Luran possessed exceptional tools. He struck with his sword twice, confirming that the object was impervious to blades. He then resorted to throwing a water talisman, which proved effective. Torrents of water cascaded down, drenching the mountain beast and extinguishing the flames that blazed in its eyes. Jiang Lisheng rejoiced, clapping her hands in delight. Chen Xixiang, it works. You are remarkable, do it again. Though she, too, could draw a water talisman, she lamented her insufficient supply of talisman paper, which prevented her from doing so. Encouraged by her response, Chen Luran unleashed another thunder talisman, striking the mountain beast with a bolt of lightning that raised its bristles. Yet, after this assault, he found it still intact, shaking itself off and glaring fiercely at him. In a flurry, Chen Luran hurled another attack talisman, which proved ineffective, only grazing the creature's fur. As he evaded its assault, he swiftly cast a confinement talisman, ensnaring the beast in place, causing it to whirl helplessly. Observing its efficacy, he sighed in relief. Jiang Lisheng also exhaled deeply, hastening to his side, exclaiming, "Thank you, Chen Xixiang, for saving my life. That beast is exceedingly ferocious." Chen Luran paused momentarily, pondering her words. Life of a dog? He chuckled softly. Jiang Lisheng scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This wretched creature had been hurling insults at her for 3 consecutive days, and in retaliation, she found herself exchanging barbs, learning a plethora of unsavory language. She quickly spat, "Pa, pa, pa. I must forget those foul words. Otherwise, I shall be corrupted." Chen Luyan remarked. "This foul creature, a scoundrel, 2 of them, 2 rascals, let me out at once. I shall devour you and tear you apart." The creature, Shang O, dashed about wildly, and upon realizing it could not escape, began to curse anew. Chen Luyan turned to observe it for a moment, commenting, "This wretched being certainly possesses a knack for cursing." Jiang Lisheng responded, "Any decent person, if they were to linger too long with such a foul-mouthed creature, would likely learn to swear." Chapter 42. The illusory symbol Jiang Lisheng had been pursued by Shang O for 3 days and nights, now utterly exhausted and weary. She could no longer endure and sat down, inquiring of Chen Luyan, "Senior brother Chen, how long can your talisman contain this vile creature?" Chen Luyan observed as Shang O continued to whirl and collide, the talisman being tossed about by its rear. He was uncertain how long it could hold. Logically, it should contain it for an hour, but given the creature's ferocity, he could not be sure. He then asked Jiang Lisheng, "Did you just say this creature is Shang O?" Jiang Lisheng nodded. "Look at its appearance. It closely resembles the Shang O documented in the monster compendium, does it not?" Chen Luyan scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. "I must confess, I have not thoroughly studied the monster compendium. I am not well versed in many of the creatures. Before embarking on my journey, I only familiarized myself with the records of the predecessors regarding the beasts encountered in the mysterious mountains. But it seems there is no mention of this creature in their accounts." Jiang Lisheng sighed deeply. "This creature originated from Bitter Mountain, yet we find ourselves in the secret realm of strange mountains. Logically, it should reside in Grand Demon Mountain, shouldn't it? I was equally perplexed when I encountered it." Helplessly, she lamented, "If I recall correctly, Bitter Mountain is over 500 kilometers away from Grand Demon Mountain. How do we end up here?" Jiang Lisheng shook her head, expressing her ignorance. "I have been trapped in this desolate forest for 3 days, relentlessly pursued by this cursed beast. You have witnessed my speed while sword flying. It is not slow, yet I have been unable to escape this barren woodland for 3 consecutive days." Chen Luyan nodded in agreement. "I too have fallen into this place. And like you, I have been here for 3 days. However, during this time, I have not encountered a single rat. Fortuitously, I have crossed paths with you, Sister Jiang. Otherwise, I would have resorted to chopping down trees." Jiang Lisheng felt fortunate to meet him. Otherwise, she would still be fleeing without respite. Suddenly, she realized that Chen Xixiang intended to chop down trees. How long would it take to clear this endless expanse of dead wood? "I do not know. But we cannot remain idle, trapped in this place indefinitely." Chen Luyan had also been walking for 3 days without finding a way out. Upon hearing Jiang Lisheng mention her 3-day, 3-night flight on her sword without escape, he felt that even if he were to chop down trees, he might tire himself to death without finding an exit. Sighing, Jiang Lisheng pondered, What are we to do? The urgent matter at hand is to eliminate this cursed beast. Kunlun gazed at the incessantly cursing mountain spirit and inquired, Sister Jiang, in the beast compendium you have perused, is there no record of this creature's weaknesses? How can we defeat it? Jiang Lisheng continued to sigh, recounting an ancient tale. It is said that in antiquity, Emperor Ku, while on a journey, encountered a creature that spoke foully and cursed with its words. This creature was ultimately slain by the dog Panhu, which had been raised by the emperor. But we do not possess a Panhu, Kunlun lamented. In ancient times, how could such a thing still exist? He pondered, realizing that even if they had a Panhu, it would be of no use. After all, the dogs of antiquity were known to devour humans, weren't they? Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us depart. Kunlun decisively proclaimed, Jiang Shimi, if we cannot defeat it, we must flee while the talisman still restrains it. Exhausted yet valuing her life, Jiang Lisheng recognized the wisdom in Kunlun's words, promptly rising. Indeed, let us go, Chen Shixiang, we must run. You dare to flee? You wretched creature. Oh, let me go? The mountain spirit, realizing their intent to escape, grew frantic. Kunlun took a deep breath, unable to contain his fury. You vile beast. One day I shall make you pay, he declared. You wretched thing. I shall devour you, tear you apart. You despicable creature. I will flay your skin and boil your flesh. He raged on. You worthless fool, if you had any skill, you would confront me instead of being ensnared by a mere talisman. You arrogant fool. If you possess any courage, do not retreat. If you dare, pursue us. You wretched beast. Seeing Kunlun lose his composure and engage in a heated exchange with the creature, Jiang Lisheng paused for a moment before clearing her throat. Chen Shixiang, let us go. Do not stoop to the level of this beast. Yes, yes, Jiang Shimi, let us move. Kunlun felt a deep sense of shame, never anticipating that he would be so nearly influenced by this wretched creature. The two soared through the air on their swords, hastily fleeing. The mountain spirit, burning with fury, shouted thunderous curses, yet could only watch as they disappeared into the distance. Observing Jiang Lisheng charging ahead, Kunlun called out, Sister Jiang, which direction are we heading? Are we on the right path? East. We must go east. If this truly is the Bitter Mountain, our only route is eastward to reach Mount Dajan. Jiang Lisheng proclaimed loudly. Run faster. Kunlun urged. I cannot run any faster, she replied. I have a wind charm. With that, he swiftly affixed a wind charm to the hilt of Jiang Lisheng's sword. Instantly, her speed doubled. Kunlun hurriedly applied one to his own as well, achieving the same increase. Jiang Lisheng was so moved, she nearly wept. Brother Chen, how long will this wind charm last? An hour, he replied. Jiang Lisheng inquired. How many of these charms do you possess? Only 2, he answered. Jiang Lisheng sighed. I have other charms, but they are not meant to vanquish it. Even if used, they would only sustain us for an hour, much like now. Kunlun harbored doubts. Although the creature resembled a pig, it surely possessed the nose of a dog. How else could it have pursued us over such a distance? It has an exceptionally keen sense of smell, Jiang Lisheng lamented. Feeling the bitter frustration of being pursued for 3 days without respite, realizing they could not continue like this, both would surely be devoured by the beast, she declared, Brother Chun, come closer to me. Without hesitation, Kunlun drew nearer, soaring alongside her on their swords. As Jiang Lisheng approached, she swiftly drew a talisman and affixed it to his body, then promptly applied another to herself, expending 2 talismans in a single breath. A pang of regret coursed through her as she clenched her teeth and said, Senior Brother Chun, this entity is astute. From this moment forth, refrain from speaking and follow me. With that, she abruptly veered off, soaring northward on her sword. Kunlun responded with an acknowledgement, following Jiang Lisheng without a moment's hesitation. After a brief interval, Kunlun, astonished, observed that the mountain beast had not pursued them, but instead continued its furious tirade eastward. He opened his mouth but refrained from uttering a word, choosing instead to trail behind Jiang Lisheng, resolutely heading north. After running for some time, Jiang Lisheng altered her course westward, almost directly opposite to the direction of the mountain beast. They continued at this pace for an hour until the swift wind talismans on their swords lost potency. Feeling a sense of safety, Jiang Lisheng finally spoke, Senior Brother Chun. You may speak now. Having held back for quite some time, Kunlun exclaimed, Junior Sister Jiang, what sort of talisman is this? That wretched creature failed to detect us and continued its pursuit eastward. I have never seen anything like it. It is utterly astonishing. It is a variant of the invisibility talisman, enhanced with an illusion, known as the illusory invisibility talisman, Jiang Lisheng explained. Chun Liuyan's eyes widened in realization. This talisman is remarkable. Where might one procure such a thing? Jiang Lisheng beamed with pride at the compliment. I drew it myself. Chun Liuyan was left speechless. His admiration for Jiang Lisheng palpable. Such an exquisite illusory invisibility talisman, unprecedented and unheard of, was the creation of the seemingly unremarkable junior sister Jiang, who was often said to struggle with her studies. Such an elusive illusion talisman, unique to her, is it truly questioned by others as being difficult to master? He found the rumors utterly unreliable. Jiang Shimi, how long can your illusion talisman sustain itself? I am uncertain, Jiang Lisheng replied, shaking her head with honesty. The efficacy of my talismans varies each time I draw them. Some can last for several days, while others may only endure for a brief moment. When I crafted these two illusion talismans, my spiritual energy was abundant, and my hand felt exceptionally skilled, so they should last a bit longer. Then we must hasten and distance ourselves further, Chun Liuyan remarked, considering another concern. That beast may track us by scent. Once your illusion talisman fades, will it still be able to follow our trail? It is hard to say. We can only run farther, Jiang Lisheng replied, equally uncertain. Chun Liuyan inquired further. How many more of such talismans do you possess? None left, Jiang Lisheng responded. Chun Liuyan sighed, realizing that truly valuable items are scarce in everyone's possession. The two dared not linger or slow their pace, continuously fleeing northward for an entire day and night. Only when the mountain beast ceased its pursuit did they feel secure enough to stop. Chun Liuyan was overjoyed. Jiang Shimi, your illusion talisman proved effective for a whole day and night, and it remains potent even now. One must understand that even the esteemed Elder Dan Yang, renowned for his alchemical prowess, can only produce high-level talismans that function for a limited time. Jiang Lisheng was equally elated, finally free from the clutches of that beast. Or so she hoped. She reached for the storage bag, yearning for a snack, but hesitated as her hand brushed against the food pouch. What if she attracted that wretched creature by indulging? Perhaps it would be best to endure her hunger. Sighing against the tree trunk, she lamented her emptiness. Chun Liuyan produced a fasting pill. Jiang Shimi, did you not bring any fasting pills? Here, take one. Generally speaking, those who have attained the foundation stage in their cultivation no longer require such pills, as the essence of wind and dew suffices. However, Chun Liuyan had the habit of being prepared for any eventuality. Though he had no need for the fasting pill himself, he kept it on hand for his junior disciples, some of whom had yet to reach the foundation stage. She sighed in explanation, I wish to indulge in earthly snacks, which I possess in my storage bag. Yet I dare not retrieve them. Their strong aroma might draw that creature to me. She continued, you see, it was during my mealtime that I first attracted that loathsome being. Ever since that day, it has relentlessly pursued me for my treats. When I refused to share, it sought to devour me instead. Chun Liuyan, at last, comprehended her predicament. Jiang Shimi, are you suggesting that your reluctance to part with your snacks is why it has been so tenacious in its pursuit? Jiang Li nodded initially. It did not seek to harm me. It only wanted to snatch my snacks. When I refused, it became enraged. Chun Liuyan found himself at a loss for words. Pausing for a moment before inquiring, I have never tasted earthly snacks. Are they truly delightful? He was born in the Tai immortal sect, with both parents being practitioners of the mystical arts. From a young age, he was educated by the sect, remaining untouched by worldly affairs. Although he had ventured into the mortal realm, he had been warned by his masters that the food there was tainted with impurities and of no benefit to cultivators. Thus he naturally abstained from consuming it. Jiang Lisheng, while touching his storage bag, remarked, I find it quite delectable. Very well. That wretched creature desires a free meal, but it shall not be granted. Chun Liuyan noticed Jiang Lisheng's evident craving, yet his hesitance to indulge was somewhat pitiful. He could only respond, Sister Jiang, please bear with it a little longer. Although a day and night may seem distant, that cunning beast has become remarkably astute and has advanced rapidly. If it returns, we shall truly be at a loss. Jiang Lisheng was resolutely enduring, nodding affirmatively. Yes, I can withstand it. Chun Liuyan sighed, pondering, in this dreadful place. How can we find our way out? We have journeyed so far north. Is there any possibility of heading east? Now that Jiang Lisheng's mind had settled, she contemplated. We can ride our swords. Our speed is certainly not slow. Logically, we should cover several hundred miles in a day. However, prior to encountering you, I had been running eastward for several days without success in escaping. Heading north yields the same result, after a day and night of running. There seems to be no end. I suspect we are ensnared in a grand formation, crafted by an adept. We are, in fact, within a labyrinthine array. And regardless of whether we move east or north, no matter how long we run, it may be in vain. After finishing her thoughts, she added, furthermore, moving upwards is futile as well. I have attempted it, and though I may be tall, the withered trees are equally so. I have tried that too, Xuantian responded, astonished. Is it truly a grand formation? Sister Jiang, upon your words, I too sense something amiss, yet I am utterly ignorant when it comes to formations. He gazed at Jiang Lisheng with anticipation. Sister Jiang, you have some knowledge of formations, do you not? Jiang Lisheng scratched her head, confessing, to be honest, my understanding is quite superficial. This formation is extraordinarily intricate. It has taken me several days to vaguely perceive its formation, and with my abilities, I fear I cannot break it. Kunlun inhaled deeply, encouraging her. Sister Jiang, you must have faith in yourself. Instantly, Jiang Lisheng felt overwhelmed with pressure. Kunlun continued, Sister Jiang, if this truly is a formation, we must rely on you, for it is evident that there is no one else here, just the two of us. My master once said that in secret realms, the predicaments we encounter are merely opportunities set before us. Our presence here signifies that there are opportunities meant for us. Jiang Lisheng felt like crying. I never sought such opportunities. She revealed her thoughts. Brother Chun, I had initially considered that if I could not escape, then so be it. When the secret realm falls into slumber once more, it would eventually expel me. As long as I can survive, that is sufficient. Kunlun responded. You are mistaken, Sister Jiang. We must find a way out. Otherwise, trapped within this grand formation, we may end up slumbering alongside the secret realm, waiting for another century to pass. Have you forgotten how many predecessors, while venturing out to hone their skills, either fell prey to ferocious beasts or became ensnared in bewildering illusions, forever lost in their predicaments? Jiang Lisheng gasped in horror. Is it truly so? Indeed, Kunlun replied, bemused. So who led you to believe that simply waiting, doing nothing, would result in your liberation? As we enter, we must pass through the entrance, and when we leave, we must locate the exit. Jiang Lisheng murmured. No one informed her. She assumed, since it was her inaugural visit to this hidden realm, that it was only natural to believe so. Kunlun elucidated, the hidden realm you mentioned, where one can be ejected, is specifically created by our sect for the disciples' training. Under the control of the sect's elders, it is regulated with time limits and restrictions for the disciples, which is why they are expelled once the time elapses. This is not the case for our current venture. This realm is exceedingly perilous. Jiang Lisheng thought. She believed that as long as she could preserve her life from being devoured by the monstrous beasts, that would suffice, only to realize it was not so. Had she known, she would have resolutely refrained from entering. Yet here she was, having inadvertently barred the deceased Fulling from entering. Chapter 44. The Nexus. Jiang Lisheng felt the urge to weep. Seeing her eyes suddenly redden, Kunlun was taken aback and found himself at a loss for words. Jiang, junior sister, please do not cry. It was said that once the hidden realm was activated, it would take several months to awaken. We still have ample time to devise a plan. We will surely find a way to escape. Jiang Lisheng was not crying due to the inability to leave, but rather out of frustration at her own foolishness. Had she known earlier, she would have dragged Fulling into this predicament as well. If they were to face death, they could face it together. This would spare her the potential fate of being forsaken by the sect, while her own life hung in the balance. She sniffed and replied, Chen Xixiang, I am not crying. Not crying. Not crying. You are not crying. I must have misjudged, Kunlun quickly reassured her. Jiang Lisheng nodded gently. Senior brother Chun, do you think anyone will come to rescue us? Kunlun, uncertain, replied with difficulty, it seems rather unlikely. If we are truly trapped within this great formation, those outside would find it exceedingly difficult to detect our plight, unless among us who entered this secret realm, there exists a master deeply versed in formations. He sighed, however. I have not heard of anyone proficient in such arts. Formations are inherently challenging to cultivate, and those who specialize in them are even rarer. As for masters, they are exceedingly few. To my knowledge, there is but one, the Lord of the Qingshu sect, who is adept in both sword formations and is among the few exceptional masters of our time. He gazed at Jiang Lisheng. If only your master were here, we would be saved. Jiang Lisheng felt a surge of tears. it was impossible for him to be present. With his cultivation, even if he suppressed his powers, this secret realm would not permit his entry. Otherwise, all those years, he would have already led her through the secret realms, and with his protection, what would she have to fear? The reason he had never allowed her to venture forth was precisely because many secret realms outright rejected masters of his caliber from entering. Thus, she could only forego the trials. Indeed, some secret realms cannot withstand the presence of masters. Even with suppressed powers, they would inherently be repelled. Kunlun could only place his hopes in Jiang Lisheng. Junior sister Jiang, how much of your master's teachings have you grasped? Senior brother, you mentioned that your defeat to him years ago should not have been so devastating. You are certainly capable. Senior brother, ye had only met her once. Yet he believed in her potential. Jiang Lisheng thought to herself, I truly thank Yi Xingzi for sending me flying with a single strike. Yet he holds such esteem for me. She sat on the ground, sniffing, deeply contemplating the knowledge she had acquired. To decipher the array, one must first identify its core. Yet this array was exceedingly enigmatic. It appeared to be merely a desolate forest, devoid of distinction. Everywhere she looked, it was nothing but lifeless trees. How could one possibly discern the focal point? With her naked eye, there seemed to be nothing else. Kunlun interjected, No, junior sister Jiang, there is indeed something different. That wretched creature. Jiang Lisheng gasped in realization, Yes, that creature. As she spoke, an expression of terror washed over her. Her eyes widening as if she had recalled something dreadful, and her voice faltered. Kunlun regarded her intently. Junior sister Jiang, have you unearthed something? Does this formation relate to that creature? Instantly, he felt an unsettling dread. No, it cannot be. If we discover its location, how do we exterminate it? It was already beyond our means to slay it, and now it has evolved. This is disastrous. Brother Chun, are we destined to perish here? Jiang Lisheng lamented, her face a mask of despair. To slumber alongside this secret realm is quite literally what it means, right? If we do not enter a deep slumber, will we not perish? In the next century, will we awaken alongside it? Kunlun, having traversed other secret realms that opened once a decade, although not as vast as this one, understood that such notions were unlikely. He responded earnestly, Those who previously entered secret realms and could not return have all turned to bones. I have explored other realms and stumbled upon countless remains. Some appeared as if they were merely asleep, yet upon contact, they disintegrated into dust. Jiang Lisheng exclaimed, How terrifying. Jiang Lisheng nodded. Compared to being trapped here and succumbing to slumber alongside this secret realm, she would much prefer to venture out and confront that vile creature. Let us go. Kunlun commanded, drawing his sword. Jiang Lisheng rose to her feet, but as she unsheathed her sword, her hand trembled. Chen Shixiang, the illusionary symbol has failed. Kunlun also realized this, nearly losing his grip on the sword. It had held for quite some time before failing, which was commendable. Jiang Lisheng reflected on this. Then let us not waste our efforts searching. Instead, we shall wait here for that vile creature to come to us. We must conserve our strength for the confrontation. Since this place is a formation, that creature is the focal point. With the illusionary symbol no longer effective, it will certainly sense our location and come seeking us. Indeed, Kunlun found this reasoning sound and sheathed his sword. Jiang Lisheng resumed her seat and retrieved her storage pouch, opening a packet of snacks. She savored several bites, feeling emboldened to indulge now, fearing only that she might eat too late and find nothing left. Kunlun observed her enjoyment. The aroma was indeed rich. He could not recall whether he had encountered this scent during his previous visits to the mortal realm, as he had only focused on ridding the populace of demons and had no inclination to notice such trivial delights. Now, however, it was quite pleasant. Jiang Lisheng noticed his gaze upon her and paused. Chen Shixiang, would you care to try some? Kunlun nodded. She promptly offered him a packet with generous hospitality, adding, I wouldn't share with just anyone, but that vile creature has no appetite for these. Kunlun accepted it gratefully. Thank you, Jiang Shimi. Mimicking Jiang Lisheng, he took a piece and placed it in his mouth. After chewing for a moment, he nodded affirmatively. This is rather delicious. Jiang Lisheng felt elated. Indeed, the food was delectable, far surpassing the taste of elixirs. Her interest in alchemy stemmed from a desire for both amusement and the aspiration to transform the essence of elixirs into delightful snacks. Kunlun found her ambition to be remarkably original and encouraged her with a supportive nod. After savoring a packet of snacks, Jiang Lisheng felt a sense of satisfaction, torn between indulging in another packet or conserving her treats. Suddenly, a fiery figure charged towards her, prompting her to leap to her feet in alarm. "Brother Chun, the beast is coming." Xuanlian, noticing the imminent threat, hastily stowed away the remnants of his snack and drew his sword. "Sister Jiang, prepare for battle." Although Jiang Lisheng's instinct urged her to flee, she resolutely restrained herself, gritting her teeth as she retrieved a talisman, which she promptly thrust towards the beast. With a resounding slap, it adhered to the creature's forehead, causing it to spin in confusion. What manner of talisman is this? Xuanlian pondered, but he had no time for questions and lunged forward with his sword. Chapter 45. A plea for mercy. Jiang Lisheng quickly realized that her sword was ineffective, and her hidden arrows proved futile against the beast's tough hide. Gritting her teeth, she produced a length of rope. "Brother Chun, do you still have any water-dousing talismans? We need to extinguish the flames." "Indeed," he replied, simultaneously hurling a talisman. A torrential downpour descended upon the beast. Jiang Lisheng, holding the rope, observed the flames still raging. "Brother Chun, it seems your water-dousing talisman is ineffective." Xuanlian came to a sudden realization. The creature had advanced in strength, rendering lower-tier water-dousing talismans ineffective against it. Jiang Lisheng could not extinguish the flames with her talisman, so she resorted to her own protective shield, enveloping herself before attempting to ensnare the neck of the mountain beast with a rope. Xuanlian struck repeatedly with his sword, yet failed to pierce the creature's skin. Observing Jiang Lisheng's actions, he inquired with confusion, "Junior Sister Jiang, what are you doing?" Avoiding the fiery gaze of the beast, Jiang Lisheng gritted her teeth and replied, "Strangle it." Xuanlian approached to assist, questioning, "Is that feasible?" In ancient times, the creature Panhu, raised by Emperor Ku, managed to kill such a beast. But where did it bite? Surely not the rear? "I surmise it was the neck." "That holds merit," he acknowledged. With his sword, Xuanlian deftly maneuvered Jiang Lisheng's rope to evade the creature's fiery eyes, eventually securing it around its head. Once secured, they each took a position on either side, pulling with all their might against the beast's neck. Jiang Lisheng exerted every ounce of strength, and Xuanlian matched her effort. Their faces flushed from the exertion. They continued to pull. Suddenly, blood was drawn. Xuanlian exclaimed with delight, "Junior Sister Jiang, your rope is effective. The area beneath its neck is its vulnerability." Jiang Lisheng nodded, urging, "Brother Chun, hurry. My talisman is about to expire." As he pulled, Xuanlian drew his sword, aiming for the beast's weak spot. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the creature, but simultaneously, the talisman lost its power, and the rope snapped with a crack. Enraged, the beast reared up, raising its mighty paws to strike. With two thunderous claps, Jiang Lisheng and Xuanlian were sent flying, crashing to the ground far away. Xuanlian coughed violently, spewing a mouthful of blood. Jiang Lisheng, as usual, found herself in excruciating pain, her head spinning. Yet, upon witnessing the monstrous creature, Xuantian, lunging towards Xuanlian with its cavernous maw, she was momentarily jolted from her discomfort and dizziness. Without hesitation, she sprang to her feet and launched a concealed arrow directly at the creature's gaping neck wound. With a series of hissing sounds, 3 small arrows found their mark, piercing the gaping wound. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped Xuanlian and pulled him up from the ground, narrowly evading the creature's gaping jaws. Xuantian howled in agony, unfazed by the sword that had struck it or the 3 arrows embedded in its flesh. It remained a formidable foe. With its neck wound gaping and its maw wide open, it charged at the two. Xuanlian struggled to lift his sword, each attempt sending sharp pangs through his chest, rapidly draining his strength. Aware of her own limitations in combat, Jiang Lisheng dragged him along, attempting to flee on her sword. However, burdened by another, her speed was compromised, and the frenzied Xuantian quickly closed the distance. Panic surged through Jiang Lisheng, her heart racing as if it might stop. In desperation, she retrieved talismans from her storage pouch, hurling them at Xuantian without a second thought. The air erupted with explosive sounds. Boom, bang, crash. She seized a moment to catch her breath, her gaze fixed on the creature now engulfed in a flurry of talismans. Uncertain whether she could vanquish it, she clutched the most numerous of her talismans, the explosive ones, crafted in anticipation of a monstrous pursuit. After launching several talismans, the dense smoke began to clear, only for Xuantian to shake off the debris and charge once more. In that moment, the Qianquan bracelet expanded before Xuantian, encircling its neck and tightening instantly. Jiang Lisheng fixed her gaze intently, for it was her first time wielding the Qianquan bracelet. She was uncertain whether this artifact possessed the power to vanquish the mountain beast. As the Qianquan bracelet tightened around its neck, the mountain beast struggled fiercely, slapping its palms against the artifact. With a resounding crack, the Qianquan bracelet was marred with fissures. Jiang Lisheng's heart shattered at the realization that a mid-tier magical treasure had succumbed to such damage in mere moments. Chen Luyan had regained his composure and, sensing the urgency of the situation, produced his own magical artifact. In his grasp was an offensive device, a circular form adorned with cruel, backward-facing spikes. After reciting the incantation, he propelled it towards the mountain beast. At the instant the creature shattered the Qianquan bracelet, Chen Luyan's artifact ensnared the beast's neck, its potency surpassing that of the Qianquan bracelet by a factor of 2, swiftly constricting it. Jiang Lisheng, momentarily forgetting her sorrow over the ruined Qianquan bracelet, exhaled in relief and retrieved a vial of restorative elixir, pouring its contents into her mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luyan swallowed a medicinal pill, disregarding the need for recuperation, and charged forward with his sword. Coordinating with his artifact, he relentlessly pierced the mountain beast's lower jaw, creating gaping wounds. For a brief moment, Jiang Lisheng found herself at a loss to assist, but as she observed the battle, a shocking realization dawned upon her. Chen Shixiang, its wounds are healing rapidly. Look, after thrusting several times, Chen Luyan initially believed he had inflicted sufficient damage, yet unease compelled him to continue striking. Only upon Jiang Lisheng's alert did he notice the unsettling truth, terror dawning on his face as he acknowledged the creature's remarkable self-healing ability. Jiang Lisheng gritted her teeth and charged forward, channeling her spiritual energy to strike at the bloodied wound of the mountain beast, while loudly urging, "Brother Chen, continue." She endeavored to suppress its self-healing abilities, uncertain of its effectiveness, yet resolute to give it a try. Although Chen Luyan did not fully comprehend the situation, he obeyed Jiang Lisheng's command, thrusting his sword repeatedly. Soon, he discerned that the beast's regenerative power was indeed being restrained by Jiang Lisheng, and his heart soared with joy. "Sister Jiang, it works." Jiang Lisheng's face turned pale as she thought, "As long as it works. Release me, and I shall refrain from cursing you or seizing your possessions. Just let me go, and I will guide you out of the bitter mountain formation." The mountain beast's eyes ceased their fiery wrath, revealing a look of terror, as it began to plead in anguish. Chen Luyan remained unmoved, as did Jiang Lisheng. "When I took your belongings, I did not take your life. Grant me this one mercy." The mountain beast turned its gaze towards Jiang Lisheng. She hesitated, recalling how she had entered this place, naive as a little rabbit, utterly oblivious. The creature had silently appeared behind her, and in that moment, she had been completely unaware of its intent to devour her. It had been an effortless task then, but after she had withheld its treats, it had grown enraged, pursuing her with threats of consumption. Chapter 46. To love or not to love. Should she perhaps grant it mercy this once? Jiang Lisheng felt a pang of conflict. After expending tremendous effort to ensnare and subdue it, she had sacrificed a mid-tier magical artifact in the process. Her collection of artifacts was already scant. "Sister Jiang, do not show mercy. A beast is a beast, and its words cannot be trusted." Chen Luyan feared that Jiang Lisheng's compassion for the creature might bring harm to them both. "Please, do not kill me, and I shall lead you out of the formation. Additionally, I possess treasures left by my master, which I can also take with me." Shan Gao, fearing that Jiang Lisheng might not believe him, declared that even if you were to slay me, you would remain trapped within the confines of the bitter mountain formation. "My heart-eating oath is the key to unraveling this formation. Only through my willing consent can you be liberated." Jiang Lisheng paused. "Are you speaking the truth?" "Indeed, truly," came the reply. Jiang Lisheng turned to Chen Luyan. "Brother Chen, shall we tentatively place our trust in him?" Chen Luyan, filled with doubt, responded, "Sister Jiang, demons are notoriously cunning, ruthless, and treacherous, prone to betrayal and deceit. One should not place complete faith in the words of such a creature." Jiang Lisheng pondered this and addressed Shan Gao. "Then declare your heart-eating oath now. You must promise not to kill me, and you must agree to release us. Your promise is contingent upon mine." Shan Gao stipulated further, "You must also provide me with your provisions." "Impossible. Do not even entertain such a thought." Shan Gao shed tears of anguish. "I have been trapped here for countless millennia, surrounded by desolate woods, with naught but emptiness. The aroma of your food is so enticing." Jiang Lisheng retorted, "This truly is maddening. Indeed, a demon capable of instilling fear with its roar and softening hearts with its tears. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I can offer you a single package, but it shall be given only after you have sworn the heart-eating oath and released us. Otherwise, if we can slay you once, we can certainly do so again." "2 packages, Shan Gao countered, eyeing her intently. Jiang Lisheng, taken aback by the creature's audacity to negotiate, raised an eyebrow. "Just 1 package. That is my final offer. There is nothing more to discuss, or else I shall end your life. Should you kill me, you too will remain trapped." The mountain resin weeps incessantly, lamenting, "You miser, you can't even spare me 2 bags. Jiang Lisheng remained silent, acknowledging the truth in its words. In this secret realm, her snacks are indeed scarce, and generosity is beyond her grasp. With a stern expression, she declares, "1 bag will suffice, or none at all. First, I shall deal with you, and then we shall find a way." The resin trembles as it continues to cry, "My existence is intertwined with this torturous mountain array. Otherwise, why have I been trapped here for millennia?" My master ascended, disdainful of my propensity for harsh words, leaving me to guard this mountain, along with the treasures he bequeathed. Waiting for a fated person, I have waited for 10,000 years, only to encounter you. "It is the 2 of us," Jiang Lisheng corrects. "He has no delectable treats. And when I fell here, I found him uninteresting and thus ignored him." The resin regards Kunlun with disdain. Kunlun retorts, "I thank you, but I have no need for your interest." Pursued and scolded by this wretched creature, he would prefer it to show him no interest at all. Jiang Lisheng inquires of Kunlun. This creature cries even more than I do. "Brother Chun, let us tentatively trust it. Only 1 bag. If not, then we shall dispose of it." Kunlun insists fiercely. Jiang Lisheng nods, her tone equally resolute. "Did you hear that? Just 1 bag. Take it or leave it." The resin wails in anguish, "You heartless beings. After guarding this place for millennia, I have only awaited the arrival of you 2 wretched souls. Oh, how unfortunate I am." Jiang Lisheng is momentarily speechless. Kunlun, amused yet exasperated, warns, "Wretched creature, utter 1 more insult, and you shall meet your demise." In an instant, Shan Gao refrained from uttering any further insults. Kunlun addressed it, "You shall invoke the heart-biting oath now. Release me first." "Very well. We shall release you, Brother Chun, and we shall also set it free." Jiang Lisheng took 3 steps back, preparing by consuming another vial of healing elixir. After Jiang withdrew, Shan Gao swayed unsteadily and collapsed onto the ground, its throat oozing blood, gasping for air as it weakly remarked, "You possess quite the integrity." Kunlun scoffed, "And what of you?" "Naturally, I possess integrity as well. Though humanity is oftentimes deceitful, I reluctantly place my trust in you." Kunlun rolled his eyes in response. Shan Gao, using its large claw, probed the wound on its neck and curiously inquired of Jiang Lisheng, "What on earth is this substance that prevents my wound from healing?" "I shall not disclose that to you." Shan Gao huffed in displeasure. "You are a vile creature." Jiang Lisheng urged it, "Stop dawdling, and hasten to let us go." Shan Gao, feeling slighted, retorted, "Why the haste? Can't you spare a few more days to play with me?" Jiang Lisheng pondered this, contemplating the uncertainty of the dangers that awaited her outside. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain here with the familiar creature. After all, they had discovered its weakness, and together they could vanquish it. However, she considered that Brother Chen might not share her sentiment, as he was genuinely here for training. Annoyed, she exclaimed, "What nonsense! Of course we cannot. We are not idly passing time, nor do we possess an abundance of leisure to entertain you. Then you must provide me with sustenance. Without it, I feel unwell and cannot recall the heart-biting oath." "Very well." Jiang Lisheng produced a packet of snacks and tossed it to Shan Gao. The mountain essence immediately grasped the sustenance and began to devour it with an insatiable appetite. Its blood-soaked cavity appeared to pose no hindrance to its consumption. After indulging in several bites, it reluctantly withdrew its claws, engaging in a discussion with Jiang Lisheng. "If you were to inherit my master's grand erase techniques, do remember to leave behind a message. From now on, anyone who enters must provide me with food. Failure to do so will invoke my heart-devouring oath." Uncertain, the mountain essence shook its head. "My master has said that his legacy is meant for those with destiny." It looked disdainfully at the 2, expressing its discontent. "I have waited so long, only to be met with you 2 rascals." Jiang Lisheng retorted, "We initially intended to venture to the Great Fan Mountain. Who could have predicted we'd end up here? Do you think we came willingly?" The mountain essence fell silent. Jiang Lisheng continued, Not everyone shares my fondness for these worldly delicacies. Generally, those who cultivate do not consume mundane grains. Moreover, you have awaited our arrival. Once the array opens, will you remain confined here? With a reluctant hum, the mountain essence conceded. Enough with the idle chatter. Hasten and invoke the heart-devouring oath. Kunlun urged. Do not attempt to play tricks or impose further conditions, lest we become less than cordial. The mountain essence mumbled something, but Kunlun could not discern it. Are you cursing us again? You mutt. Before he could finish, the surrounding barren trees suddenly vanished, the sky transformed, and the desolate landscape blossomed into a vibrant grove of thriving trees. The trees bore round leaves and blossomed with yellow flowers, their branches adorned with fruits reminiscent of orchids. Elongated and oval, their skins displaying three-sided and six-sided shapes. Aside from the trees, the surroundings were enveloped in verdant shade, predominantly composed of a particular type of grass that flourished abundantly across the mountains. The leaves were round, devoid of any stems, and adorned with crimson flowers. A singular tree, a singular flower, painted the landscape in a mesmerizing blend of yellow and red, revealing the true essence of Bitter Mountain. Jiang Lisheng mused to herself, realizing that this indeed was Bitter Mountain, an authentic representation of its name. According to the records in Shanhaiji, this tree is known as huangji, and its fruits, if consumed, render one infertile. The flowers and grass are referred to as wutiao, and their ingestion prevents the growth of tumors on the neck. In her previous life in the realm of Qingsu, she occasionally ventured down to the mortal world to purchase snacks, often witnessing numerous commoners afflicted with neck tumors, which could not be cured. Even surgical intervention would not prevent recurrence. Consuming this, she surmised, would likely provide a permanent solution. Chapter 47. The earth shakes and the mountains tremble. Jiang Lisheng's reflexes outpaced her thoughts as she swiftly plucked a handful of wutiao and stowed it in her storage pouch, followed by 2 huangji fruits, which she tossed in as well. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and had it not been for the tangible sensation of the grass in her grasp and the fruits she had just gathered, she would have doubted the reality of her experience. A dizzying whirl ensued, and upon regaining clarity, she found herself within a cavernous abode. The space was vast and remarkably simplistic, furnished only with a table, chairs, and a bed. The stone walls were inscribed with an intricate tapestry of characters and exceedingly complex diagrams of the bagua. The cave was sealed, devoid of any visible entrance or exit, and she had been inexplicably drawn in by an overwhelming force. Chen Xixiao. Jiang Lisheng called out twice, but received no response. Surveying her surroundings, she began to comprehend her situation. This was presumably the location where the master of the Bitter Mountain had left behind the legacy of his formation, likely indicating that Chen Xixiang possessed a different inheritance from hers. Deprived of any counsel, Jiang Lisheng gazed at the intricate formation etched upon the wall, pondering that perhaps mastering this array was the key to her eventual escape. Yet, the complexity of the formation proved daunting. Exhausted and weary after several days of toil, she surmised that the area posed little danger. Thus, she resolved to take a brief respite, replenishing her energy before resuming her studies. With a yawn, she reclined upon the stone bed and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Shanggao, nursing an unhealed wound beneath its jaw, had finished a packet of snacks and wandered into the cave. Perking up its ears to listen, it began to strike the barrier established within the cave, creating ripples upon the tranquil surface as its powerful blows echoed like persistent thunder. Jiang Lisheng, immersed in deep sleep, was abruptly roused by the commotion. Blinking her eyes open, she peered through the reflective barrier to see Shanggao's large paw incessantly pounding outside. Sitting up, she retorted, "What are you doing?" Shanggao appeared equally perturbed, expressing its frustration that the legacy of the formation left by its master was being wasted as she indulged in slumber. "Why should I care? Without mastering the legacy, you too shall remain trapped," it huffed. "What nonsense have you used? My wound refuses to heal, and you must cure it." Shanggao continued its relentless knocking, refusing to allow her to sleep. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lisheng snapped, "You wretched creature, go away." Yet, Shanggao remained steadfast, continuing its vigorous assault on the barrier. Annoyed by the incessant noise, Jiang Lisheng raked her fingers through her hair and leaped from the stone bed. "Where is senior brother Chen? Why don't you seek him out? He is diligently treasure hunting in the vault, unlike you, who merely lounges about here." In the midst of heated words, the mountain spirit lamented how its master could have chosen such a slothful creature. Was it not your fault for pursuing me relentlessly for days and nights? I am utterly exhausted and weary. Jiang Lisheng's voice dripped with frustration. The mountain spirit berated her, calling her a lazy, useless fool. As a practitioner, how could you falter after just a few days and nights? Jiang Lisheng retorted, were I to embark on a treasure hunt, I would exert myself with great diligence. Who does not cherish the thrill of discovery? She too yearned for adventure. This intricate formation was so vast, rivaling even the formidable protective array of Kunlun's Qingshutai. How long must she toil to comprehend it? The mountain spirit remained unyielding, angrily insisting that she must not sleep. Seeing its resolute demeanor, Jiang Lisheng, filled with frustration, realized that while it could not enter, she too was trapped. After a brief stalemate, she succumbed to its insistence, sulking as she began to scrutinize the densely packed characters adorning the walls. Satisfied by her compliance, the mountain spirit ceased its incessant tapping and settled down outside the cave, determined to keep a watchful eye on Jiang Lisheng to prevent any idleness. Jiang Lisheng initially anticipated great difficulty, yet as she quieted her mind, the labyrinthine characters began to flow effortlessly into her consciousness, coalescing into a diagram of the 8 trigrams that aligned perfectly with the one on the wall. In that instant, she found herself enveloped in an enigmatic realm. Stars, myriad phenomena, mountains, and seas seemed to converge within her. Soon, the air around her stirred, and the spiritual energy within her abode swirled into a tempest, a storm of brilliance spreading throughout the cave, causing the barriers to tremble without the spirit's forceful intervention. The mountain spirit, startled awake, swiftly rose and retreated into the distance. In a swift moment, the barrier of the cave shattered with a thunderous roar, and the air currents surged outward, causing the entire bitter mountain to tremble violently. The mountain spirit, alarmed, fled forward, while Kunlun, who was treasure hunting in the vault, was startled by the earth's rumbling. He abandoned his efforts to stuff more items into his storage ring and dashed outside. The mountains crumbled, colossal boulders cascaded down, and the world was engulfed in darkness as chasms opened in the ground. Kunlun narrowly escaped several times from the abyss that had formed, his heart racing with terror as he shouted, Jiang Shimi. He was unaware that this chaos was perhaps triggered by Jiang Lisheng's inheritance, and he was desperate to avoid being buried beneath Bitter Mountain. However, the cataclysmic upheaval of the earth was ferocious and swift, despite his attempts to evade. Even his finest treasures proved futile against the relentless storm, shattering under the onslaught. As his pupils constricted in despair, he thought it was the end, fearing he too would be torn apart by the tempest. Indeed, the storm surged forth, and he could no longer evade it. His skin felt as though it were being sliced by 1,000 knives, and he could bear it no longer. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices as he plummeted into the abyss. Just as he fell, a beam of golden light arced toward him, enveloping him and barely catching him in its embrace. Following closely, a figure descended, raising a hand to erect a barrier that shielded this realm from further disturbance. Though the storm raged on, this sanctuary remained steadfast, impervious to destruction. Kunlun, though saved, lay unconscious. Had he been awake, he would have recognized this individual. For in Kunlun, aside from one person, none donned crimson garments. Chapter 48. The Crimson Robe. Jiang Lisheng's consciousness roiled, his spiritual abode quaking, as the tempest spiraled beyond control. She faintly heard Kunlun's terrified call, her heart racing with anxiety, yet her body remained paralyzed. She could only endure the uncontrollable tempest ravaging around her, tearing and swirling. Again and again, it felt as though an eternity had passed, though it may have been but a fleeting moment, before the storm finally abated, leaving her spirit drained and her reservoir barren. Jiang Lisheng collapsed limply onto the ground. She yearned to raise her hand and replenish her spiritual energy with a pill. Her fingers stirred slightly, yet she could not lift them, feeling akin to a parched fish. Her mind swirled, darkness encroached upon her vision, her eyelids fluttered, and her consciousness wavered between sleep and wakefulness. A flicker of rationality warned her against succumbing to slumber. The situation was dire, and the fear of never awakening loomed large. Thus, she bit her lip fiercely, the pain and metallic taste of blood forcing her to keep her eyes open, clinging to a semblance of awareness. Suddenly, an individual appeared. Alighting nearby, clad in crimson, her grace was strikingly exquisite. Jiang Lisheng questioned her own perception, wondering if she was hallucinating. A saying circulated among the immortals, When the fragrant wine has yet to be poured, the passing of the scarlet-clad figure heralds the end of spring. This referred to Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng blinked, contemplating the truth of that sentiment. Indeed, there was no sign of spring. Wei Qinglan, upon spotting Jiang Lisheng, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that she was also present. She sheathed her sword and hurried forward, crouching beside her, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "What, senior brother?" Jiang Lisheng croaked weakly. "It is I," came the reply. Jiang Lisheng pouted, feeling dismal. Wei Qinglan discerned the situation and gently placed his hand upon her brow, channeling a strand of spiritual energy into her spiritual abode. In an instant, he perceived its desolation. The once vibrant realm lay barren, shrouded in darkness and scorched earth. The reservoir he had previously expanded was now utterly obliterated, leaving nothing in its wake. His spiritual energy, upon entering her spiritual domain, vanished without a trace, absorbed by the parched soil or lost to some other unknown fate. Alarmed, he persisted, continuing to infuse her with his energy. Yet it met the same fate, dissipating instantaneously and leaving no evidence of its passage. "Speak swiftly, for I have rescued him. He awaits just outside the cave." "Do not utter a word yet," Wei Qinglan urged, probing Jiang Lisheng's spiritual realm while simultaneously bestowing his energy upon her, striving to ascertain the dire state of her spiritual abode. Jiang Lisheng, having heard his words, fell silent, lacking the strength to resist. After the passage of approximately half an hour, Wei Qinglan, having expended a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, recognized the futility of further attempts. His countenance turned pale as he withdrew his hand, casting his gaze upon the prostrate Jiang Lisheng. She appeared as pale as parchment, and his efforts seemed in vain. Having yielded no relief for her, he reached out to assist her upright. "What has befallen your spiritual abode, transforming it into a vast wasteland? What transpired before my arrival?" Upon witnessing her regain her posture, he withdrew his hand. Jiang Lisheng, feeling utterly feeble, attempted to speak, but as he retracted his support, she immediately lost her balance and began to topple towards the ground once more. Wei Qinglan gently supported her delicate back with a tender touch, feeling the softness through the fabric. Lowering his gaze, he recounted the dire circumstances he had witnessed. "Upon my arrival, the entire Ku mountain was in chaos, with Kunlun in a perilous state, nearly torn apart by the raging storm. I barely managed to save him, erecting a barrier to protect the Tenjiang radius. Yet I found myself powerless against the collapse of the mountain. For half an hour, everything remained still until I traced the source of the disturbance." She recounted how she encountered the mountain goo, how it relentlessly pursued and berated her, how they subdued the entity, compelling it to willingly vow an oath, and how they activated the grand formation of Ku Mountain. She described how a tremendous force had pulled her into this cave, how the mountain goo roused her from slumber, urging her to learn the formation inscribed on the stone walls, and how her spiritual abode spiraled out of control until she encountered him, all while panting heavily. Wei Qinglan nodded. Perhaps weary from squatting, he settled beside her, supporting her back with one hand to ensure her stability, while the other tapped his knee. Observing the cave's stone walls, devoid of the dense inscriptions and complex diagrams she spoke of, he realized that this was a legacy meant solely for her. "I did not witness the mountain goo you described, and Kunlun remains unconscious. The entire Ku mountain has been destroyed, and once we exit the cave, you shall see the aftermath," he stated, perplexed. Logically, one who has acquired a certain fortune or legacy would not annihilate everything in their wake. "Your situation is unlike any I have encountered before." Jiang Li's face contorted with confusion as she posed her question. "Wei Xixiao, how did you come to be in Ku Mountain?" Wei Qinglan pressed her lips together, pondering the recent disturbances in the Xuantian Realm. Initially, she attributed the upheaval to the Kunlun's demon suppression tower. However, after several investigations revealed no activity from the tower, her curiosity deepened. It was only after her uncle, Master Qi, divined the situation, indicating that a significant event was likely to unfold in this area. Given that the Xuantian realm was intertwined with the divine souls of heaven and earth, and the mountain deity was also under their protection, that she decided to investigate further. Unexpectedly, she encountered Yu and Tai's Kunlun. Jiang Lisheng felt an urge to scratch her head, but her strength was insufficient. Could it be that the mountain bomb was the mountain deity of Bitter Mountain? That wretched creature. She wondered if it was dead. She was genuinely exasperated, harboring a deep-seated hatred for that beast. She had been sleeping peacefully when it insisted on waking her to urge her to work. If it hadn't pressed her, she wouldn't be in a state where even moving was a monumental effort. Speaking a few words was laborious. Seeing her puffed-up demeanor, Wei Qinglan reached out to gently massage her temples. "Allow me to assist you to the stone bed for a moment's rest. Then I shall search for the mountain bomb you mentioned. We will discuss matters further once Kunlun awakens." Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement. Lying down would certainly be more comfortable than being propped up by him. She felt utterly miserable. Wei Qinglan rose, encircled Jiang Lisheng's waist, and swiftly transported her to the nearby stone bed. Remarkably, despite the cataclysmic upheaval outside, this cave was remarkably sturdy. Reclining on the stone bed, Jiang Lisheng felt significantly more at ease and managed to swallow a medicinal pill, nodding with great difficulty. Wei Qinglan discreetly rubbed her fingertips, concealing them within her sleeve. Before exiting the cave, "Apologies for the wait, everyone. The updates have resumed. Starting today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there will be 2 updates daily. Please support me with your monthly votes." Chapter 49. Tragedy. Jiang Lisheng gazed at Wei Qinglan as she exited, feeling an immense sense of relief. Had he not arrived in time, she might have become a desiccated fish, drained of all her spiritual energy, unable to endure for much longer. Once again, he had come to her rescue. Moreover, he had expended a considerable amount of his own spiritual energy on her, though it had little effect on her physical condition. She was profoundly touched. Then there was senior brother Chun. If her inability to receive the inheritance had cost her life, leaving her buried in the bitter mountain, not only would Tai have likely sought her out, but she herself would also have been unable to escape the weight of guilt. Fortunately, both of them had been saved by him. The spirit awakening pill proved remarkably effective, and she found herself clear-headed, lying on the stone bed with her eyes wide open, her mind racing with thoughts, yet sleep eluded her. Outside the cave, Kunlun, who had been propped against a stone by Wei Qinglan, remained unconscious. Having also been given a pill, he appeared to be in a much better state. It was likely that he would awaken shortly. Although the entire bitter mountain lay in ruins, devoid of life, Wei Qinglan still took the precaution of setting up protective wards around the cave before departing to search for the mountain bomb. He soared through the air on his sword, simultaneously searching and extending his consciousness. After half an hour, he discovered a trembling, pig-like creature muttering curses beneath a massive rock. Having perused ancient texts extensively, Wei Qinglan recognized it immediately as the mountain bomb Jiang Lisheng had mentioned. Its lower jaw bore a conspicuous wound, yet despite its significant injury, it continued to mutter a litany of curses, which, upon closer listening, were directed at Jiang Lisheng. "How foolish you are, simpleton, dullard! What a silly creature! You cannot even inherit a legacy, and how blind my master must be to have chosen you. You nearly cost me my life. Even though the earth has settled now, and I have barely escaped with my life, I dare not emerge, still hiding in fear of a repeat disaster." When Wei Qinglan arrived, I caught sight of her and instantly bristled with alarm, instinctively wanting to flee, yet my legs would not move. The oppressive aura from her high status rendered me immobile. My eyes wide with terror, I did not dare utter a single curse against her. Wei Qinglan sheathed her sword and regarded me. "Tell me, is there an issue with your heart-devouring oath? Where might the flaw lie in the array inheritance I have received?" Upon realizing she harbored no intention to slay me, I felt somewhat reassured, yet I remained concealed behind the boulder, too frightened to emerge. My heart-devouring oath was bestowed upon me by my master before his ascension. It cannot possibly be flawed. My master has ascended, and he would not wish for his abilities to go unheeded. Thus there is no issue. Seeing the sincerity of my tears, Wei Qinglan appeared genuinely saddened. Having witnessed many creatures weep, he could easily discern genuine sorrow from feigned grief. With a sharp tongue, he remarked, "Your master did not take you with him upon his ascension. This indicates he did not hold you in high regard. Even if you were to ascend, you would likely remain unvalued. Do cease your weeping." "That is not true," I retorted, exasperated. "It was merely because I was young and lacked sufficient cultivation at the time. My master could not take me. It had nothing to do with his regard for me." "Who are you? Why have you come here? You and that foolish girl are both villains, bullying me alongside her. Where are you headed?" I inquired, but Wei Qinglan paid me no mind. Shan Gao hastily emerged from the colossal rock, hastening to catch up with Wei Qinglan. Where was that foolish girl? Had she perished? Was it her fault that I suffered so grievously? The thought sent a chill down Shan Gao's spine, causing it to retreat several paces, rendered speechless. Observing its docility, Wei Qinglan decided against taking its life and turned to continue forward. Xuantian hesitated for a time, ultimately choosing to follow in her wake. Having long since attained wisdom and understanding that in the current predicament, its future was uncertain, and it was at a loss regarding its course of action. It could only seek out that unfortunate girl. Even if the inheritance had failed, she remained a fated individual worthy of the Master's regard. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter the Master's sanctuary. Wei Qinglan circled around the bitter mountain, confirming that besides Xuantian, no other living beings existed. Not even a single tree or blade of grass remained, utterly devastated, reminiscent of Jiang Lisheng's spiritual abode, which lay in desolation, a barren wasteland devoid of life. Although Xuantian dared not voice its curses, internally it harbored resentment towards Jiang Lisheng. The master had promised that on the day it awaited the fated one, the grand formation would activate, restoring Bitter Mountain to its former glory, heralding auspicious signs, with golden light illuminating the land. The passage connecting Bitter Mountain to the celestial realm would open, and it would have accumulated enough cultivation to ascend the heavenly ladder. Yet now, the ground lay scorched, with no semblance of its former state. It was far worse than when the grand formation had been in place, with only withered forests to bear witness. The heavenly ladder was nowhere to be seen, and despair enveloped it, its spirit waning as it felt the prospect of ascension slipping away. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Kunlun remained unresponsive, and since Wei Qinglan had no particular bond with him, she merely cast a glance before entering the abode to seek Jiang Lisheng. Xuantian followed suit. Jiang Lisheng felt drowsy, and no matter how potent the elixir, it could only offer temporary relief. If it were not for her promise to Wei Qinglan to stay awake, she would have already succumbed to sleep. With him by her side, she felt no fear. Wei Qinglan paused his steps, approached the stone bed, and gently assisted her to sit up. "Sleep later," he said. "I have located the wretched creature that harmed you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng's fatigue vanished. Supported by him, she sat up and noticed the mountain ointment behind him. "You vile thing, you wretched creature," she scolded. "If it weren't for your incessant urging for me to obtain some so-called inheritance, would I have suffered this calamity? Just look at the mess you've created. If you had simply allowed me to rest, wouldn't everything have been fine?" Fuming, Jiang Lisheng continued, "Now tell me, what shall we do? My spiritual abode has been ruined by your so-called inheritance. My future cultivation is likely at an end. If my master were to discover this, he would surely be furious and might even condemn you to a fate worse than death. Do you believe it?" The mountain ointment, filled with despair, wept inconsolably, as if mourning a great loss. Jiang Lisheng, seeing its sorrow, found herself at a loss for words. With a pout, she said, "Enough of the tears. What good does it do? We must find a solution." "What solution?" the ointment replied, wiping its tears. "Inheritances can fail. How foolish can you be?" Jiang Lisheng was momentarily speechless. "And what are my wounds? What kind of cultivation is this? My injuries are excruciating and refuse to heal. You must tend to them." The ointment insisted through its tears. Jiang Lisheng spoke with irritation. "I can hardly move now. My spiritual energy is utterly depleted, and you expect me to heal you? Don't be absurd." Xuantian began to weep once more, lamenting, "Why am I so unfortunate?" Jiang Lisheng, pained by its cries, turned to Wei Qinglan. Wei Qinglan, showing no sympathy for the creature, inquired of Jiang Lisheng, "Are you fatigued?" "Yes." "Then rest," she replied calmly. Aware that Kushan posed little danger at present, she continued, "Kunlun has yet to awaken. You should take some time to sleep. As for your spiritual abode, I will devise a solution." Upon hearing this, Xuantian felt even more despondent. This foolish creature was so carefree. Instead of earnestly seeking the inheritance within the cave, it simply chose to doze off. I could not bear to witness this, so I roused it. Yet who would have thought that now Kushan lay in ruins because of it, and it still had the audacity to sleep? Wei Qinglan cast a sharp gaze at Xuantian. The creature immediately fell silent, retracting its head, no longer daring to cry or complain, finding a corner to curl up in. Wei Qinglan gently nudged Jiang Lisheng toward the stone bed. The bed was spacious, and she, being slender, freed up a considerable amount of space for him. He, unparticular, settled onto it, entering a meditative state to recuperate. In that moment, the cave fell into tranquility, and the entirety of Kushan was enveloped in silence. Xuantian, feeling wronged, observed Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lisheng for a while. One was asleep, the other meditating. and with no one paying it any heed, it too grew weary, shutting its eyes and soon drifting into a slumber. He was alive, which was truly wonderful. But where was this place? He shifted slightly, every inch of his body aching, his garments in tatters, revealing skin marred by countless scars. He struggled to his feet, retrieving a set of garments from his storage ring to change into, then followed the sound of snoring into the cave. There, he encountered the familiar figure of the foul-mouthed canine creature. On a distant stone bed sat a person he recognized, and he was taken aback to see Wei Qinglan. Wei Qinglan opened his eyes, gazing calmly at Chen Luyan. "Chen Shixiang, you have awakened?" Chen Luyan exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Shidi from Kunlun. "What brings you here?" Wei Qinglan explained, "My sect's uncle Master Qi divined that there was an anomaly in this area, so I came to investigate. To my surprise, I stumbled upon junior sister Jiang and you, just in time to find you in peril." Realization dawned on Chen Luyan. "So it was you, Wei Shidi, who saved me." Wei Qinglan nodded in affirmation. Chen Luyan hastily clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Wei Shidi, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I would have met my end." He wore a look of trepidation, recalling the harrowing experience. "You witnessed the situation. It was truly terrifying. My superior magical artifact was rendered useless, shattered to pieces." Wei Qinglan nodded. "Indeed, it was quite alarming. Yes, fortunately, you arrived in time to save me. And junior sister Jiang, she..." Chen Luyan then noticed Jiang Lisheng lying on the stone bed and stepped forward anxiously. "Is junior sister Jiang all right?" "Not well." Wei Qinglan shook his head. "When I arrived, she had collapsed, her spiritual energy depleted. Now, she is utterly weakened, unable to lift even a finger. However, thankfully, her life is not in jeopardy." He generously presented the treasures he had acquired, placing more than 10 items upon the stone table, and offered them to Wei Qinglan. "Junior brother Wei, you saved my life, and I have no means to repay you. These treasures are yours." Wei Qinglan smiled gently. "Brother Chen, please keep them for yourself." Chen Luyan replied earnestly, "I understand that you do not lack for treasures, but you must accept this token of gratitude for saving me, or I shall be troubled." Upon hearing this, Wei Qinglan casually selected one item. "Is this a pill furnace? This will suffice. Your gift is enough." Chen Luyan felt that it was inadequate and insisted on offering him several more items, resolutely stating, "Let us split them evenly. Junior brother, my life is worth far more than these possessions. Since you do not wish for all of them, let us share. You must accept this." With unwavering determination, he added, "Even if I bestow all these upon you, I still feel that my gratitude for your life-saving deed is insufficient. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to face any danger." Wei Qinglan smiled lightly. "Brother Chen, you exaggerate." "Not in the least." Chen Luyan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Though you are indeed formidable, it is unlikely you will need my help. Nevertheless, you must accept these items." Seeing his insistence, Wei Qinglan could only nod. "If that is the case, I shall accept them. It is a trivial matter. There is no need for you to dwell on it further." He ceased to elaborate, storing the items within his spatial ring. After doing so, he turned to Jiang Lisheng and suddenly felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Junior sister Jiang appears to be in a more dire situation than I. Her spiritual energy is depleted. Surely, there is a way for her to recover?" Wei Qinglan nodded. "There should be a method." Chen Luyan was perplexed by the situation of Jiang Lisheng. Upon hearing Wei Qinglan's words, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the mere fact that they were alive was indeed fortunate. He found it quite strange. "Wei Shidi, I wonder why Jiang Shimi and I unexpectedly fell from the entrance of the Qishan secret realm into this bitter mountain. Do you have any insight? Have you encountered anyone else?" Wei Qinglan shook his head and replied, "I too am at a loss. Since my arrival here, aside from you two, I have not seen anyone else." Chen Luyan sighed. "Alas, how unfortunate we are." Chapter 51. Taking the lead. Jiang Lisheng had been asleep for 3 days, still showing no signs of awakening. Wei Qinglan remained calm and unhurried, without a trace of impatience. He said, "If Chen Shixiang is anxious, you may leave. Although Jiang Shimi hails from the Qingshu lineage, she is currently under my guidance in Kunlun, and thus, her well-being falls under my care. I shall remain here until she awakens." "I am not particularly anxious." Chen Luyan scratched his head. "It's just that Jiang Shimi's prolonged slumber worries me. I was wondering if there is a way to awaken her." In truth, he had already attempted several times to rouse her, calling out and gently shaking her. But to no avail. He He felt that it might take quite a while for her to awaken, perhaps even 10 days or half a month. Wei Qinglan extended his hand to check Jiang Lisheng's pulse. Her spirit was deeply asleep, and it seemed unlikely she would awaken within half a month. She cannot be awakened, he stated. However, it was not entirely accurate to say she could not be awakened. If he were to employ traditional methods to connect with her spiritual abode, perhaps he could rouse her from the depths of her slumber. However, he deemed it unnecessary. Since she was in slumber, her spirit must also require tranquility. If awakened prematurely, she would not have had sufficient rest and would be unable to depart. Was he to carry her throughout their journey? Chen Luyan was indeed eager to leave, yet not overly urgent. Upon hearing this, he cast a glance towards Jiang Lisheng. Given her current state, even if she were to awaken, she would likely be incapable of returning to the great sacred mountain to seek the hidden realms. After all, her spiritual energy was depleted, and it was probable that even upon waking, her recovery would be arduous. It was uncertain. Wei Qinglan too was oblivious to Jiang Lisheng's intentions upon awakening. And what of you, Wei Shidi? Chen Luyan inquired. If Jiang Shimi desires to enter the hidden realm upon her awakening, what will you do? I shall ensure her safety throughout the journey. Rest assured, Chen Shixiao. A practitioner of consummate mastery cannot suppress their cultivation to enter the hidden realm. However, Wei Qinglan, though a golden core cultivator, had yet to reach that pinnacle. By suppressing his cultivation, he should not be rejected by the hidden realm. That is agreeable, Wei Qinglan concurred. Seeing his agreement, Chen Luyan tidied his belongings and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he playfully nudged Sheng-O awake. Hey, you mutt. What are you going to do from now on? Will you accompany me? Sheng-O opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at him before shutting them again. Leave me be. Hey, you ungrateful creature. How dare you look down upon me? I shall not concern myself with you any longer, Chen Luyan retorted with indignation. He waved farewell to Wei Qinglan. Wei Shidi, I shall take my leave first. Once Jiang Shimi awakens, please inform her that my decision to depart was not due to a lack of desire to wait, but rather the futility of our prolonged waiting together, which would waste our time. Rest assured, Chen Shixiao, I shall convey your message. Wei Qinglan nodded. Without further delay, Chen Luyan mounted his sword and journeyed eastward. Though he was alone, he possessed a courage that surpassed Jiang Lisheng's, unperturbed by the solitude of his journey. After all, the path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges, and one must inevitably confront them alone. The absence of another did not affect Wei Qinglan. He continued his meditation in silence. Shangao opened his eyes, finding the situation exceedingly dull. This individual was solely devoted to cultivation, capable of meditating for 3 days without moving. Unlike that foolish girl who lay in deep slumber on the bed. Had she been awake, she would certainly not have been so singularly focused on her practice. He murmured, No wonder the mountains tremble and the earth quakes. You can still save others and remain unscathed, more devoted to cultivation than my master. What is your master's name? Wei Qinglan inquired, opening his eyes. Upon receiving attention, Shangao perked up. My master is called the Lord of Kushin, and he is formidable, entering the Tao through formations. He connects heaven and earth, crafting the great array of Kushin, and on the day the array was completed, he ascended. Wei Qinglan seemed to grasp the implication. So you mean, the day the array was completed was his day of ascension? Indeed, came the reply. At that time, what was his level of cultivation? Connecting heaven and earth, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of mastery. Wei Qinglan began to understand why Jiang Lisheng had faltered. But do you know? You urged her to inherit a legacy when her cultivation was merely at the foundational stage? The gap between her abilities and your master's is immense. Now, the grand array of connecting heaven and earth is beyond her capacity. It nearly shattered her spiritual abode, and her survival is nothing short of miraculous. Shangao fell silent, lamenting. That foolish girl is so dim-witted. How can her cultivation be so inadequate? Wei Qinglan regarded him thoughtfully. The mountain spirit fell silent, understanding at last that this individual could not tolerate its insults towards the foolish girl. Earlier, the person's expression had been devoid of emotion, serving as a warning. Should it utter another curse, its life would be forfeit. It harbored no doubt that this person possessed the capability to extinguish its existence effortlessly. Confounded, it muttered to itself, questioning how this could be. My master spoke of awaiting a fated companion. If she lacked such fortune, how could she have been drawn into the inheritance? If she could receive the legacy, how could she possibly falter? Truly, it was bewildering. Wei Qinglan ceased his words, resuming his meditation, yet his thoughts remained turbulent. After a brief moment, he decided to halt, descending from the stone bed and stepping outside the cave, standing with hands clasped behind him, gazing at the scorched earth that lay before him. The mountain spirit also rose, shaking off its form, the wound on its jaw refusing to heal, causing it considerable discomfort. It followed Wei Qinglan out of the cave, and as it beheld the seemingly endless charred landscape, sorrow welled within it. I have dwelled here for over 10,000 years. Recalling a time in my youth when the ground was abundant with yellow thorns and unmarked paths. Back then, I had many brothers and sisters, yet one by one, they succumbed to the tribulations of the heavens. I was fortunate, sheltered by my master, who guided me through each calamity. Now, could it be that my own great tribulation has arrived? Whether beast, deity, spiritual plant, or mortal, be they of the righteous or demonic paths, all must endure tribulations. For the pursuit of the great Tao is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. Wei Qinglan, moved by the spirit's words, suddenly extended his hand, and a beam of golden light struck towards it. The mountain spirit was taken aback, unable to evade the oncoming force, and could only submit to the encounter. However, contrary to its apprehension that he intended to end its life, it soon realized that he was, in fact, healing its wound. As his spiritual energy enveloped its jaw, the unhealing gash began to mend slowly. Shangao, both astonished and delighted, gazed wide-eyed at Wei Qinglan. Wei Qinglan's expression remained impassive. He had not possessed the art of healing, yet ever since Jiang Lisheng had restored his spiritual abode, he discovered he had acquired this newfound ability. Chapter 52. Carefree after Shangao's injuries were healed by Wei Qinglan, its spirits lifted considerably. Realizing that Wei Qinglan bore no intention to harm him, it wagged its tail and circled around him, becoming quite talkative. Do you fancy that young girl? My advice would be to refrain from such affections. She is rather foolish and simple-minded. Though you are of similar age, your talents diverge greatly. Should you become partners on the path, she would undoubtedly be a burden. Wei Qinglan turned to look at it, remaining silent. Shangao sighed. My master once had a partner as well. She was indulgent and lazy, incapable of enduring hardship, lacking both talent and diligence. She could not even withstand a minor foundational thunder tribulation without my master shielding her. For thousands of years, she was a weight upon my master. Ultimately, during a tribulation, she succumbed to the heavenly lightning, extinguishing her spirit. This nearly led my master to follow her into rebirth. It was only through the intervention of my master's mentor, who journeyed to Nyosho Mountain and retrieved a particular herb known as the forgetting worry grass, that my master was able to forget the past and dedicate himself to cultivation, ultimately shedding his burdens and achieving the great way. Upon finishing, Shangao observed Wei Qinglan's indifferent gaze, mistaking his silence for disbelief, and grew anxious. I speak the truth. Wei Qinglan turned his head, his tone devoid of warmth. You are overthinking this. Shangao muttered under its breath. I am not overthinking. Do not underestimate us beasts. Our senses are remarkably sharp. You perceive that she is distinct from the man who has departed. The mountain beast, startled, abruptly retreated, displaying a remarkable awareness of the situation. If my words do not please you, consider them unspoken. I have said nothing at all. Observing Wei Qinglan's lingering gaze, it turned and fled. The slumbering individual lay in utter tranquility. Her delicate face, no larger than a palm, appeared exceedingly pale. Yet, her brows were not furrowed with worry but rather relaxed, immersed in a profound sleep. Through her visage, one could almost glimpse her innermost thoughts. Even if her spirit realm had been reduced to scorched earth, it seemed of little consequence to her heart, perhaps because she sensed the presence of a guardian, rendering her safe. Thus, she slept with a deep sense of peace and security. Such a carefree soul was a rarity in his experience. It was pitiful for the beast, grappling with the intricacies of human nature, leaving it utterly perplexed and bewildered. Wei Qinglan arched an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it?" The mountain beast then roused itself to the realization of its purpose, eagerly presenting the sword manual to Wei Qinglan, placing it beside him. This is the sword manual left by my master. My master was once a swordsman, but later, in order to aid his companion through tribulation, he shifted his focus to formations. That foolish Chen fellow rummaged through the treasures in the vault, yet he couldn't procure this finest piece. Truly, he has no appreciation for value. The surface of the sword manual bore a withered yellow hue, appearing not only ancient, but also frayed at the edges. indicating its incomplete nature. Fearing that Wei Qinglan might also lack discernment, the mountain beast hastily added, "All that remained in my master's vault has been destroyed, except for this sword manual, which my master had placed under a protective seal, preserving it from ruin. The only two things that can be restricted by my master are the inherited array left by him and this sword manual." The individual surnamed Chun was originally chosen by my master as the destined one for this sword manual. Yet he failed to recognize its value and thus could not claim it. Wei Qinglan extended 2 fingers and pinched the sword manual. Indeed, it was bound by restrictions. Not merely one. After attempting to unravel it for a while without success, his interest was piqued. He ceased his previous nonchalance, straightened his posture, and began to study the restriction. Shan Gao let out a sigh of relief. This was as it should be. It felt that this person ought to cultivate rather than squander time. With such talent, he should not waste precious moments like that foolish girl, who had squandered her time sleeping. Jiang Lisheng had slept for 20 consecutive days before awakening. Upon waking, she immediately noticed someone reclining beside her against a soft pillow. This person was tall and elegant, exuding an air of ease and grace, holding a sword manual and leafing through its pages. The soft rustling sound of the pages, although faint, resonated in the quietness of the cave, creating an unexpected disturbance. The stone bed, initially spacious, felt somewhat cramped with an additional occupant beside her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Noticing her labored breathing, Wei Qinglan turned his head, meeting Jiang Lisheng's wide eyes, which were filled with surprise as she held her breath. He paused for a moment, his expression remaining unperturbed. "You finally woke up." He then sat up, set the sword manual aside, and inquired, "Can you move now?" "Over 20 days, Jiang Lisheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Couldn't you wake me?" "Indeed." Jiang Lisheng stretched her hand to massage her stiff neck, realizing why her body felt so rigid after such a long slumber. Noticing Wei Qinglan's gaze upon her, she halted her movements and cautiously inquired, Senior Brother Wei, have you been here watching over me all this time?" "Indeed," Wei Qinglan replied. A sense of guilt washed over Jiang Lisheng as she acknowledged, "I have wasted your time for over 20 days. She scratched her head, astonished at the duration of her sleep. "It is not a waste." Wei Qinglan gestured toward the sword manual he had just set down. "Everywhere is a place for cultivation." Following his, Jiang Lisheng observed the tattered manual, comprehending that despite its worn appearance, it must be a valuable artifact to have caught Wei Qinglan's attention. Her guilt diminished slightly as she continued, "What of Senior Brother Chun? Has he not awakened? After you fell asleep, he roused himself but concluded that waiting together was futile. With me here to keep watch over you, he departed ahead." Wei Qinglan then relayed Chun Liuyan's words from before his departure, 7 days ago. "He sent word that he has not located the entrance to the Qishan secret realm. Aware of your continued slumber, he communicated with me, expressing a desire to search further. He received news that the Qishan secret realm is said to remain dormant for half a year, and as only a month has passed, he wishes to attempt entry once more. He mentioned that if you awaken and wish to explore Daxian Mountain, we shall rendezvous there with him." Chapter 53. A hammer strikes true. Jiang Lisheng felt little enthusiasm about the prospect of re-entering the Qishan secret realm. Her determination did not match that of Chun Liuyan. She attempted to summon her spiritual energy, only to discover that her spiritual abode remained desolate and parched, a barren wasteland devoid of any vitality. In the past, when her energy had been depleted and she had slumbered for such an extended period, she would have regained some strength by now. However, she found herself utterly drained, perhaps no different from an ordinary mortal. In despair, she lamented, "I possess not a shred of spiritual power. Even if I were to stumble upon a hidden realm, it would be of no consequence. I fear that upon entering, I would be devoured whole by a ferocious beast." Wei Qinglan observed her with a reassuring gaze. "I am here with you," he said, silencing Jiang Lisheng in an instant. In a calm tone, Wei Qinglan continued, "Since I have little to occupy my time, I can accompany you on this journey. Furthermore, regarding the state of your spiritual abode, there may still be hope for restoration. It seems that your residence requires the nourishment of a spiritual vein to transform the scorched earth into fertile ground. It needs a source of water. Consider this. Just as the common folk require water for their fields, your spiritual abode, riddled with desolation, likely needs a spiritual spring or vein. If we were to introduce a spiritual vein, I believe the issue could be resolved." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were gazing at a stranger. "Wei Shixiao, are you jesting? Is it truly so simple to find a spiritual vein?" to merely locate one and toss it in? Even if you are Wei Qinglan, a prodigy of Kunlun, such a notion is exceedingly naive. The very thought was beyond her comprehension. As far as she was aware, spiritual veins were scarce and precious resources. The three major sects of Kunlun, Qingshu, Tai, and others, each occupied a significant spiritual vein, enjoying a uniquely advantageous position that facilitated their disciples' cultivation. Other sects, even those with just a minor vein, could secure their place in this realm. Surely, he could not intend to lead her into theft or robbery. The three great sects need no introduction. They have stood unwavering for millennia, with countless venerable elders who have lived for thousands of years within their ranks. Although most choose to remain in seclusion, they will invariably emerge to uphold their sect when significant events unfold. While the smaller sects may not rival the three great ones, there are still many within them who have lived for millennia, overseen by accomplished masters. Even if one possesses great skill, attempting to seize something would not only be futile, but also cast a shadow on one's reputation. After all, one is dealing with Wei Qinglan. What was one thinking? Seizing was simply out of the question. Wei Qinglan was amused by her gaze. Her thoughts were so transparent that they were plainly evident on her face. He asserted confidently, "The world is vast, with mountains and rivers stretching across the four seas. It is not certain that all spirit veins have been claimed. Not every spirit vein has necessarily been excavated and occupied. Perhaps within a certain dormant secret realm, hidden spirit veins lie in wait." Jiang Li looked at him and questioned, "What gives you the right to help me search for spirit veins?" Wei Qinglan turned away, descended from the stone bed, and with a flick of his hand, smoothed out the creases in his garments. Without any trace of emotion, he replied, "Master Yu of the Qingshu sect has cared for you for many years, expending countless efforts to elevate your cultivation to the foundational level. You have only just arrived at Kunlun, and within a month, due to Kunlun's regulations, you ventured into a secret realm and encountered misfortune. Your spirit palace has been destroyed, and Kunlun bears responsibility. Master Yu entrusted you to Kunlun, and it has failed to protect you, leaving it unable to account to Master Yu. After my master entered seclusion, I took on the responsibility of overseeing Kunlun. Thus, the burden naturally falls upon me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng was taken aback. "It is my master's consent. I should have reached the time for training. This has nothing to do with Kunlun. Wei Xixiang, are you truly one to shoulder such responsibilities?" Wei Qinglan paused. "Your appearance in Ku Mountain to save my life would surely leave my master immensely grateful if he were to know." Jiang Lisheng scratched his head. "As for other matters, let it be. You need not take responsibility. It is unrelated to Kunlun and you." The scoundrel Shan Gao spoke the truth. It is she who is worthless, unable to inherit even a legacy, resulting in her current state of utter failure, Wei Qinglan remarked. "You seem remarkably carefree about this." Jiang Lisheng felt somewhat embarrassed. "What can I do if I am inherently unable to grasp good fortune? It is beyond my control. So, even if I assist you in seeking the secret realm and searching for spiritual veins, you would refuse? Are you truly willing to let your master's years of effort go to waste on you? Are you prepared to abandon everything so recklessly?" Wei Qinglan inquired. Jiang Lisheng wished to abandon everything, yet she felt incapable of doing so now. With her spiritual abode in such disarray, if she were to fall further, would she not risk her very life? A life of 200 years of foundation cultivation was something she had been quite content with, but now, with her spiritual abode so parched and devoid of spiritual energy, could she truly reach the age of 200? Living was precious, and she had no desire to meet an early demise. Thus, she could not utter words of reckless abandonment. Yet how could she impose upon Wei Qinglan, a prodigy of the sect and a future leader of Kunlun, to expend effort searching for spiritual veins on her behalf? Feeling sheepish, she said, "My master will surely devise a solution for me. To seek the master for everything. How unfortunate it must be for Master Yu to have taken you as his disciple." Wei Qinglan waved her hand and cast a cleansing spell for her. "I shall accompany you to Dafa Mountain. If we can discover the secret realm of the wondrous mountains, I will join you in that venture as well. It would be ideal to find a spiritual vein within that realm. If not, we can always ask Master Yu to assist you in your search over time." Jiang Lisheng, not one to be naive, felt a pang of shame upon hearing such earnest words. "Very well, thank you, Brother Wei." After being cleansed, she felt markedly refreshed. She shifted off the stone bed, her feet touching the ground. As she took a few steps, her legs felt weak, lacking strength, yet after lying immobile for so long, it was still an improvement. She made her way to the entrance of the cave, gazing out at the seemingly endless scorched earth. A sense of disorientation washed over her. Is this the extent of my destructive power? Previously, during her time in Qingxiu, she had possessed some capacity for destruction, but at its peak, it had only resulted in the collapse of a building or, at worst, part of a mountain. Yet now, the vast expanse of desolation before her, filled with chasms and ravines, truly astonished her. The entire bitter mountain lay barren, devoid of fertile soil. Wei Qinglan maintained a calm demeanor. When I arrived, the earth trembled and cracked. Had it not been for a primordial treasure bestowed upon me by my master, one passed down from ancient times, I fear I would not have been able to protect even 10 zhang of land. Indeed, your destructive power is considerable, Jiang Lisheng lamented. Fortunately, I had earlier plucked some wild herbs and gathered a couple of yellow thorns. She reached into her storage bag and retrieved an item, presenting it to Wei Qinglan. Brother Wei, look, is this not the last unmarked river and the yellow thorn fruit in the world? Wei Qinglan gazed in astonishment at what she had produced and nodded. Indeed, these 2 items are solely found in Bitter Mountain. I never anticipated you would have the opportunity to pick them. Jiang Lisheng felt quite clever at that moment, generously offering them to him. Consider it a gift, a token of my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. See you tomorrow. Chapter 54. Acceptance. When faced with Chun Liuyan's offering as a token of thanks, Wei Qinglan hesitated momentarily. However, when Jiang Lisheng presented her gift, he accepted it without a second thought, promptly stowing it in his storage ring. Jiang Lisheng felt no discomfort in his acceptance. Her heart lightened with his acquiescence. Glancing at his storage ring, she remarked enviously, I also possess numerous treasures within mine, all collected by my master over the years. Alas, they remain in Qingxiu, as I did not bring them along. Otherwise, I would have been able to offer you more in return. That is not necessary. These 2 items suffice, Wei Qinglan replied. He inquired, shall we depart? Are we leaving today, or shall we rest for another day? Let us depart today, Jiang Lisheng declared, pulling out some snacks from her storage bag. This place has been ruined by me. There is little left to linger over. Brother Chen must be growing anxious. She generously shared a packet of snacks with him. Brother Wei, would you like some? Wei Qinglan accepted it casually. The mountain dog, drawn by the aroma, approached Jiang Lisheng with eager eyes. I wish to partake as well. Jiang Lisheng turned her face away, dismissing him. Woo, you've put me in such a predicament that I can't even afford a single packet of snacks. Shang O lamented, tears flowing freely. Jiang Lisheng glared at him, retorting, who is truly at fault here, you or I? She then turned to Wei Qinglan, inquiring, Brother Wei, do ancient texts indicate that this creature is prone to weeping? Indeed, she continued, perplexed, why does it weep so incessantly? Shang O, feeling wronged, replied, I never used to cry at all. It is your presence that has led me to this state. Your delectable treats tempt me, yet you have brought me such misery. Jiang Lisheng, exasperated, shot back. If you seek justice, whom should I approach for my grievances? I refuse to be ignored, she declared. I have guarded this place for millennia, and though I may lack merit, my toil is undeniable. You cannot simply disregard my efforts. Upon hearing that they intended to leave, Shang O grew anxious, sobbing sorrowfully. You must take care of me. Your failure to inherit has hindered my ascension. You shall be my caretaker in the future. He made a modest request. I am easy to care for. Just a packet of snacks daily will suffice. Jiang Lisheng laughed incredulously. I would be destitute before I could afford even that. I am frugal with my own provisions. Shang O was undeterred, glancing at Wei Qinglan, who stood idly by. Gathering courage, he nipped at Jiang Lisheng's skirt, playfully insisting, you must care for me, and in return, I shall protect you. Jiang Lisheng, with disdain, responded, you resemble a pig. If I were to keep you as a spirit pet, others would surely mock me. She is a person of dignity, though much of her prestige has long since faded, and what remains is primarily due to her master's reputation. She still retains a semblance of self-respect that she is loath to relinquish entirely. The mountain spirit weeps softly, lamenting, I have never thought you foolish. How could you disdain me? I have lived for countless millennia, while you, my dear child, can you even hope to survive? Jiang Lisheng choked on her words, realizing that her survival was indeed uncertain. Wei Qinglan chuckled softly, urging, accept it. There is reason to do so, and it will not bring you harm. Your spiritual abode is nearly indistinguishable from the current state of Ku Mountain. Should you ever discover a spiritual vein, your abode may be restored, and perhaps Ku Mountain will rejuvenate as well. It was born from Ku Mountain, and it might even aid in your cultivation. Everything that exists holds its own significance. The universe creates nothing without purpose. Perhaps one day, as you achieve greatness, you will find it indispensable. Yes, yes. The mountain spirit exclaimed joyfully, just so. It truly felt justified in having endeared itself to Wei Qinglan with the sword manual left by its master, for now. It was indeed speaking on its behalf. It did not wish to abandon Ku Mountain. It simply yearned for ascendance. Yet now, with Ku Mountain in such a state, it felt compelled to follow her, for she was the chosen successor. Jiang Lisheng fell silent, at a loss for words. Wei Xixiao, why do you possess more faith in me than I do in myself or my master? She pondered, daunted by the thought of achieving greatness. Wei Qinglan gazed into her eyes, filled with unwavering belief, asserting that the laws of heaven and earth would not leave one without a trace of opportunity. Jiang Lisheng was persuaded by him, gazing at the mountain gourd with persistent disdain. Such a pig-like creature. Brother Wei, are you certain you want me to take it? If anyone mocks me later, I shall say it was your suggestion. Very well, Jiang Lisheng sniffled, reluctantly conceding. I suppose I shall accept it. She eyed the mountain gourd. Warning, release your grip. No tricks allowed. Do not chew on my clothing. I have but a few garments, and should you ruin them, I cannot afford to replace them. Let me be clear, it is impossible for you to have a packet every day. I must have enough for myself before you can indulge. If ever I lack sustenance, you too shall go without. The mountain gourd released its hold but immediately sulked, muttering, You're not just foolish, you're also quite poor. What a miser you are. Jiang Lisheng shot a glare, retorting, Even if I am poor, I did not grow up on your family's rice. You ought to be waiting for my rice instead. The mountain gourd fell silent, twisting its body, reluctantly agreeing, Very well. As you wish. Jiang Lisheng stirred her fingertips, feeling a complete absence of spiritual energy. She sighed. Brother Wei, to keep this creature as a pet, a bond must be formed, correct? Yet I am presently unable to establish such a connection. Without a bond, if it misbehaves and disregards my commands, I would be powerless against it. Wei Qinglan grasped Jiang Lisheng's hand, a flash of golden light illuminating the space. Jiang Lisheng felt a sharp sting at her fingertip as a droplet of blood emerged, which he focused upon and infused into the mountain gourd. Done. Jiang Lisheng rubbed her fingers, searching for the wound, but after a prolonged search, found none. Then, as if recalling something, she gazed in astonishment at the gourd's jaw, inquiring, How did your wound heal? Having been issued a card of kindness, Wei Qinglan did not gaze at the mountain ointment, but turned to Jiang Lisheng and said, Ever since you utilized your spiritual power to mend my spiritual abode, I have acquired your healing abilities. Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in astonishment. How can this be? My master tried every conceivable method, even experimenting with his own spiritual abode, yet he could not fathom the essence of my spiritual power. It is fundamentally irreplicable. Wei Qinglan remained composed, shaking her head. I too am unaware. On that day in the medical hall, when she first successfully treated his spiritual abode, she realized that his spiritual abode was not averse to her presence. Even if he willingly opened his spiritual abode to her, it did not reject her spiritual energy in the slightest. One must understand that each individual's sea of consciousness is an independent entity, particularly for practitioners. They seldom allow others to touch their spiritual abode or sea of consciousness. Even among bonded partners, there are invariably secrets. Yet, this concern did not manifest in her presence. Chapter 55. The blocked mountain. Wei Qinglan observed Jiang Lisheng, noting her expression of astonishment, as if she found the situation utterly incredible. He smiled, recognizing that her reaction mirrored his own when he first learned of this matter. He too had found it hard to believe. However, for those on the path of cultivation, extraordinary occurrences abound, and thus, one ought not to be overly astonished. Jiang Lisheng blinked, then blinked again, suddenly exclaiming, It is truly hard to believe. Wei Qinglan, witnessing her bewildered awe, suddenly recalled something significant. On that day, she inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden grounds of Kunlun. In order to provide an explanation to Master Qi, he spoke of soul-searching. She, with a clear conscience, readily acquiesced. Although his methods were indeed gentle, he could not guarantee that she would remain entirely unscathed. Yet, astonishingly, on that day, after the soul-searching, she emerged completely unharmed, devoid of any discomfort, and showed no aversion towards him. This peculiarity stirred a sense of curiosity within him. If one instance might be attributed to chance, two occurrences could not be mere coincidence. It compelled him to ponder whether a certain connection existed between them, an inexplicable bond within the laws of the universe. Reflecting on his origins, he was born at the pinnacle of Kunlun, to parents who were accomplished cultivators. Though they perished during his birth due to a heavenly tribulation, he was undeniably endowed with exceptional gifts. Conversely, she hailed from a realm tens of thousands of miles away from the three great sects, abandoned in a place marked by divine occurrences. Her parents were likely mere mortals, leaving no apparent link between them. Jiang Lisheng gazed at Wei Qinglan, allowing himself to indulge in a fanciful thought. If one day he were to discover a spiritual vein and restore the spirit abode, would he be able to replicate her abilities? After all, she had been able to replicate his. He had expanded her spirit abode and infused her with abundant spiritual energy, and she had shown no resistance whatsoever. Wei Qinglan smiled, replying, "That remains to be seen. If you possess such a capability, I have no objections." Jiang Lisheng felt a twinge of indignation. Was she belittling him? Had he not just expressed greater faith in her abilities than she had in herself? Turning away, she began to snack, crunching on her treats with an audible crispness, completely disregarding him. Having finished a packet of snacks, Jiang Lisheng, compelled by circumstances, reluctantly engaged with her companion. "Brother Wei, let us depart." "Indeed," Wei Qinglan replied, producing a treasured artifact, a small flying vessel. Recognizing that she could not ascend on her own, he reached out and hoisted her aboard the craft. Before either could utter a word, Mountain Gao, fearful of being left behind, swiftly leapt onto the vessel in pursuit. Once aboard, Jiang Lisheng marveled. "Brother Wei, you possess such wealth." She did not own a flying vessel of this caliber. Over the years, she had squandered her resources. Although her storage ring held numerous valuable items, and her familial wealth was considerable, it paled in comparison to his. Her master had never intended for her to venture out for training. Thus, despite possessing such a vessel, he refrained from bestowing it upon her, fearing she might one day, in a moment of folly, discard it into a furnace for reforging. Furthermore, when she was later sent to Kunlun, during which the extensive spirit fields were ravaged and he was in a fit of anger, he was even less likely to grant her such a luxury. Wei Qinglan glanced at her, releasing her arm, and directed her towards a room. "You shall reside here." Jiang Lisheng nodded, but did not immediately enter the chamber. After such a prolonged slumber, she had no desire for rest. She wished to take in the beauty of the outside world. According to ancient texts, 27 li east of Ku Mountain lies Block Mountain, a place perpetually buffeted by strange winds and odd rains. A peculiar tree known as the Tianzhuang grows there. Its stalk square in shape, resembling a sunflower, and consuming it poses no risk of choking. As a lover of snacks, she occasionally found herself in such predicaments. Thus, gathering some might prove quite beneficial. Wei Qinglan held little interest in the scenery outside. From a young age, he accompanied his master on various excursions, and later, when he was capable of venturing alone, he often roamed by himself. Noticing Jiang Lisheng's reluctance to enter her room, he chose to disregard her and retreated into his own quarters, which were adjacent to hers. As the door closed behind him, it sealed off any sound from his presence. Left without a conversational partner, Jiang Lisheng resorted to speaking softly with Shangao, expressing her discontent. "Why are you so foolish? It's clear that staying close to senior brother Wei is advantageous. Why not simply follow him?" Shangao, possessing a keen self-awareness, lamented. "Even after I attempted to win his favor with the sword manual left by my master, he offered me nothing but indifference. Perhaps it is futile to seek his approval." Jiang Lisheng shot an irritated glance at him. "Do you think I am easy to bully? Must I be the one to care for you?" Although Shangao harbored its own grievances toward its new master, it had no choice but to accept the situation, having sought this relationship itself. To placate her, it offered a feeble compliment. "You are hardly someone who can be trifled with. I pursued you for countless days and nights, yet you have not provided me with a morsel of food. How miserly." This was the most flattering remark it could muster, as since encountering Wei Qinglan, it had refrained from uttering any harsh words toward her. Jiang Lisheng let out a soft huff. "Soon we will reach the blocked mountain. I will ask senior brother Wei to pause for a moment. You can gather some tianmong for me. Surely you know what that is. What do you need such a thing for?" Shangao, who had been educated by its former master and had perused a few ancient texts, possessed a deeper understanding of the world than Kunlun. Thus, it indeed recognized Tianmong, that cursed mountain known for its strange winds and peculiar rains. "Regardless, you must go and gather," Jiang Lisheng insisted, stating that if you refuse, it would signify disobedience, and I shall have Brother Wei cast you aside. Shan Gao, feeling indignant, noticed that its expression had become quite distorted with anger. Jiang Lisheng remarked, "We both relish Tian Nuo, and occasionally, in our haste to indulge, we may choke. It is prudent to have some on hand." Upon hearing this, Shan Gao's ire dissipated. Very well, although it believed its own formidable jaws rendered such provisions unnecessary, as her meager offering would scarcely suffice to fill the gaps between its teeth. It entertained the possibility that she might one day acquire wealth and provide it with more substantial feasts. Energized by the thought, Jiang Lisheng called out to Wei Qinglan's quarters. "Brother Wei, halt for a moment. Let the flying vessel come to a stop." Wei Qinglan waved his hand, bringing the craft to a standstill midair. He remained within his room, unaware of the commotion, and inquired, "Why the delay?" Jiang Lisheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained that they were at a mountain blockade and needed Shan Gao to gather some Tian Nuo. Wei Qinglan acknowledged with a simple permitting it to proceed. Thus, Shan Gao leapt from the flying vessel, braving the peculiar winds and rain to gather the Tian Nuo. Once on the ground, bereft of protection, it was instantly drenched, feeling quite like a drowned rat, and muttered grievances under its breath. Jiang Lisheng halted it, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you are far too dirty. You cannot come back aboard just yet. Wait a moment, I shall call Brother Wei to cast a cleansing spell for you." Currently, she felt utterly powerless, devoid of spiritual energy to perform even the simplest cleansing spell, and had to rely on Wei Qinglan. Shan Gao glared in frustration, feeling slighted after its arduous efforts, questioning if she truly considered it a being deserving of disdain. Jiang Lisheng spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting, "This is not my flying boat. It belongs to Senior Brother Wei. We are merely borrowing it. We certainly cannot tarnish it, can we?" Shan Gao huffed in agreement, having no objections. In the realm of the strong, respect is paramount. Even if it had 100 times the audacity, it would not dare to provoke Wei Qinglan's displeasure, for it was acutely aware of that person's temperament, which was far from easy to handle. On several occasions, when it had scolded Jiang Lisheng, it had felt a piercing gaze from him that rendered it speechless, leading it to suspect that he was contemplating ways to dismantle it and feed it to the dogs. "My dear ones, please bestow upon me your monthly votes. Moi moi moi. Until tomorrow." Chapter 56. Mount Fangao. Wei Qinglan, enveloped in mist, was summoned outside by Jiang Lisheng. Observing his appearance, Jiang Lisheng blinked and inquired, "Senior Brother Wei, have you just bathed?" Wei Qinglan nodded. "What do you need me for?" Jiang Lisheng scrutinized him a moment longer, pondering whether her own room contained a bathing pool, as she too intended to cleanse herself. She had always felt that the cleansing spell could not compare to the comfort of washing with clear water. She pointed her finger, casting a cleansing spell on Shan Gao, lest it soil his flying boat. Following her gesture, Wei Qinglan glanced toward the flying boat, where Shan Gao, covered in filth, was obediently clutching the Tian Luo amidst the bizarre winds and rain. With a casual wave of his hand, he cast a cleansing spell upon it, enveloping it in spiritual energy and instantly transporting it onto the flying boat. Now immaculate, Shan Gao deposited the Tian Luo at Jiang Lisheng's feet, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "Is this enough? It has exhausted me." "Quite enough, indeed. You are truly capable," Jiang Lisheng generously praised it. "We shall head east. There are many mountains and treasures awaiting us, and you shall have ample opportunity to gather them." The mountain spirit gazed wide-eyed. "Alas, did I not inform you of my impoverished state?" it lamented. "If you choose to associate with me, my poverty will inevitably become yours. With both of us in such dire circumstances, how can you not strive a little harder? The treasures we gather, aside from reserving a portion for our own use, can also be sold, allowing us to earn some money to procure food." Jiang Lisheng's mind raced with possibilities, fervently attempting to persuade it. The mountain spirit considered this, yet found the endeavor cumbersome. Was Wei Qinglan willing to partake in such toils? It turned its gaze towards Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng also recalled the inconvenience of their stop-and-go pace and addressed Wei Qinglan. "Brother Wei, the splendid finds of the mountain spirit shall surely include your share." A radiant smile illuminated her face as she replied, "Indeed." As she stowed the celestial fruit into her storage pouch, she whispered to the exhausted mountain spirit, who lay sprawled on the deck, panting, "Given my current predicament, I must rely entirely on Brother Wei. After frequent encounters, my sense of shame has thickened. I no longer even feel embarrassed. Alas, if my master were to discover this." He would surely chastise me severely. Before I ventured to Kunlun, he warned me sternly against causing trouble and advised me to avoid entanglements with him. She sighed softly. It is not as though I sought this entanglement. However, I find myself entirely under his care. What can I do? After all, it was he who rescued me from the bitter mountain, not my master. This cannot be blamed on me, can it? The mountain spirit remained silent, pondering why this young girl could be so loquacious. Simply agree with me and refrain from further discourse, it urged. This is someone else's flying vessel, not yours. If they do not shield their senses, everything you say will be heard distinctly, no matter how softly you whisper. Jiang Lisheng fell silent at once. She gazed at Shang-O, feeling that being alone was even less meaningful than a pig's understanding. Jiang Lisheng had come to a realization and reached out to poke its head, unexpectedly finding that this creature was rather useful. Shang-O evaded her grasp, insisting on its departure. After traversing another 52 miles eastward, they arrived at Fangao Mountain, where Jiang Lisheng knew a peculiar tree thrived, known as mengmu. Its leaves resembled those of the locust tree, adorned with yellow flowers, yet bore no fruit, and consuming it wouldn't invoke any doubt. Jiang Lisheng was uncertain about the nature of this doubtlessness. Perhaps it conferred clarity of mind and purity of heart? She was eager to experience it for herself. Shang-O, upon hearing this, erupted with indignation, feeling that life was utterly unworthy. I have never stolen, yet you would have me do so? I would rather confront it directly. I am no coward. It expressed its dissatisfaction. So only you are worthy of his healing? He expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy for you, even though it may have vanished into the void of your spirit realm during your unconsciousness. Yet, every other day, he continued to channel his energy into you. It cannot be wasted on me. Are you even human? Jiang Lisheng was unaware that during her slumber, Wei Qinglan had regularly infused her spirit realm with energy. No wonder upon awakening, she could move and walk. His energy, though it may not have altered her spirit realm, surely nourished and revitalized her body. Strangely, he had not mentioned a word of it. She gazed at the tightly shut door of Wei Qinglan's room with a complicated heart, speculating that perhaps he had exhausted himself and was now retreating to cultivate and recover. Was it truly appropriate for her to repeatedly disrupt him by halting the flying vessel? Perhaps it would be better not to gather anything after all. It was not as if these things were absolutely necessary. As she pondered, the flying vessel came to a halt, and a gentle voice emerged from within the chamber. It was Wei Qinglan, instructing Shan Gao to depart. Shan Gao, in a huff, snorted at Jiang Lisheng before leaping off the vessel. Jiang Lisheng gazed at the firmly shut door, feeling an unease throughout her being. After a moment, she could no longer resist the urge to approach the tightly closed door and called out, Wei Shixiao, are you well? Wei Qinglan replied, I am fine. What's the matter? Jiang Lisheng scratched her head. What are you doing? Are you in the midst of cultivation? I hope it isn't too bothersome when I call out to stop the vessel. It's neither bothersome nor disruptive. I am not cultivating, replied Wei Qinglan as he casually waved open the door. However, he did not appear at the entrance. Instead, he reclined languidly on a soft couch within the room, a sword manual from earlier in hand, raising his gaze to her. Jiang Lisheng's eyes swept over the room's decor. Tables, chairs, a bed, incense burner, tea table, and cushions, all were present, elegantly arranged and impeccably tidy. He lay there in a relaxed manner, and if Jiang Lisheng were unaware of his identity and current presence aboard his flying vessel, she might have believed he was the young master of a prestigious household in the mortal realm. It was quite refined indeed. His demeanor was remarkably at odds with the rigorous and austere discipline expected of disciples of the Kunlun sect. One could only wonder how he had grown up under such strict regulations in Kunlun and yet emerged in such a manner. His private self so different from his public facade. Suddenly, Jiang Lisheng recalled Enrusted. Enrusted also grew up in Kunlun, possessing a temperament that diverges from that of most individuals. Perhaps it is due to her profound misunderstandings of Kunlun that, while its rules are stringent, the manner in which one develops is indeed significantly influenced by such regulations. However, there are those who manage to transcend these constraints, cultivating a disposition that defies convention. Take Wei Qinglan, for instance. His status as a youthful prodigy affords him a reprieve from the stringent regulations imposed by Kunlun. Conversely, Enrusted is fortunate enough to have a capable mentor. Even with her mediocre abilities, she is sheltered by her teacher, much like herself, when she stumbles. Someone is there to cushion her fall, allowing her boldness to flourish and her character to evolve distinctively from others. She wonders how he is faring now. They had promised to accompany one another, yet she finds herself in the depths of hardship, rendered a true invalid, unable to lift a finger. Surely, in any comparison, he cannot possibly be in a more dire state than hers. Wei Qinglan observed Jiang Lisheng lingering at the doorway, seemingly lost in thought, his expression shifting continuously. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you bored waiting? Do you wish to take a stroll?" "Not at all." Jiang Lisheng hastily shook her head, firmly resolved not to descend nor to encounter Kunlun in the mountains, fearing that she might be stung all over. She quickly explained, "I overheard that during my unconsciousness, you have been transferring your spiritual energy to me every other day." As she observed Wei Qinglan's face, she had initially overlooked it, but now, upon closer inspection, it appeared quite pallid. Guilt and gratitude welled up within her. "Brother Wei, your life-saving grace, along with the significant expenditure of your spiritual energy, and now accompanying me on this journey to the Great Xian Mountain. If we were to discover the entrance to the secret realm, you would still need to suppress your cultivation to enter and seek the spiritual veins. Such a multitude of favors, I cannot even begin to tally. I fear I shall never be able to repay you." "You need not repay me," Wei Qinglan replied, diverting his gaze as he continued to peruse the sword manual. "Were it not for you, my spiritual abode would not be in its current state. I have also benefited from your healing abilities. I am not at a loss." Jiang Lisheng found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she felt compelled to express what was necessary. "I only just learned of this. I noticed you had kept your door shut and wanted to check on your well-being. After all, your cultivation cannot be delayed. Please, do not transfer your spiritual energy to me any longer. I have little hope of attaining great enlightenment, and I do not wish to hinder you." After all, she was not his responsibility. To say so would be overly far-fetched. If every disciple entering Kunlun were to rely on the future steward of Kunlun, would he not be overwhelmed? Such a notion is implausible. Even though her master is the lord of the Qingshu sect, he does not command such influence as to burden the most promising young genius of Kunlun with her struggles. In the realm of Kunlun, the expectations placed upon him are the highest. He merely needs to cultivate diligently and attend to his own affairs. One day, he shall assume the heavy responsibilities of the sect, leading Kunlun and ensuring its legacy endures for millennia. Wei Qinglan did not glance at her, turning a page of the sword manual without lifting her eyelids, her tone casual. "All right, understood. Since you are not inclined to continue, conserve your breath and refrain from unnecessary chatter." "Isn't it exhausting?" Jiang Lisheng thought to herself, "Am I so despised?" She touched her nose and voluntarily closed the door to his room, tapping her forehead as she mused about her own weariness. Indeed, she was mentally drained. Were it not for her communication talisman being bestowed by Kunlun, making it impossible to contact her master, she would have summoned her master to fetch her long ago. Continuing on like this, she feared that calamity would eventually befall her. Throughout her life, aside from her master, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. If this were to persist, the nation would surely falter. Jiang Lisheng was momentarily stunned. "What is this? A multitude of Kunlun? How many are there?" She cried out in panic. "Wei Xixiang, quick, flee. A horde of Kunlun is pursuing." Wei Qinglan set aside the sword manual and stepped out of the room, only to find Shangao being chased by a throng of Kunlun, running in a most disheveled manner. Despite its chaotic flight, it clung onto a piece of Mengmu, its entire body in a state of alarm, with its fur bristling and eyes wide with terror, its forelegs propelling it forward with remarkable speed. Wei Qinglan unleashed a beam of golden light towards the mass of Kunlun, while simultaneously channeling a thread of spiritual energy to envelop Shangao, lifting it onto the flying vessel. Once it was aboard, the vessel swiftly erected a protective barrier, shielding them from the relentless onslaught of the numerous Kunlun pursuing them. As a multitude of creatures swarmed towards them, buzzing incessantly and enveloping the flying vessel in a dense cloud, Jiang Lisheng felt an unsettling chill creep up her spine, her hair nearly standing on end. In a state of panic, she instinctively clutched the sleeve of Wei Qinglan's robe, her fear palpable. "Wei, brother Wei, the defenses of this flying vessel are sturdy, aren't they?" Wei Qinglan glanced down at her delicate, porcelain-like claws, which were tightly gripping his sleeve. The once pristine fabric was now crumpled in her grasp, yet she seemed utterly oblivious to her own terror, frozen in fright. He managed a faint smile, turning his face away. "Sturdy, have no fear." Jiang Lisheng closed her eyes, reassured by his words. As long as it's sturdy, that's what you said. I can't see. I can't bear to look. It's too terrifying. Thank the heavens I haven't fallen into this treacherous mountain, or I would surely be doomed. She pondered the nature of these creatures, wondering how they thrived and multiplied in such numbers. They must have infested the entire mountain. After Mountain Gao released its hold, it crouched on the ground, panting heavily in fear. You're a pig, not a dog. Do you really think yourself a dog? Jiang Lisheng peeked through her lashes, only to find the dense swarm still encircling the flying vessel, incessantly colliding against it. Hastily, she shut her eyes again, embracing the notion of ignorance. Didn't I tell you to be stealthy? I warned you that these creatures are formidable. Do not provoke them. Yet here you are, inciting a whole horde. Did you not heed my words? Mountain Gao, feeling both wronged and indignant, retorted, I did listen and was exceedingly cautious. But these vile creatures are everywhere. No matter how careful I am, it proves futile. He shook his fur, already feeling quite formidable. Not only have I collected what you desired, but I remain unscathed. Is that insufficient? What more do you demand? If you possess the courage, then go yourself. Jiang Lisheng fell silent. Shan Gao let out a heavy snort. You lack the courage, coward, yet you blame me. Jiang Lisheng tightened her grip on Wei Qinglan's sleeve, retorting, if you are so brave, why not have Brother Wei throw you down again? Go engage in battle with them if you dare. Shan Gao instantly ceased his protest. Jiang Lisheng also huffed indignantly, thinking, you look down on me, yet you possess little worth yourself. In Chapter 58, The Siege, Jiang Lisheng believed that the Kunlun would abandon their pursuit of the flying vessel if they could not breach it. However, to her astonishment, they forced the vessel to a standstill, exerting a tremendous pressure that thwarted any attempt of escape. Jiang Lisheng was taken aback. These creatures were impressively powerful. She turned to Wei Qinglan. Brother Wei, what should we do? Wei Qinglan pressed his lips together. Stay within the vessel. I will go out and eliminate them. Jiang Lisheng clutched his sleeve, unwilling to release him, and without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed, no, it's too dangerous. You cannot go out. The significant depletion of his energy from transferring spiritual power to her was evident in his pale complexion, indicating he had yet to recover, and likely would not for some time. With so many Kunlun outside, estimated to be in the thousands, how could he possibly contend with them? She felt a twinge of regret for having sent Shan Gao down to pilfer the Mengmu. Wei Qinglan regarded her calmly. Though there are many, they cannot truly harm me. You need not worry. Perhaps we should reconsider? If they refuse to let us depart, then we shall remain, testing whose endurance prevails. Jiang Lisheng spoke with a tone of defiance. She preferred evasion over confrontation. Had it not been imperative to face the mountain spirit at Kushan, she would have wished to avoid conflict entirely. Before Wei Qinglan could respond, she hastily added, your spiritual energy is severely depleted and not yet restored. I fear that you may not be able to withstand them, and what then shall I do? You must protect me. Wei Qinglan regarded her silently, while Jiang Lisheng, feeling a twinge of apprehension, met his gaze. Realizing she had been gripping his sleeve, she quickly released her hold, noticing the creases left by her fingers. In a flurry, she attempted to smooth out the fabric, but due to her prolonged grip and lack of spiritual energy, she could not restore it to its original state. With a guilty conscience, she let go, her eyes drifting uncertainly as she spoke. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but you see, it would be far less taxing to avoid unnecessary exertions, wouldn't it? With so many of these creatures around, it's like provoking a hornet's nest. One sting could lead to dire consequences. Having witnessed the potency of the venomous wasps in her youth, she recalled the reckless days of disturbing their nests. Observing the venomous creatures releasing their toxic stingers, coating their vessel in a noxious yellow-brown fluid, she couldn't help but shudder. The very sight of the liquid glistening with deadly spines was enough to instill fear. Even a minor exposure could prove difficult to remedy. Wei Qinglan nodded softly, disregarding the state of his sleeve. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Relieved by his acquiescence, Jiang Lisheng sought to dispel her earlier anxiety by diverting the blame, kicking the mountain spirit in frustration. You foolish creature, it is all your fault for being so dim-witted, attracting such formidable adversaries. With a howl, the mountain spirit declared its resignation, questioning why it should blame itself. If it weren't for your foolishness, I wouldn't have provoked these malevolent beings. You silly girl. Upon meeting Wei Qinglan's gaze, it instinctively recoiled, lowering its voice. Why blame me? Jiang Lisheng believed it to be rather foolish, feeling no guilt herself. She had warned it before venturing forth, yet it still managed to stir up trouble. Clearly, it was the spirit's own folly. The mountain spirit turned away, refusing to acknowledge her. Such unreasonable behavior left it too intimidated to utter a word, resorting instead to silent curses in its heart. After waiting for over an hour, the menacing presence showed no sign of dissipating, its intensity seemingly intent on penetrating the flying vessel to ensnare them. Its beady eyes glared with a fierce ferocity. Initially, Jiang Lisheng felt a prickling fear, but as time passed and she observed the sturdy vessel, her apprehension faded. She began to mutter softly, finding these creatures rather endearing. The mountain spirit turned its head, wearing an expression that questioned her sanity. Wei Qinglan chuckled softly. Jiang Lisheng's cheeks flushed as she defended her thoughts. Just look at them. Their attacking postures are incredibly diverse. Some have long legs, others short. Some possess large eyes while others have small. Some can even project needles and venom from their tails. And astonishingly, some can change the color of their eyes. Doesn't this suggest that although they are all demons, their levels of cultivation vary? Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement. Jiang Lisheng felt a flicker of joy at his agreement. They incessantly spewed their needle-like venom. If we were to disregard them, would they eventually exhaust themselves in a manner akin to a human losing blood, perhaps to the point of demise? After all, the venom coursing through their bodies could be considered a form of energy, much like the spiritual power cultivated by practitioners such as ourselves. It is finite, once expended. It cannot be regained without rest or the replenishment of spiritual stones. If one were to continuously expend it without respite, survival would indeed be improbable. As she spoke, a sudden thought struck her, and she turned sharply to Wei Qinglan. Brother Wei, why does your spiritual power recover so sluggishly? You are already at the golden core stage. Logically, your recovery should not be this slow. Is your spiritual abode still not fully restored? Or do you lack adequate elixirs to assist you? That cannot be right. Although her mind faltered momentarily, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. She sensed something was amiss with Wei Qinglan. Even allowing for the exhaustion incurred by transferring spiritual energy to her, it should not result in his pallor persisting for over half a day. Wei Qinglan cast her a glance, noticing her furrowed brow and expression of bewilderment. He paused briefly before responding. That day on Mount Ku, during the cataclysm, although I possessed celestial-grade treasures, I sustained some injuries while rescuing Kunlun. However, it is nothing of great concern. He himself deemed it trivial, unaware that she had discerned his condition. Jiang Lisheng was immediately incensed. You are injured, yet you continue to transfer spiritual energy to me every other day? Do you wish for your own life to be in jeopardy? She was exceedingly displeased. Were you eager for me to awaken sooner? You could have simply carried me away at that time. Though I was unconscious, you were certainly capable of transporting me. Wei Qinglan gazed at her. What are you angry about? Jiang Lisheng was momentarily at a loss for words. She fell silent. Shango observed the two, curling its lips in disdain, shifting its body in preparation for slumber. Jiang Lisheng caught a glimpse of this and, in a fit of annoyance, kicked it. Look at yourself. Having guarded the bitter mountains for over 10,000 years, yet not a single offspring to show for it. Now look at these one. How adept they are at procreation. Do you honor your ancestors? This was truly an expression of pent-up frustration, a case of searching for trouble where none existed. Shango, infuriated, felt like kicking back in defiance. I am a male beast, devoid of a female counterpart. With whom am I to reproduce? I am the last of my kind. Do you understand? Jiang Lisheng replied with a casual, Oh, so your kind lacks ambition and is out of favor with the heavenly path. Look at the one. Shango was left utterly exasperated. Chapter 59. Scared away, Shango lamented its unfortunate fate of encountering such a master, one who only bullied it. Initially, it had perceived her as a soft, foolish little girl, someone easy to intimidate. Little did it know that her true nature would soon reveal itself, and she would prove to be so insufferable. It was most skilled at insulting others, yet found itself unable to do so, as someone was shielding her, which was truly vexing. In frustration, it turned its back on her. Jiang Lisheng, feeling relieved, turned her gaze back to the one. After a moment of contemplation, she expressed regret. These one, if used for crafting weapons, would undoubtedly make excellent materials. Their poisonous needles and venom could serve as offensive treasures. Alas, I lack spiritual energy, and even if I were to capture them now, I would be unable to refine them. As Wei Qinglan observed, the fleeting popularity of certain individuals dissipated just as quickly. Following her lead, he too gazed outside at the fluttering creatures and remarked, You are indeed correct. Should they continue to besiege us unrelentingly, I shall capture them all for your future crafting endeavors. Jiang Lisheng nodded in agreement. Very well. One must possess dreams, after all. Repeatedly encouraged by him, she began to believe that her spiritual abode could indeed be restored. No sooner had the words left their lips than the creatures outside took flight in a flurry, leaving not a single one behind, save for the sticky residue and fine, hair-like needles they had left upon the flying vessel. Jiang Lisheng stood in astonishment. How could they all have flown away? It's as if they were fleeing for their lives. She turned to Wei Qinglan and queried, "Could it be that they overheard our conversation?" Wei Qinglan, equally surprised, replied, "It seems likely." Jiang Lisheng, who had been seated, suddenly leapt to her feet, exclaiming, "Ah! So they are quite fearful of death after all. No wonder they have multiplied so prolifically. I had thought them formidable, yet it turns out they are rather cowardly. Merely by speaking, we have frightened them away." Wei Qinglan chuckled. "They must have discerned my sincerity." Jiang Lisheng turned her gaze towards him as Wei Qinglan gestured, enveloping the entire vessel in a golden light. With a deft motion, he gathered the residual liquid and needle-like fragments together, retrieving an empty vial from his storage ring. He poured the collected materials into the bottle, sealed it tightly, and handed it to Jiang Lisheng. "Should you engage in crafting in the future, adding these ingredients may yield a potent offensive artifact. It is a stroke of fortune to acquire such valuable resources with so little effort." Jiang Lisheng joyfully reached out to accept the item, her mind racing with visions of grand possibilities. With a gleeful heart, she proclaimed, "I can at least craft 2 magical artifacts from this. I shall gift one to you." With a radiant smile illuminating her face, she tucked the bottle into her storage pouch. Yet, glancing at the now pristine and gleaming flying vessel, a hint of trepidation crept into her voice. "Let us depart at once. No matter how many peaks we encounter, I shall not linger, nor shall I covet any treasures that may arise." Wei Qinglan, observing her exuberant smile, felt a fleeting moment of distraction. "It is acceptable," she mused. "No more, no more. I shall refrain from seeking trouble." Jiang Lisheng waved her hands dismissively. After uttering her words, she stifled a yawn and retreated to her chamber. Since boarding the flying vessel, she had yet to enter her room. Upon opening the door, she was astonished to find the furnishings within far more exquisite and luxurious than those in Wei Qinglan's own quarters. The bed curtains were crafted from rare and precious Nanhai jellyfish silk, a material she had encountered only once before in her childhood at Qingshu, where her master, in his indulgence, had procured a set for her, originally intended for garments. Her youthful ignorance of beauty led her to insist on using it for bed curtains instead. Beyond the jellyfish silk, the bed itself was fashioned from warm jade, and the tables and chairs were adorned with an array of exquisite treasures. Although Jiang Lisheng had seen her fair share of fine objects since childhood, she was momentarily rendered speechless. As she stood on the threshold, she hesitated before stepping back. Wei Xixiang, is it not a bit excessive for your room's decor? Perhaps you should stow some of it away. I fear I might inadvertently cause damage, and I could never afford to repay you. Just reside here. With your current state, what could you possibly ruin?" Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Lisheng found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, her spiritual power had vanished entirely, rendering her incapable of refining pills or crafting tools within the confines of her room, thus preventing any form of destruction. She had nearly forgotten this fact. It was all her fault for having been so inept all along, even now, in her diminished state. It seemed scarcely a matter of concern. Resolutely, she stepped inside, closed the door behind her, stifled a yawn, and reclined upon the bed. Having long since dismissed the idea of taking a bath, and soon drifted into slumber. Shangao also yearned for a chamber of its own to rest comfortably. However, upon observing Wei Qinglan, it felt certain such luxury was beyond its reach, and thus it remained obediently still, not daring to move. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound of breathing emanating from the room, Wei Qinglan understood that Jiang Lisheng had fallen asleep. He turned to Shangao and remarked, 57 miles to the east lies a mountain known as Deku Mountain, which harbors a peculiar herb. Its leaves resemble those of the elm, its stems are square, adorned with green thorns, and its roots bear green markings. It is called Niu Shang. Consuming it prevents dizziness and can also enhance one's control over artifacts. Once we arrive, I shall halt the flying vessel, and you may gather it. In the future, your master will have ample fine materials for pill refining and tool crafting. Shan Gao's eyes widened in shock. She had declared she no longer desired such things. Yet, as Wei Qinglan's gaze met hers, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and reluctantly acquiesced. Wei Qinglan, satisfied, continued. To the south of this mountain flows a river, westward, known as Kuangshui. Within its depths resides a creature called the three-legged turtle. Its flesh, when consumed, is effective in treating toxic wounds and serves as an excellent antidote, which can also be captured. Shan Gao was on the verge of tears. How could she possibly contend with the three-legged turtle dwelling in the water? Although I possess the ability to breathe fire, water and fire are natural adversaries. Yet, with your claws, you forcefully awaken your previous master from her slumber, compelling her to learn the intricate formations of inheritance. Was that not a demonstration of great strength? Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Instantly, the mountain ointment fell silent. This individual was truly a demon, avenging others with an unsettling quietude. It felt that in its previous life, it had not accumulated virtue, and in this life, it had encountered these two individuals, thus facing misfortune. The mountain ointment lamented its unfortunate fate, cursing inwardly, yet succumbing to the pressure, it leaped from the flying vessel. As the month came to a close, dear ones, let us rally for the monthly votes. Chapter 60, Half-Stone Mountain. During this time, Wei Qinglan exhibited no signs of concern, leisurely perusing the sword manual, displaying not a trace of impatience. The mountain ointment, drenched, clutched a piece of cattle hide in its mouth, limping on its injured legs, with a vine tied across its back, which secured two three-legged turtles. Its leg injury appeared grave, and it bled as it walked. Hearing the commotion, Wei Qinglan glanced up, waved a hand to cast a cleansing spell, and summoned it aboard the flying vessel. The mountain ointment spat out the cattle hide, severed the rope on its back, and sought to boast to Wei Qinglan. The three-legged turtle was exceedingly cunning, swimming through the water swifter than fish. With its 3 claws, one particularly sharp, it had inflicted a wound on my leg. My fur was impervious even to swords, yet this creature's claws were formidable. A single swipe had stripped away a layer of skin. And now you can see the bone beneath. Wei Qinglan acknowledged with a sound. You have worked hard. The mountain ointment looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Will you not tend to my wounds? I am grievously injured. Should my condition not improve, I shall be unable to traverse the next peak. Should I encounter a formidable adversary, I fear I would not withstand the injury. Wei Qinglan set aside the sword manual and approached. Shan Gao, filled with joy, hurried to his side. Wei Qinglan summoned his spiritual energy to envelop the wound, and indeed, Shan Gao spoke truthfully. The injury was quite severe. Wei Qinglan expended no less than half an hour to mend the wound. Once healed, Shan Gao shook his fur and bounced about. But his joy was short-lived upon noticing Wei Qinglan's pallid complexion. He murmured, "It is not that I am foolish. I am simply not adept in water. Capturing this three-legged turtle in the water required immense effort, and I did not wish to be injured." Enough. Wei Qinglan gestured for him to be silent, producing a medicinal pill which he swallowed before sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, his expression serene and unconcerned. Shan Gao fell silent, refraining from disturbing him, and turned to gather the 2 three-legged turtles he had left bound on the ground. The flying vessel continued its journey eastward, covering another 70 miles until it arrived before a mountain. Wei Qinglan opened his eyes, halted the vessel, and addressed Shan Gao. This mountain is known as Half-Stone Mountain. It is home to a herb called jiarong, which blooms as soon as it emerges from the earth. Its roots and stems reach over 10 feet in height, adorned with red leaves and flowers. Consuming it can ward off thunder. This herb is a prized material for practitioners engaged in alchemy and artifact crafting. Thus, this mountain has been traversed by countless cultivators. However, to the south of this mountain flows a river known as Xushui, which is home to a peculiar fish called the Zhan fish. This fish, adorned with black spots and resembling a crucian carp, does not cause discomfort when consumed. Yet, it possesses a remarkable ability. It weaves dreams, ensnaring individuals in the mountain, ultimately transforming them into bones that serve as nourishment for the mountain. Consequently, while entry to this mountain is facile, egress proves to be a formidable challenge, and the Zhan fish is left unpursued by anyone. If one dares to venture into this mountain, they must shield their 5 senses to avoid falling victim to its treacherous schemes. There is no need to attempt capturing the Zhan fish. Mere vigilance against its machinations suffices. Furthermore, to the north of this mountain, another river flows, named Xushui, which meanders northward. Within its depths resides a fish known as the Qian fish, resembling a perch, dwelling in burrows at the riverbed, adorned with greenish patterns and a red tail. This fish possesses medicinal properties, capable of treating toxic sores and scrofula, making it an excellent material for alchemical and crafting endeavors. One should avoid deep waters. Instead, stir the heshui to entice them to the surface for capture. Shan Gao felt a sense of trepidation. Being a solitary beast without aid in such a perilous mountain, would he even survive to tell the tale? Water was his greatest fear. The ability to weave dreams was equally daunting. His utmost desire was to ascend to the heavens. He dreaded the thought of entering and succumbing to a dream of ascension, only to perish in the mountain. Naturally, Shan Gao refused to acknowledge his own folly, securing the Qiankuan circle to his back with vine strips, and, gritting his teeth, leaped into the flying vessel. Wei Qinglan lowered his gaze to continue studying the sword manual, and after a moment, he suddenly rose, reinforcing the vessel's protective layer before disembarking to journey southward to the Shui of Half-Stone Mountain. As Jiang Lisheng was awakened by thirst and rose to drink water, she noticed an unusual tranquility aboard the flying vessel. Even the gentle snoring of Shan Gao was absent. With a sense of bewilderment, she stepped out of her chamber, only to discover that the ship was entirely devoid of human presence, and the beastly silhouette of Shan Gao was nowhere to be found. The vessel had come to a halt atop a mountain, which was flanked by flowing waters to the north and south. The mountain was adorned with lush trees and peculiar rock formations. After some contemplation, she discerned that, through the scattered red flowers and the mountain's contours, this peak should be known as Banshirshan. She pondered whether the solitary person and the beast had ventured up the mountain to procure something. However, tales of this mountain's perilous nature echoed in her mind. It was said that among those who dared to enter, 7 or 8 out of 10 would remain, forever transformed into mere piles of bones. Yet, for practitioners of the arcane arts, the formidable thunder tribulations made the precious Jiarong grass capable of warding off lightning, an irresistible lure, drawing countless individuals to this treacherous place. After all, surviving a single thunder tribulation could extend one's life by several decades, or even centuries, rendering the pursuit entirely justifiable. In that moment, sleep eluded her, and she leaned against the front cabin, awaiting the return of Wei Qinglan and Shan Gao. After roughly an hour had passed without sight of them, a group of several cultivators arrived, both men and women, young and old, numbering around 6 or 7. They appeared to be independent practitioners, clad in an array of diverse garments. Upon their arrival, they beheld the exquisite flying vessel suspended in midair, partially shrouded by low-lying clouds, revealing only half of its form, yet it captivated the attention of all present. In a world rife with treachery and the quest for treasures, such occurrences were all too common, particularly among wandering cultivators unbound by sectarian rules, where such practices were especially rampant. Among them was an elder who, at the very first opportunity, unleashed his spiritual awareness to scrutinize the flying vessel. Despite Wei Qinglan's enhanced protective measures, the elder possessed a pair of extraordinary eyes that pierced through the veil of concealment, allowing him to discern a glimpse of the situation within. A smile spread across his face, revealing that there seemed to be but one occupant inside, a weak individual lacking in cultivation. "Come, let us approach," he declared. The group, placing immense trust in the elder, promptly took to their swords and surged toward the flying boat. Jiang Lisheng widened her eyes as she observed the approaching figures, an ominous feeling washing over her. Reacting swiftly, she shouted at the vessel, "Run! A band of villains is upon us." In her previous encounters, whenever she called for a halt, the vessel obediently complied. In her moment of urgency, she momentarily forgot that this flying boat was a treasure of Wei Qinglan and would not heed her command. Fortunately, the vessel did respond. With a whoosh, it took off. Chapter 61. The need for water in battle. The flying vessel soared swiftly, yet it remained aware of its master, navigating deliberately towards the southern region of Half-Stone Mountain, where water was needed. "Hurry, we must escape. Do not let them catch up. I suspect they aim to kill and seize our treasures," she urged. Upon hearing her words, the vessel surged even faster. It was swift, but the 6 or 7 pursuers were not far behind, especially the elder. Though his cultivation was indiscernible, he was undoubtedly the strongest among them. From Jiang Lisheng's observations, she surmised he was likely above the golden core stage, possibly even at the nascent soul level. Upon contemplation of Wei Qinglan's status as a golden core cultivator, it becomes evident that he is still quite youthful. Moreover, he has yet to recover from the injuries sustained at Ku Mountain, and having bestowed upon her such an abundance of spiritual energy, it is questionable whether he could contend with a multitude of adversaries. Facing even a solitary elder would likely pose a considerable challenge. After all, in the realm of cultivation, one higher in rank can easily overpower one lower. Akin to a cat playing with a mouse, though not entirely devoid of difficulty. While Wei Qinglan possesses the capability to slay opponents of higher tiers, he would inevitably sustain injuries, especially given the presence of numerous adversaries, among whom at least two are likely also golden core practitioners. In a moment of urgency, she cried out to flee in another direction, advising against seeking water or looking for her master, emphasizing the overwhelming number of foes. "Are you foolish?" Jiang Lisheng exclaimed, striking the cabin with frustration. "Do you not see? There are 6 or 7 of them. If your master were at his peak and scathed, he could certainly manage. But that is not the case now. By running towards him, are you not inviting disaster?" The flying vessel hesitated momentarily, but continued its relentless advance towards the water source. Jiang Lisheng's irritation mounted. "Do you wish to endanger your master? You imbecile!" Yet the vessel paid no heed, soaring swiftly onward, evidently approaching the water source. Thoughts raced through Jiang Lisheng's mind. Wei Qinglan must possess countless valuable items and numerous talismans, for his status surely surpasses that of Kunlun in terms of wealth. Upon reaching the water source, the vessel found no sign of Wei Qinglan, leaving it bewildered as it circled the area in confusion. The pursuers relentlessly chased the flying vessel until it reached the river of necessity. 7 individuals, each standing upon their respective magical artifacts, surrounded the vessel above the water's surface. The elder among them caught sight of Jiang Lisheng within the craft. Upon realizing she was merely a young girl, he wore an expression of unyielding determination. "Little girl," he commanded, "descend from the flying vessel at once and surrender it to me, and we shall spare your life." Jiang Lisheng clenched her talismans, uttering not a word. Anger surged within her as she aimed her handful of talismans at the 7 adversaries, unleashing them with a flurry of explosive energy. Though she had procured ordinary talisman paper, her skilled hand occasionally produced exceptional results, particularly with her explosive talismans. Having expended 7 or 8 in her previous battle against the mountain's essence, she still possessed over 20 and was unhesitant in their use. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she felt no remorse. The 7 individuals were caught off guard by her sudden attack. In an instant, save for the elder, they were ensnared by her onslaught. The explosive talismans detonated above the river of necessity, creating a cacophony of thunderous blasts that echoed across the water, sending sprays of liquid in all directions. 2 of the assailants were injured, plummeting from the sky and into the depths below. One was ensnared by a talisman reminiscent of the mountain's essence, spinning aimlessly for a time, causing his artifact to lose its bearings, before ultimately crashing into the water. Another was struck by a stasis talisman, rendered immobile upon his magical device. Only a young man and woman, both adept golden core cultivators, managed to maintain their composure amidst the chaos, sustaining injuries but remaining firmly anchored upon their artifacts. Indeed, these 2 proved formidable and were the most challenging to contend with. Jiang Lisheng bit her lip and urged the flying vessel, "Hurry, flee. Why are you just standing there? Since your master is absent, we must make our escape." Wei Qinglan's flying vessel, naturally a superior artifact, exhibited remarkable agility as it carried Jiang Lisheng, who found himself swaying left and right. Dizzied by the vessel's movements, Jiang Lisheng clutched his head and leaned against the cabin, only to feel his stomach churn moments later. A single flying vessel could evade 3 formidable cultivators for a brief time, but it could not elude them indefinitely. Soon, an elder struck the vessel with a powerful palm, resulting in a thunderous crash that caused the vessel to tremble violently. Jiang Lisheng, unable to withstand the impact, struck his head and began to bleed. At that moment, a figure clad in vibrant red darted forward like a flash of lightning, eyes ablaze, unleashing a fiery attack upon the elder. The elder, having just executed a full-force strike, was caught off guard, and before he could react, he was struck directly by the flames. In an instant, he raised his protective artifact, yet his reaction was slightly delayed, causing his hair and eyebrows to catch fire. He hurriedly extinguished the flames to save himself. Seizing the opportunity, the mountain spirit lunged and sank its teeth into the elder's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Jiang Lisheng steadied herself, pressing her hand against her forehead. Her face pale as she watched the blood drip onto the ground. She wiped her hand across her face, now stained red, and her fury ignited. Throughout her life, despite the countless trouble she had brought upon herself, she had never suffered at the hands of others. Even during her initial encounter with the mountain spirit at Kushan, where it pursued her relentlessly for days and nights, she had not bled a single drop. Now, however, these people were utterly despicable. Her anger reached a boiling point as she commanded the vessel to charge, instructing it to collide with that unyielding elder. You are a treasure of Senior Brother Wei, surely. No inferior artifact could bear such a title. You are robust, are you not? Surely, you cannot be broken. Just collide with him, crash him to death. If you can't kill him, at least cripple him. The girl was in a frenzy. Monthly votes. My dear, see you tomorrow. Chapter 62. Strangulation. The elderly man was taken aback, utterly astonished that the flying vessel was barreling straight towards him. A colossal entity that showed no inclination to evade or fear him, charging head-on. The elder, fearing he could not withstand the impact, hurriedly attempted to dodge. But how could he possibly outpace a top-tier innate artifact? In an instant, he was struck directly. The protective barrier the elder had raised proved insufficient against the vessel's momentum. With a thunderous crash that reverberated louder than all of Jiang Lisheng's explosive talismans combined, the water surface could not endure the collision, causing a violent upheaval and a soaring column of water to erupt. The elder sustained severe injuries and, for a moment, lost control, plunging into the water. Yet, with his formidable cultivation, he managed to stabilize himself just as his feet grazed the surface. However, no sooner had he regained his balance than the flying vessel adeptly pivoted and dove towards him without regard. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically sought to evade. Thus ensued a relentless clash between the vessel and the injured elder, a tumultuous battle unfolding upon the water's surface. Inside the vessel, Jiang Lisheng was reeling from the impact, barely managing to remain conscious. Instead of succumbing to dizziness, she felt an exhilarating thrill, urging the vessel on with fervent shouts. Crash! Strike him down! Kill him! That old fool, at his age, should be diligently honing his skills instead of resorting to nefarious paths, seeking to kill and plunder. He ought to open his eyes and recognize whose artifact this is. This is Senior Brother Wei's treasure. In Senior Brother Wei's possession, how could there be any inferior quality? The entities devoid of vision, failing to recognize even Brother Wei's magical artifact, are truly deserving of their fate. Must you not exert yourself? Have you not had your fill? Does Brother Wei not provide for you? Why is your strength so feeble? Apply yourself. Yes, precisely like that. Crash into him, render him incapacitated. And let us see if he dares to emerge and harm others again. As Wei Qinglan emerged from the water, he beheld a troubling scene. His flying vessel was recklessly colliding with an elderly man, who appeared to possess the cultivation of a nascent soul, leaving him battered and bruised. The fiery creature, a vibrant crimson, relentlessly pursued two golden core cultivators, spewing flames as they fled in disarray. One wielded a sword, while the other brandished a knife. Yet neither could penetrate its resilient hide, leaving them utterly helpless, their faces pale with fear. What truly captivated his attention was Jiang Lisheng, who, with one hand pressed against her forehead, was stained with blood that dripped from her fair wrist in a rhythmic cascade. With the other hand, she clutched the edge of the boat, her face alight with exhilaration, her words flowing incessantly. The artifact, which had always been a vessel of tranquility under his command, transformed into a weapon of assault in her grasp, soaring up and down, left and right, gleefully crashing into anyone in its path. Wei Qinglan cast a cleaning spell upon himself and silently observed from the shore, sensing that his presence was not requisite here. The flying vessel, upon detecting Wei Qinglan's arrival, ceased its assault on the elderly man and promptly turned towards him, its demeanor appearing exuberant. Upon reaching him, it twisted its body and came to a steady halt. Jiang Lisheng continued to shout, "What are you doing? Crash! Why have you stopped? Where are you going?" Brother Wei, from where did you emerge?" She remained utterly oblivious. Jiang Lisheng rubbed his forehead, blinking as he gazed at his brow, which he had inadvertently reddened. Among the 7 of them, intent on murder and treasure, he addressed Wei Shixiao. "We have dealt with 4. 3 remain, 1 Yuanying and 2 Jindan. Are you capable of handling them?" The implication was clear. If not, it would be prudent to flee. There was still time to escape, especially since the three had already been injured by her. Feizhou and Shangou. Wei Qinglan nodded and unleashed 3 magical artifacts toward the adversaries. 3 beams of golden light surged forth, akin to Mount Tai descending upon them. The artifacts, varying in form and nature, were unrecognizable to Jiang Lisheng, yet it was evident that they were sufficient to ensnare the severely wounded Yuanying and the lightly injured Jindan, rendering them immobile within the barriers of the magical treasures. Jiang Lisheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is astonishing." The elderly man and the seemingly youthful male and female were equally astonished, their faces betraying sheer terror. Their fear, however, was not solely due to the might of the artifacts that ensnared them, but rather from the sight of the young man clad in crimson garments standing at the water's edge. The fragrance of 10 miles remains unbidden. With the arrival of the crimson attire, spring is forever banished. The innate sword of Kunlun, caressing the clouds, stirs the mountains and seas. This was a description of Wei Qinglan. The foremost on the wind and cloud rankings, he was the sole direct disciple of the Kunlun sect master, a prodigious talent whose legend was renowned across the land. The most recognized aspect of his persona was his crimson robes. Since he donned them, no other practitioner dared to wear such attire. No one would willingly provoke him, nor would anyone dare to imitate him in an unflattering manner. When encountered by cultivators from all corners of the world, they would inevitably show him respect. Not only was he formidable in his own right, having just broken through to the Golden Core stage, but he also ventured alone into the boundless divine realm, returning unscathed, a feat few could claim. Moreover, he had the entire Kunlun backing him. Who among the blind would dare to seek death by attempting to seize treasures from him? Especially the rogue cultivators, who were known for their penchant for violence and theft, would typically avoid him at all costs. Yet today, they chose to challenge him. Was this not a death wish? Even if they succeeded in their theft, they would be hunted down by all of Kunlun. What kind of madness drove them to such folly? Though the elder was at the nascent soul stage, upon recognizing Wei Qinglan, his countenance turned ashen. The 2 Golden Core rogue cultivators were equally pale. They believed that a seemingly unremarkable girl, possessing immense treasures, could be easily dealt with. Who would have thought she was seated upon Wei Qinglan's magical artifact? It was said that Wei Qinglan had little interest in women. Even his peers among Kunlun's female disciples rarely exchanged words with him. How could a girl be found upon his artifact? The 3 cultivators, having depleted their powers, were faced with a choice: either plead for their lives or be met with his lethal force. Wei Qinglan's artifact swiftly enveloped them, and in an instant, they were transported to the riverbank, collapsing to the ground with a thud, escape being utterly impossible. The elder, filled with resentment, lamented his age, having reached such a stage. It was a tremendous effort to cultivate. Once his powers were exhausted, he would be as good as dead. Wei Qinglan's gaze sharpened as she raised her hand, utilizing her magical artifact to swiftly eliminate him. Though she presented him with a choice, the moment she perceived the unwillingness in his eyes, she acted decisively, leaving him with no options. In an instant, the old man's primordial spirit was shattered, and he breathed his last. Chapter 63. I do not want. The 2 Golden Core cultivators were taken aback, their eyes widening in horror, pupils constricted, their bodies trembling with fear. This was Wei Qinglan. Despite being at the later stage of the Golden Core, she effortlessly dispatched a foe at the late stage of the nascent soul, who was significantly more powerful than herself. Although the old man was gravely injured, he should not have succumbed so easily to her hands. Yet, with her formidable artifact and her swift, unyielding approach, there was no room for mercy. Jiang Li's expression mirrored shock as she recalled her earlier concerns. It seemed she had underestimated her senior brother. When his spiritual abode had been largely destroyed, it was said he had single-handedly slain 2 late-stage nascent soul serpents while being at the late stage of Golden Core. He was indeed formidable, as creatures of the same rank as the serpents were often stronger than their human counterparts. Thus, even facing 1 late-stage nascent soul and 2 early-stage Golden Cores, it was hardly a challenge for him. A man and a woman exchanged terrified glances and nodded in agreement, declaring their intent to forfeit their cultivation. Survival was paramount. None wished for death. As long as they lived, they could seize the opportunity to cultivate anew. Death would leave them with nothing. Fearing they might be too late, they hastily chose to self-destruct their own powers. In mere moments, the youthful appearances of the 2 transformed into those of middle-aged individuals, reverting to their true ages. Wei Qinglan retracted her artifact, granting them reprieve. You may leave, she commanded. The 2 dared not linger, supporting each other as they stumbled away from the banks of the Sushui River. Only the old man was left behind, reduced to a mere withered husk, devoid of cultivation, utterly lifeless, his age unknown. Jiang Lisheng gazed at the old man's face, etched with bark-like wrinkles, estimating he must have lived for over a century. Disgusted, she averted her gaze and exclaimed, "Greed knows no bounds. The dead deserve their fate." "Well done, Brother Wei. Heaven knows, had it not been for the formidable treasure of the flying vessel, she too would have been among the deceased, and she felt no sympathy whatsoever." Wei Qinglan nodded in acknowledgement, casting a cleansing spell, channeling his spiritual energy to her forehead to heal her wounds, while explaining, "The fish in Sushui possesses the ability to weave dreams. I thought, should you refine pills or artifacts in the future, incorporating it could yield powerful elixirs and treasures. I came to collect a few, but unexpectedly encountered a formation at the bottom of Sushui, which took considerable effort to navigate." Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in realization. She had wondered why he had parked the flying vessel halfway in the clouds and ventured to Sushui. Even if he sought something, there was no need to delay for so long. They had been embroiled in a fierce battle, yet his presence had remained elusive. It turned out he had been ensnared by a formation. No wonder the flying vessel had circled around Sushui earlier, unable to pinpoint his exact location. Curiously tilting her face upward, she inquired, "What sort of formation is it? How could someone set up a formation in Sushui? Are you injured again?" He engaged 3 opponents without employing his usual innate sword technique, opting instead to wield a treasured artifact, though he swiftly resolved the conflict. She felt this approach did not quite align with Wei Qinglan's temperament. His disposition eluded her comprehension. At times he was amiable, at others, reticent. He could be languid and gentle, yet at moments, he exhibited an intensity that could chill to the bone. One aspect she felt certain of was his eagerness to undertake challenges beyond his level, to confront 3 opponents at once, nurturing his combat prowess through battle, deriving insights into swordsmanship from the perils he faced. Her master was a swordsman, and every swordsman possessed a combative spirit. Wei Qinglan observed as her wounds gradually healed beneath his ministrations. He had not anticipated her possessing such an ability, which now seemed to rebound upon her. Despite her grave injuries, with blood staining her body, she still managed to exert strength to steer the flying vessel, colliding with foes and relishing the fray. He shook his head. Though he had sustained minor injuries, they were of no consequence. Unbeknownst to him, a trap had been laid, likely intended to capture the elusive fish known as the mangy fish. However, it had been hastily constructed, and he had dismantled the array, releasing the fish within, and setting a tracking mark. Should anyone attempt to infiltrate the depths again and reset the formation, he would undoubtedly uncover their identity. Jiang Li nodded, expressing gratitude that the fish in the waters had encountered him. Otherwise, they would have faced extermination. Such cruelty was unconscionable. All creatures born of nature must serve a purpose. Existing and thriving in these waters, they deserve protection. Practitioners of the martial arts, defying the natural order, would not hesitate to take life. Sacrificing a few for cultivation or treasures might be acceptable, but to seek total annihilation was surely the mark of a villain. One could only wonder how many mangy fish were to be sacrificed for nefarious deeds. Wei Qinglan shared the same sentiment, having been discovered by him. He could not simply turn a blind eye. Observing her wound's slow healing, he furrowed his brow and, choosing silence, dedicated his attention to treating her injury. Jiang Lisheng obediently stood still, gradually becoming aware of a faint dizziness, sensing that she might faint at any moment. With her idle hand, she retrieved a restorative pill from her storage pouch. After habitually consuming a bottle, she noticed no change in her condition. Only then did it dawn on her that ever since her spiritual abode had been ravaged and reduced to barren wasteland, the restorative pills had lost their efficacy for her, rendering them futile. Resolutely, she pinched one pill and offered it to Wei Qinglan. He paused momentarily, pressed his lips together without protest, and lowered his head to accept it. Jiang Lisheng proceeded to retrieve a second pill to feed him, saying, "Senior Brother Wei, your spiritual energy has been excessively depleted, and with your injury. Though consuming too many restorative pills is inadvisable, I believe that while it may not benefit others, it should do you no harm. It's just right for replenishment." Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement, accepting the offering without resistance and consuming it readily. Jiang Lisheng continued to feed him an entire bottle of restorative pills, observing with satisfaction as his complexion visibly improved, prompting her to cease her efforts. Simultaneously, Wei Qinglan had also tended to the injury on her forehead and withdrew his hand. Jiang Lisheng gently touched her forehead, marveling at the efficacy of his healing abilities. It truly is remarkable, she mused. In the past, I never appreciated its worth. Each application would drain nearly all my spiritual energy. Now, without that burden, I find it all the more admirable. If I still possessed it, I wouldn't have had to endure such a bloodied visage for so long, as I could have easily healed myself. Wei Qinglan regarded her fair countenance and the smooth expanse of her forehead, noting that the earlier peril of being pursued had seemingly left no trace upon her. He averted his gaze, knowing that she would eventually recover. He approached the frail old man who lay not far away, bent down, and picked up the fallen storage ring from the ground. After casting a cleansing spell, he waved his hand to remove the restrictive seal on the ring. He took a brief glance inside before handing it to Jiang Lisheng. He harmed you, so consider this his compensation. Take it. Jiang Lisheng expressed her distaste. I don't want it. Wei Qinglan looked at her and remarked, you only have one storage bag, which cannot hold much. Make do with this for now, otherwise, what will you do when you ask Shangu to gather more items? You can't expect them all to be stored with me. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lisheng reluctantly accepted it. Fine. Chapter 64. Addiction. Initially, Jiang Lisheng was quite reluctant to accept the storage ring. But upon opening it and discovering it was filled to the brim with valuable items, her reluctance vanished completely. Her eyes widened in astonishment. How could this old man possess so many treasures? It's nearly a mountain of riches, surely acquired through his nefarious deeds. She pondered how many wicked acts he must have committed, and it was no wonder that he had met his end at the hands of fate. Upon encountering Wei Qinglan, was it not also a sign of heaven's retribution? She chided herself for not heeding the omens, foolishly attempting to seize his treasures, and thus, he was deserving of his misfortune. She crouched down, cradling the storage ring and rummaging through the treasures within. With each item she uncovered, she inhaled sharply. Brother Wei, there are so many. Are you truly giving them all to me? Wei Qinglan, unfazed, replied, yes, all of it is yours. Jiang Lisheng beamed with delight. I'm wealthy now, truly wealthy. She exclaimed joyfully. No wonder rogue cultivators relish in killing and plundering treasures, seeking shortcuts to enhance their cultivation. This feeling of sudden wealth is simply exhilarating. She envisioned a scenario where they would remain by the water's edge, lingering in the very cloud where you had just anchored your boat, refusing to depart. You would conceal yourself while I would remain aboard your vessel, awaiting the arrival of those who sought to harm me. Then, you would emerge and vanquish the villains. Wei Qinglan chuckled lightly. Are you quite certain? Absolutely, Jiang Lisheng replied, her mind buoyed by the treasure trove amassed within the storage ring, which had utterly captivated her senses. Didn't you mention that there are evildoers who have set up formations beneath the water? With your prowess, they are surely unaware that their schemes have been thwarted. We shall lie in wait here, like hunters poised for prey, anticipating the arrival of yet another malevolent figure. Perhaps the bounty within the storage ring will be even greater. Are you not averse to using items previously owned by others? Not at all, not at all. Jiang Lisheng thought it somewhat foolish to disdain such an abundant collection of treasures. Who would be so unwise as to reject such wealth? The ring contained an array of talismans, numbering in the thousands. As someone who could craft talismans yet had previously refrained from doing so due to the prohibitive cost of paper, she felt no right to scorn the exquisite storage ring. Wei Qinglan, observing her avaricious expression, humorously reminded her, senior brother Chen from Tai is still awaiting you at Daxian Mountain. Jiang Lisheng had entirely lost interest in Daxian Mountain and felt little inclination towards Kunlun. She sent him a message, stating that they would not be attending and that he should entertain himself. Wei Qinglan stifled a laugh, remarking, not everyone possesses such wealth within their storage rings. This elder is indeed a rare find. Were it not for my realization that he was reluctant and intended to extract the soul-summoning banner to disrupt my artifact, I would not have swiftly eliminated him. Perhaps the next individual sent to take your life will be even poorer than you. Jiang Lisheng pouted in discontent as she regarded him, expressing, had I not been hastily summoned to Kunlun by my master, I would not be in such dire straits. I possess many fine possessions. It is merely a matter of temporary impoverishment. She produced an object, examining it with curiosity. Is this the soul-summoning banner? Can it truly summon spirits? Is this not an artifact of ghostly practitioners? Did that old man delve into the ghostly path? It is rather unassuming. No, it must have been seized from another, he replied. This item exudes a sinister aura, Safeguard it well and refrain from exposing it unnecessarily. Wei Qinglan, having sensed the object's disturbance, had swiftly dispatched the old man without hesitation, for he was never one to be arrogant or soft-hearted. He acted decisively when the moment called for it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng instinctively tossed it to him, exclaiming in alarm, "I want no part of it. You take it. I fear that one day, in a moment of carelessness, it may summon a malevolent spirit to consume me." Wei Qinglan pondered her words. Indeed, entrusting this object to her was far from prudent. He resolved to keep the soul-summoning banner for himself and confirmed with her. "Are you certain you wish to leave it here?" "Absolutely not," Jiang Lisheng replied, her fear of the banner awakening her senses. "Let us depart from this wretched place. Opportunities do not fall from the sky as you suggest. What if the next encounter is with someone even poorer than I? Would that not be a loss?" Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement, discarding the old man's lifeless body into the water, then gestured for Jiang Lisheng to board the flying vessel before climbing aboard himself. "Wait, what about that wretched creature?" Jiang Lisheng suddenly recalled the mountain dog, having not seen it for quite some time. Jiang Lisheng was quite pleased. The creature had proven to be quite considerate, knowing to come to her rescue, thus justifying its care. Her supply of snacks was already meager. When she had initially requested Brother Wei to trouble Brother Yun to procure some treats, it had been a modest purchase, done with great frugality. Now, after so many days, only a few packages remained, and with each package consumed by the creature, she felt a pang of regret. However, with the newly acquired storage ring containing a veritable treasure trove of high-grade spirit stones, perhaps even over 100,000, her feelings of regret dissipated entirely. She conferred with Wei Qinglan. "Brother Wei, as we approach Dasha Mountain, there should be a town below in the mortal realm, correct? Would it be possible to stop and buy some provisions?" Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement. "Certainly. After all, it is Kunlun who is impatient, not me." With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast a cleansing spell on the creature, which then leaped onto the flying vessel and presented its storage pouch before Jiang Lisheng, wagging its tail to indicate its success. Jiang Lisheng observed its tail wagging with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You are neither a pig nor a dog." The creature, Shan Gao, retorted, "I am neither a pig nor a dog." It clearly identified itself as Shan Gao. Jiang Lisheng glanced at the storage pouch on the ground. "Did you go and rob someone?" Shan Gao immediately replied. "Those rascals fell into the needling water, startling the fish within. Although they did not perish, they have become ensnared in the dreams woven by the fish. Seeing how delighted you were with the old man's storage ring, I thought it only fair that they should not have the advantage, allowing you a bit more joy." With a haughty lift of its head, it silently acknowledged that upon witnessing Wei Qinglan present a storage ring, the sight of the treasures within had brought it such joy that it wished to reciprocate the sentiment, not wanting to be outshone by Wei Qinglan. After all, despite the girl's apparent foolishness, she remained its master. For the sake of future sustenance, it was prudent to treat her well, ensuring she had the means to procure food for it. Indeed, it was a wise decision. Unbeknownst to it, Jiang Lisheng had completely forgotten that 7 wicked individuals had once conspired to end her life, as she merrily began to rummage through her storage bag. The mountain gourd grinned widely, displaying its large teeth as it watched her with amusement. Wei Qinglan cast a sidelong glance, reminding it of the Jia Rong and the fish it had gathered. The mountain gourd smacked its forehead and promptly leaped off the flying vessel to retrieve the Jia Rong and fish that had been carelessly discarded halfway up the mountain, hoping that the fruits of its labor had not been lost. For storage bags, each containing varying amounts of treasures, confirmed Wei Qinglan's assertion. Encountering a wealth-laden storage ring was akin to striking a rare fortune, an opportunity that could not be sought after. These 4 individuals were evidently not as affluent as the elderly man. They likely trailed him as mere attendants, enjoying the scraps while he indulged in the feast. Nevertheless, there were still valuable items to be found, and Jiang Lisheng had no qualms about claiming them all for herself. She discovered a newfound addiction to rummaging through storage bags. Once she had stowed everything away, her palms tingled with anticipation as she turned to Wei Qinglan, exclaiming, "I'm in trouble, Wei Shixiao. I've succumbed to temptation. I now yearn for the fruits of others' labor without effort. What shall I do? Thank you, dear ones, for your monthly votes. Today, there will be 3 updates. Chapter 65, It Truly Overthought." Upon hearing this, Wei Qinglan turned to regard her. Jiang Lisheng wore an expression of longing, her gaze fixed upon him. Wei Qinglan paused for a moment, then handed the sword manual to her. Take a look at this, it might ease your mind. Jiang Li accepted the manual, and in an instant, her thoughts became muddled. She could only perceive the intricate sword techniques within the pages. After just a glance, her eyes glazed over, and the world around her began to blur and darken. Moments later, she swayed and leaned to the side, fainting. Wei Qinglan was taken aback, quickly reaching out to support her, placing his hand on her wrist to check her pulse. After a brief moment, he let go, his emotions a complex mix of amusement and frustration. Although the sword manual was indeed profound and advanced, it was hardly sufficient to induce fainting after a mere glance, revealing just how little she cherished the practice of swordsmanship. If he were the esteemed leader of the Jade sect, having such a disciple would surely drive him to exasperation. It is commendable that the leader has cultivated such immense patience over the years, allowing her to grow so pampered. The creature released the object it had been holding in its mouth and unfastened the bundle strapped to its back, squatting in the cabin and observing Wei Qinglan. The latter paid little heed, for the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. After spending countless years in arduous mountains without any noticeable progress, encountering her had catalyzed his advancement. What do you think the reason is? The creature sighed, finding a comfortable position. Chasing after her has ignited a fire within me, and thus I have advanced. Wei Qinglan nodded. Therefore, the path chosen by your master is not viable. You must engage in more practice to steadily enhance your cultivation, so that one day you may achieve greatness. The creature heaved a sigh, lamenting, achieving greatness is so difficult. With a master like her, I fear there is little hope. I can only wish that she is not slain one day, as her incompetence would undoubtedly drag me down with her. Wei Qinglan picked up the sword manual once more, declaring, "Let us see your capabilities. Without cultivation, how can one confront peril? As for her future, what could your mere dog-like eyes perceive?" Shan Gao grumbled in discontent, insisting that he did not possess dog-like eyes. Wei Qinglan lowered her gaze to continue studying the sword manual while informing him, proceeding 50 miles east. You will find Shaosher Mountain. There grows a particular tree, its leaves resembling those of the poplar, with intertwining branches, known as the Dishio. Consuming its fruit will not incite anger. There is also a river, called Xiu Shui, which harbors a fish known as the catfish, resembling a monkey. With feet akin to chicken claws, eating it will not expose one to toxic heat or malevolent spirits. Continuing another 30 miles east, you shall encounter Taisher Mountain, where a tree resembling pear leaves, adorned with red veins, known as Zhanmu, grows. Its consumption breeds no jealousy. There exists also a grass with white flowers and black fruit, its hue akin to grapes, called Chow. Consuming it sharpens the vision. Moving a further 30 miles north, Shan Gao felt the urge to weep. Would no mountain be spared? Did she intend to exhaust him? Yet, it was not necessary, for some treasures upon those mountains held little value. Without lifting her head, Wei Qinglan continued, proceeding another 30 miles north, you will reach Jiang Mountain, which is home to a tree named Di Wu, with leaves resembling pepper and bearing sharp thorns, producing red fruits that can be utilized for defensive materials. Collecting from just these 3 mountains will suffice. Thereafter, until you reach the foot of Defei Mountain, you need not navigate by boat. Shan Gao shifted restlessly, contemplating whether it was possible to avoid this task. Wei Qinglan shot him a sidelong glance, adding, as a reward for your efforts, upon reaching our destination, I shall treat you to food in the mortal city at the mountain's base. Instantly, Shan Gao perked up, exclaiming, I shall go, I shall go. Wei Qinglan clicked her tongue. She groggily stepped out of her room, failing to notice Wei Qinglan, and instead observed Shan Gao rummaging through its spoils on the ship. Gazing at the treasures before it, she marveled, so much. How are you so capable, you little rascal? Shan Gao glanced up at her, retorting, you foolish one. Such a splendid time has been squandered because you chose to sleep it away. Jiang Lisheng replied awkwardly, I didn't wish to sleep either, but my body could not withstand it. Perhaps I offended the god of sleep in my past life, for in this one, I am perpetually meeting with the Prince of Dreams. Shan Gao, in a huff, exclaimed, how is it that you are so fortunate? I wish to rest, yet your brother Wei prevents me, burdening me with countless tasks. I am utterly exhausted. Why must I suffer so? Jiang Lisheng crouched down to join in the sorting of the items, softly inquiring, where is brother Wei? Nodding while observing the treasures, she sighed. I wonder when I shall regain my spiritual energy. Without it, I am utterly powerless. I cannot refine pills, draw talismans, or forge weapons. Sleep is my only recourse. Shan Gao rolled its eyes, I have never encountered someone so carefree as you. If others were devoid of spiritual energy, they would be frantic. Yet you still find time to rest. Jiang Lisheng defended herself. I was anxious when I was younger, you know, but what good does that do? I possess this useless physique, incapable of anything, and I have grown accustomed to it. Unlike Brother Wei, who possesses innate sword intent and is envied by many, advancing in his cultivation at an astonishing pace, I am but a tortoise, progressing at a snail's pace. How can I possibly compare? To avoid self-destructive thoughts, I must cultivate a broad mind. It is evident that those with true abilities excel at whatever they undertake. Jiang Lisheng rested her chin on her hand, reflecting that was eons ago. For several millennia, she had not heard of anyone ascending. Figures like Lord Qin of Kunlun, her master from Qingshu, the leader of Tai, and the ancient seniors from the three great immortal sects, who had lived for thousands of years, could effortlessly part mountains and traverse seas, yet none could ascend. What has become of this world? The path to greatness seems insurmountable. Shangao, too, was unaware it had waited in the bitter mountain for over 10,000 years, only to meet such a foolish girl. Now, she was but a cripple, and the notion of ascension felt exceedingly distant. Living a fulfilling life seemed uncertain, let alone aspiring for such formidable achievements. It was best not to ponder it, for the thought alone was suffocating. It stuffed the organized items into the storage bag and offered them to her with its mouth, insisting, "All of this is for you. I truly do not comprehend why a prodigy like him is so generous to a waste like you. You explicitly stated you did not want them. Yet he still urged me to procure them for you." Jiang Lisheng felt a surge of emotion. Brother Wei was motivating her, presenting her with these splendid treasures to instill hope that one day she might recover. When that day came, everything she cultivated would also belong to him. Shangao closed its eyes in exasperation, thinking, "All right, I cannot fathom you humans. I extend my gratitude to my beloved readers for your monthly votes. Today, there will be 3 updates. Chapter 66. Describe the flying vessel traversed the skies for another 10 days, arriving at the Great Days Mountain. Throughout this period, Jiang Lisheng had not seen Wei Qinglan. Shangao no longer needed to disembark the vessel to gather supplies. The flying ship continued its course, and Wei Qinglan remained in her quarters. Jiang Lisheng harbored suspicions that he was engaged in secluded cultivation. Finding herself bored in solitude, she decided to emulate mortals, rising with the sun and retiring at dusk, adhering to a remarkably orderly routine. Lacking spiritual power did not render her incapable. She retrieved a brush from her storage pouch and spent her days practicing calligraphy to pass the time. Her characters were crooked and clumsy, resembling the scrawl of a dog. Much to the disdain of Shengao, it was utterly unbearable to behold. With a tone of derision, it remarked, "Even the writing of a 3-year-old surpasses yours. How can you produce such unsightly characters with such a serious demeanor?" Jiang Lisheng huffed, "What do you know? Rising early and retiring early has even influenced your routine. Although what I write are merely characters, I am honing my brush techniques, the art of brush cultivation." Jiang Lisheng wore an expression of disdain at Shengou's ignorance. "Do you know of brush cultivators? They are formidable beings capable of slaying with a single character, vanquishing souls with a stroke, wielding the 1,000 autumn brush to command all things in the world." Shengou, taken aback, exclaimed, "You can practice brush cultivation?" "Indeed," Jiang Lisheng replied with pride. "I possess many talents." After a moment of scrutinizing the characters on the table, and then her, Shengou managed to utter, "Please do not tarnish the reputation of brush cultivators. With your atrocious writing, there is not a hint of lethal intent. The notion of slaying with a single character is mere fantasy." Startled, Shengou quickly amended, "You truly can practice brush cultivation? That's impressive. If you diligently continue, you may one day become the brush cultivator you speak of. With the 1,000 autumn brush in hand, all things are within your grasp. What you possess, I too possess. And together we shall be abundant." Humph. Jiang Lisheng turned her face away, refraining from uttering any sweet words. Shangao remarked, "What else could she possibly say? If she speaks unkindly, the snacks will vanish, leaving her in a state of discontent." Upon opening the door to the room, Wei Qinglan was greeted by the sight of Jiang Lisheng's sulky expression, while Shangao, with an eager smile, surrounded her, incessantly showering her with compliments, which she dismissed with evident annoyance. Who could have foreseen that the once foul-mouthed Shangao would now be so full of flattery? He stood at the doorway, observing the peculiar duo with amusement. "Ah, such a harmonious scene." Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement. Jiang Lisheng beamed with joy, her delight radiating like the bloom of spring peaches. Truly elated for him, Wei Qinglan momentarily lost her train of thought as she approached, noting the words scrawled on the table and the pen gripped in Jiang Lisheng's hand. She had long heard of her prowess, and now it became clear that she was indeed skilled in many areas. Jiang Lisheng's cheeks flushed as she hastily gathered the writings on the table, stuffing them into her storage bag to keep them from his view. Though she had a keen interest in various pursuits, she struggled to master them, especially in the art of calligraphy, which she had never successfully accomplished. Unlike alchemy, weapon forging, or array formations, where she had at least made some progress, this was merely a hobby for her. Despite her proud demeanor in front of Shan Gao, she was, at heart, a shy girl with a profound sense of self-awareness. Wei Qinglan remarked, "I find your writing to be quite commendable. The art of calligraphy, distinct from the characters crafted by common scholars, follows its own path. Cultivating spiritual energy to draw upon the essence of the heavens is inherently challenging, independent of the aesthetics of the script. If you have a passion for it, pursue it diligently. There are no rules dictating that the calligrapher's work must necessarily be pleasing to the eye. As long as one possesses remarkable talent, capable of both writing and painting, is it not sufficient to summon forth all the wonders of the universe?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Senior brother Wei, how eloquently you speak," she exclaimed, then turned to glare at Shan Gao. "Look at you. After all that flattery, what nonsense have you uttered? The more you speak, the angrier I become. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be better to remain silent. You cannot possibly compare to senior brother Wei's wisdom and understanding." Shan Gao, feeling quite aggrieved, retorted, "I have always been adept at cursing, but I have never learned the art of complimenting. The fact that I managed to utter so many words is commendable enough. Yet you still find fault with me." "Humph." Jiang Lisheng turned her face away. "Once we reach the town below the mountain, I shall buy you a few books from the mortal realm. If you read more, you might learn to offer compliments. What good is it to simply hurl insults? I wonder how your previous master taught you." Shan Gao had not anticipated that after living for over 10,000 years, it would still need to read books. And it immediately felt deflated. "It seems you are not without fault either, are you? At Halfstone Mountain, when you encountered that group who were killing and looting, you cursed that old man for not dying." Jiang Lisheng was momentarily speechless. When faced with villains, one must certainly curse. She replied, "Regardless, I shall buy you books, and you must read them." Shan Gao glanced at Wei Qinglan, hoping he might say something kind on its behalf, considering the effort it had put into retrieving items for him. However, Wei Qinglan merely cast a glance in its direction and nodded in agreement. Indeed, one should read more. Knowledge brings wisdom. Shan Gao felt on the verge of tears and turned to Jiang Lisheng. "But do you read?" With that, Shan Gao fell back in exasperation. Encouraged by Wei Qinglan, Jiang Lisheng felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Her face no longer flushed with embarrassment, nor did she feel a sense of shame. She put away her brush and declared with great determination, "One day, I shall master the art of brushwork." Affirming her own words with a nod, she looked at Wei Qinglan and added, "When that day comes, I will paint a celestial palace for you, one that can soar through the skies, more robust than your current flying vessel, impervious to all, capable of crashing down upon any nefarious scoundrel who dares to threaten us for treasure." Wei Qinglan chuckled, "Very well. Do not forget when that day arrives." Meanwhile, Shan Gao lay sprawled on the ground, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Unable to suppress his mocking interjection, "Stop boasting. Be careful lest your inflated words burst. Look, the cow is flying in the sky." Irritated, Jiang Lisheng retorted, "Silence. When I achieve my goal, you shall have no part in it." Shan Gao, uninterested in the celestial palace, appeared despondent, muttering, "I just hope you can live to see that day. Gratitude to all for your monthly votes. This is the third update. As the last day of the month approaches, dear friends, do not hold back your monthly votes." Chapter 67. He Exine City to this day. She remains perplexed about how she and Kunlun fell from the entrance here to the Bitter Mountain, such a vast distance apart. She wondered if perhaps there was some great formation at the entrance of the Qishan secret realm, interconnected with the Bitter Mountain formation. Otherwise, how could I have been transported there? Perhaps, after Wei Qinglan encountered Jiang Lisheng and Kunlun in Bitter Mountain, he too pondered this question, stating, "Aside from formations, I cannot fathom what other reason there might be." In ancient times, the 6 realms flourished, interconnected and thriving, with each realm possessing grand teleportation formations. During that era, whether divine, demonic, celestial, or mortal beings traverse these portals, being seamlessly transported to their desired destinations. Jiang Lisheng rested her chin in contemplation, gazing at the majestic landscapes of Dasha Mountain. I have heard of such marvels, she mused, yet following the cataclysm of the divine and demonic war, the gods fell, and the demons vanished, leaving only 4 realms in existence. The heavenly gates were sealed, the celestial realm severely weakened, retaining only its protective mountain formations. Cultivators found it increasingly difficult to attain the Great Path, while the demon realm faced insurmountable tribulations. The mortal realm was so feeble that it could not control the cycle of life and death, living merely a fleeting century. Even the ghostly gates had closed, rendering spirits too fearful to venture into the light of day. She found it curious. Were there still teleportation formations in existence? Had they not all been destroyed in the aftermath of the divine and demonic conflict? Wei Qinglan speculated that perhaps not all had been utterly obliterated. Jiang Lisheng considered this possibility, inquiring, Wei Xixiang, have you encountered such circumstances during your explorations of secret realms? Not at all, he replied. Jiang Lisheng shook her head, dismissing the thought and expressing relief that she had Qin Xixiang accompanying her. Otherwise, she might have been devoured by that treacherous creature. The mere thought filled her with indignation. After voicing her frustration, she turned to Shanggao and declared, You shall not be fed today. Shanggao, feeling wronged, retorted, Could you not think of me kindly? Had you not been so stingy back then, would I have chased after you for a taste? Furthermore, I did not initially desire to consume you. I merely wished for the snacks in your hands. It was your refusal that provoked my ire. Jiang Lisheng dismissed the matter, thinking that regardless, she would have nothing to eat today. Shanggao, filled with indignation, was about to scold her, but upon meeting Wei Qinglan's gaze, felt a sudden pang of apprehension and closed her mouth, feeling wronged. If she wouldn't eat, then so be it. Having someone to protect her was indeed remarkable. The flying vessel traversed through the majestic Dasha Mountain and soon arrived at a mundane town several dozen miles below. Jiang Lisheng, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of food, cast aside her chaotic musings. Brother Wei, I wish to purchase an abundance of delicacies, enough to sweep an entire street clean. After all, she possessed a storage ring capable of holding it all. Wei Qinglan chuckled softly. Shanggao, trembling with excitement, stood up, eager for the adventure. This town, known as Hexin City, was neither too large nor too small, not particularly prosperous, yet bustling with the vibrant essence of everyday life. Wei Qinglan retrieved the flying vessel in a secluded area outside the town and turned to Shanggao, inquiring, Will you enter the storage ring? Shanggao promptly responded, I am a pig. Pigs exist in the mortal realm. Even if you lead me through the streets, no one would be afraid. Jiang Lisheng was at a loss for words. Did you not say you were not a pig? I may resemble one, so I shall embrace the role of a pig for a day. Shanggao, tempted by the allure of mortal cuisine, thought that it wouldn't be right to simply watch the young girl indulge in food. It wished to experience it as well and had no desire to be confined to the storage ring. Isn't it a bit odd? Jiang Lisheng remarked. Considering how striking we both appear, leading around a pig, especially one with red fur, wouldn't that seem peculiar? Shanggao yearned to retort, believing that the truly handsome one was the young man beside her, not her. Look at your plain face. Where is the beauty in that? You are only pleasant to behold when you smile. Yet, it dared not voice its thoughts, fearing it would further irritate her. Wei Qinglan cleared her throat. It was indeed somewhat peculiar, but it mattered not. It preferred not to enter the storage ring, so it would simply lead the way. The pig's hide bore shades of red as well. Jiang Lisheng could only produce a length of rope to secure the mountain fat's head, advising it sternly, You must behave. Do not attempt to feast upon anyone you encounter, or I shall be compelled to slaughter you for a pot of pork. The mountain fat nodded obediently, exclaiming, I shall not consume any living flesh. Let us proceed. Jiang Lisheng urged it forward, and after a few paces, he added hastily, You must remain silent. In the mortal realm, if beasts speak, they are bound and burned alive. Upon encountering a monster, everyone will rally against it. Should you inadvertently reveal your true nature, I cannot guarantee your safety, and whether Wei Xixiang will come to your aid depends solely on his disposition. The mountain fat, fearful, murmured its understanding. A man and a woman, leading a pig, approached the city gate, undeniably attracting attention, particularly as the two appeared exceedingly youthful, one barely past his youth, while the other resembled a frail young girl. Jiang Lisheng found himself unable to produce anything, yet in a moment's notice, he he discovered an object in his hand. Glancing down, he beheld a jade pendant inscribed with auspicious symbols, featuring a character for cloud in a plum blossom seal. Tilting his head slightly, he presented the jade to the soldiers conducting inspections. The pair proceeded into the city alongside the throng. As they moved farther away, they overheard two soldiers conversing quietly by the city gate, speculating. They are from the Yun family. I wonder why they are leading a pig. What is the origin of this pig? Does it require the Yun family to escort it personally? It is said that noble families often keep pets. Some prefer cats, while others favor dogs. Perhaps these two individuals have a penchant for pigs? It is not customary to raise tigers or foxes, is it? The preferences of the aristocracy cannot be that peculiar, as they tend to favor the company of fierce beasts and the thrill of the hunt. There are whispers about the Yun family of Yunshan City, shrouded in mystery, rumored to possess immortals among them. Their interests diverge from the norm, which is hardly surprising. Indeed, the Yun family is remarkably discreet, eschewing the ostentation of luxury cars for their travels. The mannerisms of the nobility are beyond the comprehension of us common folk. Jiang Lisheng, keenly aware, despite the absence of spiritual power, retained her acute senses, far surpassing those of ordinary citizens. She playfully kicked Shanggao and whispered, "It's your fault that we have drawn attention." Shanggao remained silent, unable to retort, and thus endured her teasing. Curious, Jiang Lisheng inquired, "Senior brother Wei, does this jade token signify the identity of the noble families? Where did you acquire it? It appears genuine." Wei Qinglan explained, "In the past, for my convenience, he bestowed upon me a jade token from the Yun family, while yours is a replica I created as a diversion." Jiang Lisheng understood, exclaiming, "Oh, Senior brother Yun truly comes from a distinguished lineage. He embodies the essence of the noble heirs depicted in the tales." Wei Qinglan chuckled, "Indeed. It seems you have indulged in many stories from the mortal realm." Jiang Lisheng blushed, acknowledging that she had indeed read her fair share. Chapter 68. An invitation upon entering the city. Jiang Lisheng eagerly led Shanggao towards the bustling marketplace. The air was filled with enticing aromas from various food stalls, stirring a deep desire within her to indulge. Jiang Lisheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached into her storage ring for spirit stones. Just as she clasped the stones in her hand, a thought struck her. She tugged at Wei Qinglan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Wei, this is bad. In the mortal marketplace, one must use human silver coins, but I possess none. Since the great war between gods and demons, the realms had ceased to share resources. The celestial sects utilized spirit stones, the demon realm relied on demon crystals, the human realm employed silver coins, and the ghost realm utilized ghostly currency. Aside from the markets near the celestial sects, where mortals and immortals mingled, and both spirit stones and silver coins were accepted, in this true mortal city, spirit stones were not accepted at all." She gazed at Wei Qinglan with hope, yearning for him to have some. Jiang Lisheng felt her heart sink as she asked, "Brother Wei, do you not have any either?" Wei Qinglan shook his head. "I have never ventured into mortal cities to purchase goods." This was because he had no need to. His visits were fleeting, either to vanquish demons or to dispel evil spirits. He seldom came unless summoned by the sect to address significant threats. At other times, he dedicated himself to personal training, exploring secret realms and advancing his cultivation. Entirely self-sufficient and untroubled by worldly matters, the sect seldom disturbed his practice with such trivialities, for their expectation was for him to focus solely on his path, ensuring that when the time came, he would safeguard the sect. Jiang Lisheng pouted, on the verge of tears. "What shall we do now?" In the past, during the serene moments of tranquility, the foothills were home to a city where immortals and mortals coexisted. Here, her spiritual stones could procure delicacies. In Kunlun, she sought to acquire food from the clouds, also using spiritual stones. The mountain spirit was on the verge of tears, desperately suppressing drool, able to see but not taste. Wei Qinglan placed a hand on her forehead and, after a brief pause, murmured, "There exists a black market among mortals. Once night falls, we shall exchange some. Is that feasible?" Jiang Lisheng inquired, his expression filled with hope. Wei Qinglan was uncertain, yet replied, "Let us give it a try." The immortal sects also accepted mortal disciples. Anyone possessing spiritual roots could gain admission. Though the number was scarce each year, it did not deter mortals from yearning for the path of immortality. Historically, the realms of immortals and mortals had never been distinct. Each year, major sects recruited new members, and a multitude of mortals underwent tests for their spiritual roots. The dark market among mortals should allow for the exchange of spiritual stones for silver. Jiang Lisheng found this reasoning sound. Wei, I'm counting on you. When night descends, you will be able to locate the black market, correct? Wei Qinglan felt a headache coming on. I should be able to, perhaps. Yet he was unsure. For locating a black market was not something that could be discerned solely through spiritual power. The two humans and one beast had no choice but to leave the market for the time being. As they distanced themselves, the enticing aromas faded. Jiang Lisheng felt somewhat relieved, kicking at the pebbles on the ground in frustration, muttering, "It's all my master's fault for cultivating this bad habit of indulging in such delights." Wei Qinglan thought to himself how unfortunate master Yu was. To have a disciple, whom she had painstakingly nurtured, still place blame upon her. Meanwhile, the mountain spirit, seizing the opportunity when no one was around, quietly chimed in. "It's all your fault, silly girl. Had I not encountered you, I would not have developed this troublesome craving. Not being able to indulge is truly distressing." Jiang Lisheng immediately cast an angry glare at it. Wei Qinglan chuckled softly, pondering how this truly was a case of retribution. The trio, consisting of two individuals and a beast, found themselves without silver coins, thus meandering aimlessly through the streets. However, their idle wandering was short-lived, as a troop of cavalry suddenly obstructed their path. At the forefront rode a young man, resplendent in brocade robes and adorned with a jade belt, possessing strikingly handsome features. Upon halting them, he dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting, his voice clear and melodious. "Are you the esteemed guests of the Yun family from Yunshan City? I am Pei Rong, the city lord's son. My father, the guardian of this city, has sent me to invite you upon hearing of your arrival in Hushin City." Jiang Lisheng widened his eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor. "My younger sister and I happened to pass through this place. She was curious and wished to explore the city. We did not intend to intrude upon the city lord's affairs, wishing not to be a bother. Not a bother at all. My father is quite eager to meet you both. Please, come with me," Pei Rong insisted, his tone exceedingly courteous, yet his expression conveyed an undeniable insistence, making refusal seem impossible. Wei Qinglan furrowed her brow. Jiang Lisheng tugged at his sleeve, while his gaze remained fixed on Pei Rong, inquiring, "Our Yun family bears no grievances against your Pei family, do we?" Pei Rong paused, taken aback. "No, we do not." Jiang Lisheng breathed a sigh of relief, his mind racing with thoughts of whether the city lord's residence offered delectable food and drink. He mused cautiously, "You wouldn't have ulterior motives, intending to capture us and conspire against us, would you?" Pei Rong appeared somewhat at a loss for words, his expression noticeably strained. "No, we have ample food and drink. Since the Yun family has arrived in Hushin City, you are esteemed guests." Jiang Lisheng sensed something amiss. Is this truly the case? Let us not find ourselves in a feast that turns out to be a trap. The term esteemed guests may merely be a facade, concealing a different reality beneath. It is no wonder that she harbors such a multitude of thoughts, having perused numerous illustrated tales. She has discerned that the intrigues of the mortal realm far exceed those of the celestial sections, particularly among the nobility. It is said that each individual possesses 100 ulterior motives, unlike the celestial sects, where most are singularly devoted to cultivation and aspire toward the great path. The affairs of mortals are considerably more complex. There are, of course, those who neglect their cultivation and entertain nefarious schemes, yet they remain a rarity. Pei Rong nearly faltered but managed to steady his emotions, assuring her, "Rest assured, the Pei family has maintained amicable relations with the Yun family for generations. Any ill intentions directed at the members of the Yun family cannot possibly stem from the Pei family." Jiang Lisheng, hearing his resolute declaration, felt reassured. She tugged at Wei Qinglan's sleeve, beaming, "Brother, shall we go for a visit? With complimentary food and drink, who would toil to seek the dark markets?" From this moment forth, Wei Shixiang would be her brother. Observing the joyful expression on her face, Wei Qinglan understood her intentions and could only nod in agreement. Addressing Pei Rong, "In that case, we shall impose upon you." Pei Rong exhaled a sigh of relief, instructing his attendants to bring forth 2 horses. He then turned to Wei Qinglan, saying, "The city lord's residence is somewhat distant. I kindly request that both of you mount your steeds." Wei Qinglan nodded. Soon, the attendants presented 2 magnificent steeds, their coats gleaming and their powerful limbs appearing robust. Jiang Lisheng stood on her toes, hesitating to mount, and turned to Wei Qinglan for assistance. He reached out to help her onto the horse, observing her expression of wonder at this novel experience. He smiled gently and cautioned, "Hold the reins firmly and sit steadily to avoid falling." "I want tea," Jiang Lisheng replied, handing him the reins while gripping her own tightly. Wei Qinglan took the reins and mounted her horse, while the obedient mountain pig followed closely by her side, its tail flicking happily. Pei Rong, noticing the peculiar appearance of the pig, glanced at it curiously but refrained from asking further, swiftly mounting his own steed to lead the way. Chapter 69. The Lord's Manor. As the tall horse ambled along, Jiang Lisheng gripped the reins tightly, her body swaying with each step, causing discomfort to her rear. She affectionately patted the horse's head, murmuring, "Walk steadily. If you throw me off, I shall stew you into a savory dish." The horse, interpreting her gentle tap as a cue to hasten, broke into a gallop. Jiang Lisheng gasped, her body leaning back, but she quickly regained her composure, fear prompting her to lower herself and clutch the horse's neck tightly. Wei Qinglan, ever attentive to Jiang Lisheng's movements, noticed her fidgeting atop the horse and recognized her discomfort. Just as she contemplated offering assistance, she saw Jiang Lisheng's horse take off, and upon witnessing her smartly secure her grip, she decided against intervening. Pei Rong, intrigued, inquired of Wei Qinglan, "Does your sister possess skill in equestrianism?" Observing Jiang Lisheng galloping ahead, he remarked, "On this long street, there is but one main road. I doubt she shall stray too far." With a smile, he added, "My father was contemplating sending a letter to the Yun family. And how fortuitous it is that Brother Yun has accompanied your sister to Haxin City, saving us the time of travel." Pei Rong continued, "It is understandable for someone of your stature to remain unconcerned with mundane affairs. Our Pei family does not boast the numerous descendants of the Yun family. In my generation, I stand alone. Thus, I cannot afford to neglect worldly duties, though I do yearn to be as carefree and spontaneous as you. Yet alas, such is beyond my reach." Wei Qinglan refrained from offering any opinion. Pei Rong inquired further, "I have yet to ask your esteemed name. May I know how you are addressed?" Wei Qinglan paused briefly, then replied, "My name is Qinglan." Pei Rong nodded. "And your younger sister?" Wei Qinglan hesitated again. "Lisheng." Pei Rong contemplated these two syllables and nodded once more. He then turned his gaze forward, noticing that Jiang Lisheng had managed to rein in the horse, halting at the fork in the long street. A look of admiration crossed his face as he remarked, "Brother Yun, you mentioned your sister is not adept in horsemanship, yet she appears more skilled than the daughters of military families. At the very least, a novice who can control a horse demonstrates considerable talent in archery as well." Wei Qinglan smiled faintly. "She does possess some ability." Jiang Lisheng awaited their approach, wearing a pained expression as she complained to Wei Qinglan, "Brother, this horse is quite uncomfortable. I cannot fathom how some manage to travel 1,000 miles upon it in a single day. If I were to ride for half a day, I would likely be sore and bruised, as if my very blood were drawn by its bony protrusions." After voicing her grievances, she turned to Pei Rong. "How far is it truly?" He cleared his throat. "I must apologize for my oversight. A young lady should have a cushion for riding. If she finds it unbearable, we can pause here for a moment while I send for a soft pad." "Never mind, I shall endure." Jiang Lisheng, feeling inconvenienced and eager for sustenance, was reluctant to wait too long. The group proceeded toward the Lord's mansion, and Wei Qinglan could not conjure a cushion for her sister, as they were surrounded by prying eyes. After traversing 2 streets, they finally arrived at the Lord's mansion. At the entrance, 2 elegantly attired middle-aged individuals awaited their arrival, accompanied by a retinue of servants from the mansion. The grand reception truly befit esteemed guests. Wei Qinglan dismounted and extended a hand to assist Jiang Lisheng in alighting from the horse. Jiang Lisheng murmured softly, expressing her reluctance to ride again. Wei Qinglan nodded, acknowledging that, under ordinary circumstances, practitioners of their kind seldom rode horses. "Indeed, please, come inside," welcomed the elegantly attired middle-aged lady, the city lord's wife. With a face radiating kindness and joy, "Consider this your home. Although our families have not been in touch for over a decade, it is merely due to the distance. The bond of friendship is never truly severed." She smiled as she grasped Jiang Lisheng's wrist, admiring the girl's pristine complexion. "I saw you riding alone just now. You did splendidly. I, however, dared not mount, fearing that such a tall horse might unseat me with a mere stumble." Jiang Lisheng replied with a bright smile, "In truth, I am not a skilled rider. I simply possess a bit of courage and am unafraid of being thrown off. After all, if I were to fall, Senior brother Wei would surely come to my aid. Ah, you are indeed braver than I, the city lord's wife said, her smile deepening as she held on to Jiang Lisheng's hand. Your uncle mentioned just the other day that he intended to send a letter to the Yun family. And here you are today in Hexin City. What a delightful coincidence. Jiang Lisheng hesitated to respond, aware that they were not, in fact, members of the Yun family. The city lord regarded Wei Qinglan with admiration, pondering the Yun family's notable talents and the exceptional qualities of their offspring. Upon meeting Wei Qinglan, he was convinced of his extraordinary nature. He inquired, "Is all well with the Yun family?" The city lord discerned that if one were to be preoccupied with mundane affairs, they would hardly possess such a clear and serene gaze, nor exhibit the effortless demeanor that Wei Qinglan displayed. He reflected on the abundance of choices afforded to the descendants of prominent families. Unlike my own Pei Rong, who, despite having relatives, cannot rely on them. He is somewhat constrained, being the sole one in his immediate family. Fortunately, he harbors a passion for military affairs and has immersed himself in the army. Although he is entangled in military duties, it is ultimately a pursuit he enjoys, thus sparing him from excessive melancholy. Otherwise, as his father, I would feel a profound sense of regret for him. Pei Rong interjected, "Father, what are you saying? Brother Yun and Miss Yun have just arrived in Hexin City, and as noon approaches, they likely have not yet dined. Let us first partake in a meal, allowing them to rest before we continue our conversation." He was ever mindful of Jiang Lisheng's inquiry about provisions, and now that they have entered, it is imperative to provide them. Indeed, having not seen the Yun family for many years, there are countless stories to share, and I momentarily lost my composure. "I beg your pardon, my esteemed nephew." The city lord nodded repeatedly, casting a glance at his wife. Madame Pei playfully scolded him with a smile, noting, "Rong is always meticulous and thoughtful in his actions, far exceeding our capabilities as parents. I shall instruct someone to prepare the meal." She promptly directed a steward-like figure, Fu Bo, hasten to the kitchen and relay my instructions. Ensure it's done swiftly, for there shall be a reward upon completion. "Yes, I shall attend to it at once," the steward replied, scurrying off. Jiang Lisheng felt a surge of joy at the prospect of dining upon entering, truly embracing the role of a member of the Yun family. With a sweet tongue, he expressed, "Thank you, uncle and aunt. My brother and I have roamed the world, enduring hardships, and today we are indeed fortunate." Madame Pei felt a sense of warmth upon hearing her referred to as aunt, bringing her closer to him, and she was delighted, remarking, "How endearing. Do eat well when the meal is ready. Our cooks are quite capable." Chapter 70. Warm hospitality. Jiang Lisheng had heard that the chef at the city lord's residence was exceptionally skilled, and she was filled with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, the creature known as Shangao began tugging at her skirt. She ignored it, but it persisted with greater force. Shangao widened its eyes, looking at her with a pitiful expression, silently conveying its desire to partake in the feast. It was only then that Madame Pei noticed Shangao, her surprise evident. "Dear niece, is this a pig you have raised?" she inquired, observing its peculiar appearance which seemed different yet oddly familiar. Jiang Lisheng replied with a slight hum, "Indeed, this is my pig, which is unlike ordinary ones. It has quite the appetite, and I have heard tales of the culinary delights your kitchen offers. It wishes to indulge as well." Madame Pei expressed her astonishment. "Oh my, it can actually comprehend human speech?" Seeing its owner advocate for it, Shangao quickly nodded, grunting cheerfully and wagging its tail in a display of affection towards Madame Pei. She marveled at its intelligence, remarking, "This pig seems quite astute and undeniably charming." Turning to Jiang Lisheng, she continued, "A hearty appetite is hardly a flaw. Who among us does not crave delectable food? How shall we feed it? Must it join us at the table? It need not sit at the table. What would a pig do there? Just a bowl will suffice," Jiang Lisheng replied, her expression one of mild disdain. "A larger bowl, of course." Noticing Madame Pei's gaze upon her, she shyly scratched her head, adding, "I may trouble your kitchen to prepare a bit more food, for it has quite the voracious appetite." After a moment's thought, she added, "I estimate it will require meals fit for 4 or 5 robust men." "That is easily arranged," Madame Pei responded with a smile, promptly instructing a servant, "Hurry to the kitchen and ask the cook to prepare extra, for my dear niece's pig companion also deserves a hearty meal." A maid, adorned in a delicate manner, cheerfully responded and promptly departed. Lord Pei and Lady Pei welcomed the two into the banquet hall, where nimble servants prepared tea and arranged fruits and pastries upon the table. With a smile, Lady Pei remarked, "Dear niece, do have something to appease your hunger." Jiang Lisheng's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly nodded, reaching for the pastries. Wei Qinglan swiftly swatted her hand away, insisting she wash her hands first. Jiang Lisheng glanced at her dainty fingers, feeling they were clean enough. Wei Qinglan remained silent, leaving Jiang Lisheng no choice but to rise and tug at him. "You must wash too. Let us all wash together." Although Wei Qinglan had no intention of eating and believed hand-washing unnecessary, he was compelled to follow her lead. Lady Pei found their interaction amusing, thinking of them as mere children, quite delightful indeed. She pondered which branch of the Yun family they hailed from, glancing at her son, realizing that even if they were from a distant branch, it mattered not. They were still kin of the Yun family. Given that the current Pei family could not compare to the Yun family, it was unwise to be overly selective. Maintaining connections was paramount. After washing their hands, Jiang Lisheng began to earnestly indulge in the delicacies. The pastries melted in her mouth, soft and delectable, with a variety of flavors: sweet, savory, sesame, red bean, rose, and osmanthus. Jiang Lisheng savored each bite, yet she did not forget Wei Qinglan. For every piece she took, she broke it in half and offered it to him. Reluctantly, he accepted, as he was not one to indulge in gluttony, but under her influence, he found himself partaking in the feast alongside her. In a short while, he had consumed quite a bit. Meanwhile, Shanggao, watching with envy from the doorway, knew the pastries were not meant for him and could only gaze longingly. "Aunt, the pastries from your home are absolutely delectable, surpassing all the delicacies I have ever tasted." Jiang Lisheng took a moment to praise the hostess. Madame Pei smiled warmly, explaining that the pastry chef was specially invited from Jiangnan, as her mother-in-law hailed from that region and had a particular fondness for such treats. "If they are delicious, my dear niece, do indulge yourself." Jiang Lisheng nodded repeatedly, determined not to be polite. Since she was already there, she would let her senior brother Yun repay this favor in the future. She planned to compensate him with spirit stones, for she currently possessed an abundance of them and felt no remorse. With her mind made up, she savored the pastries without a care in the world. After sampling every flavor from the various plates, Jiang Lisheng finally ceased her eating, wiped her hands with a cloth, and lifted her tea to sip. Once the two had finished their meal, Lord Pei turned his gaze to Wei Qinglan and inquired, "My dear nephew, from which direction did you come? The world is a bit chaotic these days. Since you traveled alone without attendants, I presume you possess some skills, do you not?" Wei Qinglan nodded, confirming their arrival from the direction of Yichuan. "Uncle is correct. I do possess some skills." "From Yichuan, you say?" "That is under the jurisdiction of Luoyang, which remains relatively stable for now." "And what about my niece? Does she possess any skills as well?" Lord Pei glanced at Jiang Lisheng, noting that the siblings bore little resemblance, likely following different parents. However, he found the young girl's demeanor quite charming, unpretentious and not overly delicate. Jiang Lisheng nodded, unabashedly declaring, "I also know a bit, though not as proficient as my brother." Lord Pei chuckled heartily. "Since you have come all this way, do stay in the residence for a while longer, allowing Rong Guer the opportunity to learn from you. His skills are also quite commendable. However, due to my limited travels, my experiences must surely pale in comparison to yours. You young people should engage in more conversation." Wei Qinglan declined, stating that had it not been for the invitation from uncle and aunt, as well as brother Pei, we had no intention of visiting the estate. We have made prior arrangements with friends, and I fear they may grow impatient waiting for us. Upon hearing this, Lord Pei immediately suggested, "Then let us invite your friends to stay at our residence as well. Dear nephew, please do not stand on ceremony. Our families share a long-standing friendship, and you must stay with us for a few more days." Lady Pei nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, you must not leave so soon. Once you arrive, you should stay longer. I have always wished for a daughter. Alas, my son Rong suffered an injury in his youth, and I have not conceived again, leaving me with only him, which feels rather lonely. Now that you are here, we must ensure you experience our hospitality." She took Jiang Lisheng's hand, urging them to remain for a few more days. The old matriarch had gone to pay her respects. If she knew the Yun family had visitors, she would undoubtedly be delighted. In the days when Rong's grandfather was still alive, the elderly lady would visit the Yun family every few years. At that time, our family resided in Pingjiang, which was relatively close to Yun Mountain City, and the Yun family would often come to Pingjiang as well. However, after Rong's grandfather passed away, my husband took a position in the newly established Xian City, which was too far for visits to continue. She sighed, as the old lady kept murmuring. However, given her advanced age, and the fact that the lord was preoccupied with official duties, while Ronguer had devoted himself to the military and was occupied with his responsibilities throughout the year, it left me with ample leisure. Yet, being women, we were hesitant to venture far from home. The old lady's health had recently deteriorated, and she was continually concerned. I had intended to send a letter to inquire whether anyone from the Yun family would come, or if Ronguer could be relieved of his military duties to visit the Yun family. But unexpectedly, you all arrived instead. She spoke with genuine sincerity, expressing that if there were no urgent matters, you should stay a few more days. This was a request from your aunt. Jiang Lisheng looked towards Wei Qinglan, asking if this counted as an urgent matter. After all, they had not rushed on their journey from Kushan, stopping intermittently, especially today when they had entered the mortal city due to her cravings. She was in no hurry to locate the entrance to the secret realm. Wei Qinglan hadn't anticipated this situation. Had he known, he would have refrained from using the Yun family's identity. Now, feeling the weight of their hospitality, it was difficult to decline firmly. He met Jiang Lisheng's questioning gaze and paused before replying. Let us first send word to our friend to see if he is in haste. If he is, we must go seek him. However, should we depart, we will also send a message home, urging them to send someone to see the old lady promptly. Since they had adopted the identity of the Yun family, they bore the responsibility. He could only inform Brother Yun of the situation and request him to contact the Yun family. Chapter 71, Regret. Madame Pei exchanged glances with Lord Pei, accepting this explanation, and nodded to Wei Qinglan. The two individuals were merely passing through, and it would be inappropriate to insist on their stay. At this juncture, all they could do was hope that their friend was not in too much of a hurry. They genuinely wished to retain the brother and sister, and their hospitality was marked by sincere warmth. After a brief conversation, the chef from the Lord's residence had prepared a sumptuous lunch, the banquet laid out beautifully, appealing to both the eye and palate. Jiang Lisheng, during her tranquil moments, would occasionally venture down the mountain to a tavern for a meal, indulging in a feast. Yu Wuchen was not overly restrictive with her, yet such outings were infrequent. After all, her interests were varied, and an unguarded moment could lead her into a deep slumber lasting 10 days or more. Throughout the year, she seldom found a time when she did not find herself in some sort of trouble, leaving little opportunity for leisure. Lord Pei graciously invited Wei Qinglan to sit at the head of the table, but she modestly declined and took a seat at his side. Jiang Lisheng intended to sit next to Wei Qinglan, yet was drawn away by Madame Pei, leaving Pei Rong to occupy the spot beside Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng, eager for the meal, displayed a charming appetite, her eyes sparkling with delight as her cheeks puffed with food. Madame Pei watched with joy, continually serving her dishes while enthusiastically describing their unique qualities. Seeing her nod in approval and show no signs of selectiveness, it was clear that she was thoroughly pleased. Lord Pei was also a gracious host, persistently deferring to Wei Qinglan, who adapted well to the local customs, resulting in a meal enjoyed by all. After dining, Madame Pei personally escorted the two to their accommodations, suggesting they rest before sending word to their friend. "Where is your friend waiting?" she inquired. "Let Ronguer send someone on a swift horse." Wei Qinglan shook her head, reassuring her, "No need, Auntie. Please rest assured. My friend and I have a unique method of communication. He will receive my message instantly." "Is that so?" Madame Pei pondered upon a method of communication that was swifter than a galloping steed. Pei Rong, accompanying her, cast several glances at Wei Qinglan, contemplating that the Yun family possessed practitioners of the mystical arts. Could it be that a friend of Yun was one of them? Madame Pei, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity, realizing she had overlooked the fact that the Yun family indeed had someone skilled in cultivation. Wei Qinglan nodded affirmatively. Madame Pei then led the two to a courtyard, addressing Wei Qinglan. "Esteemed nephew, you shall reside in this courtyard. Does it suit you? As for your sister, she has another courtyard. I shall escort her there." Wei Qinglan gently shook her head, expressing that the arrangement was quite satisfactory and that it would only be for a day or so. There was no need for her aunt to trouble herself. Her sister could share the same courtyard with her, for they were not overly particular about such matters. Madame Pei smiled, revealing her intention for the girl to stay nearby for more conversations. "Since you have expressed it thus, let it be so that you both share a courtyard." She gestured towards the adjacent courtyard belonging to Ronguer, assuring them that they could summon him if needed. Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement. Once everything was settled and the two were allowed to rest, Madame Pei and her son departed. Jiang Li tugged at Wei Qinglan, pulling her into the room and closing the door behind them. In hushed tones, she urged, Wei Shixiao, you must quickly send a message to Qin Shixiao and inquire about his whereabouts. It has been several days, and he has yet to locate the entrance to the secret realm. Is he waiting for us? Moreover, you should hasten to contact Yun Shixiang as well. I can't shake the feeling that Aunt Pei's gaze towards me is rather peculiar, overly warm and affectionate. Wei Qinglan lifted her eyes to assess her, remarking, you are not entirely foolish. What do you mean by that? Jiang Li retorted. Jiang Lisheng would not concede to being foolish, although her mind occasionally faltered. She was not entirely dim-witted. Logically speaking, if the two of them were together, they ought to be met with greater enthusiasm, for, in every respect, she was undoubtedly superior to him. Yet, Aunt Pei incessantly engaged her in conversation, her gaze reminiscent of that directed at one's own daughter. Could it be that she yearned for a daughter whom she never had? Wei Qinglan pondered. Perhaps that gaze was not that of a mother looking at her daughter, but rather that of a mother-in-law sizing up a potential daughter-in-law. What? Jiang Lisheng was taken aback. No, that cannot be. Wei Qinglan regarded her thoughtfully. In the mortal realm, it was common for familial alliances to be forged through marriage. It was likely that the Pei family and the Yun family had an engagement arranged for their offspring. Otherwise, the matriarch of the Pei family would not be so preoccupied with such matters or express intentions to convey messages to the Yun family, particularly about her declining health, presumably to witness her grandson's marriage. Jiang Lisheng was bewildered. If this were indeed the case, what should they do? Should they hasten to clarify their identities? She certainly did not wish to end up with a fiancé, even though young Master Pei was undeniably handsome and appeared quite talented. However, she could not marry him. If a misunderstanding were to occur, leading to the entanglement of fates, it would be disastrous. Wei Qinglan sighed. I am merely speculating. We should inquire with Brother Yun first. Jiang Lisheng urged her to act swiftly. She felt a twinge of regret, realizing how foolish it was to seek free sustenance at the expense of others. Had she not been so gluttonous, Brother Wei would not have indulged her. Now, if trouble truly arose, she would feel embarrassed to explain herself to Brother Yun. This was no trifling matter of merely offering more spirit stones. Wei Qinglan retrieved the communication plate to send a message to the Cloud family, stating that he was currently in Hexensheng with Sister Jiang. He had utilized the jade token bearing the identity of the Yun family, noting the unusual warmth and hospitality from the Pei family, which must indicate some trouble had arisen. He requested clarification from the Yun family regarding the situation. If his suspicions were indeed correct, they would have no choice but to reveal their identities and extend their apologies. Typically, he was not one for excessive words when sending messages, yet today he found himself quite loquacious. He cast a glance at Jiang Lisheng, hoping she would learn from this experience. Jiang Lisheng obediently nodded, assuring him that she would remember and would not dare to repeat her mistakes. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. She understood that in the mortal realm, engagements and relationships were significant matters not to be trifled with. She had not expected that even without her spiritual powers, she could still find herself in trouble. While seated comfortably in the flying boat, they encountered a group of rogue cultivators intent on murder and theft. In her desire to buy some food within the city, her lack of silver and gluttony had led to considerable trouble. Once they entered the secret realm, communication was impossible. Jiang Lisheng could only rise dejectedly, resigned to her fate. Well then, Chapter 72, Departure. After all, she was not the sole architect of this mischief. Her senior Brother Wei was with her, and if the sky were to fall, he would surely bear the burden. With this thought, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly collapsed onto her bed, falling into slumber. Meanwhile, Wei Qinglan remained at the table, his brow furrowed. Hearing the rhythmic sound of breathing from the adjacent room, he was both amused and exasperated, remarking on her carefree nature. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to be frustrated with Jiang Lisheng or with himself. Had he known, he would have refrained from indulging her in mortal delicacies. With utmost caution, Shan Gao gently scratched open Wei Qinglan's door, secretly letting out a satisfied belch. Noticing Wei Qinglan glance at it, it received no objection to its entrance. With a belly full to bursting, it closed the door behind it and ambled over to his feet, whispering softly, marveling at the exquisite flavors of mortal food. Even if the lives of mortals are but a fleeting century, they are still worth experiencing. In the realm of mortals, life is accompanied by aging, illness, and death, alongside poverty and despair. Not all mortals bask in wealth or indulge in delicacies, adorned in silks and satins. Wei Qinglan observed its distended belly and mused that every master has their familiar, and so too, every creature in this world reflects its master's essence. Particularly in the mortal realm, the plight of swine is the most lamentable. Once fattened, they are sent to the slaughterhouse, meeting their end at the hands of the butcher. Shan Gao trembled in fear. I am not a pig. Quite similar, I would argue, Wei Qinglan retorted playfully. Have you not noticed how everyone perceives you as one? Shan Gao fell silent, then corrected itself. The mortal realm is not at all appealing. Wei Qinglan nodded. As long as you have that awareness, it is sufficient. You must think of ways to assist your master in restoring her powers. Otherwise, should she one day abandon her cultivation for the sake of mortal delights and choose to marry, you, as her accompanying swine, would inevitably meet a dire fate. Shan Gao's eyes widened in disbelief. No, that cannot be. Why not? Wei Qinglan replied. After all, she has such a voracious appetite. There is little she cannot accomplish. He raised an eyebrow. Is it not the case that the lord of this city urged me to partake in his lavish feasts? Wei Qinglan produced a sword manual. It is of no consequence. It is merely a hobby, as everyone has their own. Restoring your powers is the priority. Upon hearing this, Shan Gao gazed at him with his not particularly astute mind, staring blankly for quite some time. Pouting slightly, he lay on the ground and murmured softly. That young Master Pei is a young general, riding a magnificent steed, adorned with a sword at his waist, exuding an air of gallantry and charm. Earlier, as he rode past the long street, I noticed many young ladies casting glances in his direction. Even the little maiden stole several looks at him. It is evident that good looks confer advantages, especially with the delectable meals prepared by his household cook. Were I to marry him, his family appears to be of good character. They would surely not consume my dowry, would they? Wei Qinglan lifted her foot and kicked him, urging him to roll away. Shan Gao, feeling a sting in his rear from the kick, bared his teeth but dared not retaliate, swiftly rolling away. After Mrs. Pei and Pei Rong had settled Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lisheng, they proceeded to the study of the city Lord Pei. The trio, gathered together, clearly had matters to discuss. Pei Rong nodded, agreeing with his mother's sentiments regarding most matters, yet he expressed doubt about her gentle temperament. If she were truly gentle, she would not be able to tame a fierce horse. The steed I had my attendant bring to her is indeed a spirited one. It took me half a month to subdue that horse, yet she managed it in less than half an hour. Under her, the horse did not exhibit any restlessness. She merely tapped its neck, and it galloped forth. She clung to its neck and rode down a street, yet the horse halted, displaying remarkable obedience. Still, she was dissatisfied, claiming that riding it was uncomfortable, and she vowed never to mount a horse again. Mrs. Pei chuckled. Isn't that quite all right? If she were overly gentle, she would be incapable of managing the household affairs, leaving you with no concerns for the domestic realm. Upon her words, she cast a sharp glance at Pei Rong. On your very first meeting, you frighten the girl like a wild horse and act malevolently. What if she is startled? Rest assured, even if she is frightened in my presence, I shall ensure her safety. It is only during our initial encounter that I may probe without their notice. Once we enter our residence, given the camaraderie between the Yu and Pei families, such probing would be ill-advised and could provoke disdain. Pei Rong sighed, yet, perhaps mother is overthinking. Observe those siblings. They are both quite carefree. The elder brother is a man, of course, but what of the younger sister? Does she appear to be a daughter content within the confines of her home? From their conversation, it is evident they have traveled extensively and are oblivious to matters at home. Indeed, remarked Madame Pei, turning to Lord Pei. What is your opinion, my dear? Lord Pei pondered before responding. That young lady is undeniably charming, and her elder brother is no ordinary fellow. Should matters progress favorably, it would indeed benefit Rome. Young people gaining experience through travel and considering the world as their home is not a detriment. However, as Rome has expressed, the concern lies not only with the elder brother's lack of stability, but also with the sister potentially indulging in a carefree existence, which would render her unsuitable for Rome. Madame Pei, sitting down, sighed in dismay. With your words, you have extinguished my joy. Alas, if we were to miss out on this young lady. Who knows the temperament of the other daughters of the Yun family? Will they be easy to engage with? And who among them would be inclined to marry? After all, the Pei and Yun families have intermarried for generations. We cannot sever that bond with Rome. Lord Pei is more concerned about Pei Rong's thoughts. What do you think, Rong? Shall we simply allow them to stay for a few days and depart without a word? Or do you wish to keep someone here to marry into the family? Pei Rong pinched his thumb and forefinger together, momentarily unable to decide. Father, let me ponder this. Lord Pei nodded, acknowledging that there was indeed no need for hasty conclusions. It would be rather rash to determine the course of one's life based solely on a single meal. Think it over thoroughly and get to know them better. For this is a matter of great significance. It cannot be taken lightly. The lineage is solely dependent on you, and not only is your son important, but the daughter-in-law you choose is equally crucial. Marrying the wrong woman could ruin a life. Thus, utmost caution is essential. Wei Qinglan held a sword manual, yet his mind was elsewhere. He extended his spiritual awareness, enveloping the entire Lord's residence, listening intently to the conversations of everyone within, including the family of the Lord. As he had suspected, there was indeed a marriage contract between the two families. He pressed his fingers against his forehead, and after a moment's contemplation, he rose and went next door. He burst into the room and abruptly pulled the sleeping Jiang Lisheng from her bed. Wake up, we must leave at once. Chapter 73. Let us depart. Jiang Lisheng was in the midst of a deep slumber when Wei Qinglan roused her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Rubbing her eyes, she appeared dazed. Wei Xixiang, what is the matter? Why are you being so rude? Wei Qinglan retorted bluntly, if I don't act rudely, I fear I won't be able to wake you. Do you intend to stay here and marry? In an instant, all remnants of sleep vanished from Jiang Lisheng's mind. Her eyes widened in shock. Who is getting married? The Yun family and the Pei family are bound by a marriage contract, and the matriarch of the Pei family wishes to meet with the Yun family, primarily concerning her grandson's matrimonial affairs. By a stroke of fate, we have encountered each other. If we linger any longer, and if Pei Rong truly develops an affection for you, yet you are not genuinely a member of the Yun family, how do you envision the resolution of this predicament? Jiang Lisheng promptly leapt from her bed, exclaiming, let us depart quickly. She frantically searched for her shoes, and upon finding them, she grabbed one in hand, slipping it on as she hurried outside. Wei Qinglan grasped her arm, insisting, we cannot leave in such a manner. Even if we clarify matters face to face, it will still incite complications. The more we engage, the more words will be wasted, and the greater the chance of further trouble. It is far better to compose a letter of explanation and leave a token of gratitude as an apology. Avoiding direct confrontation would likely yield a more favorable outcome. The remaining matters can be entrusted to Brother Yun to manage with the Yun family. Jiang Lisheng reflected on his words and conceded, indeed, Brother Wei, your foresight is commendable. She gazed at him with admiration, urging, please, write swiftly. I shall rummage through my storage ring to see if there are any useful items left by that old man. She recognized that she had assumed the identity of the intruder, and as the one who stirred up trouble, it was only right that she provided the apology gift. Wei Qinglan nodded, knowing that the tables of nobility are always adorned with writing materials. He seated himself, furrowing his brow as he pondered the appropriate words to inscribe. As Jiang Lisheng sifted through her storage ring, she furtively glanced at him, noting the tension in his brow, which indicated his discomfort with the task. Fearing that if she continued to observe him, he might toss down his brush and demand that she take over, she diligently focused on her own search. With great caution, Jiang Lisheng inquired, might this be too meager? In the mortal realm, pearls are esteemed treasures. This box you possess contains over 100 of them, and as they are Eastern pearls, they are even more precious. It is unlikely that any royal treasury would boast such a collection, while it may not be priceless. It certainly suffices as an apology gift. Wei Qinglan pressed the box onto the rice paper, contemplated for a moment, and then retrieved a luminous pearl from her storage ring, adding it for the sake of auspiciousness in pairs. Jiang Lisheng gathered the remaining items into her storage ring, reflecting on the exorbitance of this meal. Not only had they received a gift of apology, but she also needed to follow up with the Yun family, which would be quite costly. Wei Qinglan cast her a glance, rubbed her wrist, and stood up, pondering whether to search for the black market. Forget it. Let us depart swiftly to Daxiao Mountain to find Brother Chun. Jiang Lisheng now had no desire for any snacks. The cost was too great. Should such incidents occur twice more, she would be compelled to forsake snacks for life. Her master had failed to break this habit, yet she believed others might succeed. The mortal world was truly daunting. Observing Jiang Lisheng's eagerness to leave Hexin City, Wei Qinglan nodded, summoning a beam of golden light to envelop her. She then lifted the sleeping mountain cream from outside and brought it in, and in the blink of an eye, the trio vanished from the Lord's mansion. As dusk fell, Pei Rong arrived at the courtyard where the siblings resided, finding it remarkably tranquil. A few servants, wary of disturbing their esteemed guests, stood guard at the entrance, refraining from conversation. Upon seeing their master, the attendants promptly rose to pay their respects, with one whispering, "Since noon." The two esteemed guests have remained inactive and have not ventured out, likely exhausted and still resting. Pei Rong nodded, glanced at the sky, pondered for a moment, and then entered the courtyard. The doors of the two rooms were tightly shut. He recalled which room Wei Qinglan occupied and approached the door, gently knocking. "Yun Xiong," he called out, but there was no response from within. He called out a couple more times, yet silence reigned. As a martial artist, his senses were more acute than those of ordinary men, and he sensed something amiss. The room seemed devoid of life. He pushed the door, which opened easily, revealing an empty interior. Puzzled, he moved to the adjacent room and called, "Yin Gunyang?" Still, there was no answer. Without hesitation, he pushed open that door as well. Discovering it was also vacant, he turned to his servants and inquired, "Did you not say someone was resting? Where have they gone? Where are the people?" No one." The servants exchanged bewildered glances. "We have been guarding the courtyard and haven't seen anyone leave." "Are you certain you haven't been slacking off or dozing?" Pei Rong questioned. "Absolutely not, young master, we assure you," the three replied in unison. Pei Rong furrowed his brow and first entered Jiang Lisheng's room, finding only the bed in disarray, while everything else remained untouched, indicating someone had indeed slept there. He then proceeded to Wei Qinglan's room, where the bed showed no signs of use, and all furnishings were in their original positions. However, on the desk, there was an additional item. He approached the table and discovered a fist-sized luminous pearl, a rectangular box, beneath which lay a letter. He paused momentarily, removed the items, and picked up the letter. After reading it, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He opened the long box to reveal a collection of Eastern pearls, their quality likely surpassing even that of imperial tributes. He closed the box, reread the letter, and after standing in silence for a moment, took the items and letter before exiting the room to meet his parents. Lord Pei and his wife were in the reception hall, awaiting Pei Rong to summon the siblings for dinner. The kitchen had received a generous reward at noon, and they had put in even more effort for the evening meal. With ample time at their disposal, the dinner was far more sumptuous than that of midday. Pei Rong's expression was neither particularly good nor bad. He pressed his lips together and handed a letter to his parents. "Father, Mother, please read the letter before we speak further." Lady Pei, puzzled, inquired, "What letter?" Lord Pei reached out to take it, and Lady Pei leaned closer to him to read. After a moment, they exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. To their surprise, the individuals in question were not from the Yun family, but rather from a celestial sect. They were affiliated with the same school as one member of the Yun family, and carried the Yun family's jade token for convenience while traveling. They had not anticipated encountering the Pei family in Hushin City. Out of courtesy, they felt compelled to visit but were reluctant to impose. Hence they left a letter and a token of apology, wishing the Pei family prosperity and expressing hopes that the young Master Pei, a remarkable youth, would find a suitable match. The final line made it clear that upon learning of the engagement between the Pei and Yun families, they felt it inappropriate to continue their involvement, lest they disrupt the arrangement, and thus departed without further ado. The reception hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard, punctuated only by Lady Pei's audible intake of breath. After a brief pause, Lord Pei sighed and remarked to Pei Rong, "No wonder their demeanor is exceptional, their words and actions unlike ordinary folk. They are indeed of celestial origin. I was hasty in my request for you to bring them here upon hearing of the Yun family's arrival in the city. We nearly made a grave error." Chapter 74. A sense of regret. This night pearl is extraordinarily large. There lies a box of Eastern pearls, numbering in the hundreds. It is not that I have not encountered wonders, but rather that during a visit to the Empress Dowager, I beheld pearls upon her head that were not only larger, but possessed a luster far superior to these. Indeed, such treasures are befitting those of the celestial realms, effortlessly exquisite. Though the endeavor was in vain, resulting in a misunderstanding, it hardly warrants such an extravagant apology gift. Madame Pei expressed her sentiments repeatedly, observing her husband, the city Lord Pei, nodding in agreement, while her son remained ensconced in silence. With a sigh, she remarked, "Rong, it is fortunate that your acquaintance with that young lady was but a fleeting encounter, with scarcely a few words exchanged. It would be truly troubling if such a moment were to spark notions of none but her will do in your heart. Otherwise, this situation would indeed be quite difficult to bear. Pei Rong silently nodded, acknowledging his mother's wisdom. He had no such extravagant thoughts, yet his heart was undeniably stirred. He softly mused. The person vanished within the room, leaving no trace, while the servants stationed outside remained oblivious. So this is the essence of those from the celestial realms? To traverse freely, unrestrained, while even the most exalted of mortals cannot contend with them. Naturally, those of the celestial order possess such remarkable abilities. To move about effortlessly is but a triviality. There are those with the power to summon the winds and part the seas. The exalted rulers sustain a host of heavenly masters and sages. And while they may not be able to confront the celestial sects, they would not dare to offend the major sects lightly. The city lord Pei reflected, otherwise. Do you suppose the Yun family of Yinshan City, despite their secluded position, has remained steadfast through countless dynastic changes? It is, of course, due to the protection of the celestial sect. In this generation of his family, descendants have been selected to ascend Kunlun mountain in search of the Tao. My ancestors from the Pei family also had a similar experience, albeit producing only a scattered cultivator. However, due to the rescue of the Yun family's head, our two families forged a bond that has lasted for generations, intertwined in friendship for centuries. Yet, to our dismay, our lineage has dwindled, leading to our gradual decline. In your generation, the distance between our families has grown, and we have not interacted for quite some time. Thus, your grandmother and I have resolved to renew the engagement. Hoping for the Yun family's support, Pei Rong nodded, realizing that the names Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lisheng were indeed their true identities. It seems they are not actual siblings. They have adopted the identities of the Yun family while traversing the world, likely for convenience, referring to each other as siblings. The fact that they possess a jade token representing the Yun family indicates a significant connection with those of the Yun family within the immortal sect. Lady Pei expressed her regret. Such remarkable children are simply not fated to be intertwined with our Pei family, as they seem reluctant to maintain any ties and have departed without notice. Indeed, the Lord of Pei City remarked, our family has been passed down through 3 generations without a daughter. Otherwise, we might have sent one to the immortal sect to see if she could remain. What if the Yun family does not wish to renew the engagement and instead offers a daughter in marriage? It is not surprising that Lord Pei harbors such concerns. The Pei family has indeed fallen into a state of decline. He feels his capabilities are limited, and as the lord of a city, he has reached the pinnacle of his potential, unable to ascend any higher. Despite having a long-standing connection with the Yun family spanning centuries, the absence of communication for over a decade leaves him apprehensive of their disdain. This anxiety has been compounded by his mother's deteriorating health and his son's impending marriageable age, which has caused him to hesitate in reaching out to the Yun family. However, he did not anticipate that a mere 2-day delay would lead to this predicament. As for the marriage, he suddenly finds himself indifferent. If his son lacks talent, the support of the Yun family would be futile. Conversely, if his son possesses merit, there would be no need for the Yun family's assistance, as he would be capable of upholding the Pei family's legacy on his own. Lord Pei feels a sense of comfort in this realization, understanding that relying on others is not as dependable as self-reliance. Madame Pei, concerned for her son's hardships, believes that beneficial alliances are advantageous, and without a suitable marriage, her son will face his struggles alone. Pei Rong, choosing not to voice any further thoughts, rises to leave for the military. Go on. You were meant to depart for the military this morning. Do not delay any longer. Lord Pei gestures dismissively. Madame Pei reminds him, the sword knows no mercy. Please take care. After a moment of hesitation, she hands him something. Pei Rong carefully folds the letter and tucks it into his bosom before turning to depart. Once he leaves, Madame Pei realizes he has not even dined, although dinner was already laid out. Silently, she gazes at the untouched feast and remarks to Lord Pei, my dear, I fear our son's heart may be heavy with this matter. It has likely left an indelible mark on his spirit. She reflects, indeed. There are always those beyond us and heights beyond the mountains. Madame Pei naturally hoped for favorable outcomes. These 2 items were indeed exceedingly precious. What should be done? Should we keep them, or send them to the Yun family? Let us keep them for now and see how the Yun family responds. Then we shall decide, suggested Lord Pei. Madame Pei nodded in agreement. He envisioned the celestial beings of the immortal realm, ethereal and lofty, gazing down upon mortals with disdain, as if they were mere insects. Yet she was different, resembling an ordinary young lady. And then there was Wei Qinglan, engaging in light-hearted conversation without a hint of scorn. Though somewhat aloof, he maintained a decorum that surpassed that of the Yun family, leaving no room for doubt in his mind. He dismounted his horse. Pei Rong nodded and strode into the military camp. Treasured ones, monthly votes, kisses. Chapter 75. Calculations. Jiang Lisheng sat aboard the flying vessel, leaning over the railing to gaze downwards as the clouds enveloped the craft, watching the distant river New City fade beneath her. She reflected that had it not been for the long-standing marital ties between the Pei and Yun families, where Madame Pei regarded her as if she were to become a future daughter-in-law, she would have surely bid a proper farewell. Now, it would only hurt feelings and lead to awkwardness. Thus she resolved to remain unseen. What? Are you reluctant? Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Lisheng sighed. Brother Wei, you wouldn't understand. During my time at Qingshu, I was loathed by all. Upon arriving at Kunlun, things improved somewhat. Yet now, though I am masquerading as a member of the Yun family, I am still myself. It's rare for someone to regard me with such delight, so naturally. I feel a pang of reluctance. Wei Qinglan unreservedly remarked. Were it not for your assumed identity as a member of the Yun family, Madame Pei would hardly take such pleasure in your presence. Humph. Jiang Lisheng turned her face away, ignoring him. Wei Qinglan's humor is quite amusing. How did she become so detestable in Qingshu? Could it be that the rumors surrounding her are indeed true? Jiang Lisheng puffed her cheeks and nodded. Most of them are likely accurate. No wonder, if you were to cause trouble in Kunlun as you do in Qingshu, you would certainly be cast into the cliff of despair for eternity. She understood Chu Licheng's temperament, since he had already barred Ji Fulling from entering the secret realm. He must have believed her to a considerable extent. Once she entered the secret realm, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist searching Ji Fulling's soul, and once that happened, the truth would inevitably come to light. At the time of the incident, the situation was so urgent that no one could have anticipated the necessity of a soul search. She certainly hadn't, and she owed a debt of gratitude to senior brother Wei. As time passed, it seemed he was somewhat entangled in the matter. After Jiang Lisheng finished speaking, she noticed Wei Qinglan tilting his head, lost in thought. Following his gaze, she wondered, is that the military camp of the mortal realm? I have only seen descriptions of military camps in illustrations, and they appear quite grand. Indeed, Jiang Lisheng scrutinized closely. Is Master Pei's military service associated with that very camp? Perhaps. Jiang Lisheng failed to notice his sudden reticence. Her curiosity piqued. Were it not for the troubles it would cause, she would certainly wish to take a glimpse of the military camp in the mortal realm. It is said that entry is restricted, but with you, senior brother Wei, I am sure we would go unnoticed. Wei Qinglan chose to ignore her. Upon realizing his silence, Jiang Lisheng sensed something was amiss. Senior brother Wei, why have you ceased to speak? Wei Qinglan did not look at her. If you are curious, should I toss you down instead? Please, no. Jiang Lisheng declined, stating that without you, he feared he might not survive even a cup of tea. In the mortal realm, outsiders entering a military camp would likely be treated as spies, captured and executed, wouldn't they? Wei Qinglan nodded, acknowledging the weight of the situation. With a stoic expression, he remarked, aren't you the one who hasn't had enough sleep? Go to your room and rest. No, came the reply. What about senior brother Chen? He's unavailable as well. Jiang Lisheng sighed, pondering the events that had transpired, bewildered by their inability to establish contact. Senior brother Yun is truly remarkable. His face reflected deep gratitude. He never anticipated that their troubles would burden him. Yet he neither complained nor assigned blame. Wei Qinglan lowered his gaze to the communication board, noting that while senior brother Yun did not reproach him for the situation, he was inquiring why he was once again in the company of junior sister Jiang, and why he had ventured to the mortal realm's Hexin city under the guise of a member of the Yun family. Jiang Lisheng looked at him and asked, is this the end of the matter? Will there be no further discussion? Is your communication always this straightforward? Wei Qinglan nodded, assuring him that he could now rest easy and should take the opportunity to sleep. It was indeed more reassuring when this individual was asleep. Jiang Lisheng yawned, feeling a weight lift from his mind, and the onset of drowsiness was swift. Very well, I shall retire now. Without spiritual energy, the mortal body was truly wearisome. Thus, mortals were prone to illness and fatigue, often unable to attain sufficient rest. She must find a way to restore her spiritual energy, at the very least. She wished to sleep on her own terms, rather than being compelled by her body's limitations. Chapter 76. Conscience. The flying vessel arrived at Dakia Mountain, and Wei Qinglan used his spiritual sense to investigate. The entire mountain appeared shrouded in mist, as if enveloped in a colossal barrier that obstructed his awareness from penetrating further. She opened her eyes and dashed out of the room, her voice resounding. "What is it, Brother Wei? Have we encountered those nefarious villains once more? Engaged in a struggle for treasure?" Shan Gao cast her a disdainful glance, muttering, "What nonsense! There isn't even a ghostly shadow in sight. We can't even approach the mountain." Jiang Lisheng also observed the absence of anyone. It was evident that no confrontation had occurred. Yet, the flying vessel had collided with great force. With a puzzled expression, she surveyed her surroundings, only to find Wei Qinglan ignoring her. She lowered her head to adjust her clothing. Though she felt there was little to arrange, merely a slight tug at the collar, likely due to the stifling heat of the room, which had caused her to unknowingly pull it askew in her sleep. She swiftly tidied her collar and leaned closer to him, peering over the edge of the cabin to see nothing below. "What were you all doing just now?" The commotion was quite loud. "This mountain is shrouded in a barrier," Wei Qinglan replied. "That is certainly the case. Isn't a barrier set at the entrance of every secret realm?" Jiang Lisheng tilted her head, perplexed by his assertion. "No." Wei Qinglan shook his head. "Barriers are only established at the entrance. Once the secret realm is activated, the barrier vanishes. However, this entire mountain is enveloped in a barrier." "Oh, I see. It's reminiscent of the Bitter Mountain. After Brother Chun and I fell into Bitter Mountain, it felt as if we had entered a vast urn. No matter how long we flew on our swords, it was futile. We could not escape." Jiang Lisheng gazed at the towering mountains, wondering if Brother Chun had sent any messages. Could he have entered and become trapped? Upon hearing this, Wei Qinglan's thoughts stirred. He extended his consciousness to probe the area and, after a moment, nodded. "Perhaps you are correct. It seems to resemble a formation." He added that it must be an exceedingly advanced formation. He specialized in swordsmanship and was not particularly well-versed in formations. He could recognize ordinary ones. But when it came to highly sophisticated arrays, such as the Bitter Mountain array he had encountered, he truly lacked understanding and mistakenly regarded it as a mere barrier. As for Chunlian, Jiang Lisheng scratched his head, unable to concern himself with that. It was not that she was lacking in righteousness, but rather that she could hardly manage her own affairs, let alone take care of others. Chen Shixiang would have to fend for himself. Wei Qinglan could not suppress her irritation. Chen Luyan had shared life and death experiences with her at Bitter Mountain, and now that he might be trapped, she found herself unwilling to intervene. She could not help but think, if one day she found herself ensnared, she would likely utter the same words of indifference. Her expression darkened at the thought. What if I were trapped inside? Then I would be utterly helpless. If you can be ensnared, how could I possibly rescue you? Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, Wei Qinglan reached out, grasped her collar, and unceremoniously hurled her from the flying vessel. Jiang Lisheng plummeted straight down, stunned and convinced she was doomed to meet her end. What was Wei Shixiang thinking? Was he intent on murder? Yet, before committing such an act, why not offer her a warning, so she might brace herself? The mountain puff also appeared taken aback, wearing a bewildered expression. However, its instincts were quicker than its thoughts. With a swift leap from the flying vessel, it opened its large mouth to catch Jiang Lisheng. Yet, her descent was far too rapid. It attempted several times, but failed to grasp her. Just as it seemed she would crash to the ground, a blanket materialized out of thin air, catching her just before impact. Jiang Lisheng's face turned pale with fright as she lay on the blanket, gasping for breath. Sheng-O, with his feet on the ground, watched her closely and squatted beside her, also panting heavily. Wei Qinglan descended from the flying vessel, clad in a flowing robe. Standing before Jiang Lisheng, gazing down at her, he inquired once more, "If it were I who were trapped, what would you do?" Jiang Lisheng stared vacantly at the sky, her eyes devoid of life, weakly responding, "I would save you, find a way to rescue you, even if it meant shattering my bones in the process." For such a statement, she nearly wished to throw him to his demise. Was it truly necessary? Wei Qinglan nodded, gathered the blanket, and with a wave of his hand, a magical artifact appeared and then vanished into thin air. It seemed he was reluctant to allow Jiang Lisheng even a moment longer of repose, ultimately casting her onto the ground with an air of indifference. "Remember this," he stated, "do not become a heartless person." Jiang Lisheng retorted, "I wish to be a person of conscience, but one must possess the ability to do so. Resolved not to rise, she remained on the ground, her anger brewing into a fervent accusation. Wei Qinglan, are you even human? I am now devoid of spiritual power, reduced to a mere waste. And yet you subject me to such inhumane treatment and impose such cruel demands. Have you even consulted your conscience? Has it been devoured by a dog? Wei Qinglan paid no heed to her furious remonstrations. One day, you will regain your spiritual power, but until then, do not concern yourself with my conscience. First, learn to cultivate your own. Jiang Lisheng was momentarily silenced. Wei Qinglan pressed on. Have you cultivated your conscience yet? It was as if he were implying that if she did not, he would cast her down once more, compelling her to truly develop a sense of conscience. Jiang Lisheng, exasperated, replied, I have cultivated it. I have. Is that satisfactory? Wei Qinglan nodded, turning away without casting another glance at her, instead surveying their surroundings. It's fine now, rise. Jiang Lisheng was reluctant to get up. Would he just throw her down again? She lay motionless on the ground. Noticing her lack of movement, Wei Qinglan urged, you understand formations. Quickly rise and help me devise a plan. My knowledge of formations is rather superficial. What could I possibly contribute? You overestimate my abilities. Jiang Lisheng rolled her eyes, recalling how stiflingly hot it had been aboard the airship. She couldn't fathom the reason for such oppressive warmth. Could it be due to the heated jade bed? The ground felt pleasantly cool beneath her. As Wei Qinglan bent down to pull her up, Jiang Lisheng rolled away to evade his grasp. Just because you ask me to rise, does that mean I will? Is it you who insists on throwing me down for your own satisfaction, only to wish for my cooperation now? Suddenly, a dark hole appeared behind her, and she found herself plummeting into it. Wei Qinglan reacted swiftly, grasping her wrist, but the gravitational pull of the black hole was too strong, dragging him in as well. Even the clever mountain dog clung to Wei Qinglan's ankle, but was ultimately swept along with them. Chapter 77. Hold tight, surrounded by utter darkness. They felt as though they were falling into a void. The world spun around them as gusts of wind surged, a tempest enveloping them. Jiang Lisheng experienced a sensation reminiscent of her first venture into the secret realm within Ruxu. Surely, this cannot be another entrance to a secret realm? She pondered. How could it feel so similar? Is it so easy to access a secret realm? This seems far too casual. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. The bitter mountain had already been destroyed by her hands. Even if they were to be transported, it could not lead them back to Bitter Mountain. Wei Qinglan, brother Wei. Jiang Lisheng felt her entire body ache as if caught in a tempest, but her wrist was firmly grasped by a warm hand, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Recognizing it was Wei Qinglan, she feared that he might be forced to part ways with her, just as Ruxu had. At that moment, she still possessed some spiritual power for protection. Now, however, she was devoid of it, uncertain of where she might be transported. If left alone, she would undoubtedly be devoured by some lurking creature. She did not yet wish for her demise. At this moment, she deeply regretted her decision to lay on the ground, obstinately refusing to rise. Although the earth beneath her was cool and comfortable, it was filthy, merely dirt, grass, or mud, and she had even rolled about in it. What folly was that? Now, she was forced to face the consequences of her own actions. As Wei Qinglan fell into the black hole alongside Jiang Lisheng, he felt the repulsive force and pressure of the abyss. He could only suppress his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, the black hole continued to reject him, attempting to expel him. With no other choice, he reduced his power even further, but the black hole, undeterred, escalated its efforts, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Angered, his eyes blazed with intensity. No longer willing to restrain his cultivation, he restored it to the late golden core stage. With one hand gripping Jiang Lisheng's wrist tightly, and the other drawing his sword, he unleashed a furious wave of sword energy, sweeping through the storm with the force of a mountain cleaving the earth. The surrounding air momentarily stilled under the weight of his sword intent before being violently swept away once more. Wei Qinglan continued to strike with his sword, and upon hearing Jiang Lisheng call out to him, he gritted his teeth and replied, I am here. Although Jiang Lisheng heard his voice, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at her heart. Brother Wei, you won't abandon me, will you? He felt as though he could scarcely hold her hand any longer. I was wrong, truly wrong. I possess a conscience. I am certain I can learn to embrace it. Even if I lack conscience towards others, I will undoubtedly have it for you. You cannot disregard me. Wei Qinglan, please speak. Wei Qinglan felt her head was on the verge of exploding and could only helplessly interject. urging her to be silent. Jiang Lisheng sensed his wrist growing weak, fear surging to its zenith. Suddenly, fueled by an unknown strength, her other hand grasped wildly towards the direction of his voice. After several attempts, she finally caught hold of him, seemingly clenching his neck. With a fierce resolve, she tightened her grip, securing him firmly. Wei Qinglan halted his sword hand, his entire body freezing in place. Jiang Lisheng pressed against him, weakly gasping, Wei Xixiang, I have offended. Though she spoke of her offense, her hand remained steadfastly gripping him. Wei Qinglan felt as if his neck might be crushed. It was remarkable how she summoned such strength amidst the storm. He found it difficult to wield his sword, yet she managed to draw near him. It was indeed quite a skill. Wei Qinglan remained silent for a considerable time, refraining from wielding his sword again. Jiang Lisheng called out once more, Wei Xixiao. Taking a deep breath, Wei Qinglan decided to sheath his sword and envelop her tempest-tossed form in his embrace, holding her close. His voice betrayed no emotion. I am here, do not shout. I will not let you go. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lisheng pressed herself into his embrace, finally finding some solace. That's a relief. I was terrified. Wei Qinglan remained silent, enveloping herself in spiritual energy, indifferent to the tempest's attempts to tear them apart, allowing the force to draw her and Jiang Lisheng deeper into the shadowy abyss. The mountain spirit, though blind, possessed keen hearing, discerning their words with clarity, resolutely mimicking Jiang Lisheng's determination to remain silent. It feared that uttering a sound would seal its own fate. Time slipped away, and Jiang Lisheng felt herself on the verge of drifting into slumber within Wei Qinglan's embrace as they continued their spiraling descent. Wei Qinglan tightened her hold around Jiang Lisheng's waist, the grip so firm it ached to the bone. Yet this pressure offered Jiang Lisheng a sense of security. She had long since released her hold on his neck, curling up within his arms, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, yet somehow she felt less afraid. Humans are indeed peculiar. In the face of overwhelming fear, the mere presence of another can bring solace, particularly when that individual is Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng stifled a yawn, murmuring, Brother Wei, this wretched black hole seems endless, as if it will never cease. She couldn't recall the last time she had entered, but it felt like it hadn't been too long ago. Wei Qinglan remained silent. Jiang Lisheng assumed he too was growing weary. Are you tired as well? I'm about to fall asleep. No sleeping allowed. Wei Qinglan endured the torment of the storm, continuously resisting it. Even after all this time, she remained steadfast in her rejection of him, as if he alone could not navigate the perilous realm, yet the intensity of her aversion seemed to aim at his destruction. Jiang Lisheng finally discerned something amiss in his voice. She reached out to touch him, only to find her hand damp, a sensation that did not resemble sweat, but rather had a sticky quality akin to blood. Her expression shifted dramatically. Wei, Brother Wei, are you in distress? You're bleeding. Yes. Are you rejecting me? Have you not suppressed your cultivation? It's futile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng's hands trembled as she fumbled in her storage ring, relying on instinct. After a prolonged search, she retrieved the prized fruit he had originally gifted her and shakily pressed it toward his lips. What is this? The fruit you gave me. Eat it quickly, Jiang Lisheng insisted, forcefully placing it in his mouth. The fruit from Buzhou Mountain was reputed to possess restorative properties. It was essential that he endure. We are both useless. It all depends on you now. Shangao, who had been listening from behind, refrained from speaking, pondering its own insignificance. Wei Qinglan swallowed the first piece, barely finishing it when Jiang Lisheng offered him another, which he accepted, and she continued to feed him 3 in total, unperturbed. For these were gifts returned to their rightful owner. True to its origin from the divine realm of Buzhou, the fruit worked wonders. After consuming 3 pieces, Wei Qinglan finally felt somewhat better. That's enough. Jiang Lisheng sighed in relief and advised him. If that's insufficient, I still have 1 left. I've only eaten 1, and there are 2 remaining. You must take care of yourself and protect us both. Wei Qinglan lacked the strength to argue further and simply acquiesced with a faint acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Shangao also yearned for a taste of the fruit, though its rough exterior and resilient nature were beginning to show signs of wear. Yet its mouth clamped firmly around Wei Qinglan's ankle, refusing to relent even in death. Desperately hoping for a solid foothold that would allow it to open its jaws and plead with Jiang Lisheng for a share of the remaining 2 fruits. Perhaps its silent entreaty bore fruit, for moments later, the tempest abruptly ceased, and the world before them was illuminated by a brilliant light as the trio began their rapid descent. Wei Qinglan tightened his embrace around Jiang Lisheng and called out, "Shangao, let go." Shangao immediately released its grip. In an instant, Wei Qinglan, holding Jiang Lisheng, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, followed by another. The trio landed in a daze. Jiang Lisheng lay atop Wei Qinglan as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, while Shangao collapsed nearby with a muffled groan. Jiang Lisheng should have been the first to fall, but in that fleeting moment of descent, Wei Qinglan had reversed their fates, preventing her from becoming a mere cushion. Jiang Lisheng hastily scrambled to her feet, anxiety etched on her face. "Wei Shixiang, are you all right?" Wei Qinglan's complexion was ashen, his lips stained with blood, and he cast a fleeting glance at her without uttering a word. Jiang Lisheng beheld his tattered clothing, revealing skin marred by numerous lacerations. 2 crimson lines etched along his neck. The origin of his other injuries remained a mystery, likely inflicted by the storm. But the wounds on his neck were surely a result of her desperate grasp as she clung to him for dear life. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Lisheng as she crouched beside him, feeling utterly helpless. "Wei Shixiang, can you still stand? Do you need any medicinal pills? I can fetch them for you." Wei Qinglan, devoid of strength, managed a weak glance at her before shutting his eyes. Jiang Lisheng, fearing that he might lose consciousness, hurriedly took his pulse. After assessing his condition, her anxiety intensified. "Brother Wei, it seems that your spiritual realm has been injured again. Your spiritual energy is wildly fluctuating. Please, do not sleep. If you do, we have no idea where we are, and I cannot manage alone." She rummaged through her storage bag and retrieved 2 bottles of Tianxiang Dan, compensation from Zhao Kursen. She uncorked the bottles and poured the pills into his mouth. Wei Qinglan's mind was clouded. He was indeed on the verge of succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet Jiang Lisheng's words compelled him to muster a semblance of vitality and swallow the pills she had forced upon him. Recognizing that one pill might not suffice in his condition, Jiang Lisheng decided to feed him one after another, ultimately administering both bottles. As the 2 bottles of pills took effect, although no miraculous results were immediately evident, the chaotic fluctuations of Wei Qinglan's spiritual energy gradually diminished, and he found the strength to open his eyes. Jiang Lisheng quickly assisted him in rising from the ground. "Brother Wei, can you still meditate and regulate your energy by yourself?" Wei Qinglan nodded, first casting a cleansing spell upon himself. Noticing Jiang Lisheng's equally disheveled appearance, he performed a cleansing spell for her as well. However, this left him slightly breathless. Jiang Lisheng, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What are you doing at a time like this? You should be meditating." Ignoring her, Wei Qinglan insisted, "Turn around." Jiang Lisheng, puzzled, asked why. "I need to change my clothes," he replied. Jiang Lisheng was exasperated. Was changing clothing truly more pressing than meditating? Wei Qinglan, disdainful of his tattered garments, turned away. Frustrated, Jiang Lisheng had no choice but to comply and turned her back as well. Wei Qinglan struggled to retrieve a clean set of clothes from his storage ring, laboriously changing while surveying his surroundings. He and Jiang Lisheng currently found themselves in a deep pit, approximately 3 feet deep and over 10 zhang wide. It appeared that during his descent, he had lost control of his spiritual energy, resulting in the creation of this substantial crater. Above the pit was a lush expanse, adorned with trees and grass, while the mountain ginseng lay feebly amidst the foliage. At present, the location remained uncertain. The pit was filled with earth, and naturally, he wished to avoid lingering there. He turned to Jiang Lisheng and said, "Help me up. You should meditate swiftly. It's not life-threatening." Jiang Lisheng hesitated briefly before extending her hand to assist him. The 3-foot pit was not particularly deep, and they soon emerged from it. Only then did Jiang Lisheng take the opportunity to observe their surroundings. They were situated in a mountainous area, surrounded by verdant trees, and an unusual silence enveloped them, devoid of even the calls of birds. She turned to Wei Qinglan, her voice unconsciously softening. "Brother Wei, can you discern where we are? I noticed several plants that resemble those described in ancient texts as being exclusive to Qingyao Mountain. The ancient records mention a particular herb found on Qingyao Mountain, resembling an orchid with square stems, yellow flowers, and red fruits, known as sunko. Consuming it enhances one's complexion and nourishes beauty." As she spoke, she suddenly turned to Wei Qinglan. "Given your injuries, could it be that consuming this herb might aid in your recovery?" Wei Qinglan nodded. If it truly were sunko, it would indeed facilitate healing. Without hesitation, Jiang Lisheng exclaimed, "Wait here, I shall gather some for you." since she was unable to refine pills for him at this moment. If the herb proved effective, consuming it would suffice to yield beneficial results. Wei Qinglan took the fruit and tossed a plant-bearing fruit to the distant Shang-O. True to Jiang Lisheng's words, she consumed 2 fruits before chewing on the roots and stems. Jiang Lisheng felt a slight desire to partake as well. Yet there was nothing within her reach, and since she was unharmed, she deemed it inappropriate to compete for food with the others. Shang-O opened its large mouth and swallowed a plant with fruit whole, smacking its lips as if it had tasted nothing of significance. Struggling to rise from the ground, it looked at Jiang Lisheng with a pitiable expression and said, "I wish to eat the jia fruit too." "Eat what?" Jiang Lisheng replied, not even glancing at it. "What use are you? You cannot even serve as a meat cushion. If you could, Brother Wei would not have sustained such severe injuries." Shang-O immediately felt wronged. "It's not that I don't want to be a meat cushion. Just look at the deep pit you all created." He feared for my safety and told me to let go. Jiang Lisheng snorted. "You are tough-skinned and muscled. A sword could not pierce you. Are you truly afraid of being crushed? What need do you have for the jia fruit? Your cultivation at the late golden core stage cannot be compared to the sword used by that Kunlun. I too was injured from the fall. See these wounds all over me. One could indeed be crushed. Do you understand, you insufferable creature?" Only then did Jiang Lisheng turn to look at it, noticing its once sleek fur now resembling that of a dog-esque chew, its body marred with bloodstains. Acknowledging that it spoke the truth, she still deemed it impossible to give it the jia fruit. However, seeing its deeply aggrieved demeanor, she fetched a bottle of qi-nourishing pills and a packet of snacks from her storage ring and tossed them to it. "This is the last packet of snacks. I'll give it to you." Initially filled with grievances, Shang-O's mood brightened. It used its paw to uncork the bottle and lowered its head to consume the elixir first. At this moment, the elixir proved far more beneficial than mere snacks. Although this nourishing pill was not as effective as the fragrant pill she had given to Wei Qinglan, it still brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, this girl had always been rather frugal, so any morsel offered to her was a welcome gift. In Chapter 79, titled Rescue, after consuming 2 stalks of sun grass, the skin on Wei Qinglan's neck, wrists, and cheeks rapidly formed scabs. Jiang Lisheng marveled at its efficacy. It truly worked wonders. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Wei Xixiao, are you certain you do not need to meditate? Shall we proceed further and seek out more sungrass? I wish to partake as well." She touched her face, pondering the beauty-enhancing properties of the grass. It can indeed enhance one's appearance, can it not? It nourishes the skin and rejuvenates. I too desire to become more beautiful. Wei Qinglan observed her closely, having already noticed that amidst the tempest, she seemed largely unscathed. Her skin remained as supple and fair as ever, and her entire being was untouched by the storm. While he had shielded her from harm, he was acutely aware that such protection was not something he could claim to provide entirely, especially since there had been a time when he had nearly failed to safeguard himself. Particularly, both he and Shan Gao bore severe injuries. Yet she was still able to leap and dance about, a stark contrast to the ordinary mortal state. Seeing Wei Qinglan's gaze fixed upon her, Jiang Lisheng straightened her posture and challenged, "What is it that you are staring at? It is only natural to desire beauty. Why should you alone be permitted to be handsome while others are denied the same aspiration?" Wei Qinglan smirked slightly. "I am merely observing how you remain unscathed." Jiang Lisheng blinked innocently. "Am I not allowed some indulgence? Is it not due to your constant use of spiritual energy to protect me?" Wei Qinglan shook his head. "No, that is not the case. I cannot guarantee that you will remain unscathed." Jiang Lisheng scratched her head, reminiscing about the last time she fell into the bitter mountain without sustaining any injuries, merely becoming disoriented. "When I was younger, I was quite resilient to blows and falls. Even if you were to strike me, it would be difficult for me to cough up blood. At most, I would simply lose consciousness. My master once tested my endurance by attempting to beat me, curious to discover just how much I could withstand. He later concluded that as long as I wasn't devoured whole by a beast or pierced through by a sword, I was unlikely to meet my demise." Wei Qinglan appeared enlightened. It seemed to be an innate trait. Indeed, a natural toughness, she mused. Wei Qinglan then retrieved a blanket from her storage ring, unfurling it upon the ground before sitting cross-legged. "I shall meditate first. Your quest for beauty can wait." Jiang Lisheng replied with mild irritation, "This person is truly insufferable." Shan Gao, having finished his snack, licked his lips and nudged Jiang Lisheng's side. "Is this really the last bag?" "Indeed," she retorted. "We couldn't procure any snacks in the River New City. With a hint of annoyance, she added, I didn't even eat. I gave it to you out of recognition for your conscience in accompanying us on our descent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a bite. Xuantian ceased his nuzzling and lay down. My wound has scabbed over. This grass is quite remarkable, albeit too small. I couldn't savor any flavor. Who told you to have such a large mouth? Jiang Lisheng replied, You should be grateful. I didn't even get a taste. She glanced at Wei Qinglan, noting how particular she was about her meditation, needing a blanket. Yet prior to their fall, she had carelessly taken it away, leaving her to lie on the ground. She drew close to him, lying down at the edge of the blanket, instructing Xuantian, You keep watch and protect Brother Wei while I take a short nap. Xuantian stared in disbelief. Why do you always want to sleep? Do you think I relish in slumber? My body cannot endure it. I was on the verge of dozing off during our descent, yet I have been holding on. Jiang Lisheng yawned, a tear of fatigue escaping from the corner of his eye. Xuantian had no retort. Then sleep, if you must. Jiang Lisheng closed his eyes and swiftly fell into slumber. Wei Qinglan, sensing something amiss, felt a momentary halt in the flow of his spiritual energy, but soon resumed his meditative state. With the aid of 2 bottles of heavenly fragrance pills and 2 sprigs of sun grass, he finally managed to staunch the bleeding from his wounds, allowing them to scab over. Though his energy remained tumultuous and unstable, the effects were slow to manifest, as the oppressive aura of this place weighed heavily upon him. Yet he was able to restrain it to some extent. Half an hour later, Xuantian wore a look of drowsiness. An hour passed, and Xuantian found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes open, his head drooping in slumber. After another half hour, a sudden roar of a ferocious beast echoed from afar, resembling a tiger or a leopard, accompanied by the sound of collapsing rocks and clashing swords. Xuantian, who had nearly fallen asleep, sprang up at the noise, his eyes wide open as he gazed into the distance. The commotion seemed to originate from the mountains. A continuous rumble, the roars resonating like thunder, indicating a conflict was underway. However, being on the other side of the mountain, he could see nothing. Wisely, Xuantian lowered his head and nudged Jiang Lisheng. Jiang Lisheng, deep in his slumber, was roused by the nudge and opened his eyes. What noise is that? Has a battle commenced? Xuantian cast a glance at Wei Qinglan, observing him still seated in meditation, and lowered his voice. Jiang Lisheng, somewhat groggy, crawled up from the blanket, tiptoeing to peer into the distance, yet saw nothing. Straining her ears, she discerned, beneath the roars of wild beasts, the faint sounds of clashing swords, so subtle that they were nearly imperceptible. She speculated whether a battle had erupted between humans and monsters. Curiosity piqued, Xuantian inquired, Shall I take a look? Yes, but go quietly. It might be Senior Brother Chun, Jiang Lisheng replied. Though she lacked the courage to venture forth herself, a nagging fear crept in that the combatants might be Chun Luyan, as they had inadvertently fallen into this predicament while searching for him. Perhaps he had likewise found himself ensnared here. Xuantian nodded, lightening his steps before stealthily proceeding. After a moment of silent listening, the commotion grew increasingly pronounced. If it were indeed a beast, it must possess formidable strength. With her heart racing, she turned to glance at Wei Qinglan, who was enveloped in a mist of azure vapor, his eyes still shut, his spiritual energy swirling around him, indicating he had not yet concluded his meditation. With no other recourse, she opened her storage ring and rummaged through its contents, extracting several artifacts that could serve in offense, defense, or escape. Selecting carefully, she clutched a handful of talismans in her hand, prepared for any potential confrontation. Casting her gaze down at her new Kunlun disciple robes, she remarked, Are they from Kunlun? Their patterns seem more intricate than yours. Are they intersect disciples? Xuantian regarded her intently. Is it worth saving? The adversary is a fearsome beast with a human face. Absolutely save them. Jiang Lisheng exclaimed. You must assist. They are likely from Kunlun, fellow disciples of Senior Brother Wei. We cannot stand idly by while they are in peril. Xuantian nodded, reiterating that the beast with a human face was formidable, and he was still nursing his wounds. Here, take another bottle of healing elixir, Jiang Lisheng said, producing a vial of restorative pills for him. Hurry and consume it, then swiftly depart. Xuantian uncorked the vial and swallowed the entire contents of the healing elixir, shaking his fur before promptly setting off. Jiang Lisheng pondered that among the inner female disciples of Kunlun, she only recognized Zhao Kursin and Zhu Wenin. She hoped it was not one of those two. If it were, she would demand a reward. Chapter 80. escaped. The individual engaged with the beast bearing a human visage was Zhu Wenin. She had already sustained injuries. Her disciple's attire stained with blood. Originating from the spirit beast peak, she had assumed she was unafraid of demonic beasts, as her training revolved around taming them. The mysterious terrain of the Xuantian secret realm permitted only foundation-building disciples and below, ensuring that no more formidable beasts would emerge within. However, she now realized her error. The Xuantian secret realm was teeming with high-ranking demonic beasts. The two spirit beasts she had cherished and kept by her side had perished in her defense. And though she had narrowly escaped to this location, she had yet to catch her breath before confronting such a formidable foe. In a mere glance, she understood that this beast was of a higher cultivation level than hers, a true high-ranking demonic entity. Alone and isolated, she felt her strength waning. Unable to wield her sword, her magical artifacts depleted from days of exertion in the secret realm. Despair surged within her. Was her only option to self-destruct and perish alongside the beast? Reluctance filled her heart, yet what could she do? No one was there to rescue her. She gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot and gradually losing clarity. The beast with a human face swatted her sword aside, forcing her to stagger back a couple of steps. The creature lunged at her, and she harbored no doubt that if it captured her, it would devour her whole. In recent days within the secret realm, many disciples had met their gruesome fate at the hands of these monstrous beasts. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a sudden flash of red surged forward, a fiery blaze aimed at the beast. Startled, the creature instinctively dodged, sparing her from its grasp. Zhu Wenin, momentarily freed, turned to gaze at her savior. Yet, it was not a human who had come to her aid, but another beast, this one resembling a pig, capable of spewing fire. Now engaged in combat with the human-faced creature, she had never imagined that her rescuer would be a beast rather than a human. Bending down, she retrieved her sword and, from her storage ring, extracted the last remaining vial of elixirs, swallowing 2 pills. Her gaze returned to the fierce clash between the two beasts, her grip on the sword tightening. However, instead of joining forces with her savior, she chose to turn and flee. The mountain spirit, witnessing her betrayal, cursed in frustration. "You ungrateful woman! I came to help you, and you choose to run?" Enraged, the spirit abandoned the fight with the human-faced beast and pursued Zhu Wenin. The beast, unwilling to relent, followed suit, chasing after her. In a panic, Zhu Wenin fled, scaling the mountain and heading towards the dense woods, hoping to conceal herself among the trees and evade her relentless pursuers. The mountain spirit continued its tirade, lamenting, "Had I known, I would never have come to your aid. What a heartless wretch you are. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Zhu Wenin pressed forward with determination, remaining silent amidst the chaos. How long has Shang-O refrained from cursing? At last, there is an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. "You wretched creature, a disgrace to humanity. Is your sword merely for self-defense? Can you not vanquish the monsters? Someone came to your aid, yet you offered not a word of gratitude, simply fleeing in haste. Had it not been for that foul girl claiming you were comrades, would I have come to your rescue? Is Kunlun on the brink of ruin? With your ungrateful disposition, how can you still be considered an inner disciple of Kunlun? It is truly laughable. Does Kunlun not scrutinize the character of those it accepts as disciples? Such a disreputable faction is clearly destined for demise. In recent days, she has been evading capture, encountering a myriad of monstrous beasts, firmly believing that nothing is more precious than her own life. She fled with great vigor, leaving Shang-O momentarily unable to catch up, his curses growing ever more offensive. While the beastly pursuers closely followed, they traversed an entire mountain before reaching a clearing. Upon spotting someone ahead, Zhu Wenin abruptly halted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wei Qinglan? The young man, clad in a long robe and seated in meditation, with an ethereal grace, could only be Wei Qinglan. But how did he find himself in this secret realm? Jiang Li clenched his talisman and magical artifacts, standing beside Wei Qinglan, casting an irritated glance at the bloodied and disheveled woman. "Sister Zhu, have you only noticed Brother Wei and not me? I sent Shang-O to assist you in vanquishing the beasts. Why did you flee? And why have you come here? Brother Wei is currently in a critical period. Yet she foolishly runs this way, inviting conflict." Zhu Wenin naturally beheld Jiang Lisheng, a living person standing beside Wei Qinglan. How could she possibly overlook him? However, the sight of Wei Qinglan in this secret realm, alongside Jiang Lisheng, was utterly astonishing. For a moment, she found herself rendered speechless. Shan Gao suddenly pounced upon Zhu Wenin, pinning her down with one foot on her body and another on her arm, urgently addressing Jiang Lisheng. This wretched woman. I went to rescue her, and she did not even offer a word of gratitude before turning to flee. Shan Gao, despite its injuries, recognized the futility of pursuit and decided against it. Seeing the beast retreat, Jiang Lisheng breathed a sigh of relief, stowing away her magical artifacts and talismans within her storage ring, casting a disapproving glance at Zhu Wenin. Trapped beneath the weight, Zhu Wenin struggled to rise, her near brush with death having drained her of strength. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and spoke. I did not know it was junior sister Jiang who sent it to rescue me. I fled here in desperation, utterly exhausted, wishing only to survive this ordeal. I seized every opportunity to escape. As she spoke, she gasped for breath, her words fragmented. I acknowledge my solitary flight was misguided and hope for your understanding, junior sister Jiang. Yet, were you in my position, you may not have acted differently. I lacked the strength even to wield my sword. I simply did not wish to perish. Jiang Lisheng scoffed. Do not attempt to implicate me in your actions. You are you, and I am I. Senior sister Zhu, you did not even express thanks to Shan Gao before fleeing. Such cold-heartedness is truly remarkable. Zhu Wenin, feeble and disheartened, recognized that fleeing alone was hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Yet, I have never considered myself one. In the face of life and death, my foremost concern is whether I can survive. Who knows if, armed with my sword, we could together vanquish that monstrous being, for it is indeed a formidable high-level beast. Jiang Lisheng yearned to empathize with her, seeing her in such a wretched and pitiable state. Yet she could not muster any sympathy for someone who fled without uttering so much as a word of gratitude, especially as she gleaned from Zhu Wenin's sparse remarks that this escape was not an isolated incident for her. Today, she had abandoned the mountain bomb that had saved her. What of the past? Had she not forsaken other fellow disciples who had come to her aid? Unlike her, when she was pursued by the mountain bomb and encountered senior brother Chen, she did not abandon him in her flight. Chapter 81, 50% Zhu Wenin. Noticing Jiang Lisheng's indifference, turned away and lay down on a corner of the blanket where Wei Qinglan was meditating, attempting to find rest. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had once concocted sinister ideas and entertained dark thoughts regarding Zhao Curson, she never anticipated that she could become so intimately entangled with Wei Qinglan, appearing so at ease and nonchalant about it. The mountain bomb, ever perceptive to Jiang Lisheng's sentiments, discerned her disdain for this woman and promptly settled upon Zhu Wenin, addressing her with harshness. You wretched woman, I have saved your life. What tribute do you offer me in return? Zhu Wenin was nearly suffocated beneath its weight. Blood surged to her throat, and she gasped for breath before succumbing to unconsciousness. Shan Gao extended his claws to test her breath, realizing that she had fainted. Grumbling, he rose from her side, muttering to himself that she must be yet another miserly soul. The moment I uttered a word of gratitude, she had been frightened into unconsciousness. Shan Gao instantly broke into a toothy grin, murmuring that his efforts were not in vain. Wei Qinglan sat cross-legged in meditation for an hour before finally opening his eyes. He glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Lisheng, then turned his gaze to the unconscious Zhu Wenin lying nearby. He was not particularly familiar with Zhu Wenin, only aware that she was one of the two direct disciples of the esteemed Uncle Jean from Spirit Beast Peak. He had little interest in them, knowing only that one had an affinity for Enruksu, while the other seemed to possess a more profound mind. Had it not been for witnessing the altercation between Jiang Lisheng and them in the medical hall last time, he might have even mixed up their names. Now, seeing her sprawled on the ground in a faint, he displayed no particular emotion. He reached out to rouse Jiang Lisheng, saying, "Wake up. No more sleeping." Jiang Lisheng mumbled in response, turning away from him to continue her slumber. Wei Qinglan chuckled in exasperation, wondering how she could be so carefree. The beast they had encountered an hour prior was gathering demon beasts, and if they did not leave, they would soon find themselves besieged by a horde of monsters. Jiang Lisheng suddenly sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, "Is that true? We must hurry." Wei Qinglan gathered the blanket and, observing Zhu Wenin on the ground, commanded Shan Gao, "Carry her on your back. We shall head east." "Carry her?" Shan Gao replied, eyeing the unconscious Zhu Wenin. "What about your flying treasure boat? I refuse to bear her. This ungrateful woman is no good." "It is of no use here," Wei Qinglan asserted. Wei Qinglan shook his head, acknowledging the overwhelming pressure. The flying vessel was a superior magical artifact, rendered ineffective in this place. Noticing Shan Gao's displeasure, he added, "Once we exit this secret realm, I shall ensure she compensates you generously." Reluctantly, Shan Gao agreed, muttering, "Very well." He then hoisted Zhu Wenin onto his back and kindly retrieved her sword from the ground. Grasping it in his mouth, Jiang Lisheng turned to Wei Qinglan and inquired, "Senior brother Wei, how much have you recovered?" 50%, Wei Qinglan replied. "But the oppressive force here is quite formidable. If possible, it is best to refrain from combat." He did not summon his sword, but instead proceeded forward, saying, "Did you not wish to seek out Sungrass? Let us go find it." Agreed, but remember this. Although Wei Qinglan was not in need of exceptional items, treasures belonging to the sect master of Qingshu were rare and coveted. Jiang Lisheng, puzzled, remarked, "Just now, I perceive that the creature resembling a human-faced beast aligns with the descriptions in ancient texts regarding Wuloa and with the presence of Sungrass. Could this truly be Qingyao Mountain?" According to ancient records, in the primordial era, the imperial capital lay to the north of Heku and to the south of Shanju. Home to a divine beast named Wuloa, characterized by a human face and leopard-like spots, a slender waist, pristine teeth, and metallic ears. There flowed a river known as Jinshui, and a bird called Ji, resembling a wild duck, with a green body, crimson eyes, and a red tail, which feasted on beneficial seeds. She gazed at Wei Qinglan, utterly confounded. If this is indeed Qingyao Mountain, how did we descend from Dafa Mountain to here, traversing over 60 grand mountains and more than 1,000 li? How long did we remain in that black hole? Was it even half a day? To cover such a distance in half a day, what velocity is that? Your flying vessel could not possibly achieve such a feat, however. The Qingshu secret treasure, the mountain and river scroll, could indeed accomplish it. Wei Qinglan nodded, recognizing that this must be Qingyao Mountain. Jiang Lisheng scratched his head, recalling how he and Brother Chun had fallen into Ku Mountain, and now they seemed even farther away. Brother Wei, is this how the secret realms operate? Constantly shifting, yet never remaining in place? Once Sister Zhu awakens, we shall inquire. Wei Qinglan was equally perplexed. Jiang Lisheng felt an inkling. I believe we have been ensconced within the secret realm all along. When Brother Chun and I were at Ku Mountain, it was also within the realm. However, after my inheritance failure, I inadvertently destroyed Ku Mountain, creating a rift through which we escaped the secret realm, only to later plunge back into it upon arriving at Daikishan. Observe Sister Zhu. She mentioned having fled for her life multiple times, and her current state clearly indicates she has been trapped in the secret realm for an extended period. Wei Qinglan nodded in understanding. Jiang Lisheng sighed, alas. How long must we traverse on foot? Once we reach Ku Mountain, shall we finally be free? The very Ku Mountain I ruined. After all, our journey eastward aligns with the path to Ku Mountain. Perhaps. Jiang Lisheng felt a pang of bitterness. Brother Wei, did you not sense the oppressive force when we were at Ku Mountain? I happened to arrive just as you destroyed it. Wei Qinglan, at that moment, had been oblivious to any oppressive force, only experiencing the cataclysmic upheaval, a tempest far worse than any teleportation array. Though the duration was brief, he had sustained some injuries. Now, having recovered to 50%, he faced immense repulsion and pressure, rendering him unable to wield his sword alongside Jiang Lisheng. It was prudent to conserve energy, ensuring he could protect them both in case of an encounter with a ferocious beast. Wei Qinglan glanced at her upon her mention of Enruksu, remaining silent. This secret realm was unlike any he had encountered previously. If Jiang Lisheng's conjecture held true, then this realm was likely more than just a mere secret domain. It housed ancient teleportation arrays, formidable beasts, and numerous uncertainties. Disciples from various sects would surely struggle to cope. After all, even the inner sect disciple, Zhu Wenin, had been gravely injured. Had it not been for Jiang Lisheng dispatching Shangao to rescue her, she might have fallen into the jaws of Wuloa. Zhu Wenin was a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, skilled in beast-controlling sword techniques. If she had not faced multiple powerful demon beasts, her self-preservation capabilities would not have been so severely compromised. This indicates that the secret realm must be teeming with high-level ferocious beasts. Yet it only permits cultivators of Foundation establishment and below to enter, while allowing so many higher-tier demon beasts to survive. This defies the limitations and logic expected of such a realm. Wei Qinglan took the herb handed to him without reservation and consumed it. Jiang Lisheng offered him another, which he also accepted. Observing the remaining 2 stalks, Jiang Lisheng silently extended them towards him. Wei Qinglan grimaced, rejecting it, claiming it was unpalatable. Jiang Lisheng pouted, plucked a leaf, and tasted it, grimacing as he spat it out. Why is it so dreadful? Bitter and astringent. She irately questioned Shanggao. Didn't you say it had no flavor? Shanggao, with wide eyes, replied, I didn't detect any flavor. This minuscule herb is hardly enough to get lodged between my teeth. I simply swallowed it whole. Jiang Lisheng, at a loss for words, spat out in frustration, lamenting her unfortunate state. She admired Wei Qinglan for having devoured 2 stalks earlier. Witnessing his apparent enjoyment had led her to believe they were delectable. Turning to Wei Qinglan with a grimace, she said, Senior Brother Wei, I long for a drink of water. Upon rounding this mountain, they should arrive at Jinshui. Jiang Lisheng quickened her pace, urging him to move faster. Disdainfully, she gathered the 2 inedible plants, resolving to save them for future alchemical endeavors, as discarding them was out of the question. Carefully, she approached the riverbank, cupping her hands to collect water and rinsing her mouth repeatedly until the unpleasant taste dissipated. Squatting by the river, she indulged in a couple of sips and washed her face. Noticing Wei Qinglan standing motionless nearby, she remarked with a hint of desire, Senior Brother Wei, I spotted fish in the water, perhaps crucian carp or even silver crucian. If we could catch some and roast them, they would surely be delightful. Considering the water is so clear and sweet. Just as she finished speaking, a bird suddenly lunged from the water, pecking at her with its sharp beak. Fearing a painful injury, Jiang Lisheng swiftly dodged, believing she had evaded it in time. However, the bird was quicker, and just as it seemed poised to strike, Wei Qinglan waved his sleeve lightly, sending the creature splashing back into the water with a splash. Startled, Jiang Lisheng fell to the ground, bewildered that such a bird, typically found in the mountains, could dwell in the water. The ancient texts had not mentioned the sharpness of its beak. Simultaneously, the water revealed not 1, not 2, but countless birds with equally sharp beaks emerging from its depths. Jiang Lisheng was rendered speechless by the sight of so many creatures. Wolua, Fuzhou, and the Chow. The ancient texts record that on Ayahen Mountain, there exists a beast resembling a white deer, adorned with 4 horns, known as Fuzhou. Ayahen Mountain lies 10 miles from Qingyao Mountain, so the appearance of Fuzhou here is not entirely surprising, yet the sheer number is overwhelming. She felt a surge of panic. Senior Brother Wei, what should we do? Can you handle these creatures? Wei Qinglan drew the innate sword and instructed, protect yourself and awaken Zhu Wenin. With that, he swung his sword, confronting the beastly figures and a horde of Fuzhou. The mountain spirit spat out the sword from its mouth, sending Zhu Wenin crashing to the ground. Before rushing to engage the Chow that emerged from the water, 1 person and 1 beast faced a multitude. With a single strike, Wei Qinglan kept the beasts at bay, while the mountain spirit breathed fire, preventing the Chow from advancing. Jiang Lisheng reached out to push Zhu Wenin, urging, Hey, wake up. Quickly, Zhu Wenin remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive to her nudges. Growing increasingly anxious, Jiang Lisheng scooped a handful of water and splashed it onto her face, threatening, If you don't wake up, I'll toss you into the water to serve as a meal for these birds. This remark proved effective. As Zhu Wenin finally opened her eyes, Jiang Lisheng let out a sigh of relief and handed her the sword, urging, Hurry. Take your sword and assist Senior Brother Wei and the mountain spirit, or we shall all perish. Only then did Zhu Wenin grasp the gravity of the situation, her face paling in fear. However, there was no time for contemplation. She brandished her sword to aid Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng, upon witnessing her fall into unconsciousness and instinctively flee from danger, found a glimmer of hope. Lacking spiritual power, she was unable to wield a sword for offense. Thus, she resorted to her magical artifacts. However, the higher-tier artifacts were rendered useless in this place, and unfamiliar with the others, she feared misfiring and inadvertently harming Wei Qinglan. After some deliberation, she settled on a single rope, deeming it serviceable. She grasped the rope, pondering its potential, and with a swift flick, sent it flying. With a resounding snap, it ensnared 2 quadrupedal beasts. Energized by her success, she cast the other end again, capturing another pair with equal precision. Elated by her newfound capability, she contemplated how to contain these 4 beasts. Should she confine them within her artifact? Yet, gazing at their sharp horns, she worried that releasing them might result in the artifact's destruction. It was said that the flesh of these beasts was edible, and their keen horns were excellent materials for crafting. Resolute in her decision, she retrieved a knife from her storage ring. The blade was exceptionally sharp, and she attempted to sever one of the horns. To her astonishment, the blade bent upon impact, leaving her dumbfounded. Was it truly that resilient? Surely, the durability of Senior Brother Wei's flying vessel could hardly compare. If employed for crafting, it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary strength. Jiang Lisheng pondered this further and began to carve with the knife. Before long, her hands were drenched in blood and sweat dripped from her brow. After considerable effort, she managed to extract a single horn. Undeterred, she persisted, using the beast's own horn to counter its defenses, finding it far more effective than the blade. The scene around her was gruesomely vivid, and for the moment, even the elusive creatures dared not approach, nor did the birds venture near. Chapter 83. Cooperation in the midst of the fierce battle. Wei Qinglan stole a glance at Jiang Lisheng, who was intently working to extract the horns of the beast. Blood splattering everywhere, a sight that left her utterly speechless. Xuantian, observing this scene, felt an intricate mix of emotions. On one hand, it was undeniable that this individual had managed to dispatch 4 of the quadrupeds with remarkable efficiency. Yet, on the other, she could not comprehend why Jiang Lisheng, instead of delivering a decisive blow, chose to meticulously work on the horns, laboring for an extended period to pry one free. The effort left blood smeared across her face and body, raising questions about her mental state. Having already sustained significant injuries and exhausted from slaying 2 of the beasts, Xuantian, witnessing Wei Qinglan's apparent ease in the fray, gritted her teeth and moved closer to Jiang Lisheng. You use your magical artifact to capture the beasts, and I shall assist you in extracting the horns, she proposed. Jiang Lisheng, taken aback by this unexpected offer, readily agreed. Fine. But let it be known that all the horns are mine, and you shall have none. With a determined nod, Xuantian accepted the terms. Thus, Jiang Lisheng handed over the task to her, while she cheerfully set about binding the beasts. One after another, she secured them with ropes, and in no time, over a dozen lay bound at her feet, carelessly tossed towards Xuantian without concern for her ability to manage them. Caught in a whirlwind of activity, Xuantian found herself overwhelmed, her focus shifting from horn extraction to simply dispatching the creatures, one stab at a time, prioritizing a swift kill. With her background from the Spirit Beast Peak, she was well versed in dealing with such beasts, knowing precisely where to strike for a fatal blow. Their teamwork flourished. One bound the beasts while the other executed them, ultimately proving to be swifter than Wei Qinglan's sword. Before long, the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of 2 to 3 dozen beasts. The remaining men, filled with trepidation, finally succumbed to fear and dared not approach any longer. They turned and fled. The beast, man-faced Beast Wulaw, was also injured under Wei Qinglan's sword and, realizing the situation was dire, reluctantly followed suit in retreat. Naturally, Wei Qinglan did not pursue them to slay, but instead turned to confront the birds alongside Shan Gao. Despite Shan Gao's fiery onslaught, not a single bird was harmed. Its greatest achievement lay in preventing the flock from encroaching upon Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lisheng, steadfastly blocking them in the water. Fire and water are incompatible. Should the waterfowl leave the water, they too would fear the flames, merely flitting chaotically above the river's surface. With her innate swordplay, Wei Qinglan swiftly dispatched 2 birds, while Jiang Lisheng, feeling unsatisfied, flicked a rope that ensnared another 2. Having grown accustomed to tossing them to Xuantian, she directly threw them her way. However, Xuantian, caught unawares, failed to catch the bird, which, with its wings, took flight. Jiang Lisheng, infuriated, exclaimed, Xuantian, are those birds your kin? Why did you let it go? Xuantian, breathless, retorted, I lacked the strength to catch it. Her body swayed, and she discarded the knife in her hand, collapsing weakly to the ground. Feebly retrieving a pill, why do you need so many of these potent items? Jiang Lisheng choked back her words, sulkily murmuring, what business is it of yours? If something is good, I wish to have more of it. After slaying 4 birds, Wei Qinglan sheathed her sword. Jiang Lisheng, you find it useful, don't you? I never anticipated it to be such a fine treasure. She gazed at Wei Qinglan with delight, asking, Wei Xixiang, have you been injured again? No, Wei Qinglan replied, shaking his head, yet still retrieved a blanket, settling into a cross-legged meditation. Aren't you planning to roast fish? We shall rest here for 2 hours. Very well. Jiang Lisheng understood that due to the oppressive pressure, his own spiritual energy had been unable to maintain control after his actions, necessitating a period of recuperation. Xuantian consumed 2 more pills, struggling to suppress the nauseating scent of blood rising in her throat. Noticing Wei Qinglan seated in meditation, she too began to meditate. Jiang Lisheng observed that she had not excavated a single corner for her own benefit. However, he refrained from commenting. If she could heal her injuries, it would indeed be a significant advantage. He instructed Shanggao, "Go gather firewood and catch some fish. I will begin the work." Shanggao was reluctant to move, asking, "Is grilled fish truly delicious?" "Indeed," Jiang Lisheng replied. "The methods of the mortal realm. Have you not tasted mortal cuisine?" With a yelp of determination, Shanggao promptly set off. Jiang Lisheng began to excavate corners. Lacking spiritual energy, she had to employ rudimentary methods, exhausting herself. Yet the thought of one day forging a formidable vehicle capable of withstanding mountains made her feel that all her toil was worthwhile. Before long, Shanggao returned with a large stack of dry firewood and had caught over a dozen sizable fish, each weighing around 10 pounds. It joyfully piled them before Jiang Lisheng, urging her, "Stop working and come grill the fish." Jiang Lisheng glanced at the hefty catch, a twitch of her lips revealing her doubts. How long will it take to cook such heavy fish? She felt incapable of managing it. "Do you not possess the ability to breathe fire? You should roast them." Shanggao responded with a hint of reluctance. "Fine, I shall do it." It grabbed a fish and placed it atop the firewood, prepared to breathe fire. Just then, Jiang Lisheng recalled an important detail and hurriedly halted it. "Wait." Shanggao turned to her, and Jiang Lisheng approached with a knife, stating, "We must gut them, remove the entrails, and clean them thoroughly before they can be consumed." The mountain beast blinked its large eyes and nodded. It was dissatisfied, exclaiming, "No, why should I consume the unbutchered? I have no desire to partake in this pile of entrails." "Then you shall do it yourself," Jiang Lisheng retorted, unwilling to assist it in labor. With such a voracious appetite, it would surely exhaust her. Left with no other choice, the mountain beast mimicked Jiang Lisheng, picking up the sword that Zhu Wenin had left on the ground, clutching it with its claws to gut the fish. Zhu Wenin opened her eyes and turned her head to see a person and a beast engaged in a similarly gruesome task. The peculiar sight was that the beast did not ask its owner for the sword. Instead, it seized the one placed conveniently at her side. Although she had yet to forge her own life-bound sword, this blade had been bestowed upon her by her master upon her apprenticeship, accompanying her for over a decade. While it may not resonate with her spirit, it was not an object to be handled casually. Yet this beast wielded it without hesitation, and the sword complied under its claws. She then glanced at Wei Qinglan, who had not uttered a single word to her, illustrating his indifference. In contrast, his demeanor towards Jiang Lisheng and the creature was markedly different. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she realized she could not provoke this beast, thus she chose silence, closing her eyes to cleanse her mind, continuing her meditation. Chapter 84. Astonishment under Jiang Lisheng's guidance. The mountain beast, after ruining 3 fish, finally managed to roast one to a semblance of perfection. Noticing Jiang Lisheng's gaze fixed upon it, it hurriedly prepared her fish, achieving the ideal balance of crisp exterior and tender interior. Wrapped in large leaves, it presented the dish to Jiang Lisheng. After washing her hands, she held the fish and took a bite, offering an honest appraisal. While roasted, the mountain beast swelled with pride, thinking to itself, "I am clever in all that I do." "Indeed, let us strive for further excellence," it replied. Jiang Lisheng offered heartfelt praise, contemplating how such words would be directed towards it in the future. The air along the riverbank was saturated with the aroma of fish. Wei Qinglan suddenly opened his eyes, turning to fix his gaze upon Jiang Lisheng. She was savoring her meal with cheeks puffed, and upon detecting his stare, she glanced up at him. Noticing that he was observing her, she recalled having gazed at the fish in a similar manner moments ago, and after a brief pause, inquired, "Wei Xixiao, do you wish to partake as well?" Jiang Lisheng thought to herself that her assumption was indeed correct, promptly instructing Shanggao, "Quickly, prepare a fish for Wei Xixiao as well. Wash it thoroughly, make it pristine." Shanggao nodded, setting aside the fish it was gnawing on. Aware of Wei Qinglan's discerning taste, it cleaned its own claws and diligently rinsed the gutted fish in the river several times before placing it over the fire to roast. Wei Qinglan observed with satisfaction, personally overseeing the roasting process and advising Shanggao to use fewer herbs. Shanggao obediently complied, reducing the seasoning. Once a fish was perfectly cooked, Shanggao wrapped it in a large leaf and presented it to Wei Qinglan with its claws. Wei Qinglan reached out to accept it and began to eat leisurely. Jiang Lisheng, intrigued, approached him and remarked, "Wei Xixiao, you have an injury. Consuming this may hinder your recovery. I am not like you. Can I be compared to you? Jiang Lisheng felt he had been somewhat led astray by her words. You are the youthful genius of Kunlun. You must avoid all that could impede your cultivation. Wei Qinglan let out a soft scoff. Jiang Lisheng regarded him. What are you scoffing at? Am I mistaken in what I say? Wei Qinglan, absorbed in his fish, chose to disregard her. Jiang Lisheng pouted slightly, murmuring softly. Just don't tell anyone that I led you astray. If your master punishes you, don't blame me. It was your own desire for food that brought you here. Your willpower simply insufficient. Wei Qinglan remained silent. Jiang Lisheng continued to indulge in her meal, but suddenly recalled the presence of a Kunlun disciple. She turned her gaze towards Zhu Wenin, only to find her wide-eyed in disbelief, no longer meditating. Jiang Lisheng quickly interjected, Sister Zhu, are you planning to report this to the sect leader? It was Brother Wei who insisted on eating. This matter has nothing to do with me. I did not coax him into it, so please refrain from spreading falsehoods. Aside from a few male disciples like Yunduan and Ruxu and Lu Shaoling, he rarely engaged with female disciples. When they crossed paths, he merely nodded, seldom initiating a greeting. The female disciples, in turn, dared not approach him, respecting his intense focus on cultivation. Now, seeing him leisurely seated on a mat, holding a roasted fish of several pounds. Though his manner was less frantic compared to Jiang Lisheng and Shan Gao, to her it appeared no different. In that moment, his sole focus was on the meal before him. It was not a rare spiritual fish, but rather a common carp roasted over an open flame. Although it was a silver carp, it held little value in her eyes, and even less so in Wei Qinglan's. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again, suppressing the torrent of emotions that had welled within her. I am not that idle. That's good, Jiang Lisheng replied, returning her attention to her meal. She had been eating for a while when she looked up to find Zhu Wenin still watching them, her gaze primarily fixed on Wei Qinglan, who remained blissfully unaware. Engrossed in her meal with a carefree demeanor, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she asked, Sister Zhu, would you like to try some? Zhu Wenin shook her head. Jiang Lisheng observed her and remarked, You promised to assist me, yet your task remains unfinished. If you do not eat, how will you muster the strength to help me? In truth, she was not particularly inclined to work any longer. The thought of having someone to rely upon was tempting. Zhu Wenin, indeed lacking in energy, averted her gaze towards the distant corpse of the beast she had slain. After much effort, she had only managed to extract 4 or 5 horns. The beast, a spiritual creature, had much more to offer. She needed only the horns. It seemed wasteful, for if she were to take them to the foot of Kunlun Mountain, she could exchange the beast's meat for spirit stones. She inquired, You only require the beast's horns? Indeed, Jiang Lisheng replied, now no longer in one of spirit stones. All right, leave it to me. Zhu Wenin was perplexed by Jiang's sudden wealth, recalling how impoverished she had been during her time in Kunlun, where even purchasing a sword had required considerable frugality. Jiang Lisheng was elated and specified her request. I need the horns to be clean. Whether you wash them in the river or use a cleansing spell, just ensure they are free from blood. Understood, Zhu Wenin responded, rising to fetch a knife to begin harvesting the horns. Jiang Lisheng watched in admiration. Indeed, as a member of the Spirit Beast Peak, Zhu was far more adept at extracting horns than she was. With swift, precise movements, she swiftly dispatched one after another, and within half an hour, she had neatly organized 2 or 3 dozen horns. As she delved into her task, she inevitably expended some spiritual energy, thus she would refrain from further wasteful expenditure. She resolved to wash the items by the riverbank and present them before Jiang Lisheng. While cleansing the horns, she noticed that not a single fish graced the riverbank, likely frightened away by the enticing aroma of roasted fish. Jiang Lisheng sincerely expressed admiration. Sister Zhu, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. With great cheer, she gently touched all the horns before storing them in her space ring, continuing her conversation with Wei Qinglan, Brother Wei. Once I craft a flying and combat-ready treasure with these, I shall take you on delightful excursions. I shall await that day, Wei Qinglan replied, a smirk gracing his lips at her bold claims. She candidly remarked, I am fortunate to have encountered you and Sister Jiang. Otherwise, I surely would not have escaped. It suffices to know that we saved you. I shall not demand a reward from you at this time, considering the valuable items you possess have likely been depleted. She continued, once we are outside, you must offer me a generous reward, Brother Wei, in the form of mountain balm. Jiang Lisheng seized the opportunity to interject. After all, it is a matter of life-saving gratitude, is it not? Wei Qinglan cast her a glance, but refrained from retorting, appreciating her rare display of conscience. Zhu Wenyan readily agreed. Of course. In the secret realm, they encountered advanced demon beasts, as Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lisheng had witnessed. The recent encounters with the humanoid beast, Wulua, and the four-horned beast, among others, revealed formidable prowess, especially in their adeptness at coordinated group attacks. Had it not been for Jiang Lisheng possessing a usable and effective mid-tier magical artifact, the synergy between the three individuals and one beast would have been futile. The artifact in Jiang Lisheng's possession proved invaluable, and the carnage wrought by the Four Corners beast was indeed gruesome and rather merciless, likely failing to deter the throng of demonic beasts. If a solitary disciple were to face such an onslaught alone, survival would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Jiang Lisheng gazed at Zhu Wenyan and pondered the fate of the cultivators who had ventured into the secret realm. Surely, there had been countless casualties. Zhu Wenyan, in silence, nodded in acknowledgement, aware of Jiang Lisheng's discontent regarding her decision to abandon her comrades for self-preservation. With a sense of resignation, she explained, "It is not that I disregard our bond as fellow disciples and flee selfishly. Initially, we established the Kunlun sword array, but the horde of demonic beasts we encountered was exceedingly powerful, adept at finding weaknesses. One by one, our companions fell, and the remaining few of us could not contend with the threat. In a moment of dire peril, we had no choice but to flee for our lives. I too wished to avoid solitary escape, but my abilities were limited. I could not save anyone without jeopardizing my own life. I truly could not manage it." Upon hearing her candid admission, Jiang Lisheng found himself at a loss for words. Wei Qinglan, too, remained silent, merely inquiring of Zhu Wenyan, "Sister Zhu, where did you initially fall?" Noticing that Wei Qinglan did not regard her with disdain, and that Jiang Lisheng's initial anger had dissipated, Zhu Wenyan felt a sense of relief. "I fell at Fangao Mountain, where I encountered a swarm of bees." Fangao Mountain, Jiang Lisheng exclaimed, astonished. "A swarm, akin to bees, known as Wanwan, a vast multitude, correct?" "Indeed," Zhu Wenyan confirmed. "Alas," Jiang Lisheng exclaimed, "we encountered those formidable entities as well. Fortunately, we possessed Senior Brother Wei's protective artifact, which provided a stalwart defense. Otherwise, we would have undoubtedly succumbed to their venomous barbs and secretions." "You ventured to Fangao Mountain also?" Zhu Wenyan inquired, her surprise evident. "Our group of over 10 disciples was scattered there. How is it that we did not cross paths with Junior Brother Wei and yourselves?" Jiang Lisheng responded with a sigh. "We did not descend into Fangao Mountain proper. We merely passed by as our Shangao descended to gather Mengwood. It incited a multitude of Wanwan, which besieged us for quite some time. Wanwan Senior Brother Wei declared that if the Wanwan persisted in detaining us for another day, he would capture them all for my use in crafting. I acquiesced, and the Wanwan, as though comprehending our discourse, dispersed in a flurry of fright." Zhu Wenyan was incredulous. "It was that straightforward?" Jiang Lisheng lamented. "Those Wanwan, while appearing menacing, were, in truth, quite timid. However, Senior Sister Zhu, you are to be commended for your resilience in traversing from Fangao Mountain, alone, westward to this Qingyao Mountain, a journey of over 1,000 li. Your endurance is remarkable." Zhu Wenyan replied with resignation, "I had no alternative. High-ranking demonic beasts were ubiquitous, and the further east one traveled, the more formidable they became. I was compelled to proceed westward." Jiang Lisheng tilted her head inquisitively. "Is that so?" She turned to Wei Qinglan and inquired, "Senior Brother Wei, given the anomalous nature of this secret realm, is there any means of transmitting a message to the sect, requesting reinforcements? Otherwise, the majority of disciples who have entered will likely be unable to escape, resulting in significant losses for our 3 sections." Wei Qinglan shook his head. "There is no means of communication." Jiang Lisheng sighed. "Alas," Zhu Wenyan inquired, "Wei Shidi, logically speaking, your cultivation is profound. You should not have entered this secret realm. How did you?" Wei Qinglan succinctly replied, "Master Qi's uncle conducted an oracle and foretold disturbances in the vicinity of Ku Mountain. Upon my arrival there, I encountered Junior Sister Jiang. Sensing something was amiss, we proceeded together to Great Xia Mountain and ventured into this secret realm." Zhu Wenyan nodded in understanding. Jiang Lisheng mused silently. How straightforwardly he speaks, effortlessly dismissing Senior Brother Chen's contributions. "I have also dabbled in divination, yet each time I fractured the tortoise shell, leading me to abandon the practice." Wei Qinglan cast a glance her way, remarking, "Perhaps it is because you are too easily distracted by various interests." Zhu Wenin expressed her surprise. "Is that truly the case?" Jiang Lisheng, feeling a stir of curiosity, continued, "It has been ages since I last engaged in divination. If you possess a tortoise shell, why not bring it forth? Sit closer to me, and I shall give it a try." Zhu Wenin shook her head. "I do not have one. Given her current state of injury, she would not dare to test it, even if she did. Rumor has it, during her time in Qingxiu, she had not a single day without causing trouble, never mastering anything and inadvertently bringing calamity upon others. She was universally disliked in Qingxiu. Today, though her spiritual energy has waned, rendering her seemingly as ordinary as a mortal, she still manages to thrive, an achievement in itself." Jiang Lisheng pouted and turned to Wei Qinglan. "Brother Wei, once you have healed, I shall give it a try with you." Wei Qinglan readily agreed. "Certainly." Zhu Wenin silently observed the two individuals. It was not merely her imagination. Wei Shidi's demeanor towards Jiang Lisheng was indeed unlike that towards others. In Jiang Lisheng's presence, he exhibited none of his characteristic aloofness and indifference. Even the notion of divination backlash, which she had initially perceived as a trivial matter, seemed to hold a different significance when he readily agreed to it. A sense of frustration welled up within her. Although she had entertained malicious thoughts, witnessing the scene before her was still quite unsettling. How could the prodigious youths of Kunlun act in such a manner? She held back for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the urge to remind him, "Wei Shidi, have you forgotten that you are to bear the heavy responsibilities of our sect?" Zhu Wenin's heart tightened, as if her thoughts were laid bare within the calm gaze of Wei Qinglan. How astutely perceptive he was. He surely understood the implications of her words. Yet she believed she had not erred. His close association with Jiang Lisheng could not bode well. Among practitioners, it was widely known that Jiang Lisheng, the sole disciple of the esteemed lord of the Qingxiu Yuzong, was regarded as a cultivation failure. Could a brilliant talent from Kunlun afford to be entangled with her? "I have certainly not forgotten, but it seems that Sister Zhu has overlooked who it was that saved you," Wei Qinglan remarked casually, discarding the half-eaten fish. He then rose and addressed Jiang Lisheng, "Let us depart." Jiang Lisheng, distressed, gazed at the discarded fish on the ground, exclaiming, "Wei Shixiang, why waste it?" When Wei Qinglan ignored her and continued walking ahead, she could only glare at Zhu Wenin and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you let him rest for a while? Everyone knows he is to undertake the responsibilities of the Kunlun sect. Do you really need to remind him so insistently?" Chapter 86. Truly insane. Zhu Wenin's face fluctuated between crimson and pale, akin to a dyer's workshop. In that moment, she felt a pang of regret, coupled with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Jiang Lisheng picked up the rope from the ground, haphazardly stuffed it into her storage ring, extinguished the fire, and, clutching the half-eaten fish, hurried to catch up with Wei Qinglan. "Brother Wei," she lamented, "to punish oneself for the errors of others is the utmost folly. Wasting this delicious food, especially when it is so delectable, is utterly unwarranted." She droned on, imparting her moral lessons endlessly, all for the sake of that wasted half of a fish. Finally, Wei Qinglan, irked by her incessant chatter, commanded her silence. Jiang Lisheng, unwilling to comply, thought, "If you do not wish to eat it, why discard it?" Wei Qinglan then produced a talisman and affixed it to her mouth. In an instant, she fell silent. This immobilization talisman not only rendered her speechless, but also restrained her movements. She stood there, watching him stride ahead, her frustration mounting. Such a useful talisman. Was it not a waste to employ it on her? Why not bestow it upon Zhu Wenin instead? That incessant chatterbox was the one who truly warranted its use. Was she not? Seeing the two depart abruptly, the mountain spirit, Shang-O, did not savor the remaining fish, but rather swallowed them whole, grumbling discontentedly at Zhu Wenin. Calling her a fool, Zhu Wenin, holding her breath in silence, retrieved her sword, wiped it clean, and limped forward. Shang-O bounded after Jiang Lisheng, exclaiming, "Hey, why have you stopped?" Jiang Lisheng's face turned a shade of blue, his glare fixed on the distant figure of Wei Qinglan. Shang Gao swiftly comprehended the situation, using her claws to tear the symbol from her mouth, and softly inquired, "Have you angered him again?" Jiang Lisheng turned to glare at Shang Gao, questioning the notion of again. Shang Gao took a step back, reminding her, "I did prepare grilled fish for you. While I may not have contributed significantly, I certainly endured hardships. If you possess fire, do not cast it upon me." Wei Qinglan was compelled to halt, observing her flushed face and wide, indignant eyes, which exuded an intimidating aura, yet her delicate visage, adorned with fish remnants and clutching half a fish, rendered the scene both amusing and vexing. After all, it was merely half a fish. But what did merely half a fish imply? It was a hard-earned catch, painstakingly grilled by Xianggao, which was initially not meant for Wei Qinglan. Only through her insistence was it shared, and now it was being squandered. Jiang Lisheng was exasperated. Xianggao, standing nearby, found her master's grievances justified, agreeing that wastefulness was indeed wrong, suggesting, "If you cannot finish, you may offer it to me." Indeed, who could possibly turn away from that half-fish? Jiang Lisheng, in a huff, took another bite of the fish in her hand, refusing to relent. "How could you bear to discard such a fragrant fish? Next time, if there is something good, you shall have no share." Wei Qinglan fell silent, and after a moment, he conceded with an apologetic tone, "I was in the wrong. I shall not discard it again. Next time, I shall not grant you a portion," Jiang Lisheng retorted defiantly. "That is unacceptable." She glared at him. "Understood," Wei Qinglan replied, casting a cleaning spell on the cloth before stowing it away and proceeding forward. Xianggao, having had her fill, wagged her tail delightfully, following closely behind the two. Zhu Wenin silently observed the two individuals and one beast ahead, questioning whether the Wei Qinglan she had previously known was merely an illusion. The Wei Qinglan on Kunlun Mountain seemed a stark contrast to the one currently sharing moments with Jiang Lisheng in this secret realm, as if they were two distinct beings, severed from one another. One exuded an ethereal chill, aloof and distant, an epitome of superiority, leaving all disciples of the sect in awe. The other, in the presence of Jiang Lisheng, indulged in earthly grilled fish, displayed temper, offered apologies, and even wiped one's mouth with a cloth. It was utterly bewildering. Having finished an entire grilled fish, Jiang Lisheng felt uncomfortably full, having forgotten his earlier bravado about being able to consume the remaining half. He turned to Wei Qinglan and inquired, "Wei Shixiao, I feel so bloated. Do you have any digestive pills?" Wei Qinglan shook his head, indicating he did not. Jiang Lisheng sighed, attributing his discomfort to the fish being too delectable. Xianggao, having eaten to about 80% fullness, grumbled, "If you can't finish it, why not pass it to me? Why must you overindulge? I'm still hungry." It longed to be satiated as well, yet was denied the opportunity. As if the earlier unpleasantness had never occurred, it casually addressed Zhu Wenin. Zhu Wenin halted her steps, responding with a quiet, "No." Noticing Jiang Lisheng incessantly rubbing his belly, she felt a tangle of emotions. A practitioner of cultivation should not indulge in gluttony. Those digestive pills you mentioned are sold only in earthly apothecaries. Jiang Lisheng sighed again, expressing to Xianggao, "How vexing. If only I were like you, a voracious eater." Xianggao nodded, stating that even after consuming so much, it still did not feel entirely full. Observing Jiang Lisheng's evident discomfort, Wei Qinglan, with a hint of exasperation, retrieved a pill and offered it to him, saying, "Here, take this." Taking the proffered item, Jiang Lisheng inclined her head to inhale its fragrance, yet discerned nothing of note. "Pray, what elixir is this?" she inquired with a touch of bewilderment. "A pill of," came the reply. Jiang Lisheng's astonishment was palpable. "But is that not an elixir reserved for those of the nascent soul? Its consumption should pose no impediment to you," Wei Qinglan remarked, her gaze unwavering. "After all, in your current state, no medicinal compound holds sway. Perhaps, ingested alongside the fish, it may serve to regulate your vital energy and harmonize your inner workings, functioning merely as a common digestive aid, exerting but a modest effect." Jiang Lisheng remained dubious, yet nevertheless cast the pill into her mouth. Instead of immediately swallowing, she masticated it thoughtfully before offering her assessment. "This elixir, intended for those of the nascent soul, possesses no remarkable flavor. It pales in comparison to those I concoct, which are tart and sweet, akin to confections." Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement, casually stating, "Then, when you regain your spiritual power and I approach the nascent soul stage, will you undertake the provision of elixirs to assist my advancement?" "Agreed," Jiang Lisheng promptly assented. Zhu Wenin had grown numb to it all. The pill of an elixir for the nascent soul was worth over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones per piece. Yet it was being dispensed to her as a mere digestive aid. And remarkably, after Jiang Lisheng consumed it, her body displayed no adverse effects. She suffered no stomach upset or distension. What manner of being was she? This was an elixir for the nascent soul, after all. one that would cause ordinary individuals of insufficient rank to meet a violent demise. As they departed from mountain, Jiang Lisheng found herself unable to procure any more herbs. She pouted, her displeasure evident. "Senior brother Wei, what, pray tell, is the flavor of the fruit borne by the herb? I have yet to savor it. This vast expanse of mountains, traversed in its entirety, yields but a scant few plants. This desolate mountain truly seems impoverished. Oh, where did you acquire this? I provided it to you. Did you not consume it all?" Jiang Lisheng expressed her bewilderment, having witnessed him partake of it with her own eyes. Could it be he employed some trickery? Wei Qinglan elucidated. "While engaged in battle by the banks of the Jinshui River, I stumbled upon one and casually gathered it." Jiang Lisheng. How perilous the situation was at that time, swords clashing and blood spilling. And he still had the presence of mind to collect a xianqiao fruit? She extended her hand to receive it, feeling a mix of exasperation at his lack of focus in combat, yet her heart brimmed with joy. She bit into it, only to be met with an overwhelming astringency that rendered her tongue immobile, contorting her entire face in distaste, and she instinctively sought to expel it. Wei Qinglan promptly cautioned her against wastefulness. Jiang Lisheng. She remained frozen, gazing at Wei Qinglan. He insisted earnestly, "Do you not wish to enhance your beauty? Such transformations invariably come at a cost. This may well be the last fruit of this mountain." Jiang Lisheng found herself at a loss for words. Her mouth filled with a bitter and astringent taste, the flavor assailing her senses to the point of faintness. Wei Qinglan watched her intently, urging her to continue. "For such a diminutive fruit, you can surely manage to consume it." Jiang Lisheng felt tears welling up, her tongue refusing to cooperate. Pondering how he had previously swallowed it without a flicker of a reaction, she had assumed the roots of the xianqiao would be sufficiently unpalatable. Yet this fruit proved even more distasteful. It dawned on her, if the roots were so disagreeable, how delightful could the fruit possibly be? How naive she had been. "Junior sister Jiang, if you find it unpalatable, you may offer it to me." Zhu Wenin gazed at the fruit she had taken a bite from, acutely aware of her grave injuries and the curative properties of the fruit. However, ever since she had set foot on Fangao Mountain, she had been relentlessly pursued by ferocious beasts, leaving her utterly drained and devoid of the strength or time to seek out any medicinal herbs. Jiang Lisheng promptly thrust the fruit into her hands, profoundly moved, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior sister Zhu. You are truly a kind-hearted person." She regarded her own visage as quite pleasing, feeling no need to enhance her beauty, preferring to avoid further suffering. Zhu Wenin insisted that there was no need for gratitude. Rather, she owed her thanks to Jiang Lisheng. For practitioners of the path, as long as something is beneficial for healing and cultivation, what hardship is too great to endure? Yet, she reflected on her own upbringing, realizing she had never truly tasted hardship. Wei Qinglan held no objections, instead fixating on Jiang Lisheng, determined not to let her spit out the morsel she had just bitten into. Under Wei Qinglan's unwavering gaze, Jiang Lisheng, with a stiffened tongue, forced herself to swallow the fruit, nearly choking in the process. Desperately, she kicked the mountain's soft earth, demanding, "Quick, bring me water." Under the tree, dig a hole at its roots, and water will surely appear, Zhu Wenin instructed. Jiang Lisheng, tongue still stiff, urged, "Hurry, I must have water." Reluctantly, the mountain spirit scurried to a nearby tree, using its claws to excavate a pit. With its considerable strength, it soon unearthed a deep hole, and to its astonishment, water began to gather within. Jiang Lisheng rushed over, cupping her hands to collect the water and rinsing her mouth vigorously. Wei Qinglan chuckled lightly. "You were the one who said not to waste." "I was referring to delectable morsels," Jiang Lisheng retorted. "The medicinal fruit is far more valuable than the half-fish I discarded." Wei Qinglan moved leisurely, her eyes sparkling with a smile, embodying the principle that one must lead by example to persuade others. Jiang Lisheng had no retort, shaking his hand in mock dismay. "You are truly insidious. I consumed several pieces, not intending to share, but your persistent curiosity warranted a taste. If I denied you, it would surely linger in your thoughts." Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Shan Gao felt a pang of regret, fortunate to have swallowed it whole, without savoring the unpleasant taste. Such distasteful fare was not worth the experience. After stating this, he gazed admiringly at Zhu Wenin, who remained unperturbed while munching on the fruit, even swallowing the pit. "You, woman, are beyond human." Being chastised by a beast was disheartening for Zhu Wenin, who chose silence, knowing she could not outmatch him in wit. "Let us proceed to the next mountain, Qin Mountain," where jujube trees flourish, renowned for their delectable fruit, Wei Qinglan suggested, glancing at Jiang Lisheng. He promptly rose to follow, muttering, though ancient texts proclaim the jujubes of Qian Mountain to be exquisite, there are also tales of a flying fish that rises from the waters, darting about the mountain, resembling a pig with red stripes. This creature is said to be formidable, perhaps even more so than one. Yet, those who fear not the thunder may command the soldiers. Wei Qinglan replied, in the future, as you refine elixirs and forge weapons, it may assist in navigating thunder tribulations, proving to be rare and valuable materials. Jiang Lisheng murmured, the thunder tribulation I faced during my foundation establishment was shielded by my master. While others endure 9 bolts, I confronted a staggering 18. The bolts were fierce, a deep crimson hue, nearly overwhelming my master. Later, my master advised me that it would be prudent to remain at the foundation level for my entire life, lest we find ourselves unable to withstand the tribulations of the golden core. Even with his protection, it could very well lead to our demise by lightning. Wei Qinglan pondered. If even the esteemed master of the Qingshu Jade sect could fall victim to the lightning tribulation of foundation building, how formidable must it be? In that case, she truly need not pursue the golden core any further. Jiang Lisheng, observing her silence, continued forward, expressing a desire for sweet dates. Furthermore, if we wish to seek an exit at Daxian Mountain, we must proceed eastward, inevitably traversing Xian Mountain. Daxian Mountain and Xian Mountain. What could possibly connect these two peaks? Could it be that the exit lies within Xian Mountain itself? Even if it is teeming with flying fish, we must venture forth. One cannot capture a tiger cub without entering its lair. One may not have mastered the art of learning, yet has certainly perused an abundance of books, Wei Qinglan remarked. Jiang Lisheng scoffed, Wei Xixiang, whom do you disdain? After all, we are akin to swine, and perhaps the mountain fat is the ancestor of those flying fish. Mountain fat immediately countered, nay, our clan has not had any connection with fish for millennia. Then brace yourself to be torn apart by them, Jiang Lisheng replied, wearing an expression of impending doom. Mountain fat too felt trepidation about the treacherous path ahead. Wei Qinglan observed the peculiar exchange between the person and the beast. Although she had directed her words towards him, somehow they had shifted to mountain fat. She rubbed her forehead, reflecting on her earlier remarks. Though seemingly nonsensical, there was a thread of reason within them. Could it be that the similarly named Xian Mountain truly bore some connection to Daxian Mountain? Chapter 88. Encirclement. As the trio and their beast drew near to Xian Mountain, they were met with the chilling sound of anguished cries emanating from the mountainside. As Jiang Lisheng listened to the familiar sound of a broken voice, her expression shifted dramatically, urgency overtaking her. Wei Xixiang, it seems to be in Xixiang's voice. Indeed, it was him. I shall go ahead. You all follow closely and exercise caution. Wei Qinglan uttered these words before hastily taking flight on her sword. Zhu Wenin recognized Enruxu's voice as well and was about to rush forward when she noticed Jiang Lisheng anxiously stamping her feet in place. Momentarily pausing, she seized Jiang Lisheng onto her sword, gritting her teeth as she propelled them forward in pursuit of Wei Qinglan's departing figure. Wei Qinglan soared swiftly on her sword, soon disappearing from sight. Shanggao followed closely behind, eager to join the fray, yet unable to shake off his concern for Jiang Lisheng. He remained by their side, urging Zhu Wenin, you, woman, why are you so slow on your sword? Hurry up. You're truly hopeless. They've already vanished, and if we wait for you to rescue someone, the flowers will wilt before you arrive. Be quiet, Zhu Wenin retorted, her injuries still severe and her recovery minimal. Now burdened with another person, her speed could hardly compare to that of Wei Qinglan. Yet Shanggao persisted, you call yourself a sister, yet look at you, compare yourself to her. How can you claim to be her senior when you entered the sect earlier? Even with your earlier start, you still can't match a junior. You might as well be foolish. Zhu Wenin held her breath, choosing to ignore him. Too slow, too slow. Why don't you hurry up? Have you not eaten? Shanggao continued to chide as they ran, his disdain palpable. Who is that person? Do you all know him? His cries sound so desperate. He must be torn apart by some beast. Losing limbs is a certainty. Zhu Wenin could hardly bear the sight of Enruxu, who was missing an arm and a leg. Her hands trembled, and she struggled to maintain a steady grip on her sword, her entire being wavering. Jiang Lisheng, alarmed, instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Zhu Shiji, pay no heed to this wretched creature. As long as there is breath in his body, Kunlun possesses myriad ways to heal brethren. After saying this, he irritably scolded Xuantian. I told you to be silent. Must you prattle on incessantly? Why frighten her? Hurry. Will you carry me? No, you descend, and I shall ride you. Xuantian shook its fur, genuinely believing that this woman was far too slow at sword flight. Jiang Lisheng also felt that Zhu Wenin's pace was both sluggish and perilous. He patted her shoulder. Zhu Shiji, halt for a moment. Let this wretched creature carry me. We shall expedite our journey. Zhu Wenin's complexion turned pale, her body drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, it was taxing to carry two individuals while wielding her sword. Upon hearing his words, she ceased her flight. Jiang Lisheng leapt from her sword, clasping Xuantian's neck, and mounted its back. Just as he settled, Xuantian sprang into action. Jiang Lisheng gasped, slow down. Did you not wish to hasten to his rescue? Xuantian sought the trail of Wei Qinglan. Who is that person? All three of them felt an urgent unease. It is brother and Ruxu from Kunlun. He had initially agreed to venture into the secret realm alongside me. But as soon as we entered, we were compelled to part ways. I fell into a treacherous mountain, while he remains lost to me. Jiang Lisheng buried his face behind Xuantian's head, gripping its neck tightly, fearful that the rapid pace would send him tumbling off to his demise. Oh, another brother of yours. It seems he is quite well liked. The evaluation of the mountain bomb reveals a profound connection between Jiang Lisheng and her master, and possesses an enviable charm, greeting everyone with a warm smile, endearing himself to both seniors and juniors alike. As Zhu Wenin observes, the mountain bomb swiftly disappears from sight, leaving her feeling both anxious and frustrated. With her heart racing, she resolutely mounts her sword to pursue it. The wind whistles past her ears, rustling the leaves as the mountain bomb moves with agility. Initially, Jiang Lisheng manages to exchange a few words with it, but soon finds herself rendered speechless. Her lips sealed tight. She raises her buried face, her tightly shut eyes fluttering open. What is happening? Are you suggesting that this is where Master and encountered trouble? Surveying the desolate landscape, Jiang Lisheng notes the barren hills devoid of any signs of conflict, while the jujube trees around them bear an abundance of enticingly ripe fruit. Yet, at that moment, her appetite is the furthest thing from her mind. Indeed, I am certain this is the place, she insists, her conviction unwavering. The mountain bomb, puzzled, continues to search the area. Jiang Lisheng, unwilling to dismount from its back, feels the dense foliage around them renders the place somewhat perilous. The mountain bomb ambles cautiously, whispering, I have circled this spot 3 times, it must be here. The sounds we heard earlier originated from this very location. Jiang Lisheng harbors no doubts regarding the mountain bomb's abilities to track sounds and locate individuals. During their trials in the Bitter Mountains, neither her nor Chen Luyan could shake off its persistent presence. She scans her surroundings, straining to listen intently, yet the profound silence is unsettling, prompting her to lower her voice. The stillness feels wrong. Something is amiss. Had I known earlier, I would not have been so hasty. Accompanying Zhu Wenin, I thought that moving slowly would be acceptable. At least I had company. After all, Wei Qinglan had already gone to rescue senior brethren. So why should I be in such a rush? Irritated, I smacked the mountain goat, blaming it for urging me onward. Now, it seems, we have lost our way. Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in terror, her heart momentarily halted by the alarming sight before her. She nearly slipped off the back of the mountain goat in shock, feeling a sense of impending doom. Before her lay a swarm of flying fish, but for their wings, they could easily be mistaken for pigs. Their bulging eyes fixated on her and the mountain goat, as if they were mere inanimate objects. A chill ran down her spine, and she clung tightly to the goat's hide, utterly terrified. Run, quickly, turn back. The mountain goat immediately reversed direction, yet its legs seemed incapable of moving swiftly. To their dismay, they discovered that a multitude of flying fish had surrounded them. Some perched on trees, others stood on the ground, and some hovered in midair, each possessing a pair of ghastly eyes that stared lifelessly at them, forming a menacing encirclement. Even the mountain goat, known for its foul-mouthed nature, stammered in fear. We can't run. We are trapped. What were they to do? Jiang Lisheng had no idea. They were encircled by the flying fish, each weighing around 30 to 60 pounds. Although they were smaller than the mountain goat, their sheer numbers, hundreds of them, presented an insurmountable challenge. Jiang Lisheng estimated that even if she were to exhaust every treasure in her storage ring, it might not suffice to contend with these creatures. In this mysterious realm, the advanced magical artifacts collected by the deceased elders within her storage ring remain unusable. Only a few artifacts are operable, and she has yet to fully comprehend their workings, leaving her rather inexperienced. The only tool she wields with any proficiency is a rope, yet it can only bind 2 creatures at a time. And the multitude of flying fish is overwhelming. The flying fish fixate on her and Shango, refraining from launching the first attack. Jiang Lisheng, too, dares not strike first. She cannot even move her hands to retrieve an artifact from her storage ring, fearing that any slight motion might provoke these creatures to surge forward and tear her to shreds. Shango continues to plead, "You must think of something. What should we do? With these dead fish staring at us, I can hardly stand." Jiang Lisheng grips it tightly, gritting her teeth in frustration. "How am I supposed to know what to do? There are too many for us to handle. What shall we do then? If I abandon you, perhaps I could escape." It regretted having scolded Zhu Wenin for her foolishness, realizing that carrying another being certainly hindered its capabilities. "You wouldn't dare." Jiang Lisheng raised an eyebrow, reminding it of their binding contract. Shango, aware of their agreement, merely lamented, "Where has your brother Wei gone? Has he rescued anyone? Without him, we may as well await our demise." Jiang Lisheng felt an overwhelming longing for Wei Qinglan, striving to calm herself and engage her not-so-brilliant mind. Since her positioning was correct, it must indeed be so. However, the absence of her brother Wei here suggests he too may have encountered peril. She felt a surge of tears, mumbling incoherently. "He had promised to guide me into the secret realm and protect me. Yet upon hearing Senior Brother N's anguished cries, he abandoned me and fled. I suspect his feelings for Senior Brother N are rather peculiar. Otherwise, how could he remain indifferent when Sister Zhu was in peril? Why is it that the person I urged you to rescue suddenly becomes a matter of urgency when it concerns Senior Brother N?" Shan Gao, momentarily captivated by her words, forgot their perilous surroundings and exclaimed in shock, "Is that truly the case? I had thought he harbored feelings for you. Which of your eyes perceived such sentiments?" She retorted, "You, a mere beast, are hardly in a position to comprehend human emotions. His actions stem from an obligation to my master, who entrusted his care to him. After all, I am currently representing the Kunlun sect in my endeavors. Should I encounter misfortune, my master would undoubtedly seek retribution from Kunlun." Jiang Lisheng recalled that during their time in the Bitter Mountains, Wei Qinglan had spoken in a similarly serious tone. At that time, he had spoken earnestly, and it must have been genuine. She had resigned herself to fate. If these creatures were to tear her apart, her master would surely hold him accountable, sparing him no mercy. Feeling a sense of guilt, Jiang Lisheng admitted, "I had not anticipated such outcomes." "Alas," Shan Gao sighed, "if we were to perish, let us hope in our next lives that you possess a bit more wisdom." Jiang Lisheng playfully struck him, "You ought to be the one to gain some sense. If it weren't for your incessant urging, at least Sister Zhu would have accompanied us in our demise." Shan Gao, too, expressed regret, "I was in the wrong." Faced with danger, the pair, one human, one beast, exchanged banter, and in doing so, the fear that once gripped them began to dissipate. The flying fish circled around them, an impenetrable mass. Though each bore a fierce countenance, their lifeless eyes fixated intently upon the duo, seemingly poised to launch an attack, yet none made a move. Shan Gao could not comprehend. There were hundreds of them. Could they truly fear just the 2 of us? What were you thinking? Jiang Lisheng also felt she was overthinking. While Shan Gao possessed combat prowess, a single beast could hardly contend against hundreds, and she lacked any spiritual power, rendering her a mere combat inept. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as both parties observed one another, locked in a stalemate. Neither Shan Gao nor Jiang Lisheng dared to make a move, and the encircling fish remained motionless. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Lisheng could no longer endure the silence and attempted to negotiate with the fish, inquiring what their intentions were in surrounding them without any aggression. No response. Jiang Lisheng continued, "If you do not intend to harm us, why not let us go?" Still, there was no reply. Frustrated, she asserted, "If you refuse to leave, then we shall." She nudged Shan Gao, urging him to charge forward. "Perhaps I should just strike out. But that would be foolish. Is it not better to live another moment? Why seek death?" Shan Gao resolutely refused to advance, believing that this impasse was, in fact, the safest course of action. Jiang Lisheng stifled a yawn, yet she lamented, "If this continues, I shall fall asleep." The profound silence around them was drowsy-inducing. Shan Gao panicked. "Why are you sleepy? You cannot afford to be. What time is this? How can you feel drowsy? We face a grave threat. It is utterly perilous, and you dare to feel sleepy?" Tears streamed down Jiang Lisheng's face as she found herself utterly exhausted. In the past, whenever my spiritual energy was depleted, I required no less than 10 days to half a month of rest, sometimes even longer. Now, devoid of any spiritual power, I felt no different from an ordinary mortal. After enduring a prolonged struggle on Mount Fongo without rest, having eaten and drunk to my fill, it was only natural that I longed for sleep. Shanggao was infuriated. What was to become of it if I succumbed to slumber? Jiang Lisheng's eyelids grew heavy, and she suggested, "Why not join me in sleep? They merely encircle us." Showing no intent to attack, instead of exhausting ourselves further, wouldn't it be wiser to rest? Such a notion was imprudent, Shanggao retorted. You must not sleep. What if, the moment you close your eyes, they decide to strike? Yet, Jiang Lisheng felt indifferent to the consequences. She could not save Enruxu, nor locate Wei Qinglan. And even Zhu Wenin had not followed her here. Trapped in this place, what could she possibly do? She could not compel Shanggao to charge forth. And if she were to perish from exhaustion, so be it. With a soft huff, her eyelids finally closed, her head slumping to the side as she drifted into slumber. Shanggao, seething with frustration, felt it was truly unfortunate to have encountered such a master. Contemplating digging a grave to bury her, it realized the binding contract rendered such an act futile. Burying her would not ensure its own survival. It stood there, fuming with rage. Indeed, the moment Jiang Lisheng fell asleep, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of murderous intent surged forth. Shanggao felt a chill run down its spine, its fur bristling in alarm as its eyes glowed with fierce red light, revealing both anger and peril. Yet, it was of no avail. Those creatures seemed astutely aware, waiting until Jiang Lisheng succumbed to sleep before they boldly advanced, unafraid of its presence. In a fit of panic, Shanggao cursed vehemently, "Jiang Lisheng, you wretched creature. Awaken at once." Chapter 90. The Capability. Once Jiang Lisheng succumbed to slumber, she was not easily roused. Such was her remarkable ability. Despite Shangao's desperate cries, Jiang Lisheng remained undisturbed, leaving Shanggao to contend with the ominous aura and relentless assaults of the flying fish. She could only dart about in evasion, her eyes blazing with fury, utterly engrossed in her own survival. Initially, she feared that these creatures would swiftly end the life of Jiang Lisheng resting upon her back. However, she soon realized that Jiang Lisheng's proclamation of invulnerability was not mere bravado. The wings of these creatures merely brushed against her, akin to a gentle breeze, tearing her clothing but leaving her flesh unscathed. Remarkably, she held steadfastly onto Jiang Lisheng's neck, sleeping soundly amidst the chaos. Ironically, by clutching the vulnerable spot on Jiang Lisheng's neck, she inadvertently shielded her, rendering the swarm of flying fish incapable of harming either of them. Shanggao found herself at a loss, unsure whether to scold or express gratitude towards Jiang Lisheng. When Wei Qinglan arrived, bloodied and battered, she beheld a scene of utter disarray, Shanggao entangled in a fierce struggle against the flying fish. The flying fish could spray water, while Shanggao unleashed flames. Water and fire were natural adversaries, neither able to inflict harm upon the other. The wings of the fish, formidable as swords, could not pierce Jiang Lisheng's skin, just as Shanggao, undeterred by blades, possessed a resilience beyond mere steel. Thus, against this overwhelming multitude, the two were inexplicably unharmed. The flying fish appeared remarkably intelligent, relentlessly besieging Shanggao in an attempt to uncover its vulnerabilities. Even if they failed to find any, they sought to exhaust it to the point of demise. At that moment, Wei Qinglan arrived, bringing with him a gust of ominous wind. Shanggao rejoiced, exclaiming, "Wei Qinglan, quickly save us." The flying fish also noticed Wei Qinglan, swiftly turning their gazes towards him, their eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. They were astute creatures, detecting the scent of their kind's blood emanating from him. Wei Qinglan descended gracefully upon his sword, landing lightly upon the ground, nonchalantly gripping the innate sword in his hand. His expression was calm and untroubled, his voice airy as he declared, "Since you have not harmed her, depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for your demise." His attire was stained deeply with the blood of numerous flying fish, indicating that he had recently endured a fierce battle. The scent of blood surrounding him suggested he had likely slaughtered hundreds of their kin. This man was undeniably formidable. The flying fish, unwilling to concede, displayed signs of struggle in their gazes. Seeing their reluctance to retreat, Wei Qinglan swung his sword, unleashing a formidable blade that seemed capable of obliterating all in its path. The brilliance of the innate sword radiated with an unyielding sharpness, casting a chilling glow across the sky, as if in the next moment, nothing would remain where the sword passed. The flying fish, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions. Wei Qinglan did not pursue them. He sheathed his sword and swayed slightly, turning his attention to Shang Gao, or more precisely, to Jiang Lisheng upon his back. The latter lay in a deep slumber, his garments in tatters, revealing large swathes of pristine skin and the delicate contours of beautiful butterfly bones. Wei Qinglan retrieved a robe from her storage ring, casting it with a wave to drape over Jiang Lisheng's back, veiling the exposed skin. Before Wei Qinglan could inquire, Shang Gao forcefully pried Jiang Lisheng's hand away, tossing it to the ground and indignantly stomping on it for good measure. The creature then proceeded to lodge a vehement complaint, lamenting the fact that the woman had fallen asleep, emphasizing its utter exasperation. In a fit of pique, Shang Gao proposed, "Why don't you become my master? I no longer desire this wretched woman." Wei Qinglan regarded it intently. Shang Gao launched into a detailed account, recounting how they had been besieged, the stalemate that ensued, Jiang Lisheng's muttered grievances regarding preferential treatment towards Enruxu and Zhu Wenin, and her abandonment of Shang Gao for Enruxu. In a moment of despair, Jiang Lisheng had resigned herself to fate and drifted off to sleep. Oblivious to Wei Qinglan's darkening countenance, Shang Gao concluded with a sense of profound grievance. Remarking that Jiang Lisheng seemed unfazed by the prospect of death, opting instead to simply fall asleep, and reiterating its desire to sever ties with her, Jiang Lisheng remained motionless, lost in slumber. Wei Qinglan, without hesitation, covered her mouth and nose, cutting off her air supply. Deprived of breath, Jiang Lisheng finally stirred, her eyes fluttering open in a haze of confusion. "Wei, senior brother?" she gasped. Wei Qinglan released her, regarding her with a frigid gaze. "Awake at last? It's a wonder you haven't succumbed to your slumber entirely, given your ability to recognize me." Jiang Lisheng looked at him in bewilderment, then glanced around, inquiring, "Where's senior brother? He's not here." "What do you mean, not here?" Jiang Lisheng asked, perplexed. "It's an illusion. Those flying fish are adept at creating illusions. The sounds we hear are not as tranquil as they seem." Wei Qinglan, upon seeing her stabilize, released her grip. "No, I genuinely heard it," Jiang Lisheng insisted, her mind sharpening with clarity. Could they conjure illusions so convincingly? Besides, you, me, and senior sister Zhu all heard the call of senior brethren. Is it possible that they can only fabricate the voice of one individual? Are they aware of our collective concern for senior brethren? Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Wei Qinglan's expression darkened once more, and she calmly inquired, "Did you tell Shang Gao that my feelings for Enruxa differ?" "Indeed," Jiang Lisheng replied, her thoughts twisting again. Tilting her head to gaze at Wei Qinglan, she continued, "Though we both hail from Kunlun, your demeanor towards senior sister Zhu during her peril was vastly different from that towards senior brethren." "Ah!" Before she could finish, Wei Qinglan abruptly seized her and took flight on her sword. Jiang Lisheng yelped in surprise as she stood atop the blade, which soared swiftly, the rushing wind stinging her face. As the gust enveloped them, Wei Qinglan's robes billowed, a metallic scent of blood filling the air. It was then that Jiang Lisheng cried out, "Senior brother Wei, you are injured again? Is it not perilous to fly so swiftly while wounded?" With a splash, Jiang Lisheng fell into the water, creating a tumult of waves. Shang Gao soon followed, astonished, watching as Jiang Lisheng flailed in the water, her limbs and head breaking the surface. It swiftly dove in, retrieving her with its mouth. Having just lifted the individual, she suddenly recalled how insufferable this woman truly was. Indeed, she ought to have her mind cleansed. How could she sleep so soundly in such peril? Had she not been in slumber, those flying fish would not have dared to assault them. Infuriating. Chapter 91. A cleansing of the mind. Fuming, she began to curse, "You wretched creature. Do you wish to perish?" Rising from the water in exasperation, she grasped the beast, scrambling onto its back, her feet pressing down forcefully, all the while spitting out the water in irritation. "You fiend, do you contemplate treachery against your master?" The creature rolled its eyes, muttering, "I merely wish for you to have a moment of clarity. I suspect you are unwell." "No, you are the one who is unwell." Jiang Lisheng, now enlightened, reflected on her predicament. In such circumstances, if she were not permitted to rest, what alternative was there? The creature, visibly agitated, retorted, "Had you not succumbed to slumber, those flying fish would not have launched their attack. yet you sleep so peacefully? Are you unaware that once you drifted into unconsciousness, those creatures came rushing forth to slay us? Indeed, Jiang Lisheng was oblivious. She had succumbed to a deep sleep. In a moment of astonishment, she mused. As a being devoid of spiritual power, why would they wait for me to doze off? If they intended to kill, why not do so sooner? How was I to know? The creature replied. Regardless, the moment you closed your eyes, those wretched fish began their assault. If you doubt me, inquire with Wei Qinglan. It was only upon his arrival and the unsheathing of his sword that those creatures were frightened away. Jiang Lisheng turned to glance at Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lisheng, filled with indignation, kicked the mountain gao twice and exclaimed, "What of it if I choose to sleep? If death comes, so be it. My master will seek him. Not you. Your master will undoubtedly not seek me, for if you perish, I too must meet the same fate, and thus he shall never find me." Mountain Gao, bemused by her lack of clarity, mused that perhaps a thorough cleansing of her mind was in order. Jiang Lisheng, stifled in her fury, stomped down hard upon it twice more, still unsatisfied. In a fit of rage, she clambered up the bank and forcefully yanked Wei Qinglan into the water beside her. Wei Qinglan made no resistance, obediently succumbing to her grasp, and upon entering the water, the surface was instantly tainted crimson by his blood. Jiang Lisheng, trembling in shock, released her hold, her heart racing at the sight of such a profusion of blood. Overwhelmed with shame, she realized that her urgency to save brother stemmed from his master's concern. She had mistakenly assumed, feeling a pang of guilt for her impure thoughts. Jiang Lisheng chastised herself for her sordid imagination regarding him and brother, and shaking, she implored, Brother Wei, I was in the wrong. It is all my fault for indulging too much in the mundane tales of the world, tainting my mind and heart with filth and folly. You were right to suggest I cleanse my thoughts with cold water. I should not have pulled you down. Quickly, let us ascend. Yet, Wei Qinglan remained steadfast, refusing to rise. With a pallid countenance and trembling hands, Jiang Lisheng hesitated, afraid to pull too hard, unsure of the severity of his wound given the amount of blood he had lost. On the verge of tears, she pleaded, I was truly mistaken. Please, let us ascend. I promise to never again speak carelessly or harbor unfounded suspicions. She continued, though I cannot entirely be blamed for my doubts. Senior sister Zhu and senior brother and are both disciples of Kunlun, yet your treatment of us differs. If one speaks of favoritism, am I not even more so towards you, being from Qingshu? Wei Qinglan retorted with a frigid smile. When it comes to heartlessness, you are unparalleled in this world. Yes, I am the heartless one, Jiang Lisheng conceded. Though I was concerned upon hearing of senior brother N's incident, you could have brought me along. Instead, you abandoned me. Jiang Lisheng attempted to justify herself. I merely had a temporary lapse in judgment. Clutching Wei Qinglan's sleeve, she reverted to the obedient and bashful demeanor she had displayed upon first arriving at Kunlun. Her fair and unblemished face was filled with remorse for her mistake. Senior brother Wei, I was wrong, truly wrong. The water is far too cold, and you are grievously wounded. Let us go up quickly. Wei Qinglan remained unmoved, regarding her with a cold gaze. I should never have worried for you. Do you know how many flying fish I slew? How many? 620. Jiang Lisheng gasped. That is an astonishing number. During the standoff against her and the Shangao, she had meticulously counted the flying fish that besieged them in that half hour, which seemed to total around 500. She wondered how he had managed to slay so many single-handedly. At the time, I feared that due to my momentary carelessness, something might befall you, Wei Qinglan said, his eyes sharp and clear. But what about you? I was wrong, and I worry for you as well. But am I not just a burden? In this moment, Jiang Lisheng felt a genuine pang of guilt from the depths of his heart. Senior brother Wei, shall we ascend first and discuss matters later? The water is far too frigid, and your injuries are quite severe. I shall not perish. You must clear your mind. Then you ascend first. I shall remain here to gather my thoughts. I promise, truly, you go up, and I will stay. Wei Qinglan appeared appeased, slowly turning around, only to suddenly recollect something and retrieved his discarded garment, which he then unceremoniously tossed onto her head. Jiang Lisheng was momentarily blinded by darkness, a vivid crimson hue enveloping her vision. She cautiously brushed it aside, only to find that Wei Qinglan had already reached the shore. Clutching the garment, she stood in the water, still perplexed, and inquired, What have you given me this garment for? As Jiang Lisheng touched it, feeling its smooth texture, her face flushed instantly. Having just awakened, She was still oblivious to the situation. How could she possibly notice that her own garment had been torn? Shang Gaoqi, in a fit of exasperation, thought to curse aloud. What does your mistake have to do with me? Jiang Lisheng, unyielding, retorted, I care not. I am your master, and you must accompany me regardless. In a huff, Shang Gaoqi swatted at her with its claws. Jiang Lisheng clung tightly to it, declaring, if we are to freeze, we shall freeze together. You simply cannot ascend. At this juncture, Wei Qinglan spoke, sitting cross-legged on the bank. He tossed a jade token towards them and commanded, Shang Gao, take this jade token, proceed 5 miles hence, and lift the prohibition to bring Sister Zhu here. Shang Gaoqi immediately cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Lisheng, forcing her to reluctantly release her hold on it. Chapter 92. Sacrifice and gain. Zhu Wenin, wielding her sword with a leisurely grace, inadvertently crossed paths with Wei Qinglan first. At that moment, Wei Qinglan had already vanquished 600 flying fish. Upon noticing only Zhu Wenin's presence, he inquired about Jiang Lisheng, who had hastened ahead in pursuit of the direction Wei had previously taken. His countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly erected a protective barrier for Zhu Wenin before hastening off to find Jiang Lisheng. Within the confines of the protective barrier established by Wei Qinglan, Zhu Wenin's emotions were anything but tranquil. Surrounding her were the lifeless bodies of the flying fish, most of which had met their demise by a single stroke of the sword. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that each fish bore wounds in varying locations, some to the head, others to the abdomen, and some around the eyes. Strikingly, their expansive wings remained unscathed, each pair intact. This indicated that Wei Qinglan had deliberately spared the winged appendages while dispatching these creatures. But why? Was it because Jiang Lisheng intended to utilize the pristine wings for crafting? Zhu Wenin found the notion absurd, yet it was the sole thought that lingered in her mind. She felt a sense of absurdity. Anyone observing the current circumstances of Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lisheng would likely echo her sentiments. Here was a prodigious youth from Kunlun, an 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, on the cusp of achieving full Golden Core perfection and ascending to the nascent soul stage. With such a rapid cultivation pace, it was not inconceivable that he could reach full mastery by the age of 100. Over the millennia, and even over the course of thousands of years, how many had truly accomplished such a feat by the age of 100? None. Even the esteemed leaders of the Kunlun sect, Master Qin, Master Yu of Qingshu, and Master Pei of Tai, had not achieved this, despite their status as some of the most gifted talents within the immortal realms. However, Wei Qinglan is a prodigy, a talent rarely seen in millennia. Yi Xingzi of Tai is also hailed as a genius, and although his cultivation is currently on par with hers, he is 2 years her senior, a slight difference. But a difference nonetheless. If it were to become known that Wei Qinglan of Kunlun harbored affections for Jiang Lisheng of Qingshu, the entire cultivation world would be shaken. Shang Gao ambled over and noticed that within a circle of light, Zhu Wenin appeared distraught, her face as pale as a ghost. It rolled its eyes and remarked, Woman, why do you look so pathetic? Don't tell me you're scared to death by these dead fish eyes? Zhu Wenin startled awake, looked at Shang Gao, and inquired, Where is Jiang Lisheng? Zhu Wenin paused, puzzled. Punished? Who was punishing her? Zhu Wenin was dubious. Could it be that senior brother Wei was willing to punish her? Shang Gao shook its head, regarding her with the same doubt. Why wouldn't he be willing? She did something wrong. Of course she should be punished. Zhu Wenin gazed at Shang Gao, who wore an expression of utter certainty. She did indeed do something wrong. Even an apology would be useless. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Zhu Wenin rose from the ground, suppressing her inner doubts, and decided to collect the corpses of the flying fish before leaving. Shang Gao nodded in agreement. Zhu Wenin could clearly see Jiang Lisheng's small face, pale and blue from the cold, a stark contrast to the scarlet robe wrapped around her, which only served to highlight the ghastly pallor of her face. As Shang Gao had said, she was indeed being punished by being submerged in cold water. But had senior brother Wei really punished her? Zhu Wenin, filled with confusion, sheathed her sword and turned her gaze towards Wei Qinglan, who sat with his eyes closed, his body radiating a tumultuous wave of spiritual energy, clearly gravely injured. Not daring to disturb him, she took a few steps towards the shore and glanced back at Jiang Lisheng. Shang Gao stood resolutely at the water's edge, refusing to enter the icy depths. No, you deserve to freeze to death, it said defiantly. If I freeze to death, it benefits you not at all. Let us not forget. We are bound together in fortune and misfortune. Jiang Lisheng retorted angrily. Shanggao scoffed. You won't freeze to death anyway. Jiang Lisheng was momentarily speechless, her teeth chattering from the cold. I truly could freeze to death, she protested. Shanggao, however, was not fooled. It had endured the attacks of flying fish. Its skin as tough as theirs, and how could it possibly succumb to the cold? Turning its head away, it lay down, presenting its rear to her, closed its eyes, and intended to take a nap. Fuming, Jiang Lisheng cursed. You wretched creature, go ahead and sleep. Just wait until I reach the shore. I shall make you pay. Shanggao was unfazed by her threats. Jiang Lisheng found herself powerless against it, left to endure the freezing water with a pale countenance. Although she could retrieve protective artifacts from her storage ring, she recognized her own misdeeds and feared that Wei Qinglan might not forgive her should she attempt to exploit the situation. Pouting, she continued to endure her plight. Zhu Wenin observed that Jiang Lisheng did not seek her help, likely realizing that such a plea would be futile, for she could not assist her and certainly would not plunge into the frigid water alongside her. After standing on the shore for a while, she found a clean spot, sat cross-legged, and began to channel her spiritual energy to heal her wounds. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Lisheng could no longer withstand the cold. Her entire body trembled. Teeth chattered, and her bones felt numbed by the ice, leading her to believe that if she remained submerged any longer, she would become a lifeless corpse. She opened her mouth, intending to plead with Wei Qinglan for mercy, to inquire if she had been forgiven and if she could ascend. However, just as she was about to speak, something beneath the water clamped onto her ankle with sharp teeth. She let out a piercing scream, attempting to kick free, but her limbs, having been frozen for too long, were sluggish and unresponsive, pulling her deeper into the water. He swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of energy that created a whirlwind, scattering a multitude of flying fish in its wake. His movements were remarkably swift as he parted the waters to grasp Jiang Lisheng's wrist, yet the sheer number of fish was overwhelming. Some even dared to bite at his sword, preventing him from striking a second blow, and in that fleeting moment, he found himself dragged deeper into the abyss alongside Jiang Lisheng. Zhu Wenin, too, was jolted awake and plunged into the water, stunned by the dense aquatic scene before her. Teeming with fish, Jiang Lisheng and Wei Qinglan were nowhere in sight. Her expression shifted to one of alarm. Shanggao also entered the water, his large eyes wide with fear, exclaiming, "How could there be so many? We're doomed." Jiang Lisheng felt equally despondent. She had lingered in their lair for half an hour, and it was quite the feat for these fish to wait until her limbs had grown numb before making their move. The fish that clamped onto her ankle was particularly large and powerful, and with her hands and feet frozen and numb, she could not break free. As she was inexorably dragged underwater, she found herself unable to retrieve any magical artifacts from her storage ring. Just as regret flooded her thoughts, the water erupted into a whirlwind from the sword energy, and Wei Qinglan broke through the densely packed fish surrounding her, seizing her wrist. The warmth that enveloped her numbed wrist instantly dispelled Jiang Lisheng's feelings of regret. In the water, she was rendered speechless, only able to communicate with her eyes as she gazed at Wei Qinglan. Just as she thought he would triumph effortlessly, she was taken aback to see his sword ensnared by countless fish, unable to unleash a second strike. Her eyes widened in terror. Moments later, darkness enveloped them. She struggled against her wrist, but Wei Qinglan held on tightly, preventing her escape. They were dragged into the abyss by a colossal fish. At the instant they entered the dark void, Wei Qinglan felt the oppressive force of the chasm pulling and tearing at him, akin to his fall from Daisai Mountain to Fangao Mountain. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on Jiang Lisheng's wrist, channeling all his spiritual energy into the bones of his wrist. The void's oppressive force could not expel him. It merely compelled him to follow Jiang Lisheng into the darkness. Inside the void, there was no water, only wind. The large fish finally released its grip, and Jiang Lisheng sensed her descent. "I am here." Wei Qinglan opened his mouth, unable to suppress the surge of blood, and coughed up a mouthful. Jiang Lisheng caught the scent of blood wafting through the air and reached out to grasp him. Drawing from her previous experience, she easily seized Wei Qinglan by the neck and instinctively wrapped her arms around him. He stiffened momentarily but quickly sheathed his sword and embraced her. Once he had finished, she offered him one last piece. Wei Qinglan recoiled, declining her offer. Jiang Lisheng insisted, "You are already injured, and now we have fallen into this predicament. We do not know what awaits us ahead. You absolutely must not falter." for I cannot face it alone." Reluctantly, Wei Qinglan opened his mouth to consume the morsel. "Very well." Wei Qinglan suppressed the metallic taste of blood in her mouth before attempting to bring you along. Jiang Lisheng gasped, "Are you serious? That is the unending divine domain. If I go there, will I not be torn to shreds?" "Not necessarily," Wei Qinglan replied, once again sensing that the raging winds of this place harmed him, yet spared her. This could not merely be attributed to her loss of spiritual power or the fact that those beneath the foundational level were not repelled. Jiang Lisheng muttered, "You truly hold me in high regard." The unending divine domain, an ancient site of divine relics, had claimed countless lives, reducing them to ashes. What madness compelled her to accompany him? Perhaps it was best to refrain from such folly. Drawing from the experience of their previous encounter, Jiang Lisheng clung desperately to Wei Qinglan's neck, summoning an inexplicable strength to prevent him from being beneath her. With a resounding thud, they both fell to the ground, Wei Qinglan landing atop her. The impact left Jiang Lisheng dizzy, nearly breathless. Wei Qinglan, irate, rose from her, only to spew another mouthful of blood, her body swaying unsteadily. Jiang Lisheng lay on the ground, feeling faint, her vision filled with golden stars. Upon witnessing him cough up blood, she endured the pain coursing through her body. Scrambling to her feet to support him, her face etched with concern. "Wei Shixiao, you." Wei Qinglan turned to her, noticing that despite her pale complexion, she appeared unharmed and was able to articulate her thoughts so fluently. Suddenly, he felt deflated. "I am fine. You claim to be fine, yet you are spitting blood." Jiang Lisheng could not accept his assertion of well-being, especially when his attire bore the marks of countless cuts, revealing skin that appeared to be laid bare to the bone. "What is wrong?" Jiang Lisheng inquired anxiously. Wei Qinglan remarked, "With your abilities, even if you ventured into the unapproachable divine realm, you would likely emerge unscathed." Jiang Lisheng observed his disheveled appearance and felt an acute awareness of his own unblemished condition. Perhaps it was due to the countless potent remedies bestowed upon him by his master throughout his upbringing that rendered him often impervious to blades and swords. Wei Qinglan nodded, surveying the surroundings with a furrowed brow. Jiang Lisheng followed his gaze and realized they seemed to be situated in a vast, open space resembling an altar, large enough to accommodate hundreds. The area was encircled by stone walls adorned with intricate diagrams of the Bagua, and they stood at the altar's center, surrounded by ancient totemic inscriptions etched into the ground beneath them. Dust clung to the walls, and a fine layer of it coated the floor. Jiang Lisheng rubbed his foot against the ground, revealing the distinct patterns of the totemic inscriptions. Apart from the two of them, the space was devoid of any presence, and the large fish that had bitten her ankle was nowhere to be found. Wei Qinglan shook his head, expressing, "This place exerts a tremendous suppression upon me. My spiritual energy dissipates swiftly upon use." He had just employed a slight fraction of his spiritual power to probe her spiritual abode and had noticed that even this minuscule amount was rapidly siphoned away by the surrounding currents. Chapter 94. Terror in the Silence. The sound of dripping water resonated distinctly. Jiang Lisheng lowered his gaze, his eyes widening in alarm. "Wei Shixiao, you are bleeding." Wei Qinglan responded with a soft affirmation, glancing down at his garment, which bore countless fine cuts, as blood pooled at his feet, staining the totemic patterns on the ground. Jiang Lisheng, filled with trepidation, urgently pulled him away, urging him to move quickly. "We must descend at once. If your blood activates some malevolent mechanism, we shall both be doomed." Wei Qinglan allowed himself to be led down the stone steps, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Jiang Lisheng anxiously focused on the ground, waiting with bated breath, and when no ominous triggers manifested, she exhaled in relief. She retrieved 2 stalks of sun grass from her storage ring, exclaiming, "Hurry, consume these at once. We cannot afford more blood loss." The sight of so much blood, even with his crimson garments, rendered him a ghastly figure, which was utterly terrifying. Wei Qinglan accepted the offering, biting into the stalks and consuming them voraciously. Jiang Lisheng, hesitant to move, instructed, "Once you have finished, meditate and recuperate. When you are restored, we shall devise an escape." Wei Qinglan nodded in agreement. The sun grass took effect swiftly, and his wounds began to scab over. Seeing that he was no longer bleeding, Jiang Lisheng offered him her garments, stating, "Do you lack clothing? You may have this." Wei Qinglan gazed at her, but did not take the offering. Jiang Lisheng quickly produced a new outfit from her storage bag, insisting, I have my own. There is no need for yours. Wei Qinglan accepted the garments, but, wishing for her to turn away as he had previously, hesitated. Noting that her own attire was still tattered, revealing expanse of skin. He could only say, "Please, close your eyes." Jiang Lisheng retorted, "What time is it to be so particular?" Pouting in discontent, she shut her eyes and urged him, "Hurry up. Is there not something more pressing at hand?" He could only stretch out his hand to remove his garments, retrieving a new set from his storage ring and donning it anew. Why is this taking so long? Jiang Lisheng listened to his meticulous movements, seemingly engaged in a continuous rearrangement of clothing. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Is it difficult for you to change due to your injuries? Do you need my assistance? I truly do not understand your concerns. Your body is covered in wounds. What is there to be modest about? Are you afraid of my gaze silence?" Even after changing his attire, Wei Qinglan found it impossible to steady his mind. The scent lingering in his nostrils seemed to be that of her presence. Jiang Lisheng could not comprehend his irritation and could only mutter softly, her mood fluctuating. Wei Qinglan chose to ignore her. After a moment, he had composed himself, produced a blanket, and sat cross-legged before finally speaking, "It's done." Jiang Lisheng opened her eyes, wanting to say something, but upon seeing him with his eyes closed in meditation, she suppressed her words, pulling off her tattered clothing and replacing it with a clean outfit. The disciples' robes of Kunlun were exceedingly fragile, and even his ceremonial garments seemed to possess a rank, yet they too were so easily torn. Wei Qinglan channeled his spiritual energy, realizing that despite his utmost efforts to control it, it was still being rapidly drained, rendering him incapable of healing. This place appeared to be a forsaken altar, yet it was, in truth, a formation in operation. Imperceptible to the naked eye, yet possessing an invisible force that siphoned away his spiritual energy. He could only concede defeat and open his eyes, recognizing that this was indeed a formation. "Ah!" Jiang Lisheng exclaimed in surprise. "Is this also a formation? As long as I utilize my spiritual energy, even for self-healing, it will be absorbed." Wei Qinglan rose, collecting the blanket. "Do you not perceive this as a formation?" Jiang Lisheng blinked, still in the midst of contemplation. She had yet to thoroughly study it, but felt an overwhelming discomfort in this place. An unsettling sensation that left her feeling ill at ease. "I can only rely on you." Wei Qinglan regarded her solemnly. Jiang Lisheng, her expression one of distress, scratched her head. "I haven't mastered formations either." Wei Qinglan pressed her lips together, stating, "We must exit post-haste. We cannot linger here, lest we find ourselves ensnared." With a wave of his hand, the dust upon the ground dispersed, revealing the altar adorned with white bones, some standing, some reclining, each bearing a visage of excruciating torment. Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in horror, utterly taken aback by the sheer number. Why are there so many? Moments ago, she had perceived nothing but their two figures, only to be confronted now with an abundance of skeletal remains. "It is a deception of this formation," Wei Qinglan stated, suppressing the spiritual energy siphoned off by his recent actions. "If my conjecture holds true, among these bones lie a dozen nascent souls, dozens of golden cores, and perhaps over 100 foundational cultivators." Jiang Lisheng gasped in terror. "Then we are doomed." Wei Qinglan remained silent. Jiang Lisheng had never encountered such an altar-based formation before. She felt utterly lost, devoid of any means to unravel it. Panic coursed through her, and she instinctively grasped his sleeve tightly. "Wei Shixiang, we won't perish here together, will we?" Jiang Lisheng had already foreseen that the two of them might very well become mere skeletons in this desolate place. She pondered what horrific sight would greet the eyes of those who came after them. The thought that she too might join this dreadful assembly sent a shiver down her spine. She shook her head violently and, in a trembling voice, implored, "Brother Wei, I do not wish for my lifeless form to appear so gruesome. If we cannot escape, you might as well put me out of my misery with a single stroke of your sword." She pointed to her brow, declaring, "Strike here, for this is my vulnerability. Targeting my heart would serve no purpose." Wei Qinglan, taken aback by her solemnity and the revelation of her weakness, brusquely shrugged her off. "Stop your nonsense and conserve your energy to study the formation. If you wish to die, I certainly do not share that sentiment." Naturally, Jiang Lisheng did not desire death either, yet the eerie atmosphere enveloping them felt as if countless specters were lurking just beyond sight. Terrified, she grasped his sleeve once more, pleading, "Stay by my side. In the event of any misfortune, at least we can face it together." Wei Qinglan, without objection, allowed her to cling to his sleeve and accompanied her. The skeletal remains upon the altar, regardless of perspective, bore witness to agonizing and tragic demises. Wei Qinglan remarked softly. These individuals must have perished from having their spiritual energy drained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lisheng tightened her grip on his sleeve and inched closer, cautiously articulating, "As I currently possess no spiritual energy, would my death not manifest differently?" Wei Qinglan suppressed his irritation, contemplating her condition. After all, he still harbored spiritual energy. He reluctantly pointed out, "But you would succumb to starvation." Jiang Lisheng remarked. How profoundly insightful that statement is. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for a counterargument. Gazing upwards, the sky remained an impenetrable black, devoid of any visible horizon. If she were indeed submerged underwater, it was astonishing that no water cascaded down here, underscoring the formidable power of this formation. Her attention shifted to the wall. The Bagua diagram was within her comprehension. However, the ancient totem patterns on the ground, intricate and dense, eluded her understanding. She tugged at Wei Qinglan's sleeve, crouching down to scrutinize the ground for a while. Scratching her head, these symbols seem oddly familiar. Upon hearing this, Wei Qinglan looked at her and said, "If they seem familiar, it indicates you must have encountered them before. Just ponder it slowly." Jiang Lisheng felt overwhelmed by the multitude of information she had accumulated over the years. The formation was merely one aspect, and her dedication to studying it had been lackluster. After exerting considerable effort to recall, she sighed in frustration. "Am I truly foolish?" Wei Qinglan, wishing to uplift her spirits, replied, "You are quite intelligent." "Really?" Jiang Lisheng inquired, her enthusiasm waning. "Then could you provide an example?" Wei Qinglan racked her brain. "For instance, when you were lying on the ground at the foot of Mount Daqiao, rolling about, did you not foresee that a secret realm entrance would suddenly unveil itself?" Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could that be possible? Had I known, I would never have lay there rolling around. You would have had to pull me up immediately." After all, she had not entertained the thought of re-entering the secret realm. Had it not been for his mention of senior brother Chun waiting at Mount Daqiao and their inability to establish contact, she would have had no desire to go. Wei Qinglan pondered for a considerable time and then questioned, "Do you truly believe that my magical artifact can engage in combat joyfully without retreating? Considering you are but one person in a boat, capable of confronting a nascent soul and 2 golden cores?" Jiang Lisheng shook her head vehemently, exclaiming, "I merely struck my forehead, drawing blood. I am infuriated to the point of losing my senses." With a sigh, Wei Qinglan remarked, "Is that so?" Jiang Lisheng replied affirmatively. "Indeed. Did I not just inform you? This," she gestured to the center of her forehead, "is my vulnerability." Wei Qinglan gently removed her hand, encouraging her. "Take your time to think. I have faith in you." Jiang Lisheng let out a sound of acknowledgement, yet her expression turned despondent as she lamented, "However, I do not believe in myself." She plopped down, pointing at the totemic patterns on the ground. "This one resembles an ox, does it not? And this one, perhaps a sheep? What about this? A pig? These figures, they all bear such a striking resemblance to earthly livestock." Wei Qinglan examined the patterns closely and after a moment, nodded, "It seems you are not mistaken. In ancient times, sacrifices were indeed made using these animals to appease the deities." Jiang Lisheng muttered, "But what connection does this formation have with those creatures? Why depict them?" Upon hearing her mention the ancient sacrificial rites, Wei Qinglan's expression shifted subtly as she replied solemnly, "In antiquity, there existed a formation known as the god-slaying array. However, the ancient texts of Kunlun record that the relevant page is missing, thus rendering its appearance a mystery." Jiang Lisheng inhaled sharply. "Wei Shixiang, please do not frighten me. How could an ancient array possibly endure to the present day?" As she spoke, memories of the Bitter Mountain array, which had persisted for over 10 millennia along with the living entity known as Mountain Bomb, flooded her mind, leaving her utterly disheartened. Wei Qinglan gazed at her companion, pondering their unfortunate predicament. Jiang Lisheng spoke with a hint of uncertainty, contemplating how she had always been favored by fortune, encountering both blessings and misfortunes alike. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing that uttering such words might invoke a grim reality. If this truly were an ancient divine extermination array, their fates would be sealed. It was one thing for her to perish, but could Wei Qinglan afford such a fate? After all, Kunlun was counting on him to bear significant responsibilities. She fixated on the totem etched into the ground for a prolonged moment, her anxiety escalating with each passing second. Finally, She plopped down and quietly inquired, "Senior Brother Wei, if we truly cannot escape, will your master seek retribution from my master, or will my master turn against yours? Will they be locked in a relentless feud?" Wei Qinglan sighed in exasperation, questioning the chaotic thoughts that perpetually occupied her mind. Is this truly the time for such musings? Jiang Lisheng responded awkwardly, "If I encounter trouble, it falls under Kunlun's purview. However, since you are embroiled due to my actions, it is my responsibility. I cannot shake the feeling that if we remain trapped, my master and your master will become embroiled in a convoluted dispute." Wei Qinglan chose to ignore her. Jiang Lisheng murmured to herself, "My master can be quite unreasonable at times. While my life may be deemed insignificant compared to yours, in my master's eyes, it holds value. He would likely perceive that by failing to safeguard me while being with you, you, a prodigious talent of Kunlun, are not as formidable as he presumed." Wei Qinglan, both amused and vexed, asked, "Could you repeat that?" Jiang Lisheng, her thoughts resolute, paused for a moment before breaking into a playful grin. She tugged at his sleeve and said, "Senior Brother Wei, I have a notion that might just unlock this array. If by any chance you can, walk away on your own and do not concern yourself with me." Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. "Are you truly willing to leave yourself here, amidst these bones? Are you not afraid? Perhaps I have ceased to fear, now that death seems imminent for me." Jiang Lisheng shivered slightly. "My method may not be the most virtuous, yet it might indeed prove effective. Once initiated, you can depart on your own. With your capabilities, you shall undoubtedly succeed. However, bringing someone along may not be feasible." With a sigh, she reflected, "Throughout my life, I have merely consumed the resources of the sect, not only as a glutton but also as a source of disruption. My masters have openly labeled me a wasteful burden, while my fellow disciples, though hesitant to rebuke me directly, tend to avoid my company, secretly wishing for the day when my master will expel me to spare them from calamity. I often ponder the purpose of my existence. Many times, I merely drift along, content as long as I find joy in my days. I lack confidence in my pursuit of the great path." Wei Qinglan frowned. Jiang Lisheng continued earnestly, "I cannot be compared to you. Having been at the foundation for 2 centuries, on the day I established my foundation, my master was nearly overwhelmed by my tribulation. Yet, I rejoiced, believing that my longevity was a boon granted by him. The golden core seems a distant dream, likely unattainable in this lifetime. Thus, whether I perish at 18 or live for 200 years, it holds little significance for one yet to achieve the great way. But you are different. You have the potential to attain mastery within a century, and enduring 1,000 years through celestial tribulations is not beyond your grasp. Enough. I appreciate your lofty expectations of me, but perhaps it would be best for you to remain silent." Wei Qinglan, feeling exasperated, declared, "Rest assured, if only one of us can survive, I will certainly abandon you and leave." Chapter 96. Destruction. Jiang Lisheng did not consider herself particularly virtuous, yet Wei Qinglan had rescued her on several occasions. She felt that, in response to his kindness, her conscience could indeed flourish from within. If it did not blossom the first time, perhaps with repeated acts of kindness, it would eventually take root. For instance, now, trapped in this realm, she was almost entirely convinced that they were ensnared within the legendary god-slaying array. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar. She had once glimpsed a fragment of that very page. As this was indeed the god-slaying array, it demanded the sacrifice of sentient beings. One of them must perish. Since he was ensnared because of her, how could she permit him to be the sacrificial offering? If one of them must remain here, it ought to be her. She truly did not wish for him to accompany her in death. How unfortunate! She suppressed her inner turmoil and reiterated, "Wei Xixiang, I am serious. If you forcibly drag me away when the moment comes, I will turn against you, even if it means we shall both become spirits. I will not accept your kindness. Do not forget your responsibilities. I cannot afford to delay your fate, nor do I wish to be the cause of your downfall in the afterlife." Wei Qinglan, feeling a surge of frustration, acknowledged, "I understand. The burden of responsibility rests upon my shoulders. The path to immortality shall not be obstructed by anyone." Jiang Lisheng felt a sense of relief and smiled. "Indeed, while I may not attain the great path, I still hope that someone will. You are not only the hope of Kunlun, but also the hope for all cultivators in this world. After all, how long has it been since anyone has faced the trials of immortality? Should you become the first, countless others will see a glimmer of hope." Wei Qinglan did not respond to this remark. Jiang Lisheng traced circles on the ground's totem with her finger. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After you leave, tell my master. She intended to articulate her thoughts, but suddenly hesitated. It seemed there was nothing significant to convey. Abruptly, she pricked her finger, and blood gushed forth, cascading onto the totem and the ground. The blood that Wei Qinglan had previously shed had long since dried, showing no signs of change, while her own blood was distinct. It flowed along the intricate patterns of the totem, illuminating the space with a radiant golden light. Wei Qinglan gasped in surprise and grasped Jiang Lisheng's hand, attempting to halt her. Unmoved, Jiang Lisheng continued, "Brother Wei, I shall share a secret with you. My blood can break through myriad formations. I have feared shedding blood since childhood, for I once destroyed the protective formation of Qingxiu. My master concealed this incident from others. However, how can a practitioner avoid bloodshed? Thus, my master procured countless elixirs for me, fortifying my body to be several times more resilient than that of a body cultivator. As long as I do not harm myself, I am nearly impervious to blades and swords. Yet, I possess one vulnerability, my forehead. It was only when that ancient wretch attacked the flying vessel and struck my head, causing a copious flow of blood, that I was truly enraged." She disengaged from Wei Qinglan's grip, her voice steady. "Take your sword and leave at once. There is no need to concern yourself with me." Wei Qinglan remained rooted in place, unmoving. Jiang Lisheng urged him, "Hurry, have you forgotten what you just said?" Still, Wei Qinglan did not budge. Growing impatient, Jiang Lisheng scoffed. "Brother Wei, do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? Are you so reluctant to depart?" Her tone dripped with disdain. "What is this liking anyway? Can it be consumed as sustenance? The Great Way has existed for countless years. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are merely a diversion. Have the precepts and regulations you learned in Kunlun been discarded like scraps? Were I in your position, I would depart immediately. As a mere mortal destined to live no more than 200 years, I find it trivial to compare my affections to your potential to transcend the calamities of immortality. It should be evident, to anyone of sound mind, what choice to make. Do not allow others to say that Wei Qinglan, of Kunlun, has a fondness for the ineffectual Jiang Lisheng, sacrificing her life, future, and responsibilities for him. This is a folly that can only stem from a mind consumed by irrationality." Wei Qinglan rose abruptly, declaring, "Who has any affection for you? You should leave at once." Jiang Lisheng was enveloped in a golden light, and only then did she perceive the force drawing her towards the altar of life and death. Yet, she resolutely remained anchored in place, refusing to meet his gaze. Her voice was light as a feather. "From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I wished to keep my distance. Even before I met you, my master had warned me repeatedly that while anyone could bring misfortune in Kunlun, I must steer clear of you. I readily acquiesced. However, I could not maintain my distance, for you have constantly come to my aid. I have yet to repay your life-saving grace, and it leaves me feeling unsettled. Now, it is settled. Once you depart, we shall wipe the slate clean. Though I often act foolishly, I dread being indebted to you." Suddenly, Wei Qinglan took flight on her sword, her repressed spiritual energy surging forth, drawing all the surrounding forces towards Jiang Lisheng, who ascended with effortless grace. Jiang Lisheng sensed his departure and looked up to see a figure clad in crimson garments fading from above her. She contemplated that her true desire was to express that upon their first encounter, he had brushed past her. She yearned to discard the snacks in her hand, reach out to him, and greet him with utmost politeness, imploring him to lead her into Kunlun. Yet, at that moment, she had not dared to do so. As a practitioner, she struggled with the concept of fasting and did not believe that one should forsake their emotions and desires. Her masters and uncles chastised her as a worthless individual, neglectful of her duties, and deemed her inherently rebellious, failing to adhere to the established precepts. They suggested that she be expelled from the sect to prevent her from causing greater calamity in the future. Her master, burdened with frustration, pressed his forehead and, under immense pressure, addressed her masters and uncles. "If you cast my only disciple away, I shall depart with her as well." The memories of the past, though light as clouds, weighed heavily upon her heart. Jiang Lisheng felt the urge to weep, but realized there was little cause for tears. As a perceived failure, she understood that regardless of her ventures into the secret realms, if not today, then tomorrow, the outcome would not be favorable. With this thought, she found a sense of relief. She pondered whether, upon becoming a ghost, she could escape to the realm of spirits. Would the Ghost King accept a wretch like her? A greater force enveloped her, and she could no longer resist, being drawn into the gates of life and death. She felt a pain akin to countless ants gnawing at her, as if innumerable threads were pulling and tearing at her very soul. The spiritual abode, already strained by the collapse of the bitter mountain formation, began to crack under the relentless tension. Dazed and disoriented, she found herself musing chaotically, wondering if Senior Brother Wei had managed to leave at that moment. A millennium hence, he endured an immortal tribulation, where life and death hung in a mere moment. Would he still remember her? Once, there was a maiden who yearned to distance herself from him, yet simultaneously desired to draw near. With unabashed confidence, she promised to forge him elixirs for evasion of calamities, to craft magical artifacts, to assist him in overcoming each thunderous tribulation. Whether whimsical or feasible, none of it would ever come to fruition. In truth, she wished to linger by his side a little longer, but he was grievously wounded, and the oppressive atmosphere here was unbearable for him. The 2 stalks of sun grass merely staunched the bleeding of his skin. Within, he feared he had become akin to cotton fluff, ready to disintegrate at a mere tug. In such a place, he could not afford to remain long, for if he did, neither of them would escape. Thus, in an instant, she resolved, he would depart, and she would stay. Within the spirit abode, a tempest suddenly arose, swiftly transforming into blades of wind, 1,000 swords poised to shatter the already scorched and cracked spirit realm. Jiang Lisheng coughed forth a copious amount of blood, followed by another and yet another, unable to cease. The altar, drenched in his blood, radiated an even more brilliant light, visibly shrinking, as if it were destined to become a cage, imprisoning Jiang Lisheng along with the various skeletal remains strewn about, gradually turning to ash. Jiang Lisheng felt that she ought not to leave behind a gruesome skeleton, for given the current trajectory, she would be annihilated alongside the formation, reduced to nothingness. As for the underworld and its ghostly monarchs, such notions were utterly fanciful, with no chance of realization. Just as her consciousness began to wane, a hand suddenly encircled her waist. This hand feels familiar, as does its breath, akin to the pure and pristine snow of Mount Kunlun. With great effort, she opens her eyes and indeed sees his pallid face, his tightly pressed lips, and his strikingly angular features, which are as exquisite as a painting. At this moment, the coldness etched upon his brow is unprecedented, echoing the icy aura he emanates, reminiscent of the snow atop Kunlun Mountain. She parts her lips slightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her Kunlun disciple attire has long been stained crimson. Wei, Senior Brother Yu. Wei Qinglan does not spare her a glance, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion, each word resonating with unwavering resolve. Every disciple of Kunlun is my responsibility. According to the rules of Kunlun, as long as one is not a heinous criminal, whether a commoner or a practitioner, we do not turn a blind eye to those in peril. At such a time, why speak of rules? Jiang Lisheng wishes to argue, to clarify that this is not the case. Zhu Wenin is also a disciple of Kunlun, yet she fails to embody selflessness. Many disciples cannot. One must look out for oneself, lest the heavens enact their wrath, especially practitioners who may sacrifice everything for the greater path. Perhaps it is true that all Kunlun disciples can sacrifice for the common folk, but this certainly does not apply to Wei Qinglan. No one would dare instruct him to sacrifice himself for another's salvation. His destined path diverges from that of others. Should he attain his ultimate goal, it would hold profound significance for both Kunlun and the world at large. With a sharp crack, Wei Qinglan cleaves the altar with his sword, causing fissures to appear. The life and death gate at the altar's center suddenly halts its pull, and an overwhelming torrent of stored spiritual energy surges forth, cascading towards Jiang Lisheng and Wei Qinglan. With a thunderous crash, the two plummet from midair onto the altar below. In an instant, Jiang Lisheng felt as if her spiritual abode had been cleaved in two, causing her to momentarily lose her senses. After a brief moment, she bit down on her tongue to regain her clarity and strained to turn her head to look at Wei Qinglan. Wei Qinglan's complexion was ashen, collapsed on the ground. Yet he clung tightly to her waist, his blood spilling forth in great gasps as he lay beneath her. Jiang Lisheng was filled with a desire to strike him, exclaiming that all the lofty principles he spoke were nothing but nonsense, believing that none of them held any truth. You are Wei Qinglan, of Kunlun. Do you even comprehend the value of your life? To squander it so recklessly, it is as if your mind has been devoured by a dog. At this moment, Wei Qinglan was racked with pain throughout his entire being. The sword strike had drained him to his last strength, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Jiang Lisheng's eyes reddened with fury, pondering their dire predicament. Were they truly to perish together? She had never envisioned such a fate, let alone with Wei Qinglan. Even if she were to combine all her luck from childhood, she would not have dared to dream of it. Yet, Wei Qinglan remained composed, blood spilling from his lips as he gazed at her, resigned to the notion of death. If your master were here, he would undoubtedly feel that he had wasted his efforts on you. At least my master never regarded me as his hope. Wei Qinglan remained silent. Jiang Lisheng, lacking the strength to rise, chose instead to rest upon him, reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Her tone softened as she inquired, Wei Xixiang, do you truly have feelings for me? No. Upon hearing his denial, Jiang Lisheng met his gaze, resolute. Fine, if you say not, then it shall not be. I wish I could like you, but alas, I cannot afford such feelings. Wei Qinglan seemed too exhausted to respond to her words. Jiang Lisheng gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with her fingertips, feeling the overwhelming and chaotic spiritual energy engulfing them both. I fear we are truly doomed. This altar must have absorbed the spiritual essence of countless souls, and now it seems to unleash its fury upon us. We shall not be shattered into dust by the myriad blades of the formation, yet we may perish from the sheer force of this spiritual energy. Wei Qinglan acknowledged her sentiment with a quiet murmur, as he too sensed the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy surging into his spiritual abode, leaving him powerless to resist. Jiang Lisheng fared somewhat better. Her spiritual realm, initially a desolate wasteland, was now thrown into chaos by the tempestuous winds, to the point where the pain became a distant sensation, as if it had ceased to exist. The relentless spiritual energy surged in, flowing freely, as if it were absorbed or perhaps dissipated. She lay despondently upon him and asked, Wei Xixiang, why are you so indifferent to life and death? I have earnestly studied the 3,000 precepts of Kunlun, yet none instructs its disciples to sacrifice themselves for others. Wei Qinglan remained silent. Was it not a fondness for her, but rather a desire for self-discipline? Should the path to greatness not involve such a fearless tempering? Jiang Lisheng harbored no aspirations for greatness. Even before the gates of death, she struggled to comprehend Wei Qinglan at this moment, finding him utterly inscrutable. Suddenly, he reached out to cover her eyes, his voice hoarse. From the moment we entered here until now, have you not once thought of survival? Of course, Jiang Lisheng replied, her vision enveloped in darkness. Who wishes for death when there is a chance to live? Yet you repeatedly declare that escape is futile. Wei Qinglan reminded her, Jiang Lisheng, you lack conviction and a path of your own. You do not seem to fear death as much as you believe. Why is that? Jiang Lisheng was taken aback by the question. Wei Qinglan chuckled softly. No, Jiang Lisheng, trust me, Master U.S. divination is infallible. As long as you desire for us to live, we shall endure. If you only contemplate death, then we are truly doomed. Chapter 98. Drawing the array, Jiang Lisheng was astonished. Even her master did not possess such faith in her. From where did Wei Qinglan derive her confidence? She remained silent for a long while. Wei Xixiang, do you believe in my master's divination, or do you have faith in me? My master, despite the accolades he receives, is known to be somewhat eccentric by those familiar with him. Otherwise, he would not have taken on just one disciple. Even the esteemed Qin Zongzhu of Kunlun has another named disciple apart from you, yet my master does not. He is simply indolent. His divinations seem like a whimsical game. I am inadequate in every form of cultivation, which only illustrates that his divination must have been erroneous. I am not exceptional. No one understands my shortcomings better than I do. Your belief in me is unfounded. I am merely resilient, not truly capable. Wei Qinglan closed her eyes. Then let us perish together. Jiang Lisheng found herself at a loss for words. A surge of spiritual energy soon overflowed, swelling violently, and then began to ravage around Wei Qinglan. Wei Qinglan found himself utterly incapable of control. The hand that covered his eyes fell away, and he could only continue to expel blood in great, heaving gasps. The crimson of his garments rapidly transformed into a deep scarlet, nearly blinding Jiang Lisheng's gaze. She reached out to wipe the blood from him, genuinely panicking. Wei, senior brother Wei, you said you believe in me. How do you believe? What should I do? Can you tell me? Wei Qinglan shook his head, rendered speechless, or perhaps he simply did not know. Tears streamed down Jiang Lisheng's face, falling onto Wei Qinglan's heart, mingling with his blood. In that moment, she felt a tumult of anger and despair. You are insufferable. If I were to perish alone, I would not feel this sorrow. Your impending death burdens me with such profound grief. I do not wish to die, nor do I wish for you to perish. But I am at a loss as to what I can do, what I should do. While weeping, she trembled as she rummaged through her storage ring, extracting a multitude of elixirs. After a moment of discernment, she selected a vial, poured its contents, and attempted to force it into his mouth. Wei Qinglan opened his mouth to swallow, yet soon, the blood mixed with the elixir was regurgitated, proving inedible. Jiang Lisheng tried 2 more pills, achieving the same result. Tears blurred her vision. Senior brother Wei, you are truly unbearable. Wei Qinglan felt as though his spiritual core might shatter. Chaotic spiritual energies clashed violently within him, annihilating one another. Yet, even the pain that threatened to render him unconscious paled in comparison to the agony ignited by the tears of the one before him, an ache that was dense and excruciating, tearing at his very heart. He reached out once more to cover her eyes, urging, "Do not cry." Such overwhelming sorrow made her loathe the very person who evoked her tears. Wei Qinglan reiterated, "Stop crying. Your tears are distressing me." Jiang Lisheng's voice caught in his throat, contemplating how, at such a moment, he could still be irked by her sorrow. Was he not human? Yet, observing his demeanor, she understood that he appeared on the brink of being overwhelmed by the chaotic spiritual energies, as if they might tear him apart, leading to his untimely demise. She could not bear to witness someone like him disintegrate before her eyes. If anyone were to perish, it should be her before him. With determination, she wiped away her tears with her sleeve, striving to regain her composure and focus on her own spirit realm. To her dismay, it remained shrouded in chaos, obscuring her vision. However, she sensed that the turmoil within her spirit realm was not debilitating. Rather, it indicated that while he could not withstand the influx of chaotic spiritual energy, she appeared capable of enduring it. If these energies were to enter her spirit realm, perhaps he would emerge unscathed. She extended her hand, pressing it to his forehead, attempting to draw the tumultuous energies within his spirit realm into her own. Initially, there was no response, no sensation. Undeterred, she punctured her fingertip anew, pressing it against his brow and inscribing a character, each stroke laboriously executed against an unseen resistance. The final stroke was but a half-hearted attempt, crooked and incomplete, resembling a semicircle. After completing the character, a prolonged silence ensued. Just as Jiang Lisheng, growing weary, contemplated a different approach, the character suddenly seemed to animate, radiating a brilliant golden light. In an instant, it stirred the spiritual energies within Wei Qinglan's realm, causing them to surge forth from his spirit realm. Inhaling the heterogeneous spiritual energy within her spiritual abode, Wei Qinglan commenced its outward release, channeling it through the character ch, flowing into Jiang Lisheng's fingers. It then traversed her meridians, initiating its entry into her spiritual abode. Tumultuous, surging, and vying with one another, the spiritual energy, arrayed in the formation of, inundated her, even threatening to submerge her entirely. Wei Qinglan perceived this influx and abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at Jiang Lisheng. Jiang Lisheng's countenance was ashen, her usually plain features now devoid of color. Her hand trembled, her entire being quivered, yet her eyes shone brightly. She bit her lip tightly, her hand seemingly fixed, touching Wei Qinglan's brow. Wei Qinglan parted her lips, then closed them again. Jiang Lisheng was uncertain how much spiritual energy she needed to release to prevent Wei Qinglan from exploding. But even if she knew, she seemed unable to control it. Her hand could no longer smooth out the character and draw a character of SHU. Under the inundation of the surging spiritual energy, she even worried that she might deplete his original cultivation's spiritual energy. Yet, she also pondered whether his own spiritual energy was dwindling after repeated use. The spiritual energy of the altar was simply too abundant, showing no signs of abating, continuing to surge towards the two of them. However, Wei Qinglan no longer felt discomfort. Although he still lay on the ground, the spiritual energy entering his body was quickly released, transferring into Jiang Lisheng's body. It seemed that under the altar's grand formation, Jiang Lisheng, using their blood as a guide, had created a microcosm, forming a formation within a formation, a grand formation composed of both of them. Whether anyone had ever attempted such a feat throughout history was unknown, but Jiang Lisheng had succeeded. Wei Qinglan gazed at Jiang Lisheng with a complex mix of emotions. He believed he was correct. How could the esteemed master of Qingshu possibly make a mistake? He would not err, for otherwise, Master Qi would not have stagnated in her cultivation, harboring a deep resentment towards him. Everyone labeled her as worthless. But could the collective opinion of the masses truly be infallible? Certainly not. The path of enlightenment has never been smooth, and in comparison to her, his journey had been remarkably effortless. Thus, she inquired why he dared not venture into the boundless divine realm, questioning whether he feared death. The truth was, he sought not a path devoid of obstacles, for he dreaded the notion of one day being halted mid-journey, much like Master Qi, never to progress further. The incessant clamor for votes and contributions was trivial. Beneath the layers of countless bones lay the cultivation force devoured by the altar, now surging uncontrollably into Jiang Lisheng's body. His spiritual abode, a desolate expanse akin to a scorched earth, became a chaotic and vast realm. As this mixed essence of various cultivation levels flowed in, it did not clash. Instead, it dispersed harmoniously. Time slipped away gradually until Jiang Lisheng sensed the familiar essence of Wei Qinglan's true spiritual energy. Awakening from his daze and confusion. Wei, senior brother Wei, quickly, do you have a way to sever this connection? I am absorbing your spiritual energy. Naturally, Wei Qinglan found himself powerless. He felt the emptiness within his body, the vastness of his spiritual abode devoid of the once crowded and chaotic energies, revealing the scars of his injuries that resembled deep ravines. Jiang Lisheng, in a state of desperation, attempted to sever the connection but to no avail. You must think of a solution. I will drain you dry. Wei Qinglan, utterly devoid of strength, raised his hand briefly before letting it fall once more. Jiang Lisheng attempted to summon the spiritual energy within her spiritual abode, only to discover that the scattered wisps of energy were beyond her control, eluding her command. To her dismay, her own spiritual power was utterly depleted. In a fit of desperation and frustration, she struck her own hand with the other, producing a sharp crack as her hand indeed moved away from Wei Qinglan's brow. However, in her haste, the ferocity of her action resulted in her own hand breaking beneath the force. Jiang Lisheng, overwhelmed by pain, stumbled and fell to the ground. The formation was disrupted by her severed hand, causing blood to flow profusely, and the luminous sigil on Wei Qinglan's forehead dimmed, leaving behind a crescent-shaped stain of blood. Her blood, capable of breaking through myriad formations, had inadvertently shattered the very array she had drawn. Gazing at her mangled hand, Jiang Lisheng murmured in relief, thankful that her sacrifice bore fruit. A mixture of gratitude and trepidation washed over her. Had she not acted swiftly, Wei Qinglan might have been drained completely. The thought of such a fate for someone as handsome as him sent shivers down her spine. Tears brimmed in her eyes from the pain. Yet she felt it was worth it. Thankfully, she thought to herself, you were right, I am rather clever. Wei Qinglan, taken aback, was astonished by her decisive action. He had not anticipated that she would so resolutely sever her own hand without a moment's hesitation. Just moments ago, she had been on the brink of tears, and now, gritting her teeth through the agony, she remained composed enough to engage him in conversation. At a loss for words, he could only gaze at her in silence. Jiang Lisheng lay on the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of gratitude for having survived the calamity. None of us perished. It is truly a blessing. The entire altar, devoid of any magnetic pull, stood silent, lifeless, having utterly succumbed to stillness. The formation has been shattered. Both of them emerged unscathed, and indeed, it is a cause for celebration. Wei Qinglan managed a faint smile, struggling to rise from the ground. She retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage ring and offered it to Jiang Lisheng. Given the abundance of spiritual energy within your spiritual abode, consuming this pill should pose no issue. Jiang Lisheng glanced at it. It was a true essence pill, only suitable for those in the nascent soul stage. She opened her mouth and swallowed it, pondering whether the chaotic spiritual energy within her would clash, rendering the pill ineffective. Would it be a waste? It will help your wrist recover swiftly. Wei Qinglan's emotions were complex. The myriad of chaotic spiritual energies absorbed by her left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. He reached out, pressing his finger to her brow, attempting to probe the current state of her spiritual abode. While it did not harm him, it forbade any further intrusion. Jiang Lisheng shook her head. It is not uncomfortable. It is merely a chaotic tangle, akin to clouds drifting aimlessly in the sky, scattered everywhere. I cannot control it. Wei Qinglan nodded. If you could refine this spiritual energy, you might ascend directly to the great ascension stage. Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in alarm. Wouldn't that mean a single lightning tribulation could obliterate me? How many tribulations are required for the great ascension stage? Is it not 81? For me, it would surely multiply several times. Wei Qinglan fell silent. Is that all you can think of? Indeed, the tribulation for foundation establishment is already terrifying enough, let alone your notion of advancing to the great ascension stage in a single leap. Jiang Lisheng felt a profound sense of despair as she exclaimed in frustration. Can't you allow me a moment of joy? The mere fact that I am alive is a source of immense happiness, yet your words have utterly extinguished my spirits. Wei Qinglan fell silent. Jiang Lisheng, infuriated yet unable to ignore him, questioned, how shall we escape? Can you still summon your sword? Wei Qinglan shook his head. Jiang Lisheng urged him, now that the suppression has lifted, you must hasten to heal yourself, and then lead me out. What about you? Wei Qinglan inquired. I am unable to channel my spiritual energy. It is as if I possess none at all. Jiang Lisheng felt a warmth in her wrist, and, upon testing it, her spirits lifted. This elixir is truly effective. My fractured bones have mended. Wei Qinglan could only sit cross-legged and attempt to heal himself. However, his injuries to the spiritual abode were far more severe than when he had slain 2 serpent demons of nascent soul cultivation that had escaped from the demon suppression tower. Back then, he could wield his sword, but now, he possessed only a meager amount of spiritual energy, insufficient to support the flight of a sword carrying another or to replicate the healing abilities he had borrowed from Jiang Lisheng. He was compelled to press her further. If you could heal me, it would be ideal. My spiritual abode has been devastated beyond the last occasion, rendering me akin to an ordinary person. If I must rely on my own healing, we may be trapped here for over a month. Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You still expect me to assist you? She glared at him indignantly. Wei Xixiao, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? In this duo, you are the one endowed with strength, are you not? Why do you continually rely on me, a mere burden? Do you truly find that appropriate? Wei Qinglan looked at her helplessly. Are you still not aware of your own reality? With your level of incompetence, if another like you were to exist in this world, I might resort to self-harm. Jiang Lisheng rolled her eyes. I simply cannot do it. Wei Qinglan gazed at her intently. Jiang Lisheng, on the verge of losing her temper, reiterated, I truly cannot. Wei Qinglan reminded her, not long ago, you believed you could not survive either. When I was on the brink of destruction, you did not think you could draw a formation with your own blood. What did you use back then? The integration of brushwork and formation? I have yet to encounter anyone in this world capable of such a feat. Perhaps your master you, could achieve it? When faced with the prospect of draining me dry, you also found a way to stop it at the cost of your own hand. Jiang Lisheng, furious, retorted, those were actions born of desperation. Push yourself a little harder. Wei Qinglan urged, taking her hand and placing it back on her own forehead. Try to explore my spiritual abode. See if what I say holds true. We have been trapped here for over a month, and yet you are still devising ways to heal me, so we can escape swiftly. Jiang Lisheng's cheeks puffed in frustration. I cannot feel anything. I have no spiritual power. Then attempt to refine a little. Let the spiritual energy you absorb become yours to wield. Jiang Lisheng's expression darkened. I do not wish to be struck by lightning. Observing her distress, Wei Qinglan chuckled softly. Fear not. With me here, should a lightning tribulation truly descend, I shall endure it alongside you. After a brief pause, she reassured her gently, it won't happen. Do you think refining is so simple? Without decades of effort, you would likely achieve nothing, unless fortune shines upon you once more. In this moment, all you need to do is refine a little, and perhaps that will suffice. Jiang Lisheng stifled a gasp, muttering in frustration, had I known, I would have absorbed you entirely. Who is this person? Why does he not push himself a bit harder? Her master has always believed that the path unfolds according to fate. She should pursue whatever she desires. If her efforts yield nothing, then merely existing is sufficient. Yet he, on the other hand, insists on defying the heavens, dragging her along with him. How many rebellious strands run through his very being? One day, she must count them. Chapter 100. Gratitude turned to grudge. Jiang Lisheng attempted to harness the spiritual energy within the spirit mansion, but after much effort, she found herself grasping at air. The energy eluded her like wisps of smoke, refusing to be captured. Frustrated, she exclaimed, I can't hold on to them. Wei Qinglan, patiently by her side, sought to soothe her agitated spirit. Start with the smallest ones, those suitable for foundational cultivation. If those escape your grasp, then try those below the foundational level. It seems there are many that do not even reach that threshold. Somehow, they have fallen in, drained of their energy by the formation, perishing here. Surely, they must have been ensnared by that large-headed fish, Jiang Lisheng thought bitterly. Once we escape, I shall slay that large-headed fish first. Wei Qinglan had no objections, echoing her sentiments. Yes, let us kill them all. It appeared that whatever she proposed, he readily acquiesced, as long as it led to the outcome he desired. Following his advice, Jiang Lisheng made several more attempts, yet still failed to capture any. There were simply too many, and the smallest clusters scattered at her touch. Disheartened, she lamented, "My spirit mansion has become their breeding ground. They seem to thrive here, content in my domain." Upon hearing this, Wei Qinglan cast a glance at the desolate altar, which had absorbed and contained them, now released into your spiritual realm. Your spiritual realm, having been expanded in the bitter mountains, though a scorched expanse of 1,000 miles, is fortunately spacious enough to avoid further compression. Indeed, it is far superior to being confined within the altar. Jiang Lisheng, feeling vexed, remarked that she had no desire for these useless items and pondered whether she should expel them once more. As long as you can accomplish it, Wei Qinglan replied. However, she did not believe that the chaotic spiritual energies could be released from her spiritual realm, for she found herself unable to exert control over them. Jiang Lisheng attempted to draw formations, but perhaps due to a lack of urgency, her potential remained dormant. After a brief struggle, she surrendered, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, and said to Wei Qinglan, "Senior brother Wei, I am utterly exhausted and drowsy." Wei Qinglan remained silent, merely observing her. She was so fatigued that she felt she could hardly endure it any longer. She decided to sleep first before addressing anything else. It seemed that her mental exhaustion was indeed overwhelming, for she quickly succumbed to slumber. Wei Qinglan watched her, noting the profound weariness etched across her features. Her sleeping expression exuding a sense of indifference, as if to say, "I shall not concern myself with this. I will sleep first." He felt a smile tug at his lips, yet it would not manifest, for his own circumstances were rather dire. He could only retrieve some medicinal pills, swallowing several in succession, and once more summoned his meager spiritual power, enduring the pain as he sought to heal himself. Jiang Lisheng was not truly asleep. Her body yearned for slumber, yet her mind remained restless. After lying still for a while, she cautiously opened her eyes and observed Wei Qinglan healing himself. His face etched with agony, beads of perspiration cascading from his forehead. At that moment, she reflected on how fundamentally different she and Wei Qinglan were. He was rebellious and resolute, daring to take risks, unconcerned with the consequences, willing to defy fate and risk death for his own path, even if burdened with the weighty responsibilities of Kunlun, which he did not perceive as a constraint. In contrast, she drifted along, content to be alive, preferably for as long as possible, but if longevity eluded her, reincarnation seemed like a viable option. She genuinely lacked a personal path, and Qingshu was not her concern. If she dared to presumptuously declare her future dedication to Qingshu, her senior masters would likely scoff at her, imploring her not to bring disaster upon the sect. For her greatest contribution would be to avoid harming it. She sighed and sat up again, muttering softly, "I truly owe you." Having narrowly escaped death, she felt compelled to exert herself more, as if she would be letting him down otherwise, especially since he had injured his spiritual abode so severely for her sake. The accumulated debt of life-saving grace had become too immense to repay. Wei Qinglan suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at her. Jiang Lisheng met his gaze with discontent, her audacity growing with her resentment. She leaned closer to him and said, "Senior brother Wei, shouldn't a life-saving grace be repaid with a personal commitment? I shall offer myself to you as recompense, for even if I emptied my master's treasure trove, it would not suffice to repay your kindness." "What do you say?" Jiang Lisheng mused. "Isn't this a clear recognition of her true nature? Those who profess their unwavering belief in her are merely deceiving themselves." Wei Qinglan closed her eyes, choosing to ignore her. Perhaps her indignation was too intense. After countless attempts, she finally managed to seize a minuscule fragment of spiritual power within her consciousness. Grasping it delicately in her palm, this fragment quivered, suggesting that its previous owner had been timid in life. Jiang Lisheng was at a loss as to how to refine it. She had never been taught. In the past, she had refrained from absorbing other spiritual energies, and now she was compelled to seek Wei Qinglan's assistance. "Senior Wei, I have captured a small fragment, below the foundation establishment level. How should I refine it for my use?" Wei Qinglan remained silent. I am equally unaware, he eventually replied. His practice was rooted in orthodox Taoism, with swordsmanship that adhered strictly to tradition. Refining another's spiritual power seemed to fall within the realm of malevolent practices, did it not? Jiang Lisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Then why would you suggest I refine it? Wei Qinglan fell into a deeper silence. These disparate energies have already entered your spiritual abode, apart from refining them. What else can you do? Jiang Lisheng contemplated, saying, just discard it. As her thoughts raced, she attempted to cast it away, but instead of leaving her grasp, the fragment eluded her control. She grimaced, you may not know, but I am even less informed. No one has ever taught me in the Clear Void sect how to convert another's spiritual energy for my own benefit. Was Kunlun truly orthodox while Clear Void was not? The three major sects were all legitimate celestial factions, devoid of any aberrations. If disciples were found dabbling in heretical practices, they would face the dire consequences of losing their cultivation and being expelled from the sect. Throughout her life, she had learned a myriad of techniques, yet none had deviated from the path of orthodoxy. As Wei Qinglan observed her impending frustration, he tentatively suggested employing the talents of others, transforming them into one's own capabilities. It sufficed as long as they could be utilized, regardless of the inability to refine them. You might explore this approach, he urged. Jiang Lisheng muttered in response. It's easy for you to say, why don't you give it a try? In the chaotic energies swirling within her spiritual abode, Wei Qinglan found himself unable to reach or grasp anything. Presently, her spiritual domain was off-limits to him, rendering him incapable of stepping in on her behalf. He gazed silently at Jiang Lisheng, a young girl of considerable stature, yet so challenging to instruct. He recalled her as a tiny bundle of innocence, a cherubic child, and wondered how her master, the serene and wise Shu, managed to guide her during those formative years. Surely, he must have fretted to no end, losing strands of hair in the process. His thoughts wandered back to his own childhood, where his master understood him with remarkable clarity. His innate talent, perceptiveness, and spiritual root were unparalleled among the disciples of Kunlun. His master often lamented his good fortune in having taken on such a promising pupil, deeming it a blessing both for him and for Kunlun. Attempting to mend his own wounds yielded little success, and so he decided to cease his efforts. He retrieved a blanket, stretched out upon it, and resolved to indulge in a brief slumber. Jiang Lisheng, upon witnessing this, was filled with jealousy. Wei Xixiao. Wei Qinglan replied, not meeting her gaze. You should strive harder. Jiang Lisheng, brimming with exasperation, felt an urge to lash out. Though striking him was out of the question, she extended a mischievous hand to pinch his cheek. You must rise and keep me company, no sleeping allowed. Such an infuriating action left him bewildered at how she could bear to act so shamelessly. Was it truly his fault? If her mind were not cluttered with errant thoughts of herself and in Xixiao, would she truly be so vexed? Wei Qinglan closed her eyes. Jiang Lisheng, aware of his own shortcomings, huffed in response, yet remained somewhat unconvinced. Get up. No. Get up. No. Jiang Lisheng reached out to tug at him. Get up and accompany me. Jiang Lisheng, wary of potential repercussions, ceased his attempts to engage him. You are right. However, he had not anticipated the perilous array lurking beneath the water, which nearly cost them both their lives. I feel completely frozen. Is this what you call a strong meridian? Jiang Lisheng pouted. While she had not identified any strong meridian, the sensation of being frozen was indeed real, and the near brush with death was also true. Wei Qinglan fell silent. Observing that he remained reclined, Jiang Lisheng shot him an exasperated glance, then settled into a cross-legged position, endeavoring to follow her guidance and explore the depths of her abilities. After a considerable time, she finally managed to grasp a small orb of spiritual energy, intending to transform it into her own essence. It's impossible, I can't do it. After several attempts, she still found herself incapable. She could only mimic the earlier method of gathering them, inscribing characters and arrays within her sea of consciousness. With each stroke of the character transform, she found herself drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, and incapable of mustering any further strength. Consume the spirit-replenishing pill. Wei Qinglan suggested sleep. Yet sleep eluded her as she remained vigilant, observing Jiang Lisheng's movements, noting that she appeared drenched as if washed by water. Although unaware of the current state of her spiritual abode, she sensed that Jiang Lisheng had indeed undertaken something arduous, lacking sufficient energy. Jiang Lisheng retrieved a spirit-replenishing pill from her storage ring, panting heavily. I intend to inscribe characters and form arrays within my sea of consciousness. If successful, I should be able to refine it, right? This pill replenishes spiritual energy. Will it be effective? Give it a try. Wei Qinglan felt that her method might indeed be feasible, even though he had never heard of anyone employing it before. Jiang Lisheng uncapped a bottle of spirit-replenishing pills and swallowed one whole, then placed the rest beside her for future use. She focused her mind and attempted once more. But the energy from the pills dissipated into her spiritual abode, just as it had before, proving utterly ineffective. She could not muster even the slightest trace of her own spiritual power. Frustrated, she crushed another pill to absorb its energy directly, yet it yielded no results. It was truly baffling. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Jiang Lisheng, feeling deflated, pushed all the remaining spirit-replenishing pills toward Wei Qinglan. Senior Brother Wei, it's a waste for me to consume these now. You might as well take them. Perhaps they could aid you in self-healing. Wei Qinglan shook his head. Then let's just put them away. I have never relied too heavily on pills, and besides, I am well aware of the state of my spiritual abode. Consuming these may be futile. Unlike her, he believed that excessive reliance on pills could jeopardize his foundational cultivation, even if they were effective. Jiang Lisheng could only stow the pills away in her storage ring, sighing as she observed Wei Qinglan's demeanor. Ultimately, who was depending on whom? Given his current state, it seemed he could offer no support at all. Resuming her focus, she attempted repeatedly to inscribe the transformation characters within her sea of consciousness. Despite their simplicity, she met with failure time and again. Sometimes she managed a single stroke. Other times, she could push through to a second stroke, but by the third, she was utterly drained of energy. Wei Qinglan handed her a pill. If it doesn't work, then so be it, but do not fall asleep. Jiang Lisheng swallowed the pill and remarked, "You've only kept a few of these excellent high-tier pills for stabilizing your cultivation during the nascent soul stage. Haven't you? Now, one by one, I have used them all." Wei Qinglan felt indifferent and remarked that she could return them later. "I don't have any left," she replied. "Then you shall refine your own." Jiang Lisheng sighed, wishing she could concoct pills herself. After resting for a while, she felt a surge of energy and resumed her efforts. One stroke, then another, yet still, it proved futile. As Wei Qinglan observed her, she was about to speak when suddenly she sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy above her. Instantly, she looked up to see a figure descending from the sky, crashing to the ground nearby with a resounding thud. The individual was clad in a black robe, their face obscured, devoid of any insignia to indicate their identity. Though their appearance remained concealed, their cultivation level was unmistakably above the nascent soul stage.